Sabrina's gaze fell on the Ultra Ball in Gary's hand, her expression calm but her thoughts sharp. If it's just for taking Zapdos to the Pokémon Center, why use an Ultra Ball? She wondered. Isn't this type of Pokeball meant for capturing rare and powerful Pokémon? Despite her limited experience, Sabrina wasn't naive. She saw through Gary's little ploy but chose not to confront him about it. Then why release Zapdos now? Sabrina inquired, her voice measured. Gary glanced at the ominous sky. Look at the weather. Those dark clouds are Zapdos doing. Even though it's unconscious, the storm hasn't cleared. It'll take time for the clouds to disperse naturally. By treating Zapdos now, we can ensure it's ready when the sky clears, and then we'll head to the Pokémon Center. Sabrina nodded thoughtfully. Do you want me to get the two people in the cockpit out? She asked, referring to the remnants of Team Rocket still in the crashed vehicle. Gary's brow furrowed slightly. Aren't you tired? Sabrina tilted her head, puzzled. No. Why do you ask? I heard from Mr. Najuan that overusing psychic abilities can cause headaches. Teleportation is particularly draining. If you keep using it like this, I'm worried you might hurt yourself, Gary said, concern evident in his tone. Sabrina fell silent for a moment, warmth spreading through her chest at his words. She shook her head with a faint smile. I'm fine. Don't forget, my father once called me a monster. You? A monster? Please, Gary teased, his tone light. You're too beautiful to be anything close to that. Sabrina's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, but she said nothing, walking over to the robot instead. Using her confusion ability, she deftly activated the emergency escape switch. The two Rocket members inside, who had been preparing for a last stand, were instantly subdued. With a flick of her wrist, Sabrina hypnotized them into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Gary pulled out a super potion and began treating Zapdos. The powerful restorative spray worked wonders, healing external wounds and replenishing strength. To enhance the legendary Pokémon's recovery, Gary also used 10 high-grade rare candies from his space backpack. In the process, Zapdos learned Thunderbolt and Signal Beam. Zapdos, true to its legendary status, began to stir shortly after receiving treatment. As it opened its sharp eyes, the storm bird immediately focused on Gary, its rescuer, and regarded him with newfound respect. You're awake, Zapdos, Gary said with a small smile. Zapdos stood unsteadily, shaking its head to clear the remnants of its fatigue. Zapdos, can you disperse the storm and stabilize the magnetic field? Without it, we won't have any signal in this area, Gary explained. The legendary bird let out a cry of acknowledgement and took to the skies with powerful wing beats. It soared into the dark clouds, dispersing them with flashes of lightning. Within moments, the storm dissipated, and the magnetic field stabilized. The once darkened sky became clear, and the air grew calm again. As the signal returned, 2 of Gary's Pokeballs were automatically teleported away by his Pokémon Pokédex, which could only store 6 Pokémon at a time. Realizing this, Gary frowned. I forgot. With my team already full, Zapdos' Pokeball was also sent away. This left Gary in an unusual predicament. Without the Pokeball, he couldn't officially recall Zapdos. He would have to wait 3 days for the Pokeball's protection to wear off or retrieve it manually. Just then, Zapdos landed gracefully beside Gary, nudging his arm affectionately with its sharp beak. Sabrina, what's it saying? Gary asked. Zapdos wants to follow you as a way of thanking you for saving its life, Sabrina translated, her expression soft. Is that so? Gary said, his heart swelling with pride. Turning to Zapdos, he added, I'd be honored to have you as my Pokémon. But for now, you'll need to stay outside until I retrieve your Pokeball. Zapdos chirped in agreement, seemingly unbothered by the temporary arrangement. With the storm cleared, Gary and Sabrina handed over the subdued Rocket members to Officer Jenny. The officer, though impressed by Zapdos, merely nodded in approval. As long as legendary Pokémon like this aren't used for illegal activities, the Pokémon Alliance won't interfere, she assured them. Sabrina then teleported into the city to retrieve the Ultra Ball from Professor Oak. Moments later, she appeared by Gary's side, handing him the ball. Here you go, she said simply. Zapdos, you can rest now, Gary said, recalling the bird into the Ultra Ball. He promised to give it complete treatment once they reached the Pokémon Center. As Sabrina prepared to leave, Gary turned to her, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Sabrina, how did you teleport to me so quickly every time? Sabrina hesitated briefly before answering, I left a mental mark on you. As long as the mark remains, I can teleport to your side no matter where you are. Gary blinked, startled. You left a mark on me? Like a psychic homing device. Sabrina shrugged, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. You could think of it that way. How far does it work? Gary asked, half in awe and half unnerved. Sabrina's smirk widened, but she didn't answer. Instead, she simply said, "You'll find out someday," before vanishing with another flash of light. Sabrina's voice was steady as she explained, "I can sense a large area, like all of Saffron City. If I concentrate and have enough spiritual power, I could find you anywhere in the Kanto region." Gary froze for a moment, his mind racing. If I marry Sabrina one day, she could use her psychic abilities to monitor me anywhere. He shuddered slightly, grateful he wasn't the type to stray. Anyone else would find this unbearable. Clearing his throat, Gary grinned. "Sabrina, let's head back. I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight." He reached out to hold her hand, leading her toward the city. "Why walk when I can just teleport us?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Gary squeezed her hand lightly. "I just want to spend a little more time with you." Sabrina blushed, her cheeks tinged with pink, but she said nothing, allowing him to guide her. After half an hour of strolling, Gary glanced at the time and groaned. "Sabrina, I think we better teleport after all. The restaurant might close before we get there." Sabrina looked at him with quiet amusement, but without a word, she teleported them to the restaurant in an instant. The next day, thanks to the tireless work of the power plant staff, the Blue City had its power fully restored by the early hours of the morning, returning the area to its usual calm. Meanwhile, Gary resumed his flight training at the driving school. Initially, Gary had considered letting Zapdos practice flying alongside his other Pokémon. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Zapdos' presence at the crowded driving school would draw far too much attention. Instead, he decided to wait until he returned to Pallet Town, where his other Pokémon could help Zapdos learn. With its innate talent, Gary was confident Zapdos would master flight with ease. As Pidgeot, Aerodactyl, and Crobat soared in practiced maneuvers, Gary kept an eye on the clock. Another half hour of training, and then we'll leave, he thought. At that moment, Officer Jenny arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit with a receding hairline. "Mr. Gary, this is Mr. Nara, the director of the power plant. He wanted to personally thank you for your help yesterday," Officer Jenny introduced. Mr. Nara stepped forward, extending his hand enthusiastically. "Mr. Gary, it's an honor to meet you. I can't thank you enough for what you did. Without your intervention, the damage to our power plant could have been catastrophic." Gary shook his hand politely. "You're too kind, Mr. Nara. I'm just glad I could help." Despite Nara's high-ranking position, Gary wasn't overly impressed. Compared to his grandfather, Professor Oak, Nara's status felt unremarkable. Still, he maintained his politeness. Before Nara could say more, Officer Jenny interjected. "Mr. Nara, could you give us a moment? I have a few questions for Mr. Gary." Nara nodded tactfully and stepped aside. "Don't worry, Mr. Gary," Officer Jenny reassured him. "I just need to gather some details for my report." Gary relaxed and gestured for her to proceed. "Why did you go to the power plant yesterday?" she asked. "I was looking to catch an electric-type Pokémon, specifically a Magnemite," Gary explained. "But while I was there, the storm hit, and my phone and Pokédex lost their signals." "The rest you already know, Officer Jenny." "Got it," she said, jotting down his answer. "That's all I needed. Thank you, Mr. Gary." With her task complete, Officer Jenny excused herself, leaving Mr. Nara to continue his conversation with Gary. "A precious gift." "Mr. Gary," Nara began, "you mentioned you were looking for a Magnemite. Did you manage to catch one?" Gary shook his head. "No, but I did catch an Electabuzz." Nara chuckled. "I see. Well, would you still like a Magnemite?" "Yes," Gary said without hesitation, sensing where this was going. "If you don't mind, I'd like to offer you a Magnemite with great potential," Nara said. Gary raised an eyebrow, curious. "I have high standards for my Pokémon," he warned. Nara smiled confidently. "This one is special. I acquired it at a high-end auction. Its potential far exceeds that of a typical gym Pokémon." Reaching into his pocket, Nara produced a striking red Pokeball, a precious ball, its rare and luxurious design a clear symbol of wealth. "Magnemite, come out," Nara said, releasing the Pokémon. A silver-gray Magnemite appeared, its metallic sheen shimmering under the sunlight. Gary's eyes widened in surprise. "An odd-colored Magnemite," he exclaimed. Odd-colored Pokémon were exceedingly rare, and this one's elite-level potential made it even more valuable. "Are you satisfied, Mr. Gary?" Nara asked. Gary hesitated briefly. "You're really giving me this Magnemite?" "Of course," Nara said with a smile. "If it weren't for you, our power plant might have faced disaster. A Magnemite, even an odd-colored one, is a small token of gratitude." Gary bowed his head slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Nara. I'll take good care of it." Nara turned to Magnemite, speaking gently. "Magnemite, I've found you an exceptional trainer. I know you'll thrive with him. Magnemite hovered closer to Gary, its magnetic energy radiating trust. Gary smiled. With a Pokémon like this, the journey ahead just got a whole lot more exciting.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Novel image. Is that so? Sabrina looked at the Ultra Ball in Gary's hand. If it's just for the convenience of taking it to the Pokémon Center for treatment, why use the Ultra Ball? Isn't this advanced Pokeball used to capture more precious Pokémon? Although Sabrina has little experience, she is not stupid, and she does not expose Gary's little thoughts. Then why did you release Zapdos now? Sabrina asked. Look at the weather, this is caused by Zapdos. Even if Zapdos is in a coma now, the dark clouds are still there. It may take some time for the dark clouds to dissipate naturally. Give Zapdos treatment in advance, and after the dark clouds are completely dispersed, go to the Pokémon Center. Gary explained. Well, do you need me to get the two people in the cockpit out? Sabrina asked. Aren't you tired? Gary asked. 973 Not tired, why are you asking me this? Sabrina asked puzzled. I heard from Mr. Najin that excessive use of psychic can cause headaches. Teleport is also a very mentally exhausting psychic. If you use it so frequently, I'm worried that you will get headaches. Gary said. Sabrina was silent for a while. Feeling Gary's concern, Sabrina still felt warm in her heart. She shook her head and said, I'm not tired. Don't forget that my father once said that I was a monster. You are so beautiful, you have nothing to do with monsters. Gary teased. Sabrina's face was slightly red. Without saying anything, she walked to the robot and used confusion to open the emergency escape switch inside the robot. Ma Yuan and Lang Yan, who were still planning to fight to the death, were like chickens in front of Sabrina. They were easily controlled and hypnotized to sleep. Gary also took out Super Potion and sprayed it on Zapdos' body. Super Potion is a very good medicine. It can be used externally to treat external injuries and internally to restore physical strength. It is indeed one of the must-haves for outdoor travel. While spraying Super Potion on Zapdos, Gary used all 10 high-level rare candy in the space backpack, and taught Zapdos Thunderbolt and Signal Beam. Zapdos is worthy of its name as a legendary Pokémon. After being treated with Super Potion, it woke up in a short while. After waking up, Zapdos saw Gary and immediately felt that the lifesaver in front of him was much more pleasing to the eye. Zapdos, you're awake, Gary said. Zapdos stood up and shook his head, feeling some of his physical condition, still a little weak. Zapdos, disperse the thunderstorm and restore the magnetic field, otherwise the signal here will not be able to communicate. Gary said. Woo. Zapdos nodded, flapped dual wing beat, and plunged directly into the dark clouds in the sky. After a while, the dark clouds covering dozens of miles all dispersed. After the weather was restored, the surrounding magnetic field quickly returned to stability. A white light flashed from Gary's waist, and the two Pokeballs disappeared and were directly teleported away by the Pokémon Pokédex. Gary was also shocked. He forgot that the space for Pokémon on his body was full. At that time, it was full when he captured Electabuzz, but because of an emergency, the Pokeball was not teleported away. Now everything has returned to normal. The Pokémon Pokédex detected that Gary had 8 Pokeballs on him and used them. 2 of them were teleported away directly. In order, the Pokeball with Electabuzz and the Pokeball of Zapdos will be teleported. This Pokémon Pokédex's transmission system will not teleport Pokémon, but only Pokeballs. If the Pokémon is outside, only the Pokeball will be teleported away, and the Pokémon will still be outside. This also leads to a problem, that is, Gary now has no Pokeball to put Zapdos in. If he wants to use other Pokeballs, he needs to destroy the Pokeball that previously contained Zapdos. Or if Zapdos is left outside for more than 3 days, the protection of the Pokeball will be lifted. At that time, Zapdos is in the contest condition and can be put in with a new Pokeball. Juncha will bring people over later. Gary doesn't want to make a big deal, but there is no Pokeball in front of him, so Zapdos can't be taken back. Jutos. After the thunderstorm was lifted, Zapdos also flew back from the sky and landed beside Gary. He also rubbed Gary's arm with his sharp beak. The meaning is self-evident. Gary, Zapdos said he wants to follow you and thank you for saving his life. Sabrina translated. Is that so? So you want to be my Pokemon? Gary said. Although I knew Zapdos might do this, I felt a different feeling when I heard Zapdos admit it himself. Ostos. Zapdos nodded. Then I'll be grateful for your guidance in the future. However, the Pokeball I captured just now has been teleported away, so I'll have to trouble you to stay outside for the time being. Gary said. Zapdos didn't know that it had been captured by Gary when it fainted, but it didn't object to Gary asking it to wait. After the signal returned to normal, Gary also brought people to Miss Juncha, and the rocket team was handed over to Miss Juncha. Juncha and others were all surprised to see Zapdos, but they were all policemen and people who had seen the world. Regarding Gary's capture of Zapdos, they just sighed that Gary was lucky and actually got the recognition of legendary Pokémon. As long as legendary Pokémon is not used for sale or illegal research, Pokémon Alliance will not pursue any responsibility, not to mention that this Zapdos voluntarily followed Gary, so there is nothing to pursue. In order not to shock the people of Kanglan City, Gary did not go into the city with Zapdos, but asked Sabrina to contact Professor Oak in the city to take back the Pokeball and send back the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Sabrina was very efficient. She returned to the city with the teleport and got it from Professor Oak. Ultra Ball, and teleported to Gary's side. Take it. Sabrina handed the Ultra Ball to Gary. Zapdos, come in and rest, I will make you fully healed in 2.4 later. Gary said. Although the Assist Super Potion has been restored, Zapdos has not recovered completely. Only after comprehensive treatment with the treatment equipment can it be fully recovered. After putting Zapdos back into the Pokeball, Gary suddenly looked at Sabrina and asked, Sabrina, how did you teleport to my side all of a sudden? Gary didn't care before, but Sabrina teleported to him 3 times in a row, which was too strange. Will Sabrina be able to find him immediately wherever he is in the future? I left a mental mark on you. As long as the mark doesn't disappear, I can teleport to your side. Sabrina explained. Gary was stunned. He didn't expect Sabrina to secretly leave a mental mark on him. This feels like the Flying Thunder God technique. How far can it be? No, I can sense a large area like Saffron City, but if I have enough spiritual power, I can find you anywhere in the Kanto region. Sabrina said. Gary, 242. If I marry Sabrina in the future, she can use Solation to check on me. Fortunately, I am not a philandering man, otherwise who can stand Sabrina? Sabrina, let's go back. I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Gary held Sabrina and walked towards the city. Why walk? I can just teleport said. I just want to stay with you for a while. Gary pinched Sabrina's hand. Sabrina blushed and let Gary lead her. Half an hour later. Gary, Sabrina, let's go back by teleport. Let's walk back. I think the restaurant will be closed. Sabrina? The next day. Thanks to the repair work of the power plant staff, the power was restored in the early hours of last night, and the Blue City returned to its former tranquility. Gary continued to practice flying at the driving school. Originally, Gary wanted Zapdos to learn flying, but he thought that there were too many people at driving school 02, and it would not be good to attract attention. Gary planned to let his Pokémon teach Zapdos when he returned to Pallet Town. Pokémon can teach each other skills. Everyone can fly, and the skills and difficulty of flying are the same. I believe that with Zapdos's talent, it should not be difficult to master this move. Gary watched Pidgeot, Aerodactyl, and Crobat practice flying, and looked at the time. After practicing for another half an hour, they could leave. However, at this time, Miss Juncha came here, followed by a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a suit. Gary also noticed them and kept watching them coming. Mr. Gary, this is the director of the power plant, Mr. Nara. He came to thank you for your help yesterday. Miss Juncha took the initiative to introduce. Mr. Gary, it's our first meeting. Thank you very much for your help yesterday. If it weren't for you, the loss of our power plant would be far more than this. I must thank you very much. Nara stepped forward to thank him and shook hands with Gary enthusiastically. Mr. Nara is too polite. Thank you, Gary also said politely. Although Nara is the director of the power plant and his status is not normal, he is still far behind Professor Oak. Gary is likely to look down on what he can thank for, so it is better to politely refuse. Mr. Nara, please wait a moment, I have a few questions for Mr. Gary, Juncha interrupted. Oh, please. Nara stepped aside very tactfully. Gary was also a little confused and didn't know what questions Juncha wanted to ask him. Could it be a problem related to Zapdos? Mr. Gary, please don't misunderstand me. I just need to record the details of the incident so that I can report it to my superiors. Juncha gave Gary a shot of precaution first, so that Gary would not misunderstand him. Well, let Miss Shea ask. Okay, then I'll ask. Juncha said, Mr. Gary, why did you go to the power plant yesterday? Because I lacked electric Pokemon. I wanted to capture a Magnemite, so I went to the power plant to take a look, but a thunderstorm suddenly appeared. Later, I found that my mobile phone and Pokédex could not be used. I told you about the rest yesterday, Miss Juncha, so I don't need to tell you again. Gary said. No, just know the reason why Mr. Gary went there, then I won't bother you too. Juncha left directly after recording, leaving Nara alone here. Gary was also speechless. You brought the person here, so you should at least take him back. Nara is the director of a power plant, so why are you so negligent? Hehe, Mr. Gary, you just said that you went to the power plant to capture Magnemite. Did you capture the Magnemite you like? Nara asked. No, but I met a good Electabuzz. Gary said. Regarding Zapdos, Gary asked Juncha to keep it secret, and the staff who were detained in the warehouse by Team Rocket did not know Team Rocket's plan to capture Zapdos. The staff of the power plant, including the director, did not know that Gary had captured Zapdos. Does Mr. Gary still want Magnemite? Nara asked. Yes. Gary said without any hesitation. Judging from Nara's posture, he was going to give him Magnemite. If he really gave him Magnemite, Gary would not mind accepting it. After all, he really needed to breed a Magneton. If the Magnemite Nara gave him had good potential, he could really accept Nara's thanks. If Mr. Gary doesn't mind, I can give you a Magnemite with good potential. Nara said. Mr. Nara, if it's a potential that can be detected, then don't mention it. I have very high requirements for breeder Pokemon. Gary said. Gary was very worried that Nara would give him a Magnemite with gym potential, which was not a good idea. I understand. I bought this Pokemon at an auction. Its potential is definitely above the gym, and it is very precious. As he said that, Nara took out a red Pokeball from his pocket. Precious ball? Gary saw that the Pokeball that Nara took out was a precious ball. There is no difference between precious balls and ordinary Pokeballs in terms of capture effect. The only difference is that the material used for precious balls is more precious, which is a symbol of the status of the rich. 227 It can be confirmed that Nara's Magnemite must have been purchased from an auction, and it was a very high-end auction. Only such an auction would use precious balls to capture Pokeballs, which would appear very impressive. Seeing the precious ball, Gary was immediately excited. Magnemite, come out. Nara opened the precious ball. Great! A silver-gray Magnemite appeared. Other-colored Magnemite. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect Nara to give him an odd-colored Magnemite. No wonder it was put in a precious ball. This is a last resort product. LV20 Magnemite/Elite. Especially since this odd-colored Magnemite has elite potential, its value is not just as simple as an odd-colored Pokemon. Mr. Gary, are you satisfied? Nara asked. Mr. Nara, are you really going to give me this odd-colored Magnemite? Gary asked. Of course, if it weren't for you, our power plant would have a major accident this time. Although this Magnemite is an odd-colored one, there are a lot of Magnemites, so it's not that precious. Nara said. In that case, thank you Mr. Nara for your present. Gary thanked him. Nara said to Magnemite, Magnemite, I found a great trainer for you, you will definitely like it. Magnemite. Novel image. Magnemite was confused. How could he be given away suddenly? Was he still a Pokemon that was bought at a high price? Magnemite, please give me your advice. I will take good care of you in the future. Gary also greeted Magnemite. Kuai. Magnemite looked at Gary, and the magnets on both sides kept shaking, as if saying something. Gary was confused. He had never met Magnemite before and didn't know what the other party wanted to express. Mr. Gary, Magnemite is asking how many badges you have. Nara reminded. Badge. Gary was stunned. This Magnemite actually knows about badges. Just based on the level of this Magnemite, any Pokemon in the gym can beat it. Mr. Gary, don't be surprised. This Magnemite is actually aggressive by nature, but because it is a heterochromatic and too precious, its previous breeder did not allow it to fight. Nara explained, after I took a picture of it, it has always wanted to fight. It learned a lot about trainers from me. It wants to participate in the Alliance Conference and knows that only trainers with 8 badges are eligible to participate. Kuai. Magnemite nodded. Only trainers with 8 badges can get its approval. Gary did not expect that this Magnemite also likes to fight. Then the training in the future will be worry-free and less psychological counseling can be done. Then I should be able to get your approval. Gary took out the badge box from his bag and opened it. There were 8 badges inside. Kuai. Seeing the 8 badges in the box, Magnemite was immediately excited. It can finally participate in the Alliance Conference. Instantly, Magnemite stuck to Gary, rubbing his Orberg body against Gary's arm, almost rubbing static electricity. Mr. Gary is worthy of being a trainer who can drive away Team Rocket. He has 8 badges at such a young age. He has the potential to become a Pokémon Master in the future. Nara exclaimed. Nara was also a trainer when he was young, but he only collected 4 badges and gave up the dream of being a trainer. Now seeing the vigorous Gary, Nara misses his younger self a little. Nara hopes that Magnemite can help Gary get a good ranking in the Alliance Conference, which is almost equivalent to him participating in the Alliance Conference himself. It seems that Magnemite likes you very much, then I feel relieved, Nara said. Mr. Nara, thank you, I will take good care of Magnemite. Gary said. Gary felt that his luck had turned for the better recently. High potential Pokemon were sent one after another. Yesterday, he captured 2 Pokemon with champion potential, and today he captured another Magnemite with elite potential. The key is that Magnemite can also use the best Thunderstone to increase its potential, which is equivalent to a Pokemon with champion potential. He captured 3 Pokemon with champion potential in one day. At this moment, Gary just wanted to ask, who else? Because Gary's Pokemon slots were full, if he wanted to join the team, he could first teleport a Pokemon to Professor Oak. So, Gary and Nara came to the teleporter of the driving school. Oh, Gary, what's up? The call was connected, and Professor Oak's picture appeared on the screen. What? Professor Oak. Before Gary could speak, Nara, who was standing behind Gary, was stunned. He never thought that Gary would recognize Professor Oak. Hello, may I ask who you are? Professor Oak didn't know Nara, but seeing that Nara was with Gary, he should be someone they met temporarily. Hello Professor Oak, I'm Nara, the director of the Blue City Power Plant. Nara introduced himself respectfully. Professor Oak was stunned. He didn't understand why Gary knew the growth of the power plant. The two were not related at all. It's like this, Mr. Gary. Seeing Professor Oak's confusion, Nara told Professor Oak about Gary saving the power plant yesterday. So that's how it is, Gary, you are really something. After such a thing happened, you didn't tell me whether you still have me as your grandfather in your eyes. Professor Oak immediately criticized Gary. Nara was dumbfounded again. The Gary in front of him was not just a person who knew Professor Oak, but also Professor Oak's grandson. It was amazing. It's just Team Rocket. I am destined to become a Pokémon Master in the future. As a trainer of the Alliance, isn't it my duty to stop them? Gary said. Really, you better be careful next time. Professor Oak couldn't do anything with Gary, and said unhappily, tell me, why did you contact me? Mr. Nara wants to give me a Magnemite to thank me. My Pokémon slots are full, so I need to send 2 Pokémon there. Grandpa, please send Thundershock to me, Gary said. Before, Gary captured Electabuzz near the power plant. He didn't even have time to check its attributes before he found something wrong nearby, and he didn't have time to check it afterwards. Originally, Gary planned to replace Electabuzz after the morning practice was over. By the way, the Ultra Ball you sent yesterday was empty. What Pokémon did you capture? Professor Oak suddenly asked. Professor Oak received the Pokémon sent by Gary yesterday. When he saw the Ultra Ball, he ran to open it, but it was empty. There was an Electabuzz in the ordinary Pokeball, and it was quite irritable, but it had been tamed by Professor Oak. Keep it a secret. You will know when I return to Pallet Town, Gary said. Professor Oak did not expect Gary to keep him in suspense. This grandson really does not obey his grandfather at all. Okay, then you can teleport the Pokémon over. Professor Oak did not care. He was well informed. At most, the Pokémon that Gary captured were a little rare. Yeah. Gary teleported Blastoise and Eevee over, and reminded Professor Oak not to take off the Everstone that Eevee was carrying. After getting the Electabuzz, Gary ended the call with Professor Oak. Mr. Gary, I will leave the Magnemite to you. I hope it can help you. I will leave first. Nara also handed the little, King Lee's, Magneto to Gary and left. Gary watched Nara leave, and then quickly looked at the attributes of Magnemite and Electabuzz. Pokémon, Magnemite. Attribute, Electricity, Steel. Level, 20. Potential, Elite. Ability, Analysis. After using the move, the power of the skill will increase. Skills, Tackle, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Gyro Ball, Spark. Intimacy, 130, maximum value 255. Pokémon, Electabuzz. Attribute, Electricity. Level, 35. Potential, Champion. Ability, Static Electricity. The body carries static electricity, which sometimes paralyzes the rival that touches it. Skills, Leer, Thunder Shock, Charge, Shock Wave, Electromagnetic Break, Swift, Thunder Punch, Discharge. Intimacy, 100, maximum value 255, average. Electabuzz's intimacy with me is a bit low. It seems that he is still not convinced by me, Gary whispered. Then, Gary came to the outside of the driving school and released the 2 Pokémon on the flat ground. Qua. Wow. Magnemite was very happy after coming out, but Electabuzz was different, with an indifferent attitude. Electabuzz didn't want to be subdued by Gary at first. After all, it was used to being free in the wild. It was so hard to evolve, but it was subdued by trainer. It was really aggrieved. Electabuzz, I will help you become stronger, okay? Gary asked with a smile. Wow. Electabuzz ignored Gary. It was already level 35. It was not like ordinary wild Pokémon that had no experience. When it was in the wild, it also saw trainer training Pokémon, which was nothing more than training Pokémon. Electabuzz felt that as long as he was self-disciplined enough, he didn't need trainer's help at all. Seeing the indifferent Electabuzz, Gary didn't say anything, but put his palm on the shoulder of the electric beast. Wow. Electabuzz wondered why Gary wanted to touch him, but he didn't say anything, just thinking that Gary wanted to get close to him. But the next moment, Electabuzz was stunned. Electabuzz felt the new skill awakening 377, and awaken 3 skills at once, which was almost impossible. How about it, you feel the awakening of new skills? Gary said. Wow. Electabuzz was very shocked. He didn't expect Gary to teach him skills. This is too powerful. Could it be that trainers can teach Pokémon skills? Then why were the Pokémon sent by the trainers he met not that strong, and they were all knocked down by his punch? This is my personal ability, you have to keep it secret for me, Gary said. Wow. Electabuzz hesitated for a moment, but nodded, but soon returned to a look of keeping people away. If Gary hadn't been able to see the Electabuzz attribute, he would have thought that teaching skills did not increase density. Quai. Magnemite was confused. It had no idea what Gary and Electabuzz were talking about, and why the skills suddenly awakened. Magnemite, come and put this in your carrying space, I'll help you become stronger. Gary took out Soothe Bell. Quai. Magnemite directly used magnetism to suck Soothe Bell over and put it in the carrying space. Gary touched the small, Acphi, magnetron that looked like metal, and taught Signal Beam and Thunderbolt to Magnemite. Quai. QAQ. Magnemite instantly understood why Electabuzz was so surprised. Anyone who encountered this would be surprised. Wow. Electabuzz saw Magnemite's expression and knew that Gary had the special ability to teach Pokémon skills, so he immediately asked Gary to give him a Soothe Bell. Because he saw Gary let Magnemite take the Soothe Bell, he also wanted one. Gary naturally didn't mind. He didn't have much, but he had a lot of Soothe Bells, so he gave one to Electabuzz directly. After dealing with Electabuzz, Gary continued to stay in Azure City to train Pokémon. Half a month later, Pidgeot, Crobat, and Aerodactyl lived up to expectations and mastered the flying bed. Except for Zapdos, the other 5 Pokémon in Gary's hands have been slightly improved. Crobat LV3941, Pidgeot LV40-43, Aerodactyl LV46-50, Magnemite LV2030, Electabuzz LV3538. Magnemite's level grew so fast, of course, because Gary used low-level rare candy on it. Aerodactyl also used rare candy to reach level 50 so quickly. And today is the day to challenge the Azure Gym. Before going to challenge the gym, Gary teleported Pidgeot back to Professor Oak and replaced Alakazam. It was a bit inconvenient without a psychic Pokemon around to help translate. Pokemon, Alakazam 3. Attribute, Psychic. Level, 4-2. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Psychic, possessing a trained spirit, and will not flinch from rivals' attacks. Also unshaken by intimidation. Skills, Teleport, Confusion, Psybeam, Reflect, Miracle Eye, Disable, Psychic, Light Screen, Recover. Professor's skills, Dream Eater, Mega Kick, Hypnosis, Signal Beam. Intimacy, 255, maximum 255. Alakazam is growing at normal speed with Professor Oak. Currently, it is already level 40, and has awakened the skill Recover, which is pretty good. After replacing all the Pokemon, Gary rode his mountain bike to the Azure Gym. The entire Azure Gym is a base for breeder flying Pokemon, which occupies a large area and has a special flying field for training flying Pokemon. Gary came to the entrance of the Azure Gym. Ding! Issued task, get Azure Gym badge/reward, Intermediate Rare Candy X10, Hurricane Permanent Skill Learning Device, Top Sharp Beak, increases the power of flying skills by 50%, X1. It seems that there is not much change. Gary had seen Jin's Pidgeot before, which was level 40, which was higher than the rival that Gary had challenged before. I thought that the task reward for this challenge to the Azure Gym would change a little, but the reward was still Intermediate Candy. According to the regulations of the Trainer Association, the Pokemon used by gym trainers cannot exceed the gym level, otherwise the rookie trainer has no chance of winning. After all, even Agatha, one of the Kanto Alliance Elite Four, temporarily served as the gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym. If Agatha used her own main Pokemon, few trainers would be able to get the badge of the Tokiwa Gym. Gary walked to the door and pressed the middle-style doorbell. Soon a boy came to open the door. Are you here to challenge the gym? The boy saw that Gary was dressed as a trainer and was not very old, so he should be here to challenge the gym. Yes. Then follow me. The boy took Gary into the gym and came to an empty battlefield. A Jin was standing next to him, watching the Pokemon flying in the sky. Gym leader? Someone is here to challenge the gym. The boy reminded. A Jin turned around when he heard it. When he saw that it was Gary, he was stunned for a moment and said, "You are Gary who is learning flying skills in the driving school." After all, they had been together for half a month, so A Jin naturally remembered Gary and recognized him at a glance. "Mr. A Jin, long time no see." Gary also said hello. A Jin was only in charge of teaching for half a month, and he never came to the driving school after that. It was all up to Gary to supervise the training of the Pokemon. Although A Jin taught the key points of flying, as a coach, he was still not very responsible. Gary decided to beat A Jin's Pokemon in the gym later. Since we are here to challenge the gym, let's get started. Jin had taught Gary's 3 Pokemon, so he knew that Gary was a very capable trainer. A tough battle was inevitable today. Are we going to fight here? Gary asked. Yes, I use flying Pokemon, so soaring in the sky is also within the scope of activity. If you don't have much confidence in your Pokemon, you can give up the challenge now, Jin said. I don't know why, but Gary heard Jin's tone and felt that he was trying to give up, but Gary couldn't give up. After all, there was a mission reward. Jin had a headache. Although he was training at the gym, Jin was not a Pokemon who loved fighting. He enjoyed the freedom of flying more. However, as a gym trainer, he had to accept the challenge when someone came to challenge the gym. Because the Azure Gym's battlefield can use soaring in the sky, it is very passive for most challengers. Even if they have a Pokemon with an attribute advantage, it is very difficult. After all, the range of skills is limited, and the height of soaring in the sky is too high, exceeding the range of all Pokemon's skills. Unless it is an electric Pokemon that can rain dance, it can assist Rain Cloud to make the electric moves 100% hit, not giving flying Pokemon any chance to escape. The rules of the game are 3 versus 3. Jin said. Okay. Gary nodded. Then let's start. Jin threw out the Pokeball. Great. LV38 Fearow 3/Elite. Jin's first Pokemon is a degenerate type that looks like Ho-Oh. Invoke. Crobat, I leave it to you. Gary threw out the Pokeball. LV41 Crobat 3 Gym. The level difference between the 2 Pokemon is not big. From the perspective of level, they are evenly matched. The battle begins. Fearow uses Aerial Ace. Jin rushed to attack. Gah. Fearow used Dual Wing Beat to show his superb flying skills and rushed towards Crobat quickly. Screech. Gary ordered immediately. Crobat immediately made a screech sound. Bang. Fearow resisted the influence of Screech and forcibly used Aerial Ace to knock Crobat out. Crobat, who was knocked out, immediately used Air Cutter to counterattack, but Fearow avoided Crobat's attack with his flexible flying skills. As expected of a trainer who specializes in flying Pokemon, Jin's Pokemon is very strong in flying technology. Gary's Crobat is far behind Fearow in flying skills. Although Crobat's species strength is higher than Fearo's, only flying Pokémon that can control the wind direction are the fastest in the air. In this regard, Crobat is obviously not rival. If the battle is in a closed venue, Crobat can still rely on its own advantages to suppress Fearo in speed, but it is difficult in such an open venue. Crobat, use Black Garden when the main road is close, Gary ordered. Hearing this, Crobat calmed down and stayed in the air. Although he could not keep up with the speed for the time being, his hearing was very sharp. He felt that Fearo was attacking him, and immediately turned around and used Spit Up Haze. Haze instantly enveloped the condors of the two Pokémon. Not good, Fearo, come out quickly, Jin shouted. Gah! Fearo's wailing sound came from the haze, and a figure rushed out of the haze. It was Fearo, but at this time, there was a purple figure on Fearo's back, and this figure was Crobat. Crobat showed his sharp fangs and pierced into Fearo's body. Toxic was instantly injected into him, and then he quickly distanced himself from Fearo. Fearo turned around while enduring the stinging pain, and his face instantly became sluggish. He was poisoned. What a strong poison. Jin was shocked. The skill Poison Fang is not like the 50% chance of poisoning in the game. If you are really bitten, you will be poisoned 100%. It is toxic. If the toxicity of the Pokémon itself is strong enough, it will be poisoned instantly. Gary knew that the poison of the poisonous Pokémon is also an advantage. The food and energy blocks prepared for Crobat are usually toxic, so as to slowly increase Crobat's poison. It seems to be very effective now. Fearo, come back soon. Jin immediately took out the Pokeball and prepared to take back Fearo. Black eyes. Gary would not give Jin the chance to take back the Pokeball. Crobat's eyes shot out a fascinating light, shining on Fearo, and deflected the infrared rays shot by the Pokeball. What? Jin did not expect Crobat to be prepared for this. Zero, please give me flowers. Zero. Gary was very troubled because the management of the gym was not standardized yet. Many gym owners did not follow the regulations. After a while, the Trainer Association would strictly manage these gyms. Air Cutter. Gary did not hesitate. Fearo was poisoned, and everything was over. Cross. Crobat used the Air Cutter attack, and Fearo chose to dodge. As he moved, the toxins in his body were quickly triggered. Soon, Fearo's speed slowed down. Crobat chased him and used Cross Poison to smack down him. Bang! Fearo fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Crobat also released Black's eyes at this moment. Jin took Fearo back, secretly feeling that he was careless just now and shouldn't have rushed forward, otherwise Crobat wouldn't have caught the opportunity. Oh, Pidgeot, leave it to you. Jin sent out the second Pokémon. Great! LV41 Pidgeot/Gym. Pidgeot appeared, and it was the Pidgeot that taught Gary Pokémon the flying technique. E.T. Pidgeot was also quite surprised to see Crobat. He was obviously a student he had taught not long ago, but he didn't expect to meet him in a gym battle. Crobat also greeted Pidgeot. Although he was a bat, Crobat was very friendly. Facing the teacher who coached him, he still respected him from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, Pidgeot didn't pay any attention to it. It's a gym battle now, not a time to reminisce about the past. Gary reminded. Crobat nodded, indicating that he would never be careless. Pidgeot, use Air Slash. Jin ordered. E.T. Pidgeot flapped dual wing beat, and a 2-meter-long wind blade attacked Crobat. Get out of the way. Crobat rose rapidly and dodged the wind blade. Seeing this, Pidgeot fired air blades in succession to chase. Gary pouted. This Pidgeot is really a dog, relying on his good physical strength. He kept attacking with skills. Although Pidgeot's physical strength species strength is only 83, it can only be said to be average, but in reality, Pidgeot's physical strength is terrifying, and flying for a whole day and night is no problem. Use Cross Poison to break through. GY ordered. Chapped. Crobat's large wings in front were covered with venom, and he swung the Air Slash that was attacking him. Unfortunately, the Air Slash was not cut off, and Crobat was pushed back several meters before he bounced it off. Your Pokémon still doesn't understand the wind well enough. Jin preached, and changed the command, use Hurricane. E.T. Pidgeot flapped dual wing beat frantically, and a huge storm swept half of soaring in the sky, mixed with various wind blades. Crobat wanted to escape, but his speed was not fast enough, and he was swallowed by Hurricane. His body swayed left and right in the wind and he couldn't stabilize his body. Crobat, use Black Eyes. Gary ordered. Crobat immediately looked in the direction of Pidgeot, and the fascinating Black Eyes beam hit Pidgeot. Come back. Gary saw that Black Eyes hit Pidgeot, and quickly took out the Pokeball to take Crobat back. E.T. Seeing Gary take back Crobat, Pidgeot cried out in triumph in the air. Although he did not beat Crobat to the point of losing his ability to fight, being able to repel him was still a small victory. He is really getting carried away. Gary sneered and threw a Pokeball. Great! The yellow Alakazam appeared. LV42 Alakazam 3/Elite. Gary used the last bronze crown on Alakazam, raising its potential to the elite level. Gary would give priority to raising the potential of Pokemon with Mega Evolution forms. There's Alakazam. Jin was shocked. He thought Gary would send out the 3 Pokemon he sent out at the driving school, but he didn't expect that he would have an Alakazam. Psychic Pokemon are notoriously difficult to deal with, especially in the Kanto region, because there are 151 types of Pokemon in the Kanto region, and there is not a single Dark-type Pokemon, so Psychic Pokemon are very dominant in the Kanto region. Pidgeot, use hurricane. Jin attacked first. Pidgeot immediately flapped dual wing beat, and a huge storm hit Alakazam. Use light screen to block it, then use psychic. Gary ordered. A transparent glass-like light screen appeared in front of Alakazam, completely resisting the storm. Then, Alakazam burst out a powerful confusion, instantly restraining Pidgeot in the air. Suppressed by confusion, Pidgeot could not keep balance in the air at all, and quickly crashed into the ground. Bang! Pidgeot fell heavily to the ground and was knocked unconscious. Because it flew too high, the damage it suffered from this fall was not light. The damage in battle is not only skill damage, but also falling and collision can cause high damage. Alakazam just used Psychic to make Pidgeot unable to keep balance, and then let Confusion add strength, and easily defeated Pidgeot. Sometimes flying too high is not a good thing, especially for those Pokemon that fly with wings. They all rely on airflow to fly. If they are slightly disturbed, they will easily fall from the air. Jin took back Pidgeot and threw out the Pokeball. Charizard, you go. Great. A bipedal Charizard with the appearance of a Western dragon appears. LV45 Charizard 3 Gym. Charizard. Gary was surprised. He didn't expect that Jin had another Charizard, and it was level 45. This strength should be able to catch up with the Cinnabar Gym. Charizard can walk on land and in the air, but now, Charizard will definitely not choose flying, otherwise it will follow the old path of Pidgeot. Flamethrower. The battle began. Jin issued a direct command. Charizard did not choose flying, and opened his mouth to shoot a flame at Alakazam. Alakazam's eyes were glowing blue, and Psychic changed the trajectory of the flame and bounced it back. Energy elements like flames can be controlled by confusion. If the power of the flame is not high enough, it cannot break through confusion's defense. Seeing that flamethrower was ineffective, Jin changed the command, University Explosion. Roar. The flames were concentrated in Charizard's chest, ejected a large flame, which formed a big word and rushed towards Alakazam. Alakazam used Psychic at a disadvantage. Boom! Fire Blast was hit by Psychic, and exploded. The shockwave spread out in all directions. The two sides fought evenly, and neither of them had the upper hand. It's so powerful. Gary was shocked. After all, Alakazam carried the top-grade Twisted Spoon, which increased the power of Psychic skills by 50%. With the attribute bonus, the power of Psychic was 1800. But think about it carefully, the Fire Blast skill also has a power of 120, and with the attribute bonus, it is also 180. Charizard's level is 3 levels higher than Alakazam. The strength is really evenly matched. Use Fire Vortex. Jin knew that he would definitely lose this gym battle, because Gary had not defeated any Pokemon, and he only had Charizard left. It would take a lot of energy for Charizard to defeat Alakazam in front of him, and he would basically be unable to deal with Gary's remaining 2 Pokemon, especially since Gary might replace Pokemon, which would make him completely defeated. Rather than being completely defeated, he should at least fight 1-for-1 and defeat one of Gary's Pokemon, otherwise where would his face as a gym trainer be? However, it was this wrong command that completely cost Charizard the chance to fight 1-for-1. Charizard spit up the flame, and the flame slid on the ground, quickly surrounding Alakazam, forming an encirclement, and the flame suddenly rose. Teleport away, use Hypnosis on Charizard. Gary suddenly ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, Alakazam suddenly appeared in front of Charizard, with 2 spoons crossed, and hypnotic waves emanating. Charizard was manipulating the flame vortex, and was caught off guard for a moment, and was instantly hit by hypnosis, and the flame vortex was sluggish. Charizard, wake up quickly, how can you get hypnosis? Jin shouted. Hypnosis is a skill that can only be used in the early stage. When the Pokemon's strength breaks through to the Elite 2.0 level, other Pokemon will find it difficult to fall asleep after being hit by hypnosis, unless they are Pokemon that are naturally very sleepy or have low special defense. However, Jin overestimated his own Charizard. Charizard didn't hear what Jin said at all and gradually fell asleep. The game is over. Alakazam, use Dream Eater. Gary ordered. Alakazam used Dream Eater, and his mental energy invaded Charizard's dream, eating Charizard's dream, thereby causing special attack damage to Charizard. Roar. Charizard roared in pain in his sleep, and woke up immediately. He looked up at Alakazam and opened his mouth to blast Alakazam with 10 flames. The flames whizzed past, but Alakazam was not seriously injured. Half of the damage of Flamethrower was blocked by Light Screen. Psychic. Alakazam cast Psychic, and powerful confusion spread out, knocking Charizard away before he could stand up. After 2 consecutive effective attacks, Charizard's physical strength was already on the verge of limit. Roar. Charizard roared, the flame on his tail burned violently, and a lot of hot breath emanated from his body. Gary saw the changes in Charizard and knew that this was the Fierce Fire ability, but he didn't expect it to be triggered by chance. The Fierce Fire ability will only be activated when the Pokemon's physical strength is less than 1/3, and the power of fire skills will be increased by 1.5 times. However, this multiple cannot be determined. Fierce Fire ability has strengths and weaknesses. 1.5 times is just the normal increase standard. There are many Pokemon with Fierce Fire ability that exceed this standard. For example, Ash's future Infernape, the Fierce Fire is triggered, which is definitely not just as simple as increasing the power of fire skills. Even Ash's Charizard Fierce Fire ability is not just to increase the power of fire skills. Fire Blast. Jin also tried his best. Roar. Charizard's heat increased again, and he spit up a huge fire blast. 02 After teleport, use Psychic. Gary ordered. Alakazam immediately disappeared from the spot and appeared on Charizard's right side, sending out a powerful confusion, causing Charizard to retreat several meters. Roar. Charizard roared unwillingly, fell backwards to the ground, and his eyes swirled. Although the fierce fire was triggered, it was useless. During the battle, Charizard did not consume too much of Alakazam's mental power. Alakazam could use teleport several times in a row, and Charizard had no chance to turn defeat into victory. After the battle, Jin took back Charizard and took out his own gym badge. This is the blue badge, it's yours? Jin handed the badge in his hand to Gary. Thank you. Gary took the badge. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. Gary took out the badge box, opened it in front of Jin, and put the blue badge in it. You already have 8 badges. Jin was surprised. Yes. Gary looked proud. You have already qualified for the Indigo Plateau Conference this year, so there is no need to continue to challenge the gym. Jin said. Jin was afraid of trouble, and when he saw that Gary already had 8 badges and was challenging him, he was immediately a little upset. Challenging the gym is also part of training Pokemon, and there is no rule that you can't continue to challenge the gym after you have 8 badges. Gary said. Then you should do your best. I heard that there is a very strong gym on Cinnabar Island. I suggest you go and have a look. Jin suggested. Gary was slightly surprised. He did plan to target Cinnabar Gym next. He wanted to see if challenging Cinnabar Gym would increase the task rewards issued by the system. Currently, Gary has accumulated 70 intermediate rare candies, which is enough for Gary's existing Pokemon to level 50. Now Gary needs advanced rare candies. Unfortunately, the challenge gym only has intermediate rare candies, so Gary wants to try Cinnabar Gym. To be honest, my next stop is Cinnabar Gym. Gary said. Jin was quite surprised. He thought Gary would ask him about Cinnabar Gym, but he didn't expect that Cinnabar Gym was also within his challenge range. Then do your best. Jin said. Well, goodbye. After leaving the Azure Gym, Gary returned to the Pokemon Center, handed the Pokemon that had been used in the battle to Joy, and then found Sabrina who was training Eevee in the public field. When he came to the public field, Gary saw Sabrina. Sabrina was very pleasing to the eye, and she would be a top international movie star in the future. Sabrina seemed to feel Gary's gaze, turned around, and found that it was Gary, and walked over happily, saying, Gary, I have good news for you, my Eevee has evolved. Oh, when did it evolve? Gary was shocked. He almost forgot that Sabrina wanted to breed Eevee into a sun Pokemon. Just this morning during training, Sabrina said, took out the Pokeball and opened it. Great. The elegant cat-like sun Pokemon appeared. LV31 Sun Pokemon 3/Quasi Elite. Gary was stunned when he saw the sun Pokemon. The 2 EVs I got from the Rainbow Stone Arcade were both gym potential, so why did Sabrina's EV's potential increase by 1 level after it evolved? Sabrina, do you have any special breeder method? Gary asked. It is certain that the sun Pokemon in front of me is definitely the original EV. Something must have happened to increase the potential of this EV. It must be related to Sabrina. The special breeder method is a psychic method. I can transfer the spiritual power that my calm mind has increased to Pokemon. If it is a psychic Pokemon, there is a chance that the Pokemon's potential will be increased after it evolves. Sabrina said. Only psychic Pokemon. Yes. Can it be improved very high? No. Sabrina shook her head and said, it's just a probability increase. I don't know how much the distance is increased. That's what I said. Currently, the potential detection of Pokemon can only detect the gym. The potential above the gym cannot be determined. The key is that the data collected by people on Pokemon is not detailed enough. As more and more data is collected, the potential of a Pokemon can be determined more. After all, Pokemon species are different, so each Pokemon has its own potential evaluation criteria. Normal needs to know this Pokemon very well to accurately judge its potential. Sabrina's method can only be used for psychic Pokemon, but it is unclear how much performance can improve the potential of Pokemon. Gary also believes that there is a probability. After all, when fighting with Sabrina, her Abra evolved into Brave in the battle, and the potential did not change at all. Gary thinks this may have something to do with Eevee itself. Eevee's own genes are very unstable and easily affected by external factors, so the probability of potential improvement after evolution will be even higher. Of course, these are all Gary's guesses, and the specific conclusions still need to be determined through experiments. Let's not talk about this. Did you get the badge? Sabrina knew that Gary went to challenge the gym this morning. Of course I got it. Gary said, now that we have the badge, let's go to Cinnabar Island next. Is there a gym on Cinnabar Island? Sabrina asked. Yes, the Cinnabar gym is very strong. The laboratory there is committed to cultivating stronger Pokemon, and it is a place that many trainers yearn for. Gary said. This is the first time Sabrina has heard of Cinnabar Island. She didn't expect it to be so big. See, is the trainer of Cinnabar Gym very powerful? Sabrina asked. Well, I can only say that it was very powerful in the past, but because it was too powerful, no one challenged Cinnabar Gym later, and it has declined over the years. On the contrary, because of the hot springs on Cinnabar Island, it has now become a famous tourist and leisure destination. Gary said, is it similar to the hot springs in the hot spring town? Sabrina's first time taking a hot spring bath was in the hot spring town. Yes, and because of the special geographical relationship, the hot spring there is Volcano Hot Spring, which has a strong beauty effect. Gary said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go in the afternoon. Sabrina said. After experiencing the hot spring town once, Sabrina enjoyed taking a hot spring bath very much, especially when she heard whether Volcano Hot Spring still had any effect. Sabrina couldn't wait to go. Okay, then let's take a cruise ship. Gary said. Cruise ship? There is no sea nearby, where can there be a cruise ship? Sabrina asked in confusion. Of course we'll fly to a city with a sea. Have you forgotten that my Aerodactyl has mastered the art of flying? The nearest harbor city is only an hour away. Then let's pack our bags. After that, the two returned to the room to pack their bags. After the Pokémon was taken care of by Joy, they left Azure City. Sabrina and Gary took the Aerodactyl and quickly arrived at the nearby harbor city. There happened to be a luxury cruise ship stopping nearby, and the cruise ship would also pass by Cinnabar Island. Gary and Sabrina bought their tickets and boarded the cruise ship, which would arrive at Cinnabar Island in a week. On the cruise ship, Gary didn't train his Pokémon, giving them a 7-day vacation. Unfortunately, Zapdos couldn't be released for the time being. Legendary Pokémon was too eye-catching. Every time he fed it, Gary had to find a closed environment alone, which was quite troublesome. Just like that, we spent 7 days on the cruise ship. We stopped for a while before arriving at Cinnabar Island, and then set off directly to Cinnabar Island. Gary and Sabrina stayed in the leisure area of the cruise ship to rest, but Gary kept paying attention to the situation on the deck. According to the original plot, Gary would meet Ash and his party on the cruise ship. However, Gary did not follow the route in the plot, so he might not meet. However, Gary still underestimated the power of fate. Ash and his party really boarded the cruise ship, but Ash and his party bought ordinary business tickets and were not eligible to enter the luxury area of the cruise ship. Sabrina, I met someone I know. Gary said. Sabrina was wearing a white one-piece swimsuit, took off her sunglasses, and looked in the direction Gary was looking, and saw Ash and his group. Gary, I noticed that you pay a lot of attention to that Ash. Why? Sabrina asked. Sabrina didn't ask before, but she found that every time Gary met Ash, he would take the initiative to find Ash. It seemed that he was teasing Ash, but in fact he was encouraging him. If Ash really encountered something, Gary would not ignore it. Because he is my playmate since childhood, and he is very resilient. Although this guy has many problems, I think one day I will meet him at the top, said Gary. Sabrina was surprised. The Gary she knew was always very conceited. She didn't expect him to think so highly of Ash. Waiter. Gary waved his hand. A young woman came over and asked politely, Sir, what can I do for you? Can you help me call those people up? Gary pointed to Ash and his group inside the deck fence. Are they 3 people, 2 men, and 1 woman? Yes. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. Although Ash and his group did not buy the Luxury S ticket, Gary bought the Luxury S ticket and was eligible to invite people up, but he could only come up and could not enjoy the service. Ash and his group were still discussing the Cinnabar gym, and were invited to the luxury area by the waitress who suddenly appeared. They were still wondering who would invite them. Guest, your invited guests are here. The waiter took Ash and his party to the luxury area and walked to Gary to remind him. Gary was sitting on a recliner with his back to Ash and the other 2. They couldn't tell who was sitting on the chair and were very puzzled. They didn't know any rich relatives. They were very concerned about the other party's identity. Got it, you can get busy. Okay. The waiter left. This voice. Ash was the first to react and felt that the voice was very familiar. Ash, can't you even recognize my voice? Gary stood up from the recliner. Gary. Ash was shocked. He didn't expect to meet Gary here. Misty and Xiaogang were stunned, but thinking that Gary was the grandson of Professor Oak, it was normal for him to be able to afford the Luxury S ticket. Gary, why are you here? Ash asked. Of course I'm going to Cinnabar Island for vacation and take down the badge of Cinnabar Gym by the way. Gary said. That's a coincidence. I also plan to challenge Cinnabar Gym. Let's see who gets the Cinnabar Gym badge first. Ash suggested. After being defeated by Gary last time, Ash knew that he was not strong enough, but 2 months later, Ash's self-confidence returned. It's boring. You will definitely lose. Gary said. What are you talking about? We haven't even competed yet. How do you know I will lose? Ash said unconvinced. This time it's not a battle with Gary, but to see who can get the Cinnabar Gym badge first. Whoever gets to Cinnabar Gym first will have a better chance of winning. Because Cinnabar Gym has been closed for a long time, and now Cinnabar Island is a tourist attraction, where can you challenge it? Gary said. What? Cinnabar Gym is closed, how is that possible? Ash immediately looked at Xiaogang and asked, Xiaogang, didn't you just say that Cinnabar Island is the place that trainers admire? I also heard about it from my father when I was a child. After so many years, I don't know the current situation of Cinnabar Gym. Xiaogang said. What? Ash was speechless for a while, but suddenly thought of something, and immediately looked at Gary and asked, since Cinnabar Gym is closed, Gary, can't you challenge it yourself? Cinnabar Gym is closed, but it doesn't mean Blaine is not there. He just thinks rival is too weak and doesn't want to accept the challenge of those weak trainers, but my strength will definitely be recognized by Blaine, and he will agree to fight me. Gary said. Is the owner of Cinnabar Gym called Blaine? Ash asked. You haven't changed at all. You didn't even ask before challenging a gym. And you want to compete with me to see who can get the Cinnabar Gym badge first. You are so confident. Gary complained. My team. After listening to what Gary said, Ash felt very embarrassed. He had no information and wanted to compete with Gary. If Gary really agreed to compete, Ash thought that he couldn't even find Blaine, so he would definitely lose. Then Gary, do you know Blaine? Ash asked. No. 3 Murkrows flew over the heads of Ash and the other 2. What? You don't even know Blaine after all this time. Ash thought Gary knew Blaine and wanted to follow Gary to find Shibo. Why are you so anxious? Don't you mean you haven't collected all 8 badges yet? If you can't find Blaine, your trip will be in vain. Gary said. Did you collect all 8 badges? Ash said unconvinced. Ash's process of collecting badges is very difficult. He has only collected 6 badges so far, and he is still 2 badges away from the entry standard of Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary didn't waste any words. He took out the badge box and opened it. There were 9 badges neatly arranged inside. 1, 2, 3. What? You have 9 badges. Ash was shocked. Ash remembered that 2 months ago, Gary only had 1 more badge than him. How come he has 3 more badges now? Instantly, Ash felt that he didn't need to compete with Gary in the number of badges, and he had completely distanced himself from him. It's amazing, he actually collected 9 badges. Ash has all the badges, and Gary also has them. Misty observed carefully. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about Cinnabar Gym. Ash quickly changed the subject and said, Gary, how are you going to challenge Cinnabar Gym? Go find Blaine. Gary said. Don't you know Blaine? Ash asked in confusion. I don't know him, but Blaine is also a researcher, Cinnabar Laboratory. You can find Blaine directly at the laboratory. Gary said. I see, then when we get to Cinnabar Island, we will go directly to Cinnabar Laboratory, and I will challenge Blaine first. Ash said. I advise you to challenge after me. Watch the battle between me and Blaine first, see what kind of Pokemon Blaine has, and learn my fighting style by the way, so that you will have a greater chance of defeating Blaine. Gary suggested. What? Learn from you? I don't want to, I have my own fighting style. Ash retorted. But Ash regarded Gary as a strong rival. How could he learn the fighting style of a strong rival? It's up to you. Anyway, I want to challenge Blaine first. Gary didn't care. After all, Ash is still a child now, and needs to calm down. Why should I let you challenge Blaine first? Please, if it weren't for me, even if you wanted to find Blaine, it would take you a day or 2. I saved you this time, shouldn't I challenge first? Okay, then let you challenge first, I want to see how good you are. Ash said. Although Ash is a child, he is still very reasonable. Repaying a favor is Ash's life motto. Misty and Xiaogang looked at Ash being played around by Gary and shook their heads helplessly. Who said not to learn other people's styles just now? Now they want to watch Gary's battle. It's really hypocritical. Pikachu. Pikachu also shook his head helplessly. Hey, you haven't evolved Pikachu yet. Gary looked at Pikachu and said. LV39 Pikachu 3/champion. After not seeing for a while, Pikachu's level has also increased, but the level is not high, still in the elite range. My Pikachu is not going to evolve. Ash said. Pika? Pika. On this point, Pikachu and Ash are in the same camp. Why? After evolution, the strength of Pokemon will be greatly improved. Why not evolve? Gary asked. No reason, just my Pikachu doesn't want to evolve, so it won't evolve. Ash said. I see, then your Pikachu will have a hard time in the future. Gary said. Hard time? What do you mean? Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu were both confused. Aka, why would there be hard time if they didn't evolve? Pokemon evolution is normal growth. If a Pokemon chooses not to evolve, its potential will be difficult to tap quickly, and its level will increase very slowly. Gary explained. Is it really like that? But my Pikachu is very strong. Ash didn't think there was anything wrong with Pikachu at all. Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement. He is very strong. You can take a look at the other evolved Pokemon in your hand, whether they are higher than Pikachu in level. Your Pikachu's strength has not fallen behind. It is entirely because you have been breeding Pikachu. If you relax a little, Pikachu's level will lag behind your other Pokemon. Gary said. Ash was stunned. After thinking carefully, Pikachu was indeed surpassed by the Pokemon that joined the team later, and the most obvious one was Charizard. Charizard is the strongest Pokemon in Ash's hand at present. It's okay if it's slow, I don't care. Ash said. Pikachu. Pikachu was immediately moved by Ash and decided to reward Ash for this gym battle. He would fight seriously and never water ski. As long as you are happy. By the way, there are free drinks and snacks over there. You can go and taste them. They taste good. Gary said. Where are they? If you don't take advantage of it, you are ABD. How can you let go of such a good opportunity? It's over there. Gary pointed to a long table not far away, on which various fruits and snacks were placed. Ash immediately ran over to taste it, and Misty and Xiaogang followed him. 3 hours later, the cruise ship arrived at Dahongjun town. Gary and Sabrina followed Ash and his group off the cruise ship, entered Cinnabar Island, and came to the Pokemon Center. Because he wants to challenge Blaine, Gary's current Pokémon are not suitable for the challenge, so he needs to exchange 2 Pokémon. Gary plans to temporarily send Electabuzz and Magnemite over, and exchange Blastoise and Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus. The video call is connected. Gary, where are you now? Seeing his grandson calling after a long time, Inkenbo asked with concern. Currently in Cinnabar Island. Oh, Cinnabar Island, it's the place of training and longing. It seems that he plans to challenge Cinnabar Gym. Professor Oak said. Professor Oak, hello. Ash suddenly squeezed next to Gary and showed his face. Ash, you are with Gary. Professor Oak was also surprised to see Ash suddenly appear. Yes, I also plan to challenge Cinnabar Gym, and I met Gary on the way. Ash said. Then you should do your best. Professor Oak encouraged. Grandpa, help me send Blastoise and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus over here. After chatting for a while, Gary also talked about business, which was to replace Pokemon. It seems that you attach great importance to this gym competition. Wait a minute, I'll go get it. Professor Oak said. Ash had a dazed look on his face. He also heard what Professor Oak said just now, which means that Blastoise and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus are very strong Pokemon in Gary's hand now. Gary, what kind of Pokemon is Super Iron Tyrannosaurus? Ash asked. You can't read Pokédex. Ash took out the Pokeball Pokédex and asked the Pokédex, tell me what Pokemon Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is. Pokédex, there is no information about this Pokemon in the database. No information. Ash said in surprise. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus evolved from Radon. It is rare in Kanto region and only in Sinnoh region. Xiaogang explained. As a trainer of Rock-type gym, Xiaogang is very familiar with Rock-type Pokemon. Since it evolved from Radon, why is there no one in Kanto region? Misty asked in confusion. Because Radon needs to evolve into Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, it needs an item called Protector. The raw materials of this item are unique to Sinnoh region, so there are almost no wild Super Iron Tyrannosaurus in Kanto region. Only trainers can prepare Protector to evolve Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Xiaogang said. Yes, Xiaogang is right. Gary nodded in agreement. Although Xiaogang is a big sister control, he still has a deep knowledge of Pokemon, enough to serve as Ash's teacher. Is Super Iron Tyrannosaurus strong? Ash asked. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is a very strong rock-type Pokemon. There is one in my family's gym, and it is usually taken care of by my younger brother. Xiaogang said. Ah, then why didn't I meet him during the gym battle? Ash asked. You were just a rookie at the time. If I had used the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, you would have never been able to pass. Xiaogang said. Ah. Ash always thought that Onyx was Xiaogang's strongest Pokemon, but he didn't expect that Xiaogang didn't even use his full strength. Of course, my family's gym also has Pokemon left by my father and mother. If I use those Pokemon to fight, those trainers who think my gym is weak will never get the badge. Xyla said. So, the gym owners of the gyms I challenged before were all letting me win. Ash said in disbelief. That's not the case. New gyms shouldn't be letting me win. All old gyms are letting me win more. For example, the Fuchsia Gym is giving away badges, which is only slightly better than the Cerulean Gym. Gary waved his hand. What did you say? What do you mean by better than the Cerulean Gym? Misty was immediately unhappy. Her father was not weak. You can check it online. Koga was invited to serve as the Elite Four of the Johto Region Alliance. You don't think your gym is really stronger than others, do you? Gary said. What? Elite Four? Misty was shocked. This was the first time she heard about this. Misty was silent immediately. She knew how strong the Elite Four was. If that was true, the Pokemon in her gym were really not Koga's rival. What is the Elite Four? Ash asked in a puzzled way. The Elite Four are the 4 strongest trainers in a region, and there are even stronger champions above them. Don't you even know this? Misty said in astonishment. After being together for so long, I thought Ash was a rookie, but I didn't expect that he didn't even have any basic knowledge. Haha, this is the first time I know about it. Ash was also a little embarrassed by his ignorance, and immediately asked, are the Elite Four all strong? Gary, you brought all the Pokemon you wanted. At this time, Professor Oak came to the screen with 2 Pokeballs in his hand. Grandpa, teleport here. Gary said. After getting the Pokeball, Gary hung up the phone with Professor Oak. Let's go, find a place to stay first, and then go find Blaine tomorrow. Gary said. Okay, where do we stay? Ash asked. It seems that you are really unprepared. Cinnabar Island is now a holy place for sightseeing. It is basically full. You need to make an appointment in advance before coming. You don't have a reservation. Gary said. Ah, you still need to make an appointment. Can't you stay at the Pokemon Center? Ash asked. You can go and ask. Everyone came to the front desk of the Pokemon Center to ask. I'm sorry, there are too many people coming to Cinnabar Island today. The Pokemon Center is already full and can't provide accommodation. You can go to the hotel outside. Joy apologized. Zero seeking flowers 0. What? Ash encountered this situation for the first time and didn't know what to do for a while. Then the other hotels must be full, so are we going to be homeless? Misty said with a headache. Come with me, I've booked a B&B. Although there are only 2 rooms, the living room is still very large, and you can sleep on the floor. Gary said generously. Really? That's great. Thank you very much. Misty and Xiaogang thanked him immediately. Gary, you are so loyal, you are worthy of being my best friend. Ash also forgot that Gary was his rival at this moment. In front of food, everything can be put aside. The most luxurious B&B in Cinnabar Island. It was almost dinner time when Gary and his friends arrived at the B&B. Gary ordered a set meal of mountain and sea delicacies, which made Ash and the other two very greedy. Wow, this salmon roe sushi is so delicious. Ash was like a glutton, stuffing food into his mouth continuously, eating happily. Pa. Gary clapped his hands and said, "Boss, the show is about to begin." $3.89. The lady boss opened the screen, and 3 beautiful ladies in kimonos appeared. Oh, Xiaogang was so excited when he saw the 3 beautiful ladies that he would have rushed over if Misty hadn't pulled him. However, just as everyone was enjoying the food and listening to the songs, a round pink ball-like object walked in. LV30 Jigglypuff/Elite. Oh, Jigglypuff. Gary was startled. He naturally knew that this Jigglypuff was the one that often appeared in Ash's travels. I didn't expect this Jigglypuff to have the potential to be an elite. Unfortunately, Gary had no interest in Jigglypuff, especially this Jigglypuff who loved sing. If he really captured it, it would be a pain. And this one Jigglypuff will also appear in the subsequent plot. If you really tame it, it may change future events, so it is better not to tame it. It's that Jigglypuff, hurry up, don't let it sing. Misty saw Jigglypuff and quickly reminded him. Ash and Brock were also panicked. They had suffered a lot from this Jigglypuff. Bully. Jigglypuff was very happy to see the idol playing music. He immediately ran over and wanted to sing a song, but his body suddenly couldn't move and automatically floated towards Sabrina. Bully. Jigglypuff wanted to struggle, but he had no strength to struggle. In front of Sabrina, Pokémon below the gym strength could not resist her. Even Gary didn't know how strong Sabrina was. Seeing Jigglypuff was controlled, Ash and others breathed a sigh of relief. Is there something wrong with this Jigglypuff? Gary could only ask knowingly. This Jigglypuff likes to sing very much. People around him are always hypnotized. If they fall asleep, Jigglypuff will be very angry and smear things on our faces. Misty answered. Ash and Xiaogang nodded frequently. They had been painted on the face by Jigglypuff many times. What should we do now? We can't control Jigglypuff all the time. Ash said. Leave it to me. Sabrina turned Jigglypuff towards herself, her eyes emitting blue light. After a while, Jigglypuff became drowsy and fell asleep. Sabrina put it aside to rest. You can all leave. Seeing Jigglypuff fall asleep, Gary also asked the geishas to leave, so as not to wake Jigglypuff up again. Seeing the geishas leaving, Xiaogang was reluctant to leave. After eating and drinking, everyone came to an independent hot spring pool to soak in the hot spring. There was also a partition in the middle of the hot spring to separate men and women. It's so comfortable. Ash soaked in the hot spring and felt that all the fatigue he had in recent times was swept away. Gary looked at the night sky and admired the beauty of the stars. What do you see there? Gary saw something floating in the night sky, but because it was night, he couldn't see what it was. What is that? It looks like a hot air balloon. Ash and Brock also looked puzzled, but Brock's eyesight was better. After all, squinting eyes focused and could see more clearly. Indeed, there was a hot air balloon floating in the night sky, and a huge bag was hanging below it. From time to time, a whoa sound could be heard. That hot air balloon is Team Rocket. Ash finally saw the shape of the hot air balloon and immediately recognized it as Team Rocket. Gary was also shocked. He almost forgot about the Rocket Trio. These guys still escaped from prison. And this time, the Rocket Trio's target was not Ash, but was doing other bad things. There was a huge net bag under the hot air balloon, which contained various Pokémon. I don't know where they caught the Pokémon. Gary was also dumbfounded. Could it be that because of his 2 actions, the Rocket Trio changed their target and no longer wanted to steal Ash's Pikachu? They must have stolen other people's Pokémon. Go, Pidgeotto. Ash immediately released Pidgeotto and ordered, Pikachu, you work with Pidgeotto to rescue the Pokémon. Gary was also stunned. Ash actually hid a Pokeball in his bathrobe. When did he become so simple? Pidgeotto lowered the altitude, and Pikachu jumped directly onto Pidgeotto's back, riding Pidgeotto to fly to soaring in the sky. The 2 Pokémon flew into the sky and quickly approached the hot air. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to blow up Meowth's hot air balloon. Gary soon heard the classic stance line. What a disgusting feeling. The 3 members of Team Rocket flew to the distant shore with the hot air balloon. However, everything was not over. Team Rocket was driven away, but the Pokémon in the net bag were falling. If they fell from this height, they would be crippled if not dead. No, those Pokémon are going to fall. Gary reminded. Ash also realized his problem instantly, but he had no way to remedy it. Gary wanted to remedy it, but he didn't have any Pokémon with him, so there was no good way for a while. Gary and Ash could only watch the Pokémon in the net bag fall down. At this critical moment, the falling Pokémon suddenly stopped in the air, and then suddenly fell down again. But there was already a buffer of stagnation, so it was okay for a while. Xiaogang, let's take a look at these Pokémon. Okay. Although Ash and Xiaogang were wondering what was going on, they were more worried about the condition of the Pokémon in the net bag. It should be Sabrina. Gary thought. The next second, Sabrina and Misty in bathrobes appeared next to the net bag. Sabrina, Misty, you. Seeing Sabrina and Misty suddenly appear, Ash instantly understood what was going on. What happened here? Sabrina and I suddenly saw Pikachu and Team Rocket in the sky. Misty said. Misty and Sabrina were originally taking a hot spring bath, but spark flashed on soaring in the sky. When they looked up, they saw Pidgeotto and Pikachu, and a net bag filled with a bunch of Pokémon. The hot air balloon exploded after being attacked by Thunderbolt, and the net bag fell. Although Sabrina didn't know what was going on, she still rescued the Pokémon in the net bag. After that, she brought Misty to see what was going on. It's all Team Rocket. Ash told the two girls what happened just now. Really, Ash didn't consider the consequences before taking action. Fortunately, Miss Sabrina was here, otherwise these Pokémon would be injured. Misty said angrily. I know, I will pay attention next time. Ash's attitude of admitting his mistakes is sincere when it comes to Pokémon. The Pokémon in the net bag are very friendly to Gary and the others, and they cooperated well when checking their injuries. After making sure they are all fine, Xiaogang asked, these Pokémon should have been stolen by Team Rocket. Let's leave it to Miss Junsha to deal with it. No one had any opinions, and Gary was ready to make a phone call. However, at this moment, the innkeeper suddenly arrived and brought someone with her. 2.3 Everyone, excuse me. Gary and others looked at the proprietress. The person the proprietress brought was an old Mediterranean man. Blaine? Gary recognized the other party's identity at a glance. It seems that these Pokémon are from Cinnabar Laboratory. The Rocket Trio is really brave. This Cinnabar Laboratory is related to Mutwo, and it should be funded by Team Rocket. They ran to steal Pokémon. Is it considered embezzlement? Sorry, these Pokémon belong to our laboratory. They were captured by a group of bad guys just now. I chased them all the way here. Blaine stepped forward to explain. So they are your Pokémon, old man. I have saved them. Ash said proudly. Really? Blaine looked at Ash, and seeing the Pikachu next to Ash, he also believed that what Ash said was true. Thank you for your help. If you don't mind, how about visiting Cinnabar Laboratory tomorrow? Blaine said. Cinnabar Laboratory is an institution that specializes in researching powerful Pokémon. I heard that the Pokémon inside are very strong. Xiaogang reminded. Really, old man, then we will go visit it tomorrow and find Mr. Blaine to fight by the way. Ash said. When Blaine heard that Ash was going to fight Blaine, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that someone would challenge him. Because Cinnabar Island has become a tourist destination, many trainers challenge the gym with a playful mentality, which made Blaine unable to feel the fun of fighting, so he closed the gym. No one has challenged him for many years. Now he heard that someone was going to challenge him, which was a bit surprising. Can I ask why you want to challenge Blaine? Blaine asked. Of course, it's to get the Cinnabar Gym badge. Ash said. But the Cinnabar Gym is closed. Even if you beat Blaine, you can't get the badge. Blaine said. Ash was confused. He had never thought about this problem. His original goal was to collect badges. Gary, Blaine has closed the gym. Even if I win, I won't get a badge. What should I do? Ash immediately asked Gary for help. I don't care. I have already collected all the badges for the Indigo Plateau Conference. I just want to compete with Blaine. It doesn't matter whether I get the badge or not. Gary said. What? Ash was desperate. There were less than 3 months left before the Indigo Plateau Conference, and he still needed 2 badges. Blaine also looked at Gary. He didn't expect that these 2 teenagers would challenge him. The key point is that the accommodation in this hotel is not cheap. Are these 2 people really not here to try it out for fun? Also, Professor Blaine, there is no need to hide your identity. Gary pointed out the identity of the gardener. What? He is Blaine. Is this true? Ash and the other 2 couldn't believe that the old man in front of them was Blaine, the owner of Cinnabar Gym. Young man, how did you recognize me? Blaine didn't deny it, but was surprised how Gary knew him. I am the grandson of Professor Oak. You had academic exchanges with my grandfather before, and I remember you, Gary said. Oh, you are the grandson of Professor Oak. Blaine was shocked. He did communicate with Professor Oak a few years ago, but he didn't expect Gary to still remember him. Yes, Professor Blaine, I checked online, Cinnabar Gym is still in operation. If you want to close the gym, you must get the approval of the Pokémon Alliance. If you close the gym, you will be punished by the Kanto Alliance, and then it will affect the funding of Cinnabar Laboratory. I understand. Blaine interrupted Gary and said, I didn't close the gym, but only the trainers who are recognized by me are qualified to challenge me. You 2 rescued the Pokémon in the laboratory. I agree with you, but you have to answer a question first, then I will accept your challenge. Blaine was trying to save face, and Gary didn't expose it. What question? Ash asked. What type of Pokémon do I like most? Blaine asked. Ash, how do I know what type of Pokémon you like? Professor Blaine should like fire Pokémon the most. Gary answered. That's right. My Pokémon are all fire Pokémon burning with blazing flames. Blaine said. Great, then when will we have a battle tomorrow? Ash asked. You are really impatient. Blaine found that Gary and Ash have completely different personalities, one is calm and the other is impatient. Tomorrow morning, you will come to visit Cinnabar Laboratory, and then we will have a battle. Blaine said. Gary and I will fight you. Mr. Bo, do your Pokémon need to rest? Ash asked. There are many Pokémon in the laboratory. It's just a 3-on-3 match, which is enough to deal with you. Besides, I'm very strong, not comparable to the gym trainers you met before. Blaine said. Although Blaine is a researcher, he was also a trainer when he was young. Even though he became a researcher, he never wasted his time as a trainer. Blaine opened the Cinnabar gym to satisfy his own battle addiction and test the strength of the Pokémon in the laboratory. Cinnabar Laboratory has always been committed to researching powerful Pokémon, so they all conduct research on Pokémon genes, and the Pokémon they have researched need to be tested in battle to test their strength. Normally, Blaine would use the Pokémon in the laboratory for gym battles, but when the hot spring appeared on Cinnabar Island, everything changed. Those weak trainers could not detect the Pokémon in the laboratory at all. Over time, Cinnabar Laboratory also declined. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. We are also very strong and will never let Mr. Blaine down, Ash said with fighting spirit. Okay, then wait and see. I'll leave first. After agreeing on the battle time, Blaine took the Pokémon in the laboratory and left. After this episode, everyone did not continue to soak in the hot spring and went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, Gary and Ash came to Cinnabar Laboratory early in the morning. Welcome, welcome, come in with me. Blaine was waiting for Gary and the others at the door early in the morning. 020. Mr. Blaine, when can we start the battle? Ash asked hurriedly. No hurry, let's take a look at the Pokémon in the laboratory first, Blaine said. Ash was still a little reluctant, but was pulled over by Misty and angrily said, Ash, why are you in such a hurry? Even if we challenge, Gary will challenge first. Oh, I forgot. Ash then remembered the agreement with Gary on the cruise ship. This time, Gary would challenge Cinnabar Gym first. Gary shook his head helplessly. Except for the agreed battle, Ash basically forgot everything else after sleeping, and Gary was used to it. Professor Blaine, don't worry about this guy, let's visit the Pokémon in the laboratory, Gary said. Gary now wants to see the Pokémon in the Cinnabar laboratory more, because in the animation, Blaine and Dr. Fuji know each other, and they both wanted to research powerful Pokémon at the beginning. However, Dr. Fuji wanted to create artificial Pokémon through cloning, which caused a conflict with Blaine. In addition, after his daughter's death, Dr. Fuji left Cinnabar Laboratory and joined Team Rocket to conduct experiments on artificial Pokémon. Cinnabar Laboratory is where Mewtwo was first born, and the theories were also proposed here. The interior of Cinnabar Laboratory is not very big. There are 3 floors in total. The first and second floors are laboratories for research and academic discussions. The third floor is where Pokémon live in the laboratory, and there is a room dedicated to monitoring Pokémon data. The backyard is an open space, which is also used for Pokémon activities or battles. Gary and his friends wanted to see the Pokémon in the laboratory, so Blaine naturally took them to the third floor for a tour. Professor Blaine, has Cinnabar Laboratory come into contact with fossil revival technology now? Gary asked. I didn't expect you to know this. Fossil revival technology has been under development. It has been developed, but it has not been announced yet. Some other laboratories have also developed it, Yuanbo said. What is fossil revival technology? Ash asked in surprise. It is to restore fossils into Pokémon through modern technology, Gary said simply. Can this be done? Misty said in shock. Of course it can be done. Rock also has life, and ancient fossils can definitely be restored. The laboratory in my museum has been studying this, Xiao Gang said. Can fossils really be revived? Ash was also a little skeptical. Reviving fossils is too sci-fi. Of course, if you have ancient Pokémon fossils in the future, you can come to me and I can help you revive them for free, Blaine said. Really? Xiao Gang was shocked. Yeah, what? Do you have fossils? Blaine asked in confusion. To be honest, I used to be the owner of the pewter gym, and I have a lot of fossils in my home, Xiao Gang said. Although Xiao Gang in the animation is lustful, he is also a stone collector. Before his parents ran away from home, Xiao Gang would go to the pewter museum to help when he had nothing to do. After he had Pokémon, he often went to MT Moon to look for stones. Moreover, his father and grandfather were also fossil collectors, and there were many fossils stored in the gym. Pewter gym, it has been open for decades. If you have fossils, you can come to me, Blaine said. Although it's free help, Blaine actually wants experimental data. After all, fossil revival technology is still not perfect. Even if it has been developed, it has not been announced to the public. At present, there are many companies that have mastered fossil revival technology. Gary knows that there are Cinnabar Laboratory, Silphco, Devon Group, and villain organizations such as Team Rocket and Team Plasma also have this technology. Thank you very much. Xiao Gang was very happy and planned to bring the fossils here to revive after the journey. Ash and Misty were very envious. That was an ancient Pokémon, but a very rare Pokémon. Let me show you the latest research of our laboratory. Blaine led everyone to a room full of Eevee, with a total of 3 Eevee. Eevee, is there anything wrong with these Eevee? They all look normal. Ash and the other 2 didn't see any problems with the Eevee. They were all very healthy Eevee. And Gary saw the extraordinariness of these Eevee through the eye of insight. LV30 EV3/champion. LV30 EV3/champion. LV33 EV3/Quasi Legend. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect these 3 Eevees to have such high potential. One of them was even a quasi-legendary Eevee. It was so scary. Professor Blaine, these 3 Eevees should have high potential, Gary said. As expected of Professor Oak's grandson, you can see the key at a glance. Blaine praised, these 3 Eevees not only have high potential, but their species strength is also stronger than other Eevees of the same type. Misty and Xiaogang's mouths were in an O shape. Only Gary and Ash looked calm. Gary was really calm, while Ash was calm inexplicably. What is species strength? Ash asked. 18. When Ash said this, Blaine was silenced. Sorry, Ash doesn't know much about the basics of Pokémon. Gary quickly explained. Species strength represents the racial ability of a Pokémon, that is, physical strength, attack, defense, and speed. The species is basically innate. In most cases, the species strength of Pokémon of the same type is not much different, but some individual Pokémon have higher species strength than the same type, which is considered an individual difference. This kind of high species strength Pokémon normal rarely reproduces. I see. I understand. Ash nodded and said, so these EV's species strength is higher than the normal species strength. That's right. Gary was not surprised by this. According to the game classification, the species strength of Pokémon is fixed, but it is different in the animation. Some Pokémon individuals mutate and their species strength is higher than their own. Ash, your Pikachu's species strength should be higher than the normal Pikachu. Gary said. Really? Pikachu? Ash and Pikachu were very surprised. They didn't expect Pikachu's species strength to be higher than that of ordinary Pikachu. We can tell whether it is higher or not by a simple test. We have the basic data of Pikachu here. Why don't we give it a try? Blaine suggested. Okay, then Pikachu, let's test it. Ash was very interested. Pikachu. Pikachu didn't mind the test. Then come in with me. Blaine led everyone into the room where the three EVs were. Chai, Yi. When the three EVs saw someone coming in, they all came over curiously. They usually stayed in the laboratory and were very curious when they saw people coming in from outside. Chai. An EV came up to Pikachu, as if asking who Pikachu was. Pikachu. Pikachu answered Eevee's question as if introducing himself, and then Pikachu and Eevee came together to chat. Gary took everything in, as expected of a Pokémon succubus. As soon as he entered the room, he attracted the attention of an Eevee. Chi-Yi. Gary was watching the situation over there with Ash, and heard growl coming from below. Gary looked down and saw an Eevee at his feet. LV30 EV3/Quasi Legend. This is an Eevee with quasi-legendary potential. Gary really wants to take it away, but Blaine must know the value of these three EVs and will not give them away easily. After all, Blaine is also a trainer. Eevee can evolve into a fire Pokémon, and Naoki will most likely evolve the strongest of his main Eevee into a fire Pokémon. Hello, Eevee. Gary squatted down and touched Eevee's furry body. Because he had bred Eevee before, Gary knew how to comb Eevee's fur most comfortably. Chai. Eevee looked very happy. Because Ash's Pikachu was going to be tested for species strength, Blaine asked the other people in the laboratory to take them to visit the Pokémon in the laboratory. Primo, take the others to visit the Pokémon in the laboratory. Blaine said. Okay, everyone please follow me. Primo led everyone out. Gary also planned to go and see the other Pokémon in the laboratory, but the next second, the Eevee following Gary followed Gary's thigh and jumped directly onto Gary's shoulder. What? Do you want to follow? Gary asked. Chai. Eevee nodded obediently. Can that Eevee go with us to visit? Seeing that Eevee wanted to follow, Gary asked Primo. Of course, this Eevee seems to like you very much. Primo said. He was responsible for taking care of the Pokémon in the laboratory and knew the temperaments of the three Eevees. Is that so? Gary touched Eevee's head on his shoulder. Although the little guy liked him very much, it was useless because he couldn't take him away. Come on, I'll take you to continue the tour. Primo took Gary and the others to visit the Pokémon in the laboratory. There were quite a lot of Pokémon in the laboratory, with more than 30 types, and most of them were fire and ground type Pokémon. These Pokémon had also been genetically modified. These genetic modifications were made when these Pokémon were still Pokémon eggs, or even from their parents. Gary didn't know what method Cinnabar Laboratory used. The Pokémon born in the laboratory had high potential, and the worst were above the gym level. Although some breeding masters can do it, the high potential Pokémon that the breeding masters breed must first have excellent parents. And the Pokémon born in Cinnabar Laboratory had parents with average potential. At most they were elites or gym potential, and none of them were above gym potential. Gary also learned from Primo that Blaine's wish was that there would be no weak Pokémon in the world, and even the weakest Pokémon could become stronger, so Blaine didn't care. Pokémon strength, wanting all Pokémon to have the opportunity to become stronger. I have to say, Blaine's wish is great. Other researchers are thinking about studying powerful Pokémon, and there are very few, researchers like Blaine who can treat everyone equally. Basically, most researchers will be determined to study legendary Pokémon in the later stages. Legendary Pokémon was equivalent to gods in ancient times. Those who did scientific research would eventually focus on legendary Pokémon. Even Blaine would not be exempt from this. Blaine also participated in the data theory of artificial Pokémon. Later, Dr. Fuji took away all the artificial Pokémon technical documents of Cinnabar Laboratory. Otherwise Dr. Fuji alone might not be able to create Mutuo. Okay, we can go back. There are not many Pokémon in the laboratory. The tour was finished in half an hour, and Primo was ready to take everyone back. Mr. Primo, are the Pokémon in Cinnabar Laboratory for sale? Gary asked. In Gary's opinion, there are too few Pokémon in Cinnabar Laboratory. The main reason is that Cinnabar Laboratory has existed for so many years, and there must be profitable projects. Otherwise, passion alone cannot generate electricity without capital injection. Of course it is sold to the public, but the price is very expensive. Which Pokemon did you take a fancy to, Mr. Gary? Primo asked enthusiastically. Gary just asked casually, but he didn't expect Primo to be so enthusiastic. It can be seen that Cinnabar Laboratory is very short of money now. After all, Blaine has been forced to open a B&B to make money, so he should be short of research funds. How much is this EV? Gary pointed at the EV on his shoulder. The little guy was lying all the way, and he didn't feel uncomfortable. This EV is not for sale. It is a defective product. Primo said. What? It's defective. No way, it looks healthy. Where is it defective? Gary and the others couldn't see any problem with this EV, it looked healthy. This EV's species strength is higher than its peers, but it can't evolve. Primo said. Can't evolve? Really? Misty and Xiaogang didn't quite believe it, it was the first time they encountered such a thing. Even Sabrina was very curious about Eevee's condition. Chai-ai? Chai-ai. Eevee saw Primo pointed out its shortcomings, and immediately yelled in dissatisfaction. Be quiet, if you can't evolve, then you can't evolve, but it doesn't mean you can't become stronger. Gary said to comfort him. Chai-ai. Eevee finally calmed down after hearing Gary's words for him. Gary then asked, Mr. Primo, can you explain in detail why Eevee can't evolve? The genes in the bodies of the strengthened Eevees are relatively more stable. The evolution stone cannot stimulate Eevee's cells. Even the sun Pokemon and moon Pokemon that don't need evolution stones have not evolved yet. The specific situation is not clear, and it is still under research. Primo said. Then can Eevee be sold? I want to breed it. Gary said. Even if this Eevee can't evolve, it has the potential of a quasi-legend. Even if it can't evolve, as long as the level reaches the quasi-legend level, it can still defeat the champion-level Pokemon and is still worth breeding. I can't make the decision on this, Mr. Gary, you should ask the teacher yourself. Primo said. After all, Cinnabar Laboratory never sells defective Pokemon to the public, that would damage their reputation. Okay, let's go back. Gary and the others quickened their pace and returned to Eevee's laboratory. Blaine also finished testing Ash's Pikachu. You're back. Ash saw Gary and the others, and his face was full of happy. It can be seen that the test results of Pikachu must be very gratifying. Tell me, how are the test results of Pikachu? Gary asked directly. Very good, completely beyond the normal Pikachu species, and this Pikachu's capacitance is also very wide, and the amount of electricity stored in the body is almost comparable to Electabuzz. Without waiting for Ash to answer, Blaine answered for Ash directly. Yes, that's it, my Pikachu is really amazing. Ash said proudly. Ash, did you catch your Pikachu in the wild? Blaine asked. No, Pikachu is a Pokemon I received from Professor Oak, my first Pokemon. Gary said. Received from Professor Oak. Has Professor Oak also started researching Pokemon genes? Blaine said, and then looked at Gary. This shouldn't be the case. This Pikachu was also caught in the forest near Pallet Town. There was nothing abnormal in the test at the time. It should be that Pikachu had some adventure on its own. Gary said. Adventure. Ash touched his chin, looked at the Pikachu beside him, and asked, Pikachu, did you encounter any adventure? Pikachu. Pikachu shook his head decisively. It originally lived in the forest, and after evolving into Pikachu, it was captured by Professor Oak, and then became Ash's Pikachu. Ordinary Pikachu will never have such a capacity, Professor Oak should not be unable to detect it. Blaine shook his head, he didn't believe that Professor Oak would make a mistake. If there were errors in the performance data, Blaine would still believe it, but the capacity could not be deceived, and this test could tell the approximate amount of power. I guess it should be related to the lightning strike. Gary said. Thunder strike. Gary, do you know? Everyone was shocked and looked at Gary. I didn't know it originally, but I met an Electabuzz in Azure City. It was still in Elicid at the time, absorbing lightning strikes. It was too greedy, and one lightning strike was not enough, so it absorbed 3 at once, but its body couldn't bear it at all, and at the last moment it evolved into an Electabuzz and survived. After that, I captured that Electabuzz. After my test, the capacity of that Electabuzz was nearly half more than that of an ordinary Electabuzz. Gary personally tested the power of Electabuzz, and it definitely exceeded the average value standard of Electabuzz. In that case, Pikachu did suffer a bolt strike. Ash said. Really? It seems that when an electric Pokemon suffers a bolt strike with huge energy, its race and capacitance will be enhanced. Blaine thought. Although this method is feasible, it is very dangerous. It will cause the Pokemon to fall into a suspended animation contest condition. If it is not treated in time, it is very likely to die. Gary reminded. Yes, Pikachu was seriously injured at that time. Ash said. It seems that there are risks, but it doesn't matter, we can test it slowly. Blaine didn't care about this. Any experiment is accompanied by risks, as long as the risks are reduced. Okay, you have all finished the tour, and you can start the gym battle. Blaine said. Ding. Published task, get Cinnabar Gym Badge / task reward, intermediate rare candy X10, fire blast permanent skill learning device, top grade charcoal, fire skill power increased by 50%, X1. The system's task was suddenly released. The task reward is the same as the reward for challenging other gyms. It seems that the reward for challenging any gym is low-level and intermediate rare candy, and there is no high-level rare candy. Professor Blaine, wait a minute, I have something I want to ask you. Gary said. Ask it. I'm very interested in this Eevee and am willing to pay for it. Is that okay? Blaine's face was calm. Eevee is a very popular Pokemon with multiple evolutions that can make up for the lack of attribute Pokemon in the team. That won't work. These Eevees are not perfect yet and cannot evolve normally. You can't evolve them even if you buy them. Blaine said. Mr. Primo has already told me that I don't care. I just want to breed it. Gary said. Blaine looked at Gary, who was serious. He was surprised that Gary would breed a defective Pokemon. Blaine pondered for a while and said, okay, this Eevee can be given to you, but you need to record the entire process of Eevee's growth and give me the recorded data every month. No problem. Gary understood what Blaine meant. He wanted to see if handing Eevee to trainer could solve the problem of not being able to evolve. Mr. Blaine, can you give me an Eevee, too? Seeing Gary pick up an Eevee for free, Ash also wanted to get one for free. Sure, as long as you pay 1 million, and then tell me the process of Eevee breeding. Blaine said. What, 1 million? Ash was shocked. He has never bought Pokemon since he became a trainer. Although the Eevee in the laboratory cannot evolve, each one has very high potential. If they are well bred, their strength can definitely exceed that of the Pokemon in the gym. 1 million is already very cheap. Blaine said. What Blaine said is right. A Pokemon with gym potential can be auctioned for 1 million at an auction. And the 3 Eevees here, the worst 2 have champion potential. Even if they can't evolve, their value is definitely more than 1 million. 1 million is very cheap. Then forget it. Ash is the king of free stuff. He can take things that don't cost money, but once he asks for money, he won't take them. Gary didn't make a move either. After all, Ash in the anime had never captured Eevee, and Ash already had Pikachu, so why would he need Eevee? 0.0. Professor Blaine, we can fight now, Gary said. Follow me? Blaine was also a little itchy. He hadn't fought in a gym battle for a few years, so he was naturally looking forward to today's battle. Everyone came to the venue behind the laboratory. Gary looked at the terrain. He was ready to fight inside the volcano, but Blaine was a human for a while and chose to fight in a normal venue. In the original plot, Blaine fought with Ash inside the volcano at first, and the second time was directly at the entrance of the volcano. It seemed to be a test for the challenger, but it was actually a geographical advantage. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that only fire and rock Pokemon could move in these two battlefields. Other Pokemon couldn't fight at all in such a venue. Blaine knew the weakness of fire-type Pokemon, so he chose this battlefield, so the challenge of Cinnabar Gym is so difficult. According to the rules of Cinnabar Gym, the game is 3 vs 3. Blaine said. Yeah, I understand. Blaine didn't waste any words and threw the Pokeball. My first Pokemon is this, go, Ninetales. Great. LV42 Ninetales 3/Quasi Elite. Gary was shocked. This first Pokemon of Blaine was too scary. It was level 42. You know, Blaine also has a Magmar. That Magmar should be stronger than Ninetales. Can Gary's Charizard really beat it? Pokédex, Ninetales, a fox Pokemon, is a fire-type Pokemon, the evolution of Vulpix. Ash also took out the Pokédex to look at the basic information of Ninetales. For a fire-type Pokemon, Gary will bring out his Blastoise, right? Ash knew Gary had Blastoise, so he would definitely send Blastoise to the field. Of course, Gary is not like you, who would send a reverse attribute Pokemon to fight. Misty complained. That was my past, my present would not do such a thing. Ash retorted. Gary looked at Ninetales, and had already decided which Pokemon to use, and took out a Pokeball from his waist and threw it out. Great! A 2-meter-tall behemoth appeared on the field. LV51 Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus 3/Quasi Elite 7. This is the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, so domineering. Yesterday at the Pokemon Center, Ash was very curious about what the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus looked like. Now that he finally saw the real thing, he was immediately conquered by the domineering appearance of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, it seems that you are not an ordinary trainer and are qualified to challenge me, Blaine commented. Blaine also has a Radon and knows very well what kind of Pokemon Radon is. Since Gary has a Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, the strength of this Super Iron Tyrannosaurus must reach the gym level. After all, the Iron Rhino must be level 42 to evolve into Radon. Let me test your strength, Ninetales, Flamethrower. Yuenbo gave the order first. Woo. Ninetales opened his mouth and sprayed a flame at the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Stone Edge. The Iron Tyrannosaurus 120 raised his arms and pounded the ground. Bang! The ground shattered, and sharp rocks broke out of the ground. Flamethrower could not melt the rocks that broke out of the ground, and was pushed back step by the rocks. Ninetales immediately stopped the flame spray and dodged to the side, but under the control of the Iron Tyrannosaurus, sharp rocks continued to emerge from the ground and chased Ninetales. In Professor Oak's laboratory, Gary told the Iron Tyrannosaurus to practice Stone Edge well. Now it can construct rock very skillfully and even track. If Ninetales wants to break the move, he can only use a more powerful move to detonate the elemental energy underground to interrupt this skill. Don't hide, use the flame vortex on the Iron Tyrannosaurus, Blaine ordered. Ninetales, who was running away, did not run away. He spit up a vortex of flames at the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. The flames seemed to have consciousness and surrounded the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Stone Edge also hit Ninetales and knocked it away. Looking at the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus surrounded by the vortex of flames, Gary did not care and directly ordered, "Earthquake! Roar!" The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus raised its foot and stomped on the ground. The shock wave spread out quickly. Ninetales did not dare to take the earthquake head-on. The Stone Edge just now made it very uncomfortable. He immediately splashed high. However, at this moment, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus suddenly charged forward, and the drill on its head began to rotate. A golden energy lingered around its body, forming a cyclone. This was the drill run skill. Earthquake was just to force Ninetales to jump, so that he could not move around. Use flamethrower to stop the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Blaine ordered immediately. Ninetales in the air immediately flamethrower, but the flames were weak and could not stop the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus at all. Bang! Woo! With a wail, Ninetales was knocked out of the field by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, fell to the ground, and his eyes swirled. Awesome! Ash was very shocked to see Ninetales defeated by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, because Ash rarely used such a regular way to win in his usual battles. Facing strong enemies, he basically won by surprise. Xiaogang and Misty also had sweat on their foreheads. They were not as ignorant as Ash. One battle was enough to show Gary's trainer level, which was obviously crushing Ash. The two sides were not on the same level at all. Especially Ash kept shouting that he wanted to surpass Gary, which was a bit difficult. Very powerful drill run, but the battle is not over yet. My second player is it, go, Rapidash. Blaine sent out the second Pokemon. Great, you. A neighing sounded, and a pale yellow fur horse was released. LV45 Rapidash/Elite. Really high potential. Compared to the gyms they had challenged before, it was hard to see Pokemon with quasi-elite potential, but the Pokemon Blaine had seemed to be at least quasi-elite, worthy of being a researcher specializing in strengthening Pokemon. Because of the influence of the flame vortex, Gary was unable to take back the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, and gave the command first, Earthquake. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus stomped the ground to trigger Earthquake. Jump up and use Sunny Day. Blaine ordered. Rapidash jumped up and jumped high. Drill run. Gary said. When the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus looked up, he saw that the sunlight in the sky became very bright, and it stung his eyes. Gary was wondering what was going on, but when he looked up, he felt the same situation as the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, and the opponent was assist's dazzling eyes to cover the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus's vision. The next moment, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus felt a shadow covering him, and immediately opened his eyes, and saw a pair of horse hooves attacking his face. Bang! Bang! Rapidash used a double kick to push the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus back several meters. Solar Beam. Blaine immediately issued a fatal command. Rapidash fired Solar Beam, and a beam of incandescent light shot out of his mouth. Boom! Solar Beam hit, and the effect was outstanding. It's Solar Beam, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is injured. Ash said in surprise, not expecting Blaine's Rapidash to be so powerful. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus has both rock and ground attributes, and its grass-type skills are very restraining to the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. It was hit by a Solar Beam and didn't fall down. This Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is already very strong. Xiaogang said. As a rock-type trainer, Xiaogang knew the weaknesses of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus very well. It had low special defense and was 4 times weak to grass. It was already very strong that it didn't get killed instantly. Oh, it didn't fall down. Blaine was also quite surprised to see that the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus had not fallen down, but the contest condition of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was no longer good, and it could not fight anymore. It's over, flamethrower. Blaine ordered. The flame on Rapidash's back burned fiercely, and the flame of the end gushed out, turning into a fire snake and rushing towards the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Dig. Bang! The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus quickly rotated its body and burrowed into the ground to avoid the flames. It's really difficult. Blaine didn't expect the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus to dig. It was obviously dying, so why not just lie down obediently? Gary looked serious. He also knew that the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was dying, but it couldn't be taken back after being hit by the flame vortex, so he could only fight to the death. Flame Horse, pay attention to the movement underground. Once the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus comes out, use Flamethrower to counterattack. Blaine said. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, use Horn Drill to attack. Gary also tried his best, intending to kill Rapidash in one shot. Rapidash immediately became alert. Horn Drill is a one-hit kill skill, so it can't be taken casually. Blaine was also a little nervous. If he was hit by the Horn Drill, he would definitely be killed instantly. Gary's Super Iron Tyrannosaurus could withstand Rapidash's solar attack, so his level must be higher than Rapidash's. Bang! The ground shattered, but the ground that shattered was not under Rapidash's feet, but behind him. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus drilled out from the ground and rushed towards Rapidash. Roar! However, the flames soon engulfed the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, and the flames turned into a vortex and spread out. A red monster broke through the flames. Because of the burning of the flames, the armor of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was faintly red, like a giant beast in the lava, and the violent momentum spread out. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus rushed to Rapidash and knocked him out with one horn. Bang! Rapidash fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Roar! The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus roared, and then fell down. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus gave Rapidash a fatal horn drill with its own will, but it also fell down due to exhaustion. Both sides lost their ability to fight at the same time. What an amazing perseverance. Blaine couldn't help but sigh. To make Pokémon have such a will, it is not enough for the Pokémon itself to be aggressive. The trainer must also have the belief that he must win, so that he can gradually assimilate his Pokémon in daily training. Thank you for your hard work. Your performance is great. Gary took back the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and praised it softly. The situation is now 2-1. Blaine has only one Pokémon left, and Gary still has 2 Pokémon available. Gary, I agree with your strength as a trainer. Next, I will use my main Pokémon, which is different from Mikey's Pokémon just now, Blaine said. Gary was stunned. Since it is a main Pokémon, its strength must be above the gym level. My third player is this, go ahead, Arcanine. Blaine threw the Pokeball. Great! A huge Arcanine appeared. Pokédex, Arcanine, legendary Pokémon, the evolution of Growlithe, has a majestic mane, and is evolved from Growlithe using the Fire Stone. Ash habitually took out the Pokédex to check Arcanine's data. Arcanine is so handsome. Ash had only seen Arcanine on TV before, but this was the first time he had seen the real thing. LV55 Arcanine 3/Elite. Looking at Arcanine's level, it has reached the Quasi-Elite level. If Ash's current Pokémon were to face it, it would be killed instantly. Blaine's strength is indeed not bad, and this Arcanine is probably not the strongest Pokémon in Blaine's hand. This Blaine is still a person, and Gary can still deal with a Quasi-Elite Pokémon. In that case, I will also send out my Earl Dervish Pokémon. Gary took out a red and white ball from his waist and threw it. Go, my trump card. Great. The Pokeball opened, and a ball of white light shot into the field. When the white light dissipated, a giant tortoise walking on 2 legs appeared. LV52 Blastoise 3/Quasi-Legendary. It turned out to be Blastoise. Blaine was a little surprised to see Blastoise. He thought Gary didn't prepare any water-type Pokémon. It turned out that the water-type Pokémon he prepared was Gary's trump card, so he didn't use it at the beginning. Solar Technique. Hydro Pump. Blaine and Gary issued commands at the same time. Ouch. Kami. Arcanine spit up flames, Blastoise fired bubbles, the 2 skills collided, evaporating a large amount of water vapor, surprisingly evenly matched. Arcanine is so strong, the flames were not extinguished by Hydro Pump. Xiaogang said in surprise. Misty was also shocked. Although she is not a water master yet, she has seen powerful water Pokémon. She is sure that Gary's Blastoise is strong enough. She didn't expect that it couldn't suppress Blaine's Arcanine. Gary was also surprised. The level difference between the 2 sides was not big. Blastoise also carried the top-grade Mystic Water. It was impossible to tie. Is the weather so influential? Gary thought that the weather had little influence, but it seems that he was wrong. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Gary said. Don't give Blastoise a chance, use Thunder Fang. Blaine will not let Blastoise perform Rain Dance smoothly. Kami. Blastoise performed Rain Dance on the spot, and when Arcanine approached, he immediately retreated into his shell. Arcanine did not care, and bit the shell with his lightning-covered teeth. The current flowed along the soft surface of the shell and directly into the inside, thereby hurting Blastoise. Although it caused effective damage, it was only a Thunder Fang, and the impact was not great. However, Arcanine dared to approach Blastoise. He was really not afraid of death. Just perform Hydro Pump like this. Gary ordered. Blastoise's barrel sprayed Hydro Pump. Arcanine jumped to avoid Hydro Pump. Although Arcanine was big, he was as agile as a cat. Normal usually used agile movements to play tricks on the enemy, but Arcanine underestimated Blastoise. Blastoise's barrel kept spraying Hydro Pump, and the turtle shell rapid spin directly formed a rotating Hydro Pump, which whipped Arcanine like a water whip. Arcanine was blown away by the water bubble. This was a Hydro Pump in the rain, and one hit was enough to cause fatal damage. Blaine didn't expect Gary to have this trick up his sleeve. Although the rotating Hydro Pump had a short range, it was 360 degrees within a certain range, and there was no dead angle attack. Arcanine couldn't avoid it no matter how agile he was. Water Pulse continuous shooting. Gary beat the drowned dog and would not give Arcanine a chance to breathe. Agility dodge. The fire in Arcanine's body turned into power, and he ran at high speed on the field. Blastoise's cannon kept firing water balls to chase, not giving Arcanine a chance to counterattack. Use Fire Blast. Blaine felt that hiding like this was not a solution, and immediately issued a counterattack order. Arcanine immediately turned around and spit up Fire Blast. Boom! Fire Blast was hit by Water Pulse and exploded directly, and a cloud of water vapor rose to cover the center of the field. The Water 480 Arrow Turtle, which had lost its sight, also stopped attacking. A trick. Blastoise condensed Water Pulse to attack ground. Gary ordered. Kami. Blastoise didn't need the barrel, but condensed a huge water ball between his palms and smashed it towards the inside under him. The water ball immediately turned into waves and spread forward. Arcanine, who wanted to sneak attack, was hit by the water wave, and the water vapor on the field was also dispersed by the water wave. Arcanine still didn't fall, but after being attacked by 2 water skills in a row, his physical strength was already close to the limit, and the result of this gym battle was no longer suspenseful. Even if Arcanine could decide to turn the tables and defeat Blastoise, he couldn't defeat Gary's next Pokémon. Arcanine, use reversal. Yuanbo also fought desperately. Arcanine gathered all his strength and rushed towards Blastoise. Gary didn't rush to issue orders. He knew that this was the last attack between Blaine and Arcanine, and he had a lot of room for operation. He could choose to respect rival and face off head-on. But Gary didn't intend to do so because it would cause unnecessary damage to the Pokémon. Arcanine saw Blastoise was slow to move, and as he was about to get close to Blastoise, Gary suddenly ordered, Kami. Blastoise used his hands to block Arcanine's desperate attack. What? Protect. Blaine was surprised. He didn't expect Gary's Blastoise to know the Protect skill. He had asked Blastoise to withstand Arcanine Thunder Fang before, but he had never used Protect. Gary is really good at hiding his weakness. He deliberately didn't use Protect, which made rival careless. The Protect skill is very useful in reality. After blocking an attack, you can counterattack. However, Protect can only be used twice. Even if it is used later, it will most likely be broken by rival's attack. Flash Cannon. Gary gave a ruthless command. The cannon on Blastoise's back fired 2 silver beams, knocking Arcanine more than 10 meters away. He fell to the ground outside the field, and his eyes swirled. At this point, the battle with Blaine ended, and Gary won the gym battle. What a wonderful battle. Gary's Blastoise is so strong. Xiaogang and Misty were attracted by this battle throughout the whole process. Blaine was very strong, but Gary was even stronger. Okay, it's my turn next. Ash watched the battle and became excited, and began to look forward to the battle with Blaine. Xiaogang, Misty? Seeing Ash eager to try, Xiaogang and Misty didn't know what to say. Before seeing the battle between Gary and Blaine, Xiaogang and Misty thought that Ash could still get the badge. After watching it, they felt that Ash might not have a chance. Thinking carefully, the only Pokemon Ash could show off might be Pikachu and Charizard. Ash's 2 strongest Pokemon are Pikachu and Charizard, but Charizard currently does not obey Ash's instructions and sometimes even does not want to fight. Pikachu is the only one who can fight, and it is very difficult for Pikachu to fight 3 alone. The most important thing is that Ash seems to have no idea at all. He didn't feel the gap when watching the battle between Gary and Blaine, and he was still very motivated. Don't you have any idea in your mind, Ash? Blaine looked at Ash and thought to himself, both Ash and Gary are from Pallet Town. They seem to be quite strong. I will take them seriously later. Blaine's strength is naturally far more than that. He has Pokemon that are stronger than the gym level. If he really wants to take them out, Gary is no match. It's a great game. The Volcano Badge is yours. Blaine handed the Volcano Badge to Gary. Thank you. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been sent to the Space Backpack. After getting the Volcano Badge, the system also prompted that the mission was completed. Mr. Blaine, can I start? Seeing that Gary got the badge, Ash also rushed over and asked when he could start. Wait a minute, I will treat the Pokemon first and bring a few more Pokemon. Blaine said. Okay, then go and come back quickly. Ash couldn't wait any longer. Blaine and Gary entered the laboratory and handed the defeated Pokemon to Primo for treatment. Afterwards, Blaine took a few Pokeballs and went to the backfield. It's still a 3vs3 game. My number 1 player is this. Blaine threw the Pokeball. Great. LV50 Fire Pokemon 3/Elite. A fire Pokemon with fiery red hair appeared. Level 50 is already a quasi-elite level, and it is also the ceiling level of the gym. Can Ash win? Gary saw the Pokemon sent by Blaine and felt that Ash's winning rate was too low. Pikachu is currently only level 39, not even level 40. Gary's other Pokemon are naturally not too high, most of them should be below level 40, which is a complete level suppression. Pokédex, Fire Pokemon, Fire-type Pokemon, is the evolution of Eevee. Part of the air inhaled will be pushed into the fire bladder in the body to form flames. Ash took the Pokédex to check the information of the fire Pokemon and had already determined which Pokemon to use to deal with it. Okay, since it's a fire-type Pokemon, then use a water-type Pokemon. Go, Squirtle. Ash threw the Pokeball. Great. LV36 Squirtle 3/Elite. Gary. Sure enough, just as Gary guessed, Ash's other Pokemon levels will not exceed Pikachu's. How can a level 36 fight a level 50? Blaine was also a little confused when he saw this scene. He thought that Ash's strength was similar to Gary's, but he actually sent out a Squirtle that had not evolved to its final form. What the hell? Blaine didn't know what to say. After all, it was a gym battle and he had to fight on. Fire Pokemon use Flamethrower. Blaine gave the order. $1% at. Squirtle use Water Gun. Ash also immediately counterattacked. The fire Pokemon took a deep breath and sprayed red flames to attack. Squirtle also immediately used Water Gun to counterattack. ZZZZ. The water gun was instantly evaporated when it came into contact with the fire Pokemon's flames. The flames also swallowed Squirtle. When the flames dissipated, Squirtle's moist shell became dry and black. Squirtle also poked his head out, his eyes spinning in circles. What? Squirtle didn't even resist Flamethrower. Misty said in shock. It seems that the level of that fire Pokemon is very high. Gone judged. Gary was also troubled. Ash's level was too poor, not rival at all. Blaine was also quite surprised. He didn't expect Ash's Pokemon to be so weak. He immediately boasted, the victory or defeat cannot be determined by attributes alone. Your Squirtle is far inferior to Gary's Blastoise. Ash was quite dissatisfied with being compared with Gary by Blaine. He retorted, then use fire to fight fire. Then, Ash took back Squirtle, took out the Pokeball, and prayed to the Pokeball, please, you have to show your fighting spirit. Charizard, it's you. Ash threw the Pokeball in his hand. Great! A stunted Charizard appeared. LV45 Charizard 3/champion. Because of the early evolution, Ash's Charizard has not accumulated enough energy in his body, so he is a little smaller than the normal Charizard, but this Charizard is still powerful. It's just that using fire to attack fire is still useful for other fire Pokemon, but facing the fire Pokemon with Flash Fire ability, Charizard is too passive. Ash, you idiot, the fire Pokemon has Flash Fire ability, why are you using Charizard? Gary couldn't help but complain. What's wrong with Flash Fire ability? Ash asked in confusion. Everyone was stunned. Pokemon with Flash Fire ability are immune to fire skill damage, and if they are hit by fire, they will increase their own attack. Blaine replied. What? Is there such a thing? It was the first time Ash encountered a Pokemon with Flash Fire ability, and he had never suffered any loss in this regard. It doesn't matter, I just don't use fire skills. Ash pumped himself up. Seeing Ash like this, Gary was also convinced. Shaw come back, fire Pokemon. Just as Ash was about to launch an attack, Blaine took back the fire Pokemon. He had already seen Ash's strength. If he fought him as Gary, this battle would be meaningless. Huh? Why did you take it back? Ash asked in confusion. Nothing, I just want to exercise each of my Pokemon. My second player is it, Redon. Blaine threw the Pokeball. Great. LV42 Redon 3/Quasi-Elite Blaine replaced it with a lower level Redon, which was just the right level. However, Charizard saw Redon and had no interest in it at all, and looked sleepy. Blaine was also confused and couldn't understand what Charizard was doing. Although it was obvious that Charizard was sleepy, Blaine didn't want to believe it, but thought that Ash had some tactics, but the next second, please Charizard, fight, I'm like this, please. Ash pleaded pitifully. Charizard was indifferent and scratched himself without any fighting. It seems that your level as a trainer is not good enough. Blaine said. Hey, Charizard, remember me 313. At this moment, Gary suddenly spoke. Roar. Charizard didn't pay much attention just now, but after hearing Gary's voice continuously, he immediately looked at Gary. Remember the battle with my Blastoise, you lost to me, Gary reminded. Roar. Charizard was immediately angry. Of course, it remembered that Blastoise lost to Gary. Now that it has evolved into Charizard, it must defeat Gary's Blastoise and avenge its previous shame. Gary, what are you going to do? Why do you want to provoke Charizard? Ash didn't know what Gary was going to do and couldn't react for a while. If you want to fight my Blastoise, defeat the trainer in front of you and let me see if you are qualified now, Gary said. Roar. Charizard looked at Redon, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit, changing from the tired contest condition before. Great, Charizard, you are finally willing to fight. Ash said in surprise. Ash, Charizard is fighting only because he wants to fight Blastoise, Misty said speechlessly. Although it is true, the current situation is good, otherwise Ash will have one less Pokemon to fight, Xiaogang said. Gary watched silently, he still knew what kind of personality Ash's Charizard had. After evolving, Charizard was unwilling to fight with weak Pokemon, and Song wanted to compete with strong rivals. And in order to show his strength, Ash would release Charizard to fight any rival, which made Charizard not in the mood to fight at all. Unless rival showed enough strength, Charizard would look down on it, and even if he was willing to fight, he would not obey Ash's instructions. Then let the battle continue. Redon attacked with Horn Drill. Blaine attacked, and Redon ran towards Charizard. Charizard, use Flamethrower, Ash ordered. However, Charizard did not follow Ash's instructions, but stood still, waiting for Redon to come over, and held Redon's head with both hands, using superpower to block Redon's attack. What a mess. Redon's physical attack ability is not weak, much stronger than Charizard. Although Ash's Charizard is gifted, it will sooner or later get into trouble if he does it recklessly. After blocking Redon, Charizard quickly went behind Redon, hooked his arms around Redon's armpits, and swung dual wing beat vigorously, taking Redon to soaring in the sky, spinning his body and ascending to the sky. Redon, a ground Pokemon, was suddenly taken to the sky and felt dizzy and had no way to fight back. Great, seismic toss. Ash shouted loudly. Roar. The fire dragon flew to a height of dozens of meters, then fell towards the ground. When it was about to approach the ground, it threw Redon onto the ground. A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and Redon lost consciousness and was killed instantly. What a great force. Blaine was also confused. Redon weighs more than 200 pounds, and it was too cruel for Charizard to catch him and fly him up to the sky. Blaine finally understood that the Pokemon in front of Ash were of different strengths, some were strong and some were weak. This situation can only be encountered in the novice period. Normal to the later stage, trainer knows that he can't just breed one Pokemon, but must improve the strength of the entire team. However, Ash is a special case. Normally, if a gym can't beat it, it will breed a Pokemon that restrains the gym's attributes. However, in the gym that Ash can't beat, something will happen inexplicably, and Ash happens to help. The gym owner sees Ash's help and gives him the badge. Ash has collected 6 badges so far, 4 of which were donated by others, and only 2 badges were obtained by defeating the gym owner, which is quite watery. In terms of breeding Pokemon, it also focuses on breeding Pikachu and Charizard, and the rest of the Pokemon are the breeder is not very good. Your Charizard breeder is pretty good, but it doesn't follow your instructions. Blaine commented. Haha, this is indeed a problem. I will correct it later. Mr. Blaine, you should quickly put down a Pokemon. Ash urged. He was worried that Charizard would not obey again, that would be a headache. Blaine also saw Ash's difficulty, and then sent out the third Pokemon. My third player is this, come on, Platypus. Blaine threw the Pokeball. Great. Magmar was covered with flame patterns, and there were two tumor-like objects protruding on his forehead, and it was emitting flames. LV45 Magmar 3/Elite. Only level 45. Gary always thought that Blaine's Platypus was very high, but now he understands. In the animation, Blaine saw that Ash had helped him, so the level of the Pokemon he sent out was not high, which was almost a letdown. In this way, Ash's 8 badges are very watery, but this is also normal. Most of the players in the Indigo Plateau Conference held by Kanto Alliance are not very strong. Gary felt that it would not be difficult for him to win the Indigo Plateau Conference. There should be no more than 4 people who can really threaten him. What is this? Pokemon. Ash saw the Platypus for the first time and took out the Pokédex to face the Platypus. Pokédex, Platypus, Eruption Pokemon, has a hot body and its mouth will spit up flames. I heard it was found near the mouth of the volcano. 120, Charizard, defeated. Platypus, Fire Blast. Blaine ordered. Magmar spit up and spit out a big flame. Charizard, get out of the way. Ash shouted. Charizard naturally would not listen to Ash's command, and rushed forward, catching the fire blast with both claws, and threw it out. After flying in the air for a distance, the fire blast became smaller, and gradually dissipated. Now, Skull Bash. Yuenbo took the opportunity to launch an attack. Magmar quickly ran towards Charizard, jumped up, and knocked Charizard out with his head. Charizard vibrated dual wing beat and flew up soaring in the sky, and opened his mouth to swallow Magmar with a flame. However, the damage caused by the flame to the Platypus was minimal and had no effect at all. Although Ash's Charizard had a relatively high combat IQ, it was not very high. When fighting an enemy with the same attribute, he naturally could not use skills of the same attribute to attack, because the damage caused was too low and an attack opportunity was wasted. Roar. Charizard also imitated the Platypus and rushed towards it quickly, grabbing with 2 sharp claws, but both claws were caught by Magmar's hands. The 2 song Pokemon immediately began to compete with each other in arms. However, Magmar was cunning and suddenly squatted down, suddenly releasing the force, causing Charizard's body to stagger forward. The Platypus took the opportunity to go behind Charizard, hooked his arms around Charizard's armpits, and locked him directly. Seeing this scene, Gary felt that the scene at the moment was very familiar. What? Ash was shocked. He didn't expect Blaine's Magmar to be able to lock his Charizard like this. For a moment, he didn't know what to do to solve the situation in front of him. Very good, lock Charizard like this, and use oil mist to poison Charizard. Blaine ordered. Magmar sprayed purple poison, and immediately an unpleasant smell spread, and inhaling it would make you feel dizzy. Charizard, take Magmar to the sky. Ash was quick-witted and shouted. Charizard was in danger and followed Ash's command this time. He launched dual wing beat and rushed out of smog. Under the influence of wind resistance, Magmar spit up smog did not have time to gather and was blown away by the strong wind. Magmar, use Fire Punch. Blaine shouted loudly. The Platypus grabbed Charizard's shoulder with one hand and used Fire Punch to attack Charizard's back with the other hand. Although the fire could not hurt Charizard, the fist was still powerful. It hurt Charizard's back. Charizard, use air submission to turn the duckbill fire. At the command, Charizard immediately began to rotate his body. In order to avoid being thrown out by centrifugal force, the Platypus could only hold Charizard's shoulders tightly with both hands, but even so, the constant rotation in the air made the Platypus feel a spinning world and his head began to dizzy. Charizard also felt that Magmar's hand on his shoulder was a little loose, so he grabbed the hand of the Platypus and pulled it in front of him, then rushed to the ground quickly. When he was close to the ground, Seismic Toss threw the Platypus towards the ground. Bang! The ground collapsed again, leaving a deep pit, and the Platypus fell instantly. Like Radon, Charizard used Seismic Toss again to give a fatal blow. Gary also had to admire such tactics. Using ground roll in the air can not only be immune to submission's counterattack, but also stun Pokemon that are not used to moving in the air, and finally Seismic Toss is a fatal blow. This move is too fierce. For those Pokemon that are not used to air combat, this set of manipulation is a bit invincible. In the original plot, Gary's Blastoise was also defeated by this hand in the Silver Conference game. Fire Pokemon, leave it to you. Blaine continued to send out fire Pokemon to fight. Gary was confused. Even if the Alliance did not strictly manage the gym, the rules of the gym battle were still set. The gym owner did not have the authority to replace Pokemon. If a Pokemon was replaced, it would mean that the Pokemon lost its combat ability. Great, Chi-Yi. The fire Pokemon sent out another fire Pokemon. Charizard, do you want to come back and rest? Ash asked hurriedly. Charizard had fought 2 games in a row and had lost a lot of energy. Xiaokui thought this was to let Charizard rest first. Roar. Charizard ignored Ash and instead spit up a flame at the fire Pokemon. Charizard, stop it. The fire Pokemon has the Flash Fire ability. Ash shouted hurriedly. Zero, ask for flowers, Zero. But it was too late. The flame hit the fire Pokemon, but it absorbed the flame into its physical strength in an instant, and a red breath burst out from the fire Pokemon. Roar. Charizard was also confused. It had never taken Gary's words to heart before. Seeing that the fire Pokemon was so short, it thought it could be easily defeated. Very good, use flamethrower. Blaine ordered. The fire Pokemon spewed out terrifying flames. The range of the flame attack was extremely large. It was completely a sea of fire that spit up and directly engulfed Charizard. Fortunately, Charizard was a fire Pokemon and did not suffer much damage, but the fire Pokemon's attack did not end. A quick attack hit Charizard's belly and knocked out several support. Zero. Roar. Charizard cried out in pain. He never thought that the short fire Pokemon would be so powerful. After the Flash Fire ability was triggered, the fire Pokemon's dual attack can be increased by at least 1.5 times, especially fire Pokemon, whose physical attack is very high. Ash didn't know what to do. Whether it was a long-range skill duel or a close combat, it was not a match for fire Pokemon, and he was in a dilemma. It's time to end the battle. Inchin explosion. Shinbo ordered. The fire Pokemon took a deep breath, jumped up, and sprayed the hot flames at Charizard below. The flames turned into a large character, which was almost half the size of the field, leaving no chance for Charizard to dodge. Charizard didn't dodge either, and used both hands to resist. Boom! Fire blast exploded after landing, and a cloud of black smoke rose. When the black smoke disappeared, Charizard had fallen down. You are really stubborn. Gary felt good when he saw Charizard defeated. It seemed that after evolving from Charmeleon to Charizard, Charizard never lost a battle until it was defeated by a Poliwrath and then began to obey Ash's orders after Ash's careful care. So letting Charizard experience more defeats is a good thing, which can help it recognize its own strength more quickly. Charizard, come back. Ash was also surprised at how powerful the fire Pokemon was. He didn't expect that after triggering the Flash Fire ability, it would be so terrifying. Even if Charizard was fully contest conditioned, it was not rival for at all. 121. Ash, defeated. Ash also saw that the fire Pokemon was terrifyingly powerful. The other Pokemon in his hand were not rival at all. Among the remaining Pokemon, there was only Pikachu. Pikachu took the initiative to walk away from Ash and into the field. Pikachu, are you willing to fight? Ash was very surprised. Normally, Pikachu would retreat when encountering such a powerful rival. Pikachu nodded. Although it sometimes avoided fighting, it was still willing to help Ash to fulfill his dream, especially in this battle. How could it be so serious? Okay, then Pikachu, this battle will be handed over to you in the end. Ash said. Seeing Pikachu on the field, Xiaogang and the others were also very nervous. After all, Blaine's fire Pokemon was very strong. If Charizard did not trigger the ability of the fire Pokemon, Pikachu would still have a chance of winning, but without 320. Pikachu's chance of winning was not very big. Gary, do you think Pikachu can win? Misty asked. I don't know, it depends on the situation. Gary shook his head. It's unclear whether Pikachu can win, but Gary can be sure that Pikachu has strong electricity. He noticed this when he fought with Ash. Let me see how strong your Pikachu is. Blaine had tested Pikachu before and was also curious about the strength of this Pikachu. Fire Pokemon, use flamethrower. Fire Pokemon spit up merciless flames, a wave of flames and heat swept towards Pikachu, leaving no room for escape. If Pikachu wants to hide, it can only dig or fly into the sky. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash ordered. Pikachu released golden lightning. Lightning exploded, flashing thunder shock in the flames, instantly detonating it. The explosion produced a strong impact, spreading outward, almost blowing away both the fire Pokemon and Pikachu. Equally matched. Misty was surprised. She thought that the skill match of Pikachu would not be a fire Pokemon rival. It seems that Pikachu is still very powerful. But Gary was very confused, and at the same time he was sure of one thing, that is, Pikachu is an actor. When fighting with Ash in the hot spring town, Pikachu's thunder shock was not that powerful, and it couldn't even defeat Gary's Primeape. How come it can tie with the fire Pokemon that triggers Flash Fire ability now? Especially since Pikachu is only level 39, Bieber's fire Pokemon is 11 levels lower, which has crossed the range of 10 levels. Pikachu is definitely an actor. Since it can be tied, use Fire Blast. Blaine ordered. Don't give the fire Pokemon a chance to use Fire Blast. Quick attack. Ash counterattacked. Swoosh. Pikachu drew out a stream of white light and rushed to the fire Pokemon that had just jumped, knocking it away and interrupting the release of Fire Blast. Bang! After the fire Pokemon landed, it spit up attacked Pikachu with large flames, but Pikachu relied on its short body to pass through the gap of Fire Blast and successfully avoided it. Good, that's it. Ash was very surprised. As long as Fire Blast didn't hit Pikachu, there would be no danger. In that case, let Pikachu be unable to dodge, use Lava Plume. Blaine ordered. The fire Pokemon burst into flames all over its body. With the fire Pokemon as the center, the flames turned into heat waves and spread out in all directions, attacking the entire field, not giving Pikachu a chance to dodge. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to counterattack. Boom! The heat wave in thunder shock instantly exploded, and the huge shock wave sent Pikachu flying several meters away. The fire Pokemon was not seriously injured, but the hair on its body was a little messy. Pikachu was a little tired. He was hurt by the shockwave twice in a row, and he exhausted his discharge power, which consumed a lot of Pikachu. After all, the level gap was there. Ash felt that this was not a solution. If he continued to fight like this, he would not be able to cause effective damage to the fire Pokemon. So he changed his tactics and ordered, Pikachu, use thunder. Pikachu released thunder, and a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket was released from Pikachu's body. Thunder turned into a long snake worm and flew to soaring in the sky, leaving a golden arc on soaring in the sky and falling towards the fire Pokemon. The fire Pokemon didn't dodge and took Pikachu's thunder. It was not a big deal because the fire Pokemon's special defense was relatively high, and Pikachu's thunder couldn't cause much damage. What? Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu were both very surprised that the fire Pokemon could take thunder without changing its expression. It's our turn to attack, Flare Blitz. Blaine didn't hide his weakness and let the fire Pokemon use the strongest fire-type move. Blazing flames burst out from the fire Pokemon's body, and the flames lingered outside the fire Pokemon's body. Then, the fire Pokemon quickly rushed towards Pikachu. Pikachu, thunder stop it. Ash ordered. Pikachu. Pikachu saw that the fire Pokemon was releasing a big move, and normal thunder would definitely not be able to stop it. It gathered a little electricity and released thunder, but the fire Pokemon was already close, and thunder hit the flame ball. Boom! There was an explosion. A cloud of black smoke suddenly rose up, covering the stadium, and the black smoke soon dissipated, revealing the figures of the fire Pokemon and Pikachu. Pikachu lay on the ground motionless, and the fire Pokemon maintained the posture of a winner. Pikachu, are you okay? Ash immediately rushed into the stadium, picked up Pikachu, and checked Pikachu's injuries. Pikachu slowly opened his eyes. It had tried its best just now, but it was still not a rival of the fire Pokemon. It's okay, we will win back. Ash comforted. The gym battle between Blaine and Ash ended. Everyone returned to the laboratory and used the healing equipment in the laboratory to restore all the defeated Pokemon. While the Pokemon was recovering, Ash was silent. Misty and Xiao 1.5 gang also saw Ash like this for the first time, but Ash didn't need their comfort. Ash was thinking about the next tactics. Although they lost the gym battle, the normal battle process was still thrilling, but this was not Ash's credit. If Gary hadn't provoked Charizard would not be willing to fight, and this situation would not have happened. In the next battle, Gary was not there, and Ash didn't know whether Charizard was still willing to fight. Even if Charizard was willing to fight, Blaine already knew Charizard's fighting mode and would definitely be on guard. So Ash's second battle with Blaine would be much more difficult than the first time. At this time, Gary and Blaine also came to the treatment room, and there was an Eevee lying on Gary's shoulder. Gary, have you bought Eevee? Ash asked curiously when he saw Gary and Eevee. Yes, I have bought it. Now Eevee is my Pokemon. Gary touched Eevee's furry head. Eevee did not resist at all and let Gary touch his head with a look of enjoyment. He went out with Blaine just now, naturally for Eevee's matter. After paying 1 million, this Eevee belongs to Gary. In the future, he will contact Blaine every month to report Eevee's growth. Ash, have all your Pokemon been cured? Gary asked. No, they are still being cured, Ash said. Gary looked at the 3 Pokeballs placed in the treatment device and said, then you wait slowly. Sabrina and I will leave first. Let's go. Ash was shocked. Gary, don't you plan to stay and watch Ash challenge the gym for the second time? Misty asked in confusion. I originally wanted to see your strength, Ash, but after watching your battle with Blaine, I found that your trainer level is not high enough. The only Pokemon you can show off are Pikachu and Charizard. Charizard doesn't listen to you. You are far from being my rival, Gary said. Ash, who was originally quite dull, blushed in an instant. Although Ash has grown a lot, he still became restless in the face of Gary's ridicule. Gary, I admit that you are better than me now, but I will definitely get the volcano badge and will definitely surpass you in the future, Ash said. Then you have to work hard, Sabrina, let's go. Seeing Ash regain his fighting spirit, Gary didn't say much and took Sabrina out of Cinnabar Laboratory. Watching Gary and Sabrina leave, Ash looked at Blaine again and asked, Mr. Blaine, can I fight you again? Blaine was also surprised. He didn't expect Ash to regain his confidence so quickly after losing once, and still wanted to challenge himself. Okay, then let's have the second match tomorrow afternoon. We'll have a one-on-one battle, Blaine said. One-on-one. Ash was a little confused. It wasn't 3-3 before, how come it suddenly became one-on-one? I already know your strength. Just like Gary said, the only Pokemon you can show off are Pikachu and Charizard. It's not fair for you to fight 3-on-3 with you, Blaine said. Ash. Although he was a little shocked, Ash thought it was good. Otherwise, he really didn't know which Pokemon to use as the third Pokemon. Inside the B&B, Gary and Sabrina were packing their bags and planned to take the afternoon cruise to leave Cinnabar Island and return to the mainland. Chi-Yi. Although Eevee had just been obtained, Eevee was also quite sensible and helped Gary pack his bags. Pokemon, Eevee 3. Attribute, Normal. Level, 3-3. Potential, Quasi-Legendary. Ability, Danger Prediction, can detect dangerous situations. Skills: Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Swipe, Help, Quick Attack, Swift, Bite, Imitate, Baton Pass. Intimacy, 185, max value 255. The ability of this EV with quasi-legendary potential is the hidden ability Danger Prediction. This ability can predict whether rival has a skill that can restrain it in the game. But in reality, this ability is very special. In addition to being able to predict whether rival has a move that can restrain it, the Pokémon's own perception will also be improved. The response speed will be very fast. Gary is very satisfied with this EV. Regardless of whether it can evolve successfully in the future, he will breed it well. After all, the potential of a quasi-legendary cannot be wasted. EV, enter the Pokeball. Gary took out the Pokeball and wanted to take EV back. Chai. Seeing the Pokeball, EV immediately ran to the back of the backpack, looking reluctant. Don't you want to enter the Pokeball? Gary asked. Chai. EV nodded frantically. Although it was a bit inconvenient to leave Pokemon outside, it was okay to leave EV outside when Ash's Pikachu was also left outside. Okay, then I won't put you in the Pokeball, but if you stay outside, you must stay by my side and don't attack humans randomly. Gary reminded. Chai. EV nodded frequently, then hugged Gary's thigh, showing a smile that said non-humans are the best. Gary, don't we stay on Cinnabar Island for a few more days? Sabrina asked. Why? Do you want to stay a few more days? Gary asked. If possible, I want to stay for 3 more days. Sabrina said. But I only booked 2 days at the B&B. If we don't leave today, we won't have a place to stay. Gary said. Although Gary is a rich second generation, there are too many people coming to Cinnabar Island. The hotels are full, and even the Pokémon Center can't accommodate them. Gary can't find a place to live now. Okay, let's go. Sabrina didn't want to stay any longer, seeing that she had no place to stay. She wanted to soak in the hot springs for a few more days, but since there was no place to stay, there was no hot spring to soak in. So, the two packed their luggage, had lunch in the B&B, and took a boat back to the mainland in the afternoon. Harbor City. After arriving in Harbor City from Cinnabar Island, Gary and Sabrina stayed in Harbor City for a while. If you want to ask why, it was naturally because there was a gym in Harbor City. Gary planned to train here for 540 weeks, and after getting the gym badge here, he would go to Viridian City. During this period, Gary also took a good look at the EV he had just obtained. It was indeed as Blaine said, this EV could not evolve, no matter what evolution stone was used, it could not evolve. When the evolution stone touched EV, it would react, and the evolution light would flash on EV, but the light would last for a while and then dissipate. EV didn't carry Everstone with him, but it just couldn't evolve. Anyway, it couldn't evolve with the evolution stone. As for the Sun Cinnabar Laboratory is not sure whether Pokemon and Moon Pokemon can evolve. After all, the evolution of intimacy has not been thoroughly studied. Because you can't be sure of intimacy. If the relationship between Pokemon and trainer is good enough and the potential is met, it can definitely evolve, but if the relationship is not good, it will not evolve successfully anyway. If this EV can evolve, Gary naturally hopes that it can evolve into a Moon Pokemon, so he still carries Everstone for this EV, just in case, and only takes it off at night. Chi-Yi. After the performance training, Eevee came to Gary and yelled for energy blocks. Gary also took out 2 energy blocks for Eevee to eat, and touched Eevee's hair by the way. The hair was a little wet with sweat. I don't know if you can teach skills, let's give it a try. Gary looked at Eevee and planned to try to teach Eevee skills. Although Eevee can evolve into multiple forms, it can learn very few skills by itself, and its skill pool is not wide enough. But thinking of the specialness of this Eevee, Gary still wanted to give it a try. So, Gary tried to teach Mega Kick first. Ding! Teaching failed. Hearing the prompt sound of failed teaching, Gary didn't care about anything and tried to teach Water Stream Break. The failed prompt sound did not sound. Chi-Yi. Eevee was startled, it felt that it suddenly awakened a skill. You awakened a new skill. Seeing the surprised Eevee, Gary asked immediately. Chi-Yi. Eevee nodded blankly, wondering how Gary knew it. This is my ability, I can teach Pokemon some skills, you come and show Water Stream Break. Gary said. Buledin-Yi. Eevee immediately performed Water Rupture, and a layer of water wrapped around Eevee's furry tail. The water was compressed into a water blade, and as Eevee waved its tail, it was like holding a water knife and waving it freely. You actually mastered it. Gary was shocked. Logically, Eevee could not master Aqua Tail, but it really did. Thinking of this, Gary asked Eevee to interrupt the skill, and pressed his palm on Eevee's head. Eevee's long ears drooped down. Gary immediately taught Eevee Thunderbolt. There was still no failure prompt during the teaching. Eevee, 242. Eevee was shocked. It was half believing just now, but suddenly it awakened another skill and began to believe that Gary was telling the truth. Then, Eevee really released Thunderbolt. Seeing Eevee release Thunderbolt, Gary was sure that this Eevee would definitely not normal, although it cannot evolve, can master so many skills. Gary thought of a possibility, and immediately taught Eevee the Sunlight, Fire Blast, and Dream Eater, and all of them were successful. At present, the 5 skills that Eevee has mastered all correspond to the attributes corresponding to Eevee's 9 evolutionary forms. Could it be that this Eevee can master the skills that can only be mastered after the evolutionary form? Eevee can evolve into 9 forms, then this Eevee can learn the skills of 9 attributes, which is too powerful. Looking at any Pokemon so far, it is impossible to learn so many attribute skills. Except for Mew, the Pokemon with the widest skills can only learn 5 or 6 other attribute skills. Are you going to be a technician Pokemon in the future? Gary said. Bye. Eevee tilted his head, not understanding what a technician Pokemon meant, but it sounded quite high-end. Gary tried to teach the remaining skills to Eevee, but all the skills failed. Signal Beam could not be learned. In theory, Thunder Pokemon can learn Signal Beam, but this Eevee cannot. This shows that this Eevee can only learn 9 skills of the evolved attribute, and cannot master other attribute skills that can only be learned in the evolved form. I don't know how good your learning ability is. Gary had a headache. He found the strength of this Eevee, but it was difficult to teach skills. Gary only had so many skill learning devices, and the skills he could teach were very limited. Eevee could learn so many other attribute skills, it would be a pity if he didn't teach more skills. Chai. Eevee was proud. It was the smartest Eevee in the laboratory, so its learning ability must be strong. Really? Gary expressed doubt. Chai. Eevee said that he could try its learning ability. Okay, then Alakazam, come here. Gary waved at Alakazam and briefly communicated with it. Gary planned to let Eevee learn Psychic from Alakazam first to see if Eevee could master it. Alakazam also told Eevee how to use Psychic and performed it in front of Eevee. Eevee carefully observed Alakazam's every move. Although the two had different body structures, they learned the same aura. Alakazam released Psychic 3 times and then asked Eevee to try. Chi-yi. Eevee's eyes radiated blue light, and the invisible and colorless telekinesis rushed towards the ground, stirring up the dust on the ground, and successfully used Psychic. The power was not as powerful as Alakazam's, but it was definitely a qualified Psychic. Alakazam, confused face? Alakazam was also dumbfounded. It thought it was the smartest Pokemon in the team. It didn't expect this Eevee to be so scary. It used Psychic after just watching it 3 times. Eevee, you just used Copycat, right? Gary said. Seeing that Gary had exposed it, Eevee also showed an embarrassed smile of being exposed. It just used Copycat. Alakazam looked confused. It didn't know what Copycat was. Copycat is a skill that can mimic other people's moves. Except for some specific moves, all other moves can be mimicked. Gary explained. Alakazam was shocked. He didn't expect that there was a Pokemon that could use such a move. It was too invincible. Copycat is good, but it is different from truly mastering this move. If Eevee uses Psychic after Copycat, it can't compete with you. In terms of skill form, it is not as good as a Pokemon that truly masters skills. Gary said. Hearing Gary say this, Alakazam was relieved. Otherwise, the skills that he had worked so hard to master, and the opponent could use any skills with a Copycat, wouldn't it make his efforts look like a joke? Eevee, don't use Copycat, try to release Psychic yourself. You, King, have the Copycat skill, so your learning ability should be outstanding, said Gary. Pokemon with Copycat skills are very strong in learning. After all, they can copy the opponent's moves and easily master the difficulty of a skill and can easily learn 10 skills. Of course, the premise is that this Pokemon can master the learned skills. If it can't master it, even if it can use it with Copycat, it can't master it by itself. Chi-Yuxian. Eevee knew that he couldn't use Copycat, so he tried to use Psychic himself. Soon, an invisible energy burst out from Eevee's body and impacted the field, but this power was not Psychic, and it was not even as powerful as Confusion. But this is already very good. After all, it was Eevee's first practice. Using such an effect right away, at least it can be confirmed that Eevee can learn Psychic. The next step is to see how long it takes Eevee to master it. A week later, Gary arrived at the entrance of the Harbor Gym. The Harbor Gym is a fighting gym, and the room type is similar to that of a martial arts gym. It is said that the Harbor Gym has a connection with the original Saffron Gym. Saffron Gym was the gym of the Karate King Wuda, but later it was taken over by Sabrina's father. It is said that the owner of the Harbor Gym is a fellow apprentice of Wuda. Ding! Task released, get the Harbor Gym badge/reward, primary rare candy X5, intermediate rare candy X5, dynamic punch permanent skill learning device, top black belt, fighting skill power increased by 50%, X1. System task released. Judging from the tasks released by the system, the strength of the owner of the Harbor Gym is not very good, and is about the same as Mazushi. Entering the gym, Gary saw a group of men in karate uniforms practicing karate in unison, with red heads tied around their waists, representing their current karate level. Are you here to learn karate? If you sign up now, our gym will reward you with a Tyrogue if you are good at learning. A man saw Gary coming in and thought that Gary was here to learn karate, and that this age was just right for learning. No, I'm here to challenge the gym. Gary said. Is that so? Then come with me. Hearing that Gary was here to challenge the gym, the man immediately lost interest and took Gary into a room in the gym, which was a fighting field. A middle-aged man in a karate uniform stood inside, with his back to the crowd. You could see the black belt around his waist, which symbolized the highest level of karate. Master, someone is here to challenge the gym. The man shouted. The middle-aged man looked back, sized up Gary, and said, our gym is the fighting gym, but it's very strong, and it's not something a kid like you can challenge. I advise you to reconsider. Gary was speechless. He didn't expect that the system had issued a task, and he was really fooled by the other party. After all, people who practice martial arts have a strong aura, and a calm aura that is easy to confuse people. If you are not strong, there is no need to challenge. Gary said. If you have the courage, then introduce yourself first. My name is Wu Yi, and I am the owner of the harbor gym. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My name is Gary, from Pallet Town. After introducing his identity, Wu Yi asked his apprentice to temporarily serve as the referee. The rule of the gym battle is 2 versus 2, so let's start. Without any nonsense, ACI, Wu Yi introduced several Pokemon that can be used in gym battles and threw out 10 Pokeballs. Great! A humanoid Pokemon wearing boxing gloves appeared. LV30 Hitmonchan 3 Gym. The first Pokemon Wu Yi used was Hitmonchan, a classic fighting Pokemon. If it was a few months ago, it would have been a bit difficult for Gary. Eevee, this battle is up to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great! LV34 EV3/Quasi-Legendary. Gary sent out an Eevee whose level was not too different. After all, the gym battle was to hone Pokemon, so it was natural to send the appropriate Pokemon. After a week of training in Harbor City, it was time to test Eevee's strength. Seeing Eevee, Wu Yi felt that the baby was indeed a baby. It was fine if it didn't evolve, but didn't he know that fighting-type Pokemon restrained normal-type Pokemon? Mach Punch. Hitmonchan used the priority skill and rushed towards Eevee. Eevee was not to be outdone and used Quick Attack, hitting Hitmonchan's fist with his head. As expected, Eevee was punched and flew into the sky, but Hitmonchan also staggered back 2 steps. Thunderbolt. Eevee in the air immediately released a Thunderbolt, hitting Hitmonchan who was caught off guard. What? Thunderbolt. Wu Yi was dumbfounded. Although he had never bred Eevee, he had never seen Eevee use any attribute skills other than normal skills. It was too tricky. Hitmonchan used Dynamic Punch. Wu Yi also took it seriously and used a killer move. Hitmonchan slid nearly 2 meters away in an instant and was about to get close to Eevee. The water flow broke. Gary said, Buletin Yi. A layer of water flow lingered on Eevee's tail, turning into a water knife, waving its tail and slashing forward. Abby was also stunned. This was originally a bare-handed match, and the opponent suddenly took out a knife, which was not good for martial arts. Fortunately, Hitmonchan's fist was hard enough, and he fought Eevee equally. After the two sides hit each other several times, they were bounced back by the force of the collision. Jump up and use Fire Blast. Eevee heard the sound of splash, took a deep breath, and spit up a large flame. The firelight instantly illuminated the entire room. Boom! Because the venue was relatively small, Hitmonchan had no room to dodge. Fire Blast landed and exploded. After the smoke dissipated, Hitmonchan lay on the ground with a charred body, and white smoke was still coming out of his body. Hitmonchan lost his ability to fight. Eevee won. Wu Yi's apprentice announced. What a powerful Eevee, the power of the moves is so strong. Wu Yi thought to himself. Whether it is Thunderbolt, Water Flow Burst, or Fire Blast, they are all powerful moves. The key is that there are a lot of skills with different attributes, which is very rare for other Pokemon. Hitmonlee, you come. Wu Yi threw out the second Pokemon. Great! Hitmonlee is also a very traditional fighting Pokemon. Like Hitmonchan, it evolves from Tyrogue. Tyrogue is a very special Pokemon. It can take 3 forms, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, and Hitmontop. To evolve into Hitmonlee, the attack value must be greater than the defense value. To evolve into Hitmonchan, the defense value must be greater than the attack value. To evolve into Hitmontop, the attack value must be equal to the defense value. Hitmonlee, use Double Kick. He launched an attack. Hitmonlee kicked out horizontally, and the spring leg was ejected 10 meters away, rushing towards Eevee quickly. Knowing that Double Kick is difficult to dodge, especially when it is used by Hitmonlee, Gary directly ordered, Thunderbolt. Chi-Yi. Eevee used Thunderbolt to attack the flying leg, and the current flowed along Hitmonlee's leg to Hitmonlee. At the same time, Hitmonlee's kick also hit Eevee. Both sides were hurt at almost the same time. However, Eevee was lucky because Thunderbolt hit Hitmonlee, preventing him from kicking out a second time. Use Jump Kick. Hitmonlee launched into the air and kicked horizontally, stretching his leg to several meters long. Psychic. Gary ordered. Chai. Eevee used Psychic, and confusion burst out, freezing Hitmonlee in the air. Then an invisible force burst out and sent him flying. Bang! Hitmonlee crashed into the wall outside the field. This Psychic caused considerable damage to it. What? You can also use Psychic-type moves. Wu Yi was stunned. It was not enough that he had so many skills before, but he could also restrain the Psychic-type skills of fighting-type Pokemon. He was too comprehensive. What? Although Hitmonlee was hit by an extremely effective attack, he did not fall down, but stood up bravely. Today's Psychic is very good, sell it. Gary ordered. In 7 days, Eevee has mastered the Psychic move. Its learning talent is quite terrifying. It mastered Psychic in 7 days. Although there are still some flaws and the power is still a little short, it has really mastered it. Chi-Yi. Eevee played Psychic again. Hitmonlee didn't notice the attack trajectory of Psychic at all. As soon as he entered the field, he was hit by the ability of Nen and flew out again. Bang! After being attacked by Psychic twice in a row, Hitmonlee couldn't bear it and never stood up again after falling down. Hitmonlee lost his ability to fight. Eevee won, and the winner of this gym battle is Challenger Gary. Wu Yi's apprentice announced. I lost? Hitmonlee, come back. Wu Yi also admitted his defeat. He understood that Gary in front of him was not a normal trainer. It was not something a normal trainer could do to breed an EV so well. Congratulations, this is our gym's badge, a reddish-brown badge. Wu Yi handed his own gym's badge to Gary, which was a fist-shaped badge with a reddish-brown color. Thank you. Gary took the badge. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been sent to the space backpack. Although there are 5 low-level rare candies this time, the dynamic punch skill is still quite good. The Pokemon hit by the dynamic punch golden Pokemon hit by the Pokemon is in a chaotic contest condition. And Gary has a lot of Pokemon that can learn dynamic punch, such as Blastoise, Alakazam, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Forsaken, Electabuzz, and even the uncaptured Banjira can learn it. Get the badge of the Harbor Gym. Gary went outside and found a random place, released Electabuzz, and taught Electabuzz the dynamic punch skill. Electabuzz was also quite surprised. It could feel that dynamic punch was a very powerful skill, and its trust in Gary increased a few points. This feeling of awakening a new skill without much effort in training, from the initial hesitation to now, Electabuzz has been completely corrupted. This feeling is wonderful. Next, it's time to go to Viridian City. Gary looked at soaring in the sky in the distance. Tokiwa City is a threshold for Gary. In the original plot, Gary also challenged the Tokiwa Gym and naturally defeated the Pokemon sent by Itaki very easily. But until Mutwo appeared, all of Gary's Pokemon were killed instantly. Even Gary and his girlfriends were attacked by Mutwo, which made them all fall into a coma. Fortunately, Itaki was still a human being at that time and did not snatch the Pokemon of the challenger. To be honest, Gary actually wanted to avoid this impossible battle, but now there is a system. Although he will definitely not be able to beat Mutwo, the system may issue some tasks. If it can be completed, you can get a reward for free. After all, the owner of the Tokiwa Gym is Itaki, and he will definitely not let the challenger get into trouble in his gym, otherwise the Pokemon Alliance will cause trouble for him. It is estimated that Itaki is now focusing all his energy on Mutwo. The power of Mutwo has made Itaki a little inflated, but he did not expect Mutwo to escape. Sabrina, I'm back. Back at the Pokemon Center, Gary found Sabrina, who was playing with the Sun Pokemon. Sabrina didn't take Pokemon training seriously, and basically kept Pokemon as pets. She was more casual about training, and often asked Gary for advice on training. At first, Sabrina was quite serious about training Pokemon, but since she evolved Eevee into a Sun Pokemon, she didn't train Pokemon seriously, and even didn't take care of the quasi-elite Slowpoke. Gary was also curious about Slowpoke, because in reality, Slowpoke needs Shelter to evolve, and needs Shelter to bite Slowpoke's tail to evolve into Slowbro. Gary was thinking, if a Shelter with higher potential bites Slowpoke's tail and evolves into Slowbro, will the potential be based on Slowbro or the potential be based on Slowbro? What about Shelter? And if both have the same potential, can their potential rise by 1 level after evolving together? 0. Please give me flowers 0. Where are we going next? Sabrina asked. She didn't ask Gary about challenging the gym. She knew that Gary was very strong and it was not easy for him to get a badge. Go to Viridian City, and then go back to Pallet Town. I'll take you to my house. Gary said. Dell. Sabrina nodded obediently. Although she didn't care much about these, she was a little shy to meet Gary's family, but she looked calm on the surface. By the way, Sabrina, do you want to try to evolve Slowpoke into Slowbro? Gary said. Slowpoke is pretty good like this. I don't plan to evolve it for the time being. Sabrina still likes Slowpoke's current appearance. If you like it, it's up to you. Just pack up and we'll set off for Viridian City tomorrow. Gary said. Yeah. The next morning, the two of them rode their mountain bikes to Viridian City. The small road they took only a week to reach Viridian City. Gary currently carries the growth status of Pokemon. Eevee LV 3435, Magnemite LV 3032, Electabuzz LV 3436, Crobat LV 41-42, Alakazam LV 42-44, Zapdos LV 60, Vivian City Pokemon Center. Ah, isn't this Mr. Gary? When he arrived at the Pokemon Center, Gary was recognized by Joy here, because Gary arrested Team Rocket at the beginning, otherwise there would be a great loss here. Yeah, long time no see, Nurse Joy is doing well recently. Gary said. Don't mention it. Mr. Itaki of Tokiwa Gym has lowered the challenge requirements for some reason recently, causing many trainers to challenge. Every time the trainers who challenged had their Pokemon all defeated, I was busy, Nurse Joy said with a headache. Gary was surprised. It seemed that Itaki had already started to test Mutwo's combat power and lowered the challenge conditions just to let Mutwo fight to his heart's content. However, Itaki also had a problem with his brain. What was Mutwo's strength? Why did the leader of the Tokiwa Gym suddenly lower the challenge standard? Gary asked knowingly to see if he could find out about Mutwo. I don't know about this, but according to the challenger, Mr. Itaki recently got a good Pokemon and wanted to test the strength of that Pokemon. As long as Mr. Itaki's other Pokemon are defeated, he will send the newly captured Pokemon to fight. Joy said. What Pokemon is that? I don't know. According to the challenger's description, the Pokemon is wearing armor and is a Pokemon with psychic attribute. It doesn't look like a Pokemon from the Kanto region. It should be a Pokemon from other regions. Joy judged. At present, the Pokemon Pokédex is not fully collected. People in the Kanto region have a low understanding of Pokemon from other regions. For Pokémon that they have never seen, they will only think that it is a Pokémon from other regions, but they have never seen it. Gary, don't you know 053? Sabrina asked curiously when she heard that it was a psychic Pokémon. There are many types of psychic Pokémon, and the opponent is wearing armor. I can't really tell what kind of Pokémon it is. I can only know it by seeing it. Gary said. I'll go with you. Sabrina said. On the way here, Sabrina heard Gary say that the challenge limit of the Tokiwa Gym is very high. Only trainers who have obtained more than 7 badges can challenge it. Even if they are qualified, they still need to make an appointment. The card is bigger than Sabrina, which makes Sabrina curious. Okay, but I'll go replace the Pokémon first, Gary said. When they came to the teleporter, Gary dialed Professor Oak's number and the call was quickly connected. Gary, where are you traveling? Professor Oak asked. Professor Oak knew Gary's travel progress very well, and he also knew that Gary had collected all the badges and could come back at any time. We are now in Tokiwa City. I will go back with Sabrina after getting the Tokiwa Gym badge, Gary said. When mentioning Sabrina, she naturally stood behind Gary. Oh, Sabrina, hello. Professor Oak also greeted Sabrina. Hello, Professor Oak. Sabrina also responded with a smile. Although Sabrina was aloof, she was still very polite when she saw her elders. Grandpa, please help me teleport the 4 Pokémon Blastoise, Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus, Aerodactyl, and Scizor. Gary said. You want these Pokémon, they are all your main Pokémon. Do you need to bring so many to challenge a gym? Professor Oak asked in confusion. He knew very well which Pokémon Gary's main Pokémon were. These 4 Pokémon were the highest level Pokémon in Gary's hands. Even if the Tokiwa Gym is stronger, it is not necessary to send out all the main Pokémon. I heard that the gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym captured a very strong Pokémon, and no one has won until now, so I want to give it a try, Gary said. Really? Then you better work hard. I'll get you some Pokémon, Professor Oak said. So, Gary teleported all 4 Pokémon except Zapdos and Alakazam to Professor Oak's laboratory. After getting the Pokeball, Gary went to the public room behind the Pokémon Center, opened the 5 Pokeballs, and released his Pokémon. LV53 Blastoise 3/Quasi Legend. LV51 Super Iron Tyrannosaurus 3/Quasi Elite. LV50 Aerodactyl 3/Elite. LV44 Alakazam 3/Elite. LV45 Scizor 3/Elite. Gary mainly looked at Scizor's level. After not seeing him for a while, Scizor's level reached 45. After all, it was the first batch of Pokémon that followed Gary, and the level was still good, compared with Ash's Charizard. From this, it can be seen that Ash is still a bit behind Gary in training Pokémon. Gary walked next to Blastoise and Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus. He placed his hands on them and taught them the skill Dynamic Punch. Then he came to Alakazam and Scizor and spent 11 intermediate rare candy to upgrade their levels to 50. 6 Pokémon above level 50 should be able to compete with that Mutwo. Scizor and Alakazam also felt that their strength suddenly became much stronger, and they looked at Gary in shock. They had certainly felt this feeling before, but it was when they were level 27. They hadn't experienced it for a long time, but they didn't expect to experience it again this time. I can only help you upgrade to this level for now, but later, I will help you become stronger, Gary said. Tomorrow's gym battle will encounter an unprecedented strong enemy. Rest well today and fight with all your strength tomorrow. Kami, roar. The 5 Pokémon nodded. They didn't know what kind of rival it was, but they were very curious. The Pokémon that attracted Gary's attention must be abnormal. Gary's Pokémon can see any rival, but they will never see the rival that Gary thinks is a strong enemy. Come in and have a good rest. After explaining the matter, Gary also collected all the Pokémon. He took a good rest today and challenged the Viridian Gym tomorrow. Early the next morning, Gary and Sabrina set out for the entrance of the Viridian Gym together. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw 3 familiar figures, naturally Ash and his 3 companions. Gary was quite surprised. He thought he would be separated from Ash and his companions this time, but he didn't expect to meet them at the entrance of the Viridian Gym again. Gary, Sabrina, Ash and his companions also saw Gary and Sabrina, and were very surprised. They didn't expect to meet again. Isn't this Ash? Aren't you staying on Cinnabar Island? Gary said. It has been more than half a month since they met on Cinnabar Island. Gary has disrupted the timeline. Even if Ash wants to get the Cinnabar badge, it will probably waste some time and it won't be as smooth as in the original plot. I have already defeated Blaine and got the badge. Now I only need the last badge to be eligible to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. 1.3 Ash said. You are really slow in collecting badges. Gary complained. Ash had nothing to say. After all, he saw Gary had 10 badges on the cruise ship last time. He may have collected more badges after not seeing him for a while. I have almost challenged all the gyms in Kanto region. Now I only have the badge of the Tokiwa Gym. Gary said. It is said that the owner of the Tokiwa Gym has captured a very strong Pokémon. I will beat that Pokémon until it loses its combat ability. It will be convenient for you to challenge it later. This way, you will have a higher chance of getting a badge. I don't need your help. I can beat that Pokémon myself. Ash doesn't need Gary to help him. He has always regarded Gary as a strong rival. That's not up to you. Sabrina, let's go in. Gary took Sabrina into the gym. Half its current strength had not reached its peak, only trainers at the level of Elite 4 were qualified to be Mewtwo's rival. I want to see if you can defeat that Pokemon. Seeing Gary and Sabrina go in, Ash also rushed up, but was stopped by 2 guards dressed in Roman soldiers at the gym entrance. No entry, only one person can challenge at a time. The guard reminded. But they are 2 people. Ash said. They came together, they are traveling partners. We are also partners with Gary. Ash said unconvinced. Do you think we didn't hear your conversation just now? You do know each other, but you are all trainers who want to collect badges, want to peek at the battle, and know in advance what Pokemon the gym owner will use. Don't think we don't know, get out of here. The guard roared. Ash and the other 2 were scared away. How stingy, it's just to watch the battle, Blaine doesn't do this. After walking away, Ash complained. Okay Ash, I'll come back later. Xiao Gang said. Yeah, and what Gary said makes sense, he might be able to defeat the powerful Pokemon of the Tokiwa gym leader. Xiao Yu said. Misty, what do you mean, do you think I can't beat it? Ash said dissatisfiedly. You forgot that Gary's strength is 0.2 times higher than yours, and he didn't have as much trouble fighting Blaine as you did. Misty said. The situation of the battle changes rapidly, I just don't have a Pokemon suitable for dealing with fire Pokemon, let me fight with Gary, the outcome is still unknown. Ash said unconvinced. Okay, you are awesome, okay. Misty was too lazy to say anything. When Ash was stubborn, he was just like an unreasonable child. Ding! Issued task, obtained Changpan Gym Badge / reward, intermediate rare candy X10, dig permanent skill learning device, top quality soft sand, ground skill power increased by +50%, X1. Inside Changpan Gym. Gary and Sabrina entered the battlefield inside. Itaki built Changpan Gym quite luxuriously. The surrounding walls were made of fine marble. He was sitting on a sofa on a stand behind the command area, with a Persian beside him. LV40 Persian 3/Gym. Gary saw the Persian and thought that the Persian was also normal in strength. It seemed that it was just a pet that Itaki kept. I am the trainer of Changpan Gym, Itaki. Itaki introduced himself coldly. I am Gary from Pallet Town. Gary also responded and introduced himself. Ban Mu was shocked when he heard the name. He had heard this name a lot recently. Cassidy and Butch, Jesse, and James all mentioned Gary's name in their reports, and even heard about it in the game hall of Rainbow Stone. Ban Mu didn't expect Gary to come to the Tokiwa gym to challenge him, so he settled the previous accounts and taught Gary a lesson. You are quite energetic. Okay, I will accept your challenge. Ban Mu smiled. The 2 guards at the door were standing in the command area at this moment. One of them announced, the number of Pokemon used is limited to 3, and there is no time limit. The game officially begins. Go, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Gary threw the Pokeball. At the same time, Ban Mu also took out a Pokeball from his pocket and threw it. Go, Golem. Great. LV40 Golem 3/Quasi Elite. Seeing the level of Golem, Gary felt that Ban Mu was still quite disciplined and did not send out Pokemon above the gym level. Golem, use rollout. Ban Mu Salation gave the order. Boom. The Golem rolled out directly to the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Gary didn't understand what Ban Mu meant. He felt that this Ban Mu was not a qualified trainer at all. Compared with the Ban Mu in the special comic, he was far worse. Since you came to me yourself, don't blame me. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, use Horn Drill. Gary ordered. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus also ran forward, and the drill on its head spun rapidly, forming a series of white cyclonic streams. Bang! The 2 Pokemon collided with each other, and Golem was unable to wrestle with the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Horn Drill broke Golem's skills, directly broke its defense, and knocked it out. Bang! Golem flew back several meters and fell to the ground, losing its combat ability directly, and was killed by Horn Drill in 1 hit. It can be seen that this Golem is not a strong ability and cannot resist the 1-hit kill skill. Golem loses its combat ability. The guard announced. It's quite a trick, use it next. While Ban Mu was speaking, he took back the Golem, and then opened a Pokeball. A ball of white light entered the field, and the light dissipated, and a Kingler appeared. LV40 Kingler 3/Quasi Elite. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is back. Seeing Kingler, Gary took back the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus without hesitation. Alakazam, it's up to you. Gary sent Alakazam to fight. Although there was Zapdos, it was definitely not suitable to be sent out at this time. Great. Alakazam is on the stage. Kingler, use Crab Hammer. Ban Mu ordered. Kingler rushed towards Alakazam sideways, and his huge right pincer was wrapped in a layer of water curtain. Psychic. Alakazam's eyes flashed blue, and Kingler's body suddenly floated up, and then Alakazam threw him out with confusion. Kingler relied on his crab shell to resist the attack, and immediately fired Bubble Beam to counterattack. After teleporting, use Dynamic Punch. 523 Gary ordered. Alakazam disappeared instantly, and then appeared behind Kingler, and fired a Dynamic Punch, hitting Kingler's crab shell. The fighting energy entered Kingler's body, shaking Kingler's body violently. Kingler suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't tell where Alakazam was, and his body began to shake around. Very good, use Psychic. Alakazam finally defeated Kingler with a Psychic. Itaki's trainer level was too low, he had no tactics at all, and he didn't even know the nature of these Pokemon and what kind of battles they were suitable for. Gary felt that these Pokemon were completely raised by others for Itaki to deal with gym battles. Compared with other gym leaders, Itaki was not a little bit worse. However, Itaki in front of him had no interest in ordinary Pokemon at all. He only believed in powerful strength, because any conspiracy, nasty plot, and tactics were useless in the face of absolute power. Itaki took back the defeated Kingler and said, "You are quite strong, and you are qualified to let me use the strongest Pokemon. Here it comes." Gary knew that Itaki was going to use Mewtwo, and responded, "You are talking too much, the strongest Pokemon is Arceus." Tet. Banmew was speechless. How could he not know it? However, Arceus only existed in legends. After all, no one had ever seen him. Arceus is just a vague legend. Now I will show you what absolute power is. After Banmew finished speaking, the iron gate below slowly rose, and the figure of a humanoid Pokemon appeared. The humanoid Pokemon walked out of the gate. The Pokemon was wearing various armors. Most of the body was armored, and only the two thighs were not protected by armor. Anyone who saw the armored Mewtwo would not recognize what this Pokemon was. LV70 Mewtwo/God level. The Mewtwo in front of him was not so invincible. At present, it was level 70, which was still at the champion level. That is, the current Mewtwo has not grown to be as powerful as in the theatrical version. Especially the armor that Mewtwo is wearing now is actually used to suppress its power. Gary feels that he still has a chance to fight. "Gary, this Pokemon is not simple, you should be careful." Sabrina immediately used telepathy to remind Ash. From the moment Mewtwo appeared, Sabrina felt Mewtwo's spiritual power that was like the Sea of Normal, which was not the spiritual power that a normal psychic Pokemon could have. According to the rules, you can only use 3 Pokemon to fight, but considering your excellent strength, you are allowed to use all the Pokemon on you. Itaki suddenly said. "Are you sure?" Gary asked. "Of course I am sure," Itaki affirmed. "Okay, let's start. Alakazam, use Kinesis," Gary ordered. "Who?" Alakazam immediately used Kinesis to distract Mewtwo's attention. Mewtwo stood still. Because he was wearing a helmet, he couldn't see Mewtwo's expression at the moment. Mewtwo was probably confused now and didn't understand what Alakazam was doing. The 2 spoons in Alakazam's hand were bent and straightened, then bent again and straightened again, and repeated several times in a row. Mewtwo just felt bored. Black's eye mask flashed 2 blue spots, and a strong confusion instantly bound Alakazam. "Who?" Alakazam also immediately used his telekinesis to resist. Mewtwo was also quite surprised. After fighting so many trainers, it was the first time it felt the resistance of Rival. In the past, Rival could not compete with its confusion, but this song Alakazam did it. However, Mewtwo didn't use much strength at all, and increased the confusion again, throwing Alakazam away. Bang! Alakazam hit the marble wall hard and lost consciousness. Pokemon at the champion level can basically kill Pokemon below the elite level in one hit, even if they use the reverse attribute skill. "Thank you for your hard work, your mission has been completed." Gary didn't expect Alakazam to do any harm to Mewtwo, it was good enough to use Kinesis. "Aerodactyl, leave it to you." Gary threw the Pokeball and released Aerodactyl. "Oh, Aerodactyl." Seeing Aerodactyl, Banmew was also a little surprised. Ancient Pokemon are still very precious. Even if Banmew doesn't care about the power of ancient Pokemon, he knows that ancient Pokemon have very high value. "Stone Edge," Gary ordered. Aerodactyl roared, and a large number of stone blades appeared around it, flying towards Mewtwo. Mewtwo did not move, raised one hand, and 2 blue spots flashed on the black eye mask again. All the flying stone blades were all stopped in the air. As Mewtwo waved his hand, all the stone blades accelerated and reflected back. Iron Head. Gary didn't sit still and waited for death, and immediately issued an order. Aerodactyl's head was covered with a layer of silver energy. Dual Wing Beat swung his hand and met the flying stone blades head on. These stone blades hit Aerodactyl's iron head and turned into rubble in an instant, which could not stop Aerodactyl's charge at all. Armored Mewtwo was also quite surprised. He immediately used his mind power to build a barrier to block Aerodactyl, but his body also leaned back slightly. Mewtwo also felt that he was shaken by the power of Aerodactyl. The blue light on the black eye mask became brighter. The terrifying mind power burst out and threw Aerodactyl out. Bang! But Aerodactyl was much stronger than Alakazam. This psychic impact did not kill Aerodactyl instantly. "Use Stone Edge from underground," Gary ordered. Aerodactyl slapped the ground with its claws, and sharp rocks broke out of the ground and continued to extend towards Mewtwo. Boom! Mewtwo did not dodge, and let a stone blade hit him, raising a cloud of dust. Before the dust cleared, Aerodactyl suddenly felt that he could not move, and his body unconsciously rose to a high altitude, and then fell heavily to the ground. Bang! After being hit hard, Aerodactyl also lost consciousness. This Gary is quite strong, Breeder's Pokemon can actually withstand Mewtwo's attack. Banmew thought to himself. Banmew originally thought that Gary would be like other trainers, and all the Pokemon he sent out would be killed instantly by Mewtwo, but he didn't expect Gary's Pokemon to be so tenacious. Gary took back the defeated Aerodactyl, and didn't rush to send out the next Pokemon. He asked, "By the way, don't you command your Pokemon? Just let it fight on its own." Banmew was stunned. He didn't expect Gary to suddenly ask him this question. How should he respond? As a trainer, it is very embarrassing to be unable to command his Pokémon. No need, it can fight on its own, I believe in its strength. Banmu said. If that's the case, what's the point of you being a trainer? Did you really capture this Pokémon with your own strength? Gary said. When these words came out, not only Banmu was stunned, but even Mutwo in the field was stunned. Although Mutwo obeyed Banmu's arrangements, it had begun to get tired of these things. It didn't understand the meaning of its existence. Zhao Dihao. Now, when Gary said what the meaning of being a trainer was, Mutwo immediately hit the question that he had been wondering about. He was also curious about what the meaning of Gary being a trainer was. What a noise, are you going to fight or not? If you don't fight, it means you admit defeat. Banmu said impatiently. Banmu naturally had no interest in being a trainer. He just wanted to gain absolute power to fulfill his ambition to rule the world. Seeing Banmu getting anxious, Gary said nothing more and took out a Pokeball and threw it out. Go, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Gary sent out Super Iron Tyrannosaurus again. Use Dig. Gary immediately gave the order, and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus immediately burrowed into the ground. Even if Mutwo's ability to read is very strong, Pokemon hiding underground will never be found by it. Even if Mutwo can, it should not be able to do it for a while. And Mutwo did not take any action on this. And 129, defeat Mutwo. Are you touched by what I just said? Gary looked at Mutwo, who was standing there motionless. He must have been affected by what he just said. This is a rare opportunity. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, attack, use Megahorn skill. Gary shouted loudly. Bang! The ground in front of Mutwo was broken, and the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus stuck its head out. The drill on its head was covered with white light, and suddenly expanded. It rushed forward and pierced directly into a barrier. The barrier did not completely resist, but was pierced by the drill. As the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus exerted force, cracks began to appear in the barrier. Mutwo, who was in a daze, was also shocked. With its thinking, it can naturally do many things at the same time. It did not expect that its own barrier could be broken by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Mutwo did not have time to increase the power of the barrier. The barrier was broken, and the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus's drill hit Mutwo's chest armor. The huge power was released, knocking Mutwo back several meters, and his feet left 2 scratches on the field. Banmu sat up in shock, unable to believe what he saw. Mutwo was actually repelled. Since Mutwo joined the gym battle, Mutwo has been invincible, and no trainer's Pokemon can hurt Mutwo in the slightest. Crack! A crack appeared on the chest armor on Mutwo's chest, and it broke into 903 holes. There were many precision parts inside, but because of the breakage, the chest armor's restraint on Mutwo was no longer effective. Mutwo's whole body radiated blue light, and a terrifying telekinesis lifted up the Super Iron. With a wave of Mutwo's hand, the huge body of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus flew backwards, and a deep pit was smashed into the marble wall. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus could not withstand the attack of Mutwo and fainted directly. What kind of Pokemon is this? Sabrina was secretly shocked. Even she couldn't kill the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus instantly with Psychic, but the mysterious Pokemon in front of her did it. Gary put the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus back into the Pokeball, and then took out a Pokeball. Caesar, it's up to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Cheap. Caesar in red armor appeared. Banmu looked at Mutwo's condition. Mutwo was not injured, but part of the armor on his body was broken. It was not a big deal, so Banmu did not stop the game. Caesar, use double team, and then use X-Scissor to attack. Gary said. Ja. Caesar immediately split into dozens of clones, and then rushed towards Mutwo collectively. A huge wave of telekinesis burst out from Mutwo's body, attacking every Caesar that approached him, but it only hit Caesar's clones. After all the clones were destroyed by Mutwo, Caesar's real body was not found. However, the next second, a red figure quickly emerged from the hole in front of Mutwo, and came to Mutwo at lightning speed, attacking with 2 pincers. Bang! Mutwo stretched out his hand to create a barrier to resist, but this time the barrier was broken again like the last time, and Caesar's X-Scissor hit Mutwo and destroyed the armor on his arm. Mutwo was very surprised that his own barriers were destroyed one after another, which was too abnormal. In fact, this is normal. Bug-type restrains Psychic. These barriers are not skills, but confusion walls built by Mutwo with confusion. Bug-type skills are naturally easy to break them. Get out of my way. Mutwo was also angry and immediately opened the confusion shock. However, what was rare was that Caesar was not knocked away. Mutwo's confusion shock missed. X-Scissor. Gary shouted immediately. Ja. Caesar launched X-Scissor to attack Mutwo again. Mutwo subconsciously used his arms to block. With a bang, Mutwo retreated several meters, and the armor on his arm was completely shattered. What are you doing? Banmu asked. Banmu, a third-rate trainer, naturally didn't know the situation Mutwo was facing. He thought that Mutwo was letting him go and deliberately lost to Gary's Pokemon. Mutwo didn't bother to pay attention to Banmu. It looked down on Banmu more and more. Just as Gary said, this Banmu was not at the level of a gym trainer at all. Don't you know that bug-type skills restrain Psychic-type skills? You are a gym trainer after all. Don't you know such basic things? Gary complained. What are you talking about, kid? Mutwo, get rid of that Caesar. Banmu was angry after being broken by Gary. He decided to get rid of Gary first. Mutwo ignored Ban Mu, looked up at the sky shield, and then flew into the sky. Bang! A big hole was knocked out of the ceiling, and Mutwo disappeared. Gary was confused. Mutwo ran away. Gary was still hiding his big move of talking, but before he could say this, Mutwo ran away. What? Ban Mu was also confused. He only realized at this time Mutwo ran away. Go and send someone to chase him. Ban Mu ordered the 2 guards on the field. Yes. The 2 guards ran to the entrance on the side, probably to notify the rockets to track down Mutwo's whereabouts. Ban Mu was also ready to leave, but was stopped by Gary. Hey, the battle between us is not over yet. Your Pokemon ran away, which means it lost its will to fight. I won this gym battle. Gary shouted. Take it. Ban Mu thought about it. He still needed the Tokiwa gym, so he couldn't break the rules. He took out an earth badge from his pocket, threw it down from the high platform, and turned around and left. Gary didn't pick up the badge. He waited until the badge fell to the ground before picking it up. Ding! Mission completed. Reward has been issued to the space backpack. After successfully getting the earth badge, Gary followed Sabrina out of the Tokiwa gym. After leaving the Tokiwa gym gate, Sabrina immediately asked, Gary, what kind of Pokemon is that Pokemon wearing armor? I can feel that the armor is suppressing that Pokemon. I don't know, but I have taken a picture of the Pokemon. When I return to Pallet Town, I will ask my grandfather. Let's go to the Pokemon Center first. Gary said. The two went to the Pokemon Center together. Mr. Gary, did you get the badge successfully? Joy asked Gary about challenging the Tokiwa gym when they arrived at the Pokemon Center. Yes, I won. Gary said. As expected of Mr. Gary, you even defeated Mr. Itaki. What kind of Pokemon was Mr. Itaki's? It should be difficult to deal with. Joy asked curiously. Although I won, I didn't defeat that Pokemon. That Pokemon ran away in the middle of the battle. Gary said. 130, returned to Pallet Town. Joy couldn't believe it. It was not uncommon for Pokemon to run away. Some powerful Pokemon would abandon their trainers when they found out that their trainers were very weak. However, this would only happen to weak trainers. Ban Mu was a trainer of the Tokiwa gym, so this shouldn't happen. Who knows what happened? It might be the Pokemon's own problem. Nurse Joy, please heal my spirits. Gary handed the defeated Pokemon to Joy. Okay, don't worry. Joy didn't ask any more questions, and handed the Pokeball to Chincy, and sent her to the medical treatment room for treatment. Gary looked at Joy, who had regained her usual expression. Although Nurse Joy was a nurse, they were all members of the Pokemon Alliance, and even had connections with the Alliance investigators. Any information they found out in the city would be passed on to them. Gary had noticed Nurse Joy in Viridian City from the beginning, and was sure that she must be a spy of the Pokemon Alliance, responsible for finding out any information in Viridian City. Otherwise, Joy wouldn't have told Gary about the Viridian Gym as soon as she met him. The purpose was to let Gary challenge the Viridian Gym to see whether Gary won or lost. Joy could ask about the battle situation to find out information. Gary also knew this, so he deliberately told Joy about his experience in the Viridian Gym. Gary was wondering if the Pokemon Alliance already knew that the Viridian Gym was an important base of Team Rocket and had already started investigating. After all, even Professor Oak's database had information about Mutwo, because in the anime plot, there was a union. Professor developed the Phantom system, which can create Phantom Pokemon. However, the prerequisite for creating Phantom Pokemon is to collect the complete data of a Pokemon before it can be transformed. Professor Oak specializes in studying Pokemon data. The laboratory database has a lot of complete research data on Pokemon. Professor Young wanted to take Professor Oak's laboratory's research data to create various Pokemon. During this period, the Phantom system constructed Mutwo, which means that Professor Oak has studied Mutwo and even has some complete data on Mutwo. This shows one thing, that is, Professor Oak also participated in the creation of Mutwo. After all, it is impossible to collect the complete data of Mutwo from pictures alone. Only by participating in the research in person can the data of Mutwo be obtained. According to Gary's understanding, there are currently 2 Mutwos, one is created by Team Rocket, and the other Song is researched by a laboratory in the Unova region. Mutwo was born and spent most of its time sleeping. Team Rocket's Mutwo was asleep for 10 years before waking up. During this period, various basic tests could be conducted on Mutwo. Professor Oak should have participated in this period. Gary planned to ask Professor Oak whether he participated in the research of Mutwo after returning to Pallet Town. Afternoon. Gary and Sabrina were shopping in Viridian City and heard something, that is, the Viridian Gym exploded and the entire gym was blown up. No need to guess, it was caused by Ash and the Rocket Trio. Gary was worried at first that Mutwo would escape early and change the original plot of Ash and the others. It seems that as long as they don't interfere too much, it will still develop in the normal direction. The Rocket Trio is really lucky. Gary also admired the Rocket Trio. They were sent to the police station twice by him and they were able to escape. They are worthy of being the destined villains. The next day, Gary and Sabrina rode back to Pallet Town. Because they didn't plan to collect Pokemon on the way, they carried out all the way and arrived at the Great Art Laboratory at dusk that day. Gary, you are finally back. Professor Oak was very welcoming to see his grandson. After all, Gary grew up with Professor Oak. As they were close, Professor Oak loved him very much. Grandpa, long time no see. Gary said. Hello, Professor Oak. Sabrina also greeted politely. Sabrina, you are here too. Welcome, welcome. Professor Oak was even happier to see Sabrina. After all, she was the girl brought back by his grandson. Although Sabrina was a little older than Gary, she was a psychic. If she and Gary had any results in the future, from the perspective of the family, it would not be a bad thing to have a younger generation who could psychic in the family. 0 request for flowers 0. Grandpa, I'll go to the backyard to see my Pokémon first. Gary said. Okay, go and see. Your Pokémon are very conscious and are training every day. Professor Oak said. Gary nodded and went to Professor Oak's backyard with Sabrina. Everyone, come out. Gary also released all the Pokémon on his body. Of course, Zapdos was not released for the time being. Chi-yi, Chi-yi. After a while, 2 Eevee ran over, 1 Eevee jumped into Gary's arms, and the other Eevee saw that Gary's arms were occupied, and directly hugged Gary's thighs. Both Eevee are Gary's Pokémon. Eevee, long time no see, are you doing well here? Gary squatted down and surrounded the gym potential Eevee. Because this Eevee only has gym potential, Gary does not plan to breed this Eevee into a moon Pokémon. And Gary does not plan to give up this Eevee, and plans to evolve it into an ice Pokémon. Just in time Gary's team lacks an ice Pokémon. Eevee, I plan to evolve you into an ice Pokémon, what do you think? Gary said. Chai. Eevee nodded frantically. It had wanted to evolve for a long time, but it couldn't evolve because it was carrying Everstone. Now that Gary wanted to let it evolve, it was eager to agree. Chai. Eevee also showed off to the Eevee on Gary's shoulder, saying that it could finally evolve. Eevee, Chai. Being taunted like this, Eevee could only get angry. Not being able to evolve was indeed its pain point. Don't be proud because you can evolve. Even if you evolve, it may not be its rival. Gary reminded. Chai. Eevee tilted his head, obviously not believing Gary's words. Pokémon will naturally become stronger after evolution. How could it be less powerful than the previous form? If you don't believe it, I will let you evolve later. You will know after you compete with it. Gary said. Chai. Eevee nodded, indicating that it was okay. Eevee. The Eevee on Gary's shoulder also agreed. It wanted to prove that Eevee was no worse than Eevee's evolved form. 131. Ice Pokémon. Novel image. This is the Ice Stone. You can take out the Everstone. Gary had already bought the top quality Ice Stone on the way here. Chi-yi. Eevee shook his body, and a round grey stone fell out of his hair. Then, Eevee held the Ice Stone in his mouth, and in an instant, the light of evolution burst out from Eevee's body, and his body quickly grew to a medium-large size, and a cold air spread out. When the evolution light faded, an Ice Pokémon with all blue hair, like a fox, appeared. LV38 Ice Pokémon 3/Quasi Elite. Eevee successfully evolved into an Ice Pokémon, and its potential was also improved to the level of Quasi Elite. Pokémon, Ice Pokémon 3. Attribute, Ice. Level, 3-8. Potential, Quasi Elite. Ability, Snow Hide. When it snows, it will assist the snow to hide the body of 220. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Help, Swift, Bite, Takedown, Ice Shard, Icy Wind, Ice Fang, Snow Scene. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. The Snow Hide ability in the game increases the dodge rate of Pokémon, but in reality it can assist the reflection of the snow to cover itself, which is a very good ability. Ice Pokémon is lucky. After evolution, it awakens 4 ice skills. Snow Scene just happens to correspond to the ability of Ice Pokémon. Chai. Eevee also jumped off Gary's shoulder and challenged the Ice Pokémon. Ice-yi. The Ice Pokémon showed a fierce look and accepted the battle. Okay, you guys go over there and fight. Stay away, don't affect other Pokémon. Blastwaz, you will be the referee. Gary said. Kami. Blastwaz took Eevee and the Ice Pokémon to fight in the open space next to them. Gary didn't watch the battle either. The battle between his Pokémon was naturally left to them to solve by themselves. Gary, as a trainer, would not intervene. And Gary also wanted to see other Pokémon. When he walked into the woods, he saw Butterfree, Executor, and Venonat. When they saw Gary coming, they immediately rushed out and surrounded Gary. Dog trainer, you haven't come to see us for such a long time, you are surrounded by us? LV45 Executor 3/Quasi Elite. LV40 Butterfree 3/Gym. LV30 Venonat/Elite. Gary looked at the 3 Pokémon. Executor has grown to level 45, and its strength has improved quite well. Due to its own potential, Butterfree's improvement began to slow down after reaching level 30, but it is also very good to grow to level 40. As for Venonat, Gary is just collecting shiny Pokémon, so it doesn't matter to him whether Venonat is strong or not. Moreover, Venonat lives very well here. Its body is much rounder than before, and it looks like it will evolve soon. Gary looked at Pidgeot, Arcanine, Forsaken, Crobat, Magnemite, and they all lived very well. However, Gary has a headache about Arcanine, because the Arcanine sent by Gensha is only at the elite level, and the potential is only raised to the gym level after using the top quality Firestone. Pokémon with gym potential can grow to level 49 at most, and cannot grow any more after that. It is no problem to fight gym battles at this level, but it is a bit difficult to participate in the Alliance Conference. Although the strength of the players in the Alliance Conference is uneven, the strength of the trainers who can be included in the top 32 is basically above the gym level, and some trainers even have 1 or 2 quasi-elite level Pokémon. The potential of Arcanine is not enough for Gary to use it in battles in the later stage, and the props to improve the potential are very rare, but Gary likes Arcanine very much and does not want to give up this Arcanine. He can only wait for the Bronze Crown and other props to improve the potential in the future to slowly improve the potential of Arcanine. However, Arcanine cannot be used for battles for the time being, and can only be used for gym battles. Crobat also faced the same situation as Arcanine, but Gary used Crobat as a tool Pokémon. Black Eyes is a very useful skill to capture Pokémon. After meeting with his Pokémon, Gary and Sabrina returned to Professor Oak's laboratory. As soon as he came back, Gary saw the ice Pokémon in Poor Spirits and the energetic Eevee. Obviously, Eevee won the battle between the ice Pokémon and Eevee. Chai. Eevee also ran to Gary, showing a smug expression, and wanted Gary to praise it. Gary did not praise Eevee, but walked to the ice Pokémon and comforted him. It's just a loss. You are just not familiar with your newly evolved body. When you are familiar with it, Eevee may not be able to defeat you. Ice. The ice Pokémon nodded, saying that he would fight Eevee again after practicing hard. Gary, your Eevee is so powerful. It can actually have so many skills. How did you breed it? At this time, Professor Yin suddenly said. Just now, Professor Oak heard the sound of fighting in the backyard, so he went out to see, and then saw Eevee and ice Pokémon fighting. He was also very curious about where the ice Pokémon came from, but as the battle between the two Pokémon became more intense, Eevee used one big move after another, which made Professor Oak dumbfounded. Professor Oak specializes in Pokémon research, so he has naturally studied Pokémon with high research value like Eevee. He knows very well that Eevee cannot master those skills. Anyway, he has never seen an Eevee with so many skills in his life. This Eevee is bred from Cinnabar Laboratory, and its species strength is naturally higher than that of ordinary Eevee. Gary introduced. Oh, this kind of Eevee was bred, how come I didn't know? Professor Oak also pays attention to research institutions in various regions. Since this Eevee is allowed to be sold, it will definitely be published in academia first. Because this Eevee 1.5 has a problem, that is, it cannot evolve, Gary said. What? Eevee that cannot evolve? Professor Oak was surprised. When Gary sent this Eevee here, he did not tell Professor Oak about Eevee's information. Professor Oak thought that Gary just captured another Eevee and wanted to cultivate it to other evolutionary types. Yes, I asked Professor Blaine for one to cultivate. During the cultivation process, I found that although this Eevee cannot evolve, it can master moves that Eevee cannot master. From the current stage, it seems that Eevee can master 9 attribute moves, and all 9 attributes correspond to the attributes of Eevee's evolutionary type. Gary said, oh, so amazing, it takes a long time for a Pokémon to learn a skill. I remember that it has only been a month since you arrived at Cinnabar Island. Professor Oak was puzzled. 132, give Professor Oak a little shock. Yes, this Eevee has a strong learning ability. It can basically master a skill in a week. It has mastered 5 skills so far, and my Pokémon taught it. Gary said, it seems that the price of having such a high talent is that it cannot evolve. Professor Oak judged. Who knows, it just can't evolve with the evolution stone at present. Eevee also has 3 forms that do not evolve with the evolution stone, Sun Pokémon, Moon Pokémon, and Sylveon. Gary said, that's right, then you should breed this Eevee well. Although this Eevee is very strange, Professor Oak thinks it's nothing, it's still within the acceptable range. After all, it's not clear how far this Eevee can grow. By the way, Grandpa, when I was challenging the Tokiwa gym, I encountered a Pokémon I had never seen before. I took a picture of that Pokémon. Can you take a look? Gary said. Oh, a Pokémon that you don't even know. Professor Oak was surprised because Gary had been with Professor Oak since he was a child and knew a lot about Pokémon. He was not only familiar with the Pokémon in the Kanto region, but also the Pokémon in other regions. He could be said to be an encyclopedia of Pokémon. Some rookie researchers were not as good as Gary. 02 show it to me. Professor Oak urged. Gary took out his mobile phone. This phone had been upgraded to a version that could take pictures. Although the pixels were a bit low, it could still take a clear picture of the target person. This Pokémon is. Seeing the photo, Professor Oak was also very shocked, and his pupils widened a little. Although the photo did not capture the original appearance of Mutwo, it still captured the general outline. Gary has been paying attention to Professor Oak's expression, and he is sure that Professor Oak must know the existence of Mutwo. I haven't seen this Pokémon either. Professor Oak shook his head seriously, indicating that he did not know this Pokémon. Grandpa, are you sure you don't know it? Gary asked. Although I am the Pokémon professor, this world is full of all kinds of Pokémon, and I haven't seen all Pokémon, but these photos are very valuable for research, so leave them to me, Grandpa. Professor Oak took his phone and went to save the photos in his phone. Gary did not stop him, he just wanted to confirm whether Professor Oak knew the existence of Mutwo. Now that Gary knew the answer he wanted, those photos were not that important. The key point is that Gary believes that even if Professor Oak tells what he knows about Mutwo, it will not help Gary, unless Professor Oak is willing to create Mutwo. However, it is too difficult to create Mutwo. In addition to Mew's genes, Mewtwo also needs to combine the genes of other Pokémon. It is a Pokémon cloned from multiple Pokémon genes. Moreover, it takes a long time to create a Mewtwo, more than 10 years, and it is not guaranteed to be successful. Otherwise, with the technology of Team Rocket, it is impossible to create only one Mewtwo. In the evening, everyone had dinner together. Gary, there are still 2 months before the Indigo Plateau Conference. What are you going to do in these 2 months? Professor Oak asked. I plan to go to MT Silver to have a look. Gary said. The Pokémon in MT Silver are very powerful. Are you sure you want to go? Professor Oak said. MT Silver is located in the eastern part of the Johto region. It is a huge mountain range. Half of the MT Silver range is in the protected area, and the other half is in the wild area. There are very strong wild Pokémon in it. Ordinary trainers can easily be attacked by wild Pokémon in it. Yes, I plan to capture a Banjura, and I can only try my luck at MT Silver. Gary said. The wild area of MT Silver is not protected, and the Pokémon Alliance will not pursue any Pokémon captured by trainers here. The collection task issued by the system requires collecting Banjura, and Gary can only start from MT Silver, because wild young Kira and Pupitar are too difficult to encounter. They will hide underground when they are born, and will not come out from underground until they evolve into Banjura and start to live as they please. Banjura is a very strong Pokémon. Only trainers at the level of Elite Four can subdue it. Are you sure you can do it? Professor Oak said worriedly. Banjura is a quasi-god in the Johto region, as famous as Dragonite in the Kanto region, but Banjura is much more ferocious than Dragonite. Many trainers want to capture Banjura, but basically they never come back. Grandpa, when have you ever seen me do something I'm not sure of? Besides, I have a very powerful Pokémon in my hand. With my other Pokémon, it's not a problem to defeat Banjura. Gary said. Oh, what Pokémon? Professor Oak looked confused. He had seen all of Gary's Pokémon. As a retired trainer, he knew that Gary's current main Pokémon was stronger than the gym trainer. But wild Banjura are born quasi-elite level Pokémon. Normal trainer is far from rival. Even the gym trainer can't deal with it without his main Pokémon. Not to mention Banjura who can dominate MT Silver. His strength will only be more terrifying, and he may even have the strength of elite and champion level. Grandpa, have you forgotten that I captured a Pokémon before, but I never teleported it here? Gary took out an Ultra Ball from his pocket. Oh, Ultra Ball. Oak was startled. Gary usually used ordinary red and white balls to capture Pokémon. Suddenly he took out the Ultra Ball, which meant that the Pokémon inside must be very powerful. Compared with ordinary balls, the Ultra Ball has a higher capture rate and is specifically used to capture some powerful Pokémon. Gary will definitely not use the Ultra Ball to capture mediocre Pokémon. This means that the Pokémon in this Pokémon is very strong or Gary's trump card against Banjura. What Pokémon is in it? Professor Oak asked curiously. Let's go to the backyard. It's night now and there are not many people. Gary said. Professor Oak was very confused. It's just a Pokémon. As for going to the backyard, and from what Gary meant, he deliberately waited until night to talk about this Pokémon. Professor Oak was getting more and more curious. The three of them came to the backyard. Come out. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. A Zapdos with golden hair standing up came out of the Pokeball. Gah. Zapdos saw Gary and calmed down, silently looking at Professor Oak whom he met for the first time. Get out of the way, Zapdos. Professor Oak was shocked. He could never have imagined that Gary could have 133. Ash returns. Am I seeing things? Is this really Zapdos? Professor Oak unconsciously walked to Zapdos, not sure if he was seeing things. Of course it's Zapdos. Grandpa, if you don't believe me, you can touch it and see for yourself. Gary said. Yes, touch it and see for yourself. Professor Oak was immediately delighted and immediately touched Zapdos' feathers. Zapdos didn't like being touched by strangers, but since Gary allowed it, he didn't say much. However, Professor Oak was a bit persistent. He touched it a few times and didn't stop, as if he wanted to touch Zapdos all over. So, Zapdos released a little bit of electricity, which directly numbed Professor Oak. Grandpa, are you okay? Gary was shocked and asked quickly. It's okay, just a little numb. This is really Zapdos. You didn't even tell me that you had conquered Zapdos. Professor Oak didn't care about it. He was Professor Oak, and he had to endure many Pokémon skills. I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would be too excited. Besides, I've told you now. Gary said. Quick, tell me how you subdued Zapdos. Tell me everything. Professor Oak just wanted to know how Gary subdued Zapdos. It was in Azure City. Gary told him about his experience at the Azure City power plant. You kid, you didn't tell me such an important thing. Professor Oak said dissatisfiedly. If I tell you, you will definitely ask me to teleport Zapdos here, so it's better not to tell you. Gary said. How long do you plan to stay in Pallet Town? Professor Oak asked. A week, then go to the Silver Forest. Anyway, the distance between the Silver Forest and the Indigo Plateau is very close, just treat it as special training. A week, do you want to stay for a while? Professor Oak said. He wanted to study Zapdos. Although he had seen Zapdos before, this was his first time to get so close to him. Grandpa, Zapdos doesn't like to be touched by strangers. You just saw it. If you want to study it, you need Zapdos to cooperate with you. Gary reminded. I know, I'll just take a look. Professor Oak said with a smile. He was now thinking about monitoring some data on Zapdos. Gary had a headache. It seemed that his grandfather had to endure the taste of lightning forging again. 3 days later, the door of Professor Oak's laboratory was pushed open, and Ash and the other two entered the room. Professor Oak, I'm Ash. Ash shouted. You're here. Tijipai, long time no see. Professor Oak ignored Ash, turned to Misty, and greeted Tijipai. Poker. Tijipai also called out enthusiastically. Tijipai is a mysterious fairy Pokémon. Currently, there is no information about Tijipai, and no detailed information about them has been studied. People have not found out how Tijipai was born so far, because Tijipai was born in a parallel space, which is called Tijipai's Paradise. Newly born Tijipai Pokémon eggs will fall from the parallel space to the real world, and only human minds can hatch Tijipai. After Tijipai grows into Tigetic in the real world, it will return to Tijipai Paradise to reproduce, so people have never known how Tijipai was born. There is an entrance to Tijipai Paradise in Mirage Kingdom in Hone region. The entrance to Tijipai Paradise is on the other side of a mirage, which is a very special parallel space. Misty's Tijipai was born in Tijipai Paradise in Mirage Kingdom. Of course, similar to there are more than one mysterious space like Tijipai Paradise. The exact number is unknown. Anyway, the number is not too many, but there is a Tijipai Paradise in basically every region, but it has not been discovered yet. Professor, I'm Ash. Seeing Professor Oak ignore him, Ash was speechless. Is he so easily ignored? Haha, I'm just kidding you. Seeing you so healthy is more important than anything else. Come with me. Professor Oak brought Ash and the other two to the living room. In the living room, Gary and Sabrina were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Gary. Seeing Gary, Ash immediately became excited. Oh, isn't this the person who has been looking at my back? Gary said sarcastically. What did you say? Okay, stop arguing. You are the hope of Pallet Town. Oak Hakuda immediately dissuaded. The hope? Me. Ash was stunned. Yes, among the 4 rookie trainers who set out this year, only you two have collected 8 badges. Professor Oak said, there are 2 people who will become Pokémon Masters in the future. I am very relieved. As people from the same town, Ash naturally knew the other 2 and asked, what happened to Xiao Huang and Xiao Chang? They were doing well at the beginning, but then they fell into a difficult battle and couldn't get the badge, so they gave up becoming trainers. Professor Oak said, is that so? Because he was late at the beginning, Ash always thought that he was the last among the 4 rookies, but he didn't expect Xiao Huang and Xiao Chang to give up. It's their own problem. They didn't breed their Pokémon well. Gary knew the potential of Charmander and Bulbasaur very well. Even if they didn't reach the champion potential, they still had the potential to be quasi-elite. If they are willing to work hard, it will be no problem for them to collect 8 badges. Professor Oak also agreed with Gary's words, and then said, Ash, you have collected 8 badges, Gary has 12 badges, you both have the qualification to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, but you must work hard and don't misunderstand. Qian Li's Indigo Plateau Conference, let's go now. Hearing about the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash couldn't wait to participate and was about to leave. Wait. Gary immediately stopped Ash. What's wrong? The Indigo Plateau Conference will be held in 2 months. What you need to do now is to train your Pokémon well. Does your Charizard still listen to you now? Gary said. Ah, you are right. Special training first. I must make Charizard listen to me. Ash nodded. Ash, your Charizard doesn't listen to you? Professor Oak asked curiously. Yes, since Charmander evolved, it has become more and more disobedient, and it completely disobeyed after becoming Charizard. Ash said with a headache. After such a long time, you still haven't tamed your Charizard. Gary thought that the defeat would make Ash's Charizard behave better, but it seems to have no effect. Update Zapdos.134, compete to capture Pokémon. This, not yet. Although he didn't want to admit it, the current situation was like this, and Ash could only bow his head on the Charizard incident. Let's not talk about Charizard's problem. You still have a fatal problem. Gary said. Fatal problem? What problem? Ash asked in confusion. Not only Ash, but even Xiaogang and Misty were confused. Ash, you have been clamoring to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference since you came here, but are your Pokémon ready? You should not have properly bred the Pokémon you fostered in the laboratory. Gary said. Ah, this. Ash looked like he was awakened from a dream. Although the number of Pokémon he captured was not large, it was definitely more than 6. Ash had never bred those Pokémon and kept them in the Great Laboratory. Although Gary did the same, each Pokémon would be bred for a period of time, and even the Pokémon sent to Professor Oak's laboratory would have a customized training plan for them. Ash just handed the Pokémon to Professor Oak and asked him to take care of them. Fortunately, Professor Oak was a trainer before and knew how to arrange training for Ash's Pokémon. Otherwise, the levels of the Pokémon Ash put in Professor Oak's laboratory would definitely be very different. Not only the Pokémon in the 180 laboratory, but also the Pokémon on you. Among the 6 Pokémon, only Charizard and Pikachu are up to PAR. The other 4 Pokémon are not very good. Even Charizard doesn't listen to you. In the end, only Pikachu can be used. Gary said. This. Ash was speechless. Pikachu. Pikachu also shook his head helplessly. It also agreed with Gary's evaluation of Ash. At present, when Ash encounters any strong enemy, he can only get rid of it and Charizard. The key is that Charizard is still not obedient. In the end, Pikachu has to fight everything. No wonder Pikachu usually likes actor. In the end, it is still Ash's responsibility. I already know this, and I have changed it. Ash said. That's just breeding the Pokémon you carry with you. The Pokémon you put in the laboratory don't grow much. The Indigo Plateau Conference is not a simple battle of 1 or 2 games. The opening is a 3-on-3 battle, and there will be 5 rounds of competition. From the quarterfinals, it will be a 6-on-6 game. Gary preached, even if you can enter the quarterfinals, you have to play 4 6-on-6 games every day. Do you think your current strength can withstand such a long, ACF, round-robin battle? So many games. Ash was also confused. He still didn't know the game process of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Hearing that there would be so many games, he knew that it would be difficult to rely on his own Pokémon. Then how many Pokémon do you have now, Gary? Ash asked back. Gary has captured a total of 25 Pokémon so far, Professor Oak said. Gary was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he had captured such an indecent number of Pokémon. No, he had to capture Banjura quickly and cross the number of 25. You have captured so many Pokémon, it is impossible to train every one of them properly, said Ash. Of course not, but the Pokémon I plan to breed are all eligible to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Although some Pokémon are still in the breeding stage, there are still 2 months before the Indigo Plateau Conference. I will definitely be able to breed them. Gary said. I can do the same. Ash said. Gary smiled and said, in this case, let's go to the backyard to see our Pokémon and see the difference in size between the 2 Pokémon. Then let's compare them. Ash didn't believe that his Pokémon could lose to Gary in terms of size. Grandpa, let's go to the backyard. Okay. So everyone went to the backyard, and Professor Oak also released all of Gary and Ash's Pokémon for everyone to see. Ash captured a lot more Pokémon than Gary, a total of 38 Pokémon, while Gary only captured 24 Pokémon. However, of Ash's 38 Pokémon, 30 were Tauros, and the remaining 8 were different types of Pokémon. Of course, Gary also captured duplicate Pokémon, such as ancient Pokémon. Except for Aerodactyl, the other 4 ancient Pokémon have multiples. But in terms of types, Gary's Pokémon are naturally richer. What Pokémon is this? Misty pointed to the ice Pokémon with ice blue hair. It was the first time she had seen it. This is an ice Pokémon, an evolution of Eevee. Gary said. Oh, in addition to fire Pokémon, lightning Pokémon, and water Pokémon, there are also ice Pokémon. Misty said in surprise. Yes, Eevee has a total of 8 evolutionary forms. In addition to ice Pokémon and the 3 common evolutionary forms, there are also sun Pokémon, moon Pokémon, leaf Pokémon, and Sylveon. Gary said. There are so many. Misty, a half-baked person, also knew for the first time that Eevee has so many evolutionary forms. Even Ash was stunned. That Butterfree is a different color Pokémon. Ash quickly noticed Gary's Butterfree. Not only Butterfree, the color of that handball is also different from ordinary handballs. And the magnet of that Magnemite has no color, it's all gray. As Ash discovered, Xiaogang and Misty also noticed Venonat and Magnemite. Yes, these 3 are all different colored Pokémon, very collectible. Gary said. Indeed, it is said that different colored Pokémon are hard to come by. We only encountered 1 different colored Butterfree at the beginning. Misty said. Yes, different colored Pokémon can be sold at a very high price at auction. Xiaogang said. Ash was dazzled when he saw Gary's Pokémon. Each Pokémon was very handsome, and there were even 3 different colored Pokémon. In contrast, the Pokémon he had captured, excluding 29 duplicate Tauros, only captured 9 Pokémon in total. Ash, excluding the multiple Pokémon, you have only captured 9 Pokémon in total. Gary said. Ash was hit on the sore spot and said dissatisfiedly, although I have a lot of Tauros, it's not that I can't use them for fighting. Really? Gary looked at the Tauros running on the grass. There were 30 Tauros running together, which looked very spectacular, but the potential of these Tauros was not very good. Except for the Tauros leading the way, the rest of the Tauros are not very good, and their levels are probably very low. If you put them in the Indigo Plateau Conference to fight, it's just a waste of a position. Gary said. How do you know that the leading Tauros is stronger? Ash asked. Stupid, Tauros are social animals, and the leader is the leader of the Tauros, so he is naturally the strongest. You are a Tauros trainer after all, don't you even know this? Gary complained. Point 135, heading to MT Silver. It can be seen that you didn't even take care of these 30 Tauros after you conquered them. You probably don't even know what skills the leading Tauros has mastered. Gary complained fatally. Ash was a little embarrassed when Gary pointed out his problem so clearly. He really didn't know the strength of the leading Tauros. As long as he asked a little, he could tell which Tauros was stronger. Then he could breed them and he wouldn't end up in a situation where he didn't know anything. Seeing Ash silent, Gary continued, I just asked casually, you really don't know, you don't even know what skills Krabby has. Ash's figure seemed to be getting smaller and smaller at this moment, and Gary seemed to be a class teacher criticizing his students. Professor Oak, is this okay? Xiaogang asked in a low voice. He felt that if he continued to criticize like this, Ash would almost become autistic. It doesn't matter. They have been like this since they were young, and what Gary said is not a problem. This is indeed the problem Ash is facing now. Professor Oak had a nonchalant attitude. He was used to this kind of scene. By the way, where is your Primeape? Xiao Mao asked. He remembered that he had successfully evolved Primeape into Forsaken in front of Ash and the others. Ash wanted to evolve his Primeape into Forsaken as well, so he asked Anthony to send Primeape to Professor Oak for evolution test. Logically, Infernape should be back. Well, after Primeape evolved into Forsaken, I sent it back to Mr. Anthony. Ash said. Asterisk. Gary had a headache. He had finally gotten Ash to give Primeape to him, but he gave it away again. You only have 9 Pokemon you can use. Don't you plan to let the Forsaken come back to help you attend the Indigo Plateau Conference? Gary said. You're right. I forgot about it. Ash scratched his head awkwardly. Gary had a headache. He thought that sometimes he should not care about so many things. Just motivate Ash appropriately. If he continued to care about it, his head would hurt. Don't worry about it for now. Gary, you promised before that if you defeat Blaine, you would let Charizard fight your Blastoise. Do you remember? Ash said. Why? Your Charizard wants to fight my Blastoise. Gary said. Of course. Ash said. Ash, Charizard is restrained by Blastoise, why do you want to fight like this? Professor Oak asked in confusion. This explanation is too long, anyway, it's just a fight. Gary, do you agree or not? Ash said. Gary was silent for a while, and seeing that the system didn't respond, it seemed that the task could no longer be triggered. After all, Ash's strength has not improved much, and now he thinks it will be difficult for the system to issue tasks. Let's save the battle between us for the Indigo Plateau Conference. It's just right that you can use this reason to motivate Charizard. At least during the Indigo Plateau Conference, Charizard will listen to you for the time being. Gary said. Can it still be like this? Ash was a little unwilling, but thinking of his second challenge to Blaine, Charizard really listened to the instructions, but after defeating Blaine, Charizard returned to his old self. If you are strong enough, you will meet me at the Indigo Plateau Conference, because I will not be eliminated. As long as you can keep winning, you can meet me. Gary said. Okay, I will win. Ash promised with a fist. Boom! Just then, a roar was heard in the distance. What happened? Where did the explosion come from? Everyone immediately looked into the distance and found a cloud of black smoke rising not far away. It was obvious that the direction where the black smoke rose was in the backyard of the laboratory. Go and have a look. Everyone hurried to the point where the explosion occurred. As soon as they got close, they saw 2 tufts of hair, blue hair, and red hair. After a closer look, they found that they were Jesse and James. It's you, Team Rocket. Ash recognized the 3 lingering guys at a glance. Didn't I send you guys to prison? Why are you here? What's your purpose? Gary asked. Do I need to ask? They came to my door. We are back this time to steal that Pikachu. The Rocket team blew up the Tokiwa gym. To make up for their mistake, they must capture Ash's Pikachu and present it to Ban Mew. Meowth is talking. Professor Oak was surprised to see a talking Pokemon for the first time. He said, well, can you please speak again? 0, Flowers 0. Okay, you guys listen attentively. Not only Pikachu, but all the Pokemon in the laboratory, we will take them away. Meowth Power Trip said. You are really brave to attack my Pokemon. Gary said coldly. However, just when Gary was about to take action, the sound of the earthquake came from not far away, and a group of Tauros ran over here and rushed straight towards the Rocket team. Bang! What a disgusting feeling. The Rocket trio was knocked away and disappeared into the distant sky. Goodbye. Misty was used to it and waved goodbye. What on earth are they doing here? Xiaogang was sweating profusely. He couldn't understand what the Rocket trio was thinking. There were so many Pokemon in the laboratory they couldn't take them all by themselves. Besides, with Gary and Ash here, the Rocket trio was not rival at all. It's so boring. Grandpa, I plan to go to Indigo Plateau first. Gary just felt that it was a waste of time. It would be better to go to Indigo Plateau to train Pokemon and go to MT Silver Vein to look for the trace of Banjara. Ash, our duel will be saved for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Okay, I will definitely not lose then. Then work hard to train your Pokemon in the next 2 months. Goodbye. Gary waved goodbye to Ash and left with Sabrina. That afternoon, Gary and Sabrina left Pallet Town and headed for Indigo Plateau, intending to train their Pokemon in the MT Silver Vein. Indigo Plateau is not far from Pallet Town, and with the Aerodactyl, it only took them half a day to get there. After arriving at the Pokemon Center, Gary came to the public area and released Electabuzz. Wow! Electabuzz looked at the only Pokemon released, a little confused. Electabuzz, I plan to evolve you into Electivire, do you want to evolve? Gary asked. Electabuzz can evolve once more, but it requires the Electivirizer, which Gary naturally prepared 136, MT Silver Wild Area, Bangala. Wow! Electabuzz was shocked. It didn't know it could evolve again. It was incredible. This is the Electivirizer. As long as you hold it, you can evolve into the Electivire. Gary took out the Electivirizer from his pocket. It was a square box, the size of an adult man's fist, and it was a small Electivirizer. Although the Electivirizer is small, it has a huge amount of electrical power stored in it. Any electric Pokemon likes it very much, but only Electabuzz can evolve with the Electivirizer. Wow! Electabuzz nodded without hesitation. It didn't reject evolution. When Electabuzz was still an Illichid, it ran to absorb the lightning, and its purpose was to evolve. Now that it knows that it can evolve again, it will definitely not reject it. Most Pokémon will choose to evolve. Only a very small number of Pokémon are 050 and unwilling to evolve. Only Ash, the chosen one, will encounter so many Pokémon that don't like to evolve. Take it. Putting the Electrizer in Electabuzz' hand, Electabuzz clenched his fist and could feel the energy in the Electrizer. Electric currents rushed out of the Electrizer, and golden arcs instantly filled Electabuzz's body. Wow! Electabuzz screamed, and the golden arcs that filled his body were absorbed into his body. Suddenly, his body emitted an incandescent light, and the light of evolution filled his body. His body instantly rose to 1.8 meters, and his body became more sturdy. As the light of evolution dissipated, a bipedal Electivire appeared. Gary immediately used the Eye of Insight to check the attributes of Electivire. Pokemon, Electivire 8. Attribute, Electricity. Level, 3-8. Potential, Champion. Ability, Electric Engine. When attacked by electric-type skills, it will not be damaged, but its speed will increase. Skills, Leer, Thunder Shock, Charge, Shockwave, Electromagnetic Break, Swift, Thunder Punch, Discharge, Ion Deluge. Teaching skills, Mega Kick, Thunderbolt, Signal Beam, Dynamic Punch. Intimacy, 255, maximum value 255. Carrying props, Soothe Bell. Not bad, Ion Deluge was awakened. Gary was quite surprised. Ion Deluge is a very powerful skill. It is a normal attack skill killer. This move can transform normal skills into electric skills. Electivire's ability is Electric Engine. If the opponent uses normal skills to attack Electivire, it will become an electric skill under the interference of Ion Deluge. In this way, Electivire can not only be immune to normal skill damage, but also increase its own speed. The increase is not that big, but it can be immune to normal attack skills, which is still very useful. Get familiar with your current body. You can release a stronger Thunder Shock. Although your body size has increased, your speed and strength have been greatly improved. Gary said. Wow. Electivire nodded, and then punched the air. The sound of the fist hitting the air was explosive, which showed how powerful Electivire was. Gary planned to breed Electivire in the near future. As for Magnemite, there was no rush for the time being. He could wait until the Johto region to breed it. As for the task of capturing Pokémon issued by the system, he could take his time and there was no rush at all. He rested on the Quartz Plateau for a night. The next morning, Gary rode Aerodactyl to the wild area of MT Silver. MT Silver is a protected area and Normal is a wild area. The Pokémon in the protected area are protected by the Pokémon Alliance. Pokémon in the area are not allowed to be captured, and the inside is guarded by forest rangers. Pokémon in the wild area can be captured by Salation. If Gary wants to get Banjura, he can only start from this area. Moreover, Gary also found out that there are indeed several Banjura in Silver Vein, each active in their own area. It was already 10 a.m. when we arrived at the MT Silver Vein wild area. The sun was overhead, shining on the entire forest, but the leafage was too dense, so the sun could not shine on the forest floor, and the situation in the forest could not be detected from sky. Gary came alone this time, dealing with only one Banjura, and did not need Sabrina's help. Moreover, Sabrina's Psychic could not help much, as the Dark-type Banjura was immune to Psychic. Gary took out 2 earplugs from his pocket and plugged them into his ears, then ordered, Aerodactyl, use Roar on the forest below. Aerodactyl roared growl at the vertical below. Weak Pokémon would run away immediately after hearing this terrifying growl. Roar is also a skill that can drive away rival, but it only works on low-level or timid Pokémon. Facing powerful Pokémon, Roar will not have any effect. On the contrary, the opponent is too powerful and will anger the opponent. There are all kinds of restless sounds coming from the forest below, but no Pokémon launched a counterattack, which shows that there is no Banjura nearby. Banjura is a tyrant. In order to find rival, it will keep wandering in the mountains. It will ignore weak Pokémon when it encounters them, but it will definitely attack when it encounters a strong enemy. Let's go, let's try another place, said Gary. Aerodactyl deployed dual wing beat and flew in the direction Gary pointed. Every time it flew to a place, it would use Roar to taunt. It also encountered Pokémon that actively responded to taunt, but it was not Banjura, so Gary ignored it and left. Soon, the man and the dragon arrived at the mountainside of MT Silver. Aerodactyl released growl again. Roar. A roar came from below. Is it Ursaring? Just now, Gary encountered many Ursarings while taunting, even an Ursaring with quasi-elite potential. Unfortunately, Gary had no interest in Ursaring, so he didn't try to capture it. Gary looked down and found that the growl came from a cave entrance. 1.8 It can be seen that the Pokémon lives in this cave. There are many Pokémon living in the cave. It may be Radon, and it is not clear whether it is Banjura. Aerodactyl, call again. Gary said. Aerodactyl roared again, growl, roar. A roar was heard again in the cave, and soon, a giant beast with a green armored shell walked out of the cave. Every step the beast took, the surrounding ground trembled. LV60 Banjura 3/Champion. Found it. The giant Pokémon that walked out of the cave was exactly what Gary was looking for. He thought it would take some time to find it, but he found it in one morning. It was also a champion potential Banjura. Good luck. Actyl. This was a rival it had never encountered before. It could feel that Aerodactyl was not weak. Roar. Bangala roared at Sky's Aerodactyl. It was resting in the cave, but it heard the roar outside, and it was getting closer and closer. It was Bangala. How could it allow a Pokemon to dare to Salation taunt? Feeling the sound getting closer, Bangala naturally roared to warn the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party was so aggressive that it didn't retreat. So it had to come out and teach this ungrateful thing a lesson. Aerodactyl, let's go down, Gary said. Aerodactyl immediately landed more than 10 meters away from Bangala, and Gary jumped directly from Aerodactyl's back. Roar. Bangala was also surprised to see Gary. He didn't expect that he was a human. Although living in the mountains, Bangala has seen humans, most of whom are Pokemon hunters. Those hunters have also attacked Bangala, but they were all defeated by Bangala. Blastwaz, this time the rival is up to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. LV54 Blastwaz 3/Quasi Legend. Blastoise's current strength of 02 has also reached the Quasi Elite level. Although it is a little lower than Bangala in front of him, Blastwaz has an attribute advantage and is still very powerful. Bangala, I want to conquer you. Let's have a fair fight. I will only use Blastwaz to fight you, Gary said. Roar. Bangala roared in response to Gary, and then an orange light shot out from Bangala's mouth. Hydro Pump. Blastoise's barrel sprayed 2 hydro pumps to block the destruction of the death light, and the 2 skills collided. Bang! The power of the skills and moves of both sides was tied. Water Pulse. Bang! Bang! Blastoise's hydro pump fired 2 water balls, hitting Banjira one after another, knocking it back several meters. Roar. Banjira was hurt, roared, and sand flew up, and the surroundings were soon covered by sandstorm. Use Rain Dance. Gary would not let the sandstorm weather continue. In the sandstorm weather, the special defense of rock Pokemon is increased by 1.5 times, which is not low for Banjira. Although Banjira has a weak point, its double defense has reached 100. Kami. Blastwaz immediately used Rain Dance, but the sandstorm on the field showed signs of disappearing slightly, and it was suspended again, and the dark clouds in the sky immediately dispersed. Blastwaz, surprised face, sand raising ability. Gary instantly understood what was going on. Pokemon with the ability to change the weather have powerful suppressive effects when they use the weather changing skills. Pokemon that can only change the weather cannot cancel the weather changed by the opponent. This Bangala did not activate the weather just now. When he resisted Blastoise's 2 water pulses, he found that Blastwaz was not weak and used Sandstorm to improve his special defense. Rock Pokemon's special defense ability will be improved in sandstorm weather. Roar. Bangala swung his tail and lashed at the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Stone blades broke out of the ground and extended towards Blastwaz. Flash Cannon. Blastwaz squatted down and fired 2 silver beams from the barrel, shattering the stone blades that emerged from the ground and blasting them at Bangala, but these attacks did not have much effect on Bangala. Bangala also felt that the long-range attack was not Blastoise's rival, and ran towards Blastwaz, using Earthquake to interfere with Blastwaz while running. Use Rapid Spin and Water Flow Rupture. Blastwaz immediately used Rapid Spin to levitate his body, and then, a series of water curtains wrapped around the sides of the turtle shell, compressed into 2 water blades, and with the blessing of Rapid Spin, formed a rotating water blade and rushed towards Bangala. Bangala was fearless and used his body to withstand Blastoise's attack. The moment he came into contact with it, Bangala retreated violently, enduring the severe pain, holding Blastoise's turtle shell tightly with both arms, and using superpower to stop Blastoise's Rapid Spin. Although it is very powerful, you are looking for death, Blastwaz, use Hydro Pump with your mouth, Gary ordered. Although Bangala stopped Blastoise's Rapid Spin, the hole in Blastoise's head was facing Bangala's front. Blastwaz poked his head out and opened his mouth to spray Hydro Pump. The powerful Hydro Pump knocked Bangala back far away. Blastwaz can use water skills with more than just the barrel. Before it evolved, it had always used its mouth to use water skills, but the power was not as strong as the water skills used by the barrel. Roar. Bangala was very rage. It was the first time it encountered such a powerful rival. No matter what moves it made, it couldn't do anything to the opponent. Bangala, who was rage, immediately sprayed out a destructive death beam. Blastwaz also used Hydro Pump without hesitation. Bang! The skills of both sides collided, and a ball of mist exploded. The next second, there were bursts of running sounds in the mist. Bangala broke through the mist, and was wrapped in energy cyclones. He rushed towards Blastwaz with an indomitable momentum. This is Bangala's Giga Impact. From this, it can be determined that this Bangala has very low combat experience. Although the Destruction Beam and Giga Impact are very powerful, they are both normal type skills. Bangala is a rock and evil dual attribute Pokemon, and using normal type skills does not have skill blessings. Blastwaz, use 940 Iron Defense to resist it. Dang! Blastwaz used Iron Defense to resist the Giga Impact, and was knocked out and stopped after breaking a tree. This move seems to be very powerful, but Blastwaz did not suffer any damage. On the contrary, Bangala was temporarily unable to move because of the negative effects of using Giga Impact. Hydro Pump. Kami. Blastoise's barrel sprayed Hydro Pump. Bang! The powerful Hydro Pump hit Bangala's body, knocking Bangala back dozens of meters until it hit a dirt slope and stopped. Bangala shook his head and stood up immediately. Really tough. Gary's eyelids twitched wildly. This Bangala had been attacked by Blastoise 4 times in a row, but he could still continue to fight. The armor on his body was really tough. Roar. Bangala opened his mouth and spit up a black beam to attack Blastoise, and Blastoise immediately fired Flash Cannon to counterattack. Boom! The two skills collided and exploded. Then, Bangala dodged heavily, and the ground suddenly shook violently, and the earth collapsed. Gary immediately jumped onto Aerodactyl's back. Blastoise felt that this was earthquake, and immediately jumped up and used rapid spin, rushing towards Gyro Water Blade to attack Bangala. 138. Conquer Bangala. Novel image. Roar. Bangala punched the ground, and stone pillars broke out of the ground. After hitting one stone pillar, it broke out from under Blastoise and hit the bottom of Blastoise, flipping it over. Bangala saw this and immediately sprayed Dark Pulse. Boom! Dark Pulse successfully hit. Kami. Blastoise panted, rolled over and stood up. Gary didn't expect that Bangala could still fight back. It seems that this Bangala is not without intelligence. Water Pulse. Gary ordered. Bang! Bang! Blastoise's barrel shot out 2 water balls, attacking Bangala from different directions. Bangala didn't move. When Water Pulse approached, it swung its tail to disperse a water ball, and then punched another water ball. The action was done in one go, but Bangala was now facing Blastoise sideways, revealing a flaw. Kami. Blastoise seized the rare opportunity and used Hydro Pump. Bang! Bang! Bangala retreated violently, breaking several trees again before stopping. After Shell Smash, Hydro Pump at high speed to approach Bangala. Gary ordered. Blastoise's whole body was shining red, and his body retracted into the turtle shell. He used Rapid Spin, and the barrel sprayed 2 Hydro Pumps, rushing towards Bangala quickly. Bangala also endured the pain and used Stone Edge, but this time, Blastoise's speed increased a lot, and the stone blade that broke through the ground did not hit Blastoise. Blastoise rushed to Bangala, and the high-pressure Hydro Pump hit Bangala, taking Bangala back several meters until Tackle stopped on the mountain wall. Bangala still did not fall down, and when he saw Blastoise approaching him, he opened his mouth to bite Blastoise. Dynamic Punch. Gary issued an order. Blastoise's fist shone with white light, and the Sun Punch hit Bangala's head. Bangala was attacked by Dynamic Punch, and his huge body fell to one side, and his eyes finally closed. Fighting skills can cause 4 times the damage to Bangala. Dynamic Punch is the final killer that Gary prepared for Bangala. Kami. Blastoise looked at Bangala who fell down, and sat on the ground tiredly. This was the first time Blastoise experienced such a high-intensity battle. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job. Gary praised Blastoise and then took out a Pokeball and threw it at Banjara. Bang! The Pokeball hit Banjara and put it into the Pokeball. After shaking it 3 times, the Pokeball stopped shaking and successfully captured it. Gary picked up the Pokeball and checked Banjara's attributes. Pokemon, Banjara 3. Attribute, Rock, Evil. Level, 60. Potential, Champion. Ability, Raising Sand, will change the surrounding weather to sandstorm. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Rock Throw, Dig, Payback, Horrible Face, Rock Slide, Stomping Tantrum, Smackdown, Crunch, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Stone Edge, Iron Defense, Dark Pulse, Sandstorm, Destruction Death Beam, Giga Impact. Intimacy, 110, maximum 255. As expected of a quasi-god, it has awakened so many skills. Gary commented with satisfaction. This Banjara has awakened 17 skills. Most of the powerful skills in Banjara's racial skills have been awakened. The only pity is that none of the 3 skills, Fire Fang, Ice Fang, and Thunder Fang, have been awakened. Moreover, Banjara's intimacy with Gary is not low. This is mainly because he defeated Banjara in an upright way, otherwise the intimacy would not be so high. Banjara itself likes to fight against strong enemies. It abides by the rule of winners and losers. If it loses, it will leave the territory. Blastoise, you should come back and rest. Gary took back Blastoise, then came to Aerodactyl's back and rushed back to Indigo Plateau at full speed. Gary, did you capture Banjara? After returning to Indigo Plateau, Sabrina asked Gary about the progress here. Lucky, I found Banjara soon after I went there. I have already captured it, and it is currently being treated at the Pokémon Center. Gary said. You met it so quickly. Sabrina was surprised. She just asked casually, but she didn't expect Gary to actually capture it. This speed is too fast. Banjara is a very powerful Pokémon. There is basically no rival in the wild. As long as you are sure there is a Banjara, it is easy to find. Gary said. Look at those illegal Pokémon hunters. Almost everyone has a Banjara. Of course it is not that Banjara is very common, but that Banjara is easy to find. As long as it is confirmed that the surrounding terrain is damaged, it can be basically determined that it was caused by Banjara. In this way, as long as Banjara is not injured, just taunt it and you can lure Banjara out. Banjara is not very strong. You must have spent a lot of effort, right? Sabrina said. Yes, it is indeed difficult to deal with, but that Banjara is wild and lacks combat experience. He suffered a lot in the battle with my Blastoise and finally lost. Gary said. I didn't expect you to beat Banjara without even using Zapdos. Your Blastoise has become stronger again. Sabrina sighed. Sabrina watched Wartortle grow into Blastoise. She didn't expect that in just a few months, Blastoise could defeat the quasi-god Pokémon alone. Although he relied on the attribute advantage, it was still very impressive to reach such a level in a short time. It's okay. I'll let you see Banjira later and see if your psychic is effective against Banjira, Gary said. Sabrina has never used psychic on a dark Pokemon before, and she also wants to try whether her psychic is effective on a dark Pokemon. After lunch, Gary's 3 Pokemon were all healed. After getting the Pokeball from Nurse Joy, Gary and Sabrina came to the public area. Bangala, come out. Gary opened the Pokeball in his hand and released, "Good job, Bangala." Roar. Bangala came out of the Pokeball, showing a rebellious attitude, just glanced at Gary, and ignored him. Sabrina saw Bangala and was slightly surprised by Bangala's huge body. Although Bangala was not very tall, he was very strong and full of explosive wildness. Sabrina also tried to use confusion to restrain Bangala, but found that confusion would instantly fail when it landed on Bangala, as if Bangala was not there. "It's really useless," Sabrina exclaimed. "That's natural. Dark Pokemon are immune to Psychic. Unless Miracle Eye is used, Psychic has no effect on Dark Pokemon," Gary said. "Bangala, gee." Suddenly, a voice came, and a man wearing a black cape with a red cape came over. "You are Lance." Gary recognized the other person's identity. 139, Elite 4 Lance. "Hello, it seems you know me," Lance said. The Kanto Alliance headquarters is in Indigo Plateau, so it's not strange for Lance to appear here, but Lance is a workaholic. In addition to being an Elite 4, he is also the champion of the Johto Region Alliance and an investigator. "Lance, is that Elite 4 Lance?" Even Sabrina, a homegirl who usually doesn't go out, knows Lance. "Yes, I'm Lance. Are you training Banjira here?" Lance asked. "No, I just let Banjira out. After all, it was just captured not long ago," Gary said. "Oh, did you capture it in MT Silver?" Lance, as a natural, knew that Banjira was in MT Silver near Indigo Plateau, and only Banjira there could be captured. "I met it in the wild area of MT Silver, and it didn't violate the Pokemon Protection Act." Gary gave a detailed reminder to avoid Lance's misunderstanding. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to interrogate you. I just wanted to capture Bangala recently, so I came to see your Bangala," Lance explained. "Gary? Sabrina? Ah, Mr. Lance, aren't you a Dragon Elite?" Gary said. Lance knew what Gary meant and explained, "Although I like Dragon 040 series Pokemon, I will also breed Pokemon that are similar to dragons. Is Bangala similar to a dragon?" Sabrina pointed at Bangala, and it didn't seem to be related to a dragon. "Look, Bangala looks like a lizard," Lance said. Gary and Sabrina looked at Bangala. Although it was a bit larger, it did have the characteristics of a lizard. From the ancient fossils, ancient dragons were similar to lizards, so Bangala must have been related to dragons in ancient times. "It's not impossible to say that there is dragon blood in its body," Lance judged. Gary broke out in a sweat. Although Bangala looks like a lizard, the egg group is a group of monsters and has nothing to do with dragons. Although Bangala can learn some dragon-type skills, it is not very related. However, Lance in the special episode did capture a Bangala, and Lance's own Pokemon team is not all dragon-type Pokemon. He also has a red Gyarados, which he used in the Masters tournament and almost every battle. But Gary is here now, and Gary has included the red Gyarados in the capture task issued by the system. Lance can use the red Gyarados in the Masters tournament, which means that the potential of the red Gyarados is not lower than that of the champion, so Gary can only give birth to Lance. Is that so? Gary did not spoil it. Since Lance thinks so, let him think so. "By the way, what's your name, boy?" Lance suddenly asked. "My name is Gary, and I plan to come here to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference," Gary said. Hearing that Gary was here to attend the Indigo Plateau Conference, Lance looked at Banjira again and said, "As long as you don't encounter a water field, your Banjira should be able to help you reach the finals." The Indigo Plateau Conference has field restrictions. In the first 4 rounds, 10 fields will be randomly selected from the 4 fields of water, grass, ice, and rock for battle. The field is randomized after the players go on stage, so the 3 Pokemon prepared by the trainer must not all be of the same attribute. Otherwise, if a player prepares 3 rock and ground Pokemon, and is randomly in a water field, he can surrender directly. Therefore, in the first 4 rounds, players must prepare at least 1 water Pokemon to avoid being randomly in a water field. Of course, if a player does not have a water Pokemon, it can only be considered bad luck for the player, and he can only pray that he does not encounter a water field. "Are you so sure, Mr. Lance?" Gary said. According to memory, the players in the Indigo Plateau Conference were not that strong, at least the players before the top 16 were not good enough. As for the strength of the players in the finals, Gary was not sure. However, as long as there was no legendary beastman who showed up in the middle, it would not be a problem to win the championship. "My vision is fine. As long as there were no 2 strong players participating in this Indigo Plateau Conference, you could even win the championship," Lance said. This kind of late-blooming Pokemon rarely appeared in the Alliance Conference. Once it appeared, it would definitely make it to the full player battle and would most likely enter the finals. Then Mr. Lance, can you play against me? Gary asked. As soon as he said this, Lance was stunned for a moment, and even Sabrina was very surprised. Even though Sabrina had never fought with the Elite Four, she knew that the strength of the Elite Four was far beyond that of ordinary trainers, and they were the top of all trainers. With Gary's current strength, it is impossible for him to be a rival of the Elite Four, especially Lance is not just an Elite Four, he has the strength of a champion. Are you sure you want to fight me? It was the first time that Lance was challenged by a teenager. Gary was too young, at most 11 years old. Yes, you can do it, Gary nodded. Okay, how do you want to fight? Lance asked. Ding! Task released, defeat Elite Four Lance/reward, high-level rare candy x10. The system suddenly released a task. As expected, Gary was calm. He challenged Lance just to see if it would trigger the system to release the task. It seems that the bet was right. However, this task is very difficult and Gary cannot complete it at present. Mr. Lance, let's have a one-on-one duel. Gary knew that he was not a rival, so there was no need to fight multiple Pokemon. One-on-one was enough. Okay, Lance nodded and said, then let's fight here. Okay, Sabrina looked at the two of them in surprise. She didn't expect Lance to agree to Gary's request for a fight. Although she felt that there was a huge gap between the two, Sabrina was also curious about whether Lance's strength was as strong as on TV. Then let's start, go, Dragonite. Lance directly sent out his trump card Pokemon. Great! A fat Dragonite walking on 2 feet appeared. LV75 Dragonite 3/champion. Seeing Lance's Dragonite, Gary was a little surprised, but he also felt that it was normal for Dragonite to have such strength. After all, it was the champion of the Johto Region Alliance and had the strength of a champion. Blastoise, you go. Gary did not choose to use Bangala and Zapdos, but sent out his Earl Dervish Pokemon, Blastoise. Crack. Blastoise appeared, looking at his rival seriously, and seeing Dragonite's silly expression, he thought Dragonite was not very strong. Gary, it's time to start, you attack first. Lance took the initiative to give up the first attack. Okay, then I won't be polite, Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Gary ordered. 140, Blastoise's Dragonite. Gary wanted to see how big the gap between Blastoise and the champion-level Pokemon was, so he ordered, Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Crack. The barrel of Blastoise sprayed Hydro Pump. Block it. Lance said. Dragonite stretched out his arms and blocked the powerful Hydro Pump. Crack. Seeing that Dragonite blocked his Hydro Pump so easily, Blastoise immediately increased the strength of the Hydro Pump and pushed Dragonite's body back a little bit, but it was only pushed back a few meters before it was exhausted. Seeing his Dragonite being pushed back several meters by Hydro Pump, Lance praised, your Blastoise breeder is very good, but it's a pity that it's too early for you to challenge me now. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Dragonite opened his mouth and spit up a colorful energy, which turned into a dragon shape and bit towards Blastoise. Hydro Pump. Blastoise immediately used Hydro Pump to counterattack, but Hydro Pump was instantly shattered by Dragon Breath energy and hit Blastoise. Boom! Dragon Pulse exploded, and Blastoise was blown away and fell on the field. With just one blow, Blastoise was seriously injured and even had difficulty standing up. Oh, he didn't fall down. Lance was surprised. For a trainer at the level of Indigo Plateau Conference, any Pokemon of Lance can be killed instantly by Solation. I didn't expect Blastoise to resist his Dragonite's Dragon Pulse. The battle ends here, I lose. Gary took the initiative to admit defeat. Kami. Blastoise was very surprised. It had never lost before, so how could it let Gary propose to admit defeat? Don't be stubborn. I know you are not convinced, but Mr. Lance's Dragonite is very strong and you can't deal with it now. Gary walked to Blastoise and comforted him. I just want to see the gap between you and Dragonite this time. Now is not the time to decide the winner. Kami. Blastoise nodded and endured Dragonite's Dragon Pulse. It felt that it could not bear it at all. It just fired a Dragon Pulse, and Hydro Pump reduced some damage. If it really wanted to take it completely, it would not be able to bear it at all. You care about your Pokemon very much. I hope to meet you in the Masters tournament in the future. I will leave first. Lance said, and left on Dragonite. Gary returned to the Pokemon Center and asked Nurse Joy to treat his Blastoise again. After that, Gary came to the public area again and released Bangala. Come on, Bangala, put this in your carrying space, and I will teach you some new skills. Gary took out Soothe Bell and said, huh. Bangala looked at Gary with a puzzled look. Teach yourself skills? Really? Although Bangala was confused, he didn't doubt it too much. After all, he had been subdued by this kid. At least for now, this trainer was qualified, so he put Soothe Bell into the carrying space. Gary reached out and touched Bangala's hard body, and began to teach skills. Roar. Bangala thought Gary would release other Pokemon to teach him skills, but he suddenly awakened a skill, Fire Blast. Don't be too surprised, there are more. Gary said, and taught Bangala all the skills that can be taught. In an instant, Bangala mastered the 3 skills of Thunderbolt, Dynamic Punch, and Mega Kick. Duh. Bangala couldn't believe that he had awakened 4 skills in an instant. This is the ability of the trainer. It's so scary. Pokemon, Banjira 3. Attribute, Rock, Evil. Level, 60. Potential, Champion. Ability, Raising Sand, will change the surrounding weather to sandstorm weather. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Rock Throw, Dig, Payback, Scary Face, Rock Slide, Stomping Tantrum, Smackdown, Crunch, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Stone Edge, Iron Defense, Dark Pulse, Sandstorm, Destruction Beam, Giga Impact. Teaching skills, Fire Blast, Thunderbolt, Mega Kick, Dynamic punch. Intimacy, 190, full value 255. Carried props, Sooth Bell. Banjira's intimacy with Gary also increased to 190. At this value, Pokemon basically plays the trainer's orders. Be good to me, I will make you stronger, said Gary. Roar. Bangala still had a rebellious expression. It was quite bored in the mountains, so it was nice to go out for a walk. You must be hungry too, eat something. Gary took out an energy block from his pocket. This energy block was specially prepared for the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex and was very suitable for the taste of rock Pokemon. Zero asking for flowers. Zero. Roar. Bangala looked at the square brown block in Gary's hand and doubted whether it was edible. Try it. Although these two things are small, they are very filling. Eating them for a long time can make your armor harder. Gary said. Huh. Hearing that the hardness of the armor can be enhanced, Bangala did not hesitate at all, lowered his head and opened his mouth, and Gary threw 2 energy cubes directly into Bangala's mouth. Bangala chewed it twice, swallowed it into his stomach, and immediately felt full, showing an incredible look. Usually in the wild, Bangala has to eat a lot of food to fill his stomach. I didn't expect that 2 small things could feed himself. It's amazing. Gary is a breeder, and his talent in breeding is top-notch. These energy cubes were developed by Gary since he was a child. The feed ratio and energy cubes eaten by the Pokemon in Professor Oak's laboratory are also Gary's formula. In the following time, Gary stayed in Indigo Plateau, and sent all the powerful Pokemon in his hands back to Professor Oak's laboratory for training. Gary mainly trained those Pokemon with lower levels. Bangala stayed behind for individual training. Although Bangala is of a high level, it is a wild Pokemon are very weak in combat, and even the Stone Edge mode is only a single one, and there is no scattered Stone Edge attack, so special training is needed. Gary originally thought about whether to intervene in the affairs of the new island, but when he thought about the encounter with Mewtwo in Viridian City, he did not trigger the system to release the task. Based on the experience of conquering Zapdos, to trigger the task related to Mewtwo, Gary may need to conquer Mewtwo to trigger it. Conquering Mewtwo is not like an old man eating arsenic and complaining about his long life. For Pokemon of Mewtwo's strength level, it is enough to befriend them. As for conquering them, it is just wishful thinking. So Gary has been training Pokemon non-stop for the past 2 months. All the Pokemon with elite potential, except Electivire and Eevee, have been upgraded to level 50, which consumed several intermediate rare candies. The rest of the Pokemon are growing at a normal pace. Although the level has not increased much, it has increased by a lot on average. 141, Indigo Plateau Conference Opening Ceremony. In the Indigo Plateau Conference Athletes Village. Tomorrow is the opening day of the Indigo Plateau Conference, but before the opening ceremony, the torch relay will be held first, and the contestants have applied to be torch leaders. Gary did not join in the fun, but stayed in the athlete village and watched the torch relay on TV. This naturally saw Ash and the other 2 become torch leaders. It's really conspicuous wherever they go, Gary exclaimed. Huh? How did Ash and the others become torch escorts? Sabrina was also surprised. Ash always likes to try new things. I guess he met someone on the road who was carrying the torch and asked to be a torch escort. Gary said. At dusk, Ash and his party arrived at the athlete village. Gary was naturally in the player village. When he saw Ash, he immediately complained. Ash, you are so slow. I thought you were going to be late again. Gary. Ash said, how could I be late for such an important game? I will definitely fight to the end and defeat you in this game 1. Gary smiled and took a look at the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. LV48 Pikachu 3/champion. The last time I saw Pikachu was only level 40. It has been 8 levels in 2 months. This improvement speed is not slow. It can be seen that Ash has spent a lot of time training Pokemon in the past 2 months. Really? Then you have to work hard. I'm leaving first. Gary didn't say much and turned around and left. Why are you leaving? Ash looked puzzled and said, strange, Gary usually takes the opportunity to ridicule me. Why did he suddenly change his nature? Ash, you are really slow. It's been so long. Don't you see that Gary has been encouraging you? Misty said. Is there? Ash recalled the past and didn't feel that Gary was motivating him at all. Every time he had a little problem, he would always mock him in a sarcastic way. Although Gary did mock, most of the time he was motivating you. Every time you were too distracted, Gary would remind you. Xiaogang interrupted. Yes, whether it was in the hot spring town or Cinnabar Island, Gary would point out many problems of yours. Didn't you notice? Misty said. Although Ash was slow to react, after a journey and encountering so many things, and after Xiaogang and Misty's reminders, he thought carefully and realized that it was really the case. Gary, this guy. Ash didn't know what to say, but he understood Gary's good intentions. The second day. PM, 9 o'clock. The opening ceremony of the Indigo Plateau Conference began. A total of 256 contestants participated in the competition. At this moment, all the contestants appeared in the venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference and lined up in an orderly manner. Bang, 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 fireworks exploded. A girl with short red hair ran into the venue, holding a torch in her right hand. Look, the torch runner is coming. Before this, the torch, which had been passed by hundreds of people, finally arrived at the conference and was heading towards the torch stand in the venue. Host explained. The girl jogged all the way through the venue, past every contestant, and climbed onto the torch stand. Just as she was about to throw the torch into the huge torch, two people in ancient Greek costumes appeared on the torch stand and blocked the girl's way. The girl was a little confused. She had been told to light the huge torch in the venue, so how could there be two more people suddenly? Even the host was confused, but now it was the opening ceremony, and in the face of such an emergency, he had to continue, and forced an explanation. It seems that there is a woman who is responsible for lighting the fire, and she should give the holy net to the other party. The girl complained in her heart. This was the Indigo Plateau Conference. Her family had used a lot of connections to give her the opportunity to become the igniter. Now that she was robbed in the middle of the game, she was naturally very angry. But now it was a live broadcast, and the entire Kanto region would be watching this game. The girl dared not be willful and could only obediently hand over the holy fire to the roadblocker in front of her. Wait a minute, you can't give the holy fire to her. At this moment, Ash suddenly ran up to the holy fire platform and shouted loudly. The girl immediately turned around, thinking that there was a turn for the better, but the next second, Jessie grabbed the holy fire from the girl's hand. Too late. Jessie snatched the holy fire and immediately stepped back, tearing off her clothes at the same time, revealing the rocket team's uniform. So brave. Gary looked at the rocket trio that suddenly appeared, and finally understood how the rocket team in the animation world gradually fell into decline. This is the Indigo Plateau Conference. The rocket team is so blatantly making trouble here, which is a slap in the face of Alliance. How can Alliance not cause trouble for the rocket team? From this point of view, the rocket trio cannot be caught, and it may be because of them that the rocket team in this world is gradually declining. After careful calculation, the two big money-making projects of the rocket team in Kanto region seem to have been ruined by the rocket trio. Ash was about to let Pikachu stop the rocket team, but James released the double egg gas and stopped Pikachu with smoke. Jessie took the opportunity to throw the torch into the big torch, and Molters's flame instantly ignited the huge torch. Immediately afterwards, a giant grasshopper-like robot appeared and carried the huge torch on its back. Oh no, something big happened. The holy flame platform was taken away. Host exclaimed. The audience around was confused, not knowing what was going on. Some of the more creative ones thought it was a performance at the opening ceremony. However, as the rockets jumped into the venue with their robots, the audience realized that something was wrong and jumped out of their seats. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash also ordered Pikachu to attack the grasshopper robot, but the grasshopper robot had an anti-electric coating on its surface and ignored Pikachu's thunder shock degree. Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf 1.5. Ash sent Bulbasaur to deal with it, but Bulbasaur's Razor Leaf was burned to ashes by the holy fire. What? Ash didn't expect that the robot made by the rockets this time was so strong, and the rockets were manipulating the robot to attack Gary. Roar. At this moment, a huge one rushed over. When the rockets heard the noise, they saw a giant bipedal beast rushing towards the grasshopper robot. What kind of Pokemon is that? I don't know. I've never seen Meowth before. The rockets couldn't tell what Pokemon was charging at them, but they believed that the robot they had built could definitely withstand the impact. Dang! The giant beast tackled the grasshopper robot, and the robot's body tilted to one side. Advertisement 142, Gary takes action. How is it possible? What kind of power is this? James and Meowth, the two engineers, couldn't believe that the Pokemon had such a terrifying power, and directly knocked the grasshopper robot away. The grasshopper robot was knocked away, and the holy fire platform also fell down, and was caught by Bangala, and slowly placed on the ground. It's Team Rocket again, a group of stubborn guys. Gary walked to Bangala. Gary, Ash said in surprise, and at the same time, looking at Bangala beside Gary, he quickly took out Tutu to scan. Pokédex, Bangala, no detailed information. At this time, the grasshopper robot made by Team Rocket was unable to move, and the position where it was tackled by Bangala had sunk in, and even had many holes. Bangala, stone edge. Gary ordered. Roar. Bangala roared, and countless stone blades condensed around him. As Bangala manipulated them, they quickly flew towards the grasshopper robot. The stone blades were very sharp, and they opened a huge wound on the grasshopper robot. The D2 hit used the internal engine. Boom! The grasshopper robot exploded, sending Team Rocket to the distant sky and completely disappeared. After driving Team Rocket away, Gary continued to order, Bangala, put the sacred flame stand on the high platform. Bangala looked at the holy fire platform beside him, lifted up the huge holy fire platform, climbed up the stairs step by step, came to the high platform, and threw the holy fire platform onto the high platform. Bang! The holy fire platform fell right on the high platform. Because the high platform was broken, the holy fire platform could only be tilted, but it did not affect the viewing, but it had a kind of irregular beauty. That Bangala is so powerful. Whose Pokemon is that, so powerful? Such a strong power, such a large holy fire platform can be easily lifted. The audience was shocked by Bangala's terrifying power. Gary's Bangala is now level 61, and its strength has reached the elite level, which can almost be said to be stable over the 255 trainers here. Bangala, come back. After taking Bangala back, Gary returned to the trainer team and waited for the Alliance to deal with it. Although Team Rocket caused a commotion, it did not cause any damage. Although the platform of the Holy Flame was damaged, it was not completely destroyed. The progress of the Indigo Plateau Conference must not be suspended because of this incident. The official side discussed for a quarter of an hour and decided to let the opening ceremony continue. Now, the opening ceremony will start again. First, please invite Damelinkai Badge to give the opening speech. Damelinkai came to the podium and gave a speech. Pokemon Alliance Conference is a place for trainers who really love Pokemon battles to learn from each other. The Flame of Moltres will protect us. Trainers, please fight upright and never leave regrets. Here, I declare the Indigo Plateau Conference officially open. After the speech, the audience cheered and splashed. This annual grand event is very much anticipated. The opening ceremony ended, and the players who participated in the opening ceremony also returned to the players' village to rest. The official competition will start tomorrow afternoon. Before the game starts, the players have to go to the center of the main venue to draw lots, first randomly select the battle venue, and then randomly compete. After the 5th round, the competition venue will be moved to the main venue, which is the venue for the opening ceremony. The rest of the games will be held in the surrounding small venues. The next day, after Gary and Sabrina finished breakfast, they came to the center of the venue to draw lots. After handing their Pokemon Pokédex to the staff lady, the lady took out a button and asked Gary to choose the venue. There are 4 venues in total, and each venue will be played in the first 4 games. Gary didn't care about the battle venue. He waited for the screen to roll out and pressed the button. Then the red light stayed on the iceberg symbol. It's the ice venue, and your rival is Kawaii, the staff said. Gary also saw the appearance of Kawaii, a girl with blue hair, who looked like a trainer specializing in water. The venue is at Venue B, and the time is 1 p.m. After deciding on the venue for the competition, Gary came to the teleporter, called Professor Oak's laboratory, and asked for several prepared Pokemon. During the competition, trainers need to select 3 Pokemon in advance and make the Pokeball public. Only Pokemon in the public Pokeball can be used for battle. Because it is an ice venue, Gary chose 3 Pokemon, Arcum, Arcanine, and Banjura. The reason why he chose Banjura is mainly because he is worried about a failure and needs a backup. Even if Gary is confident that he can win 3 games in a row, he will not do so. He must keep a backup. Because many trainers used newly captured Pokemon in the preliminary rounds during the Alliance Conference due to a conflict of confidence, and finally lost directly. Ash is the best example. In addition to the Indigo Plateau Conference and the Silver Conference, Ash used Pokemon captured in the region in the subsequent Alliance Conference, except for Pikachu. This is one of the important reasons why Ash could not win the championship. Gary, do your best. After sending all the Pokemon to Gary, Professor Oak also cheered for Gary. Grandpa, don't worry, I will win the championship. Gary said. Okay, then I look forward to you winning the first Alliance Conference for Pallet Town. Professor Oak said with a smile. Professor Oak is very proud of his grandson. 183 has been able to assist in his experiments since he was a child. After becoming a trainer, his strength is far beyond the training of the same stage. Especially after studying Gary's Pokemon for so long, it can be seen that if Gary puts most of his Pokemon on the Indigo Plateau Conference, he can definitely make it to the late stage of the game. Not to mention that Gary also has a legendary Pokemon. As long as Gary is willing to use Zapdos in front of the world, the Indigo Plateau Conference will be easy to win. After the call ended, Gary and Sabrina wandered around the contestant village. The contestants' food and accommodation in the contestant village are free, but if they want to shop, they need to pay for it themselves. After lunch, Gary and Sabrina were drinking afternoon tea at the table outside. Coincidentally, they met Ash and his 3 friends who had just finished drawing lots. Gary, when is your match? Ash asked immediately after seeing Gary. 1 p.m., what about you? Gary said. 1:30, field day. Which field did you randomly go to? Gary asked. Water field. Ash responded. Your luck is really bad. It seems that you may be eliminated in the first competition. Gary commented. What did you say? Ash originally wanted to get along with Gary in a friendly way, but this guy said that he would be eliminated. It was really annoying. Gary didn't care about the angry Ash, and asked directly, the water field is all water, how many water Pokemon do you have? Advertise 143, the first match, on the ice field, I have Squirtle. Ash said, you really give me a headache. The game is 3 vs 3, are you going to rely on a Squirtle? And don't you have Krabby? Gary said, yes, and Krabby. Ash immediately remembered that he had captured a Krabby. Your Pokemon is really pitiful. If Krabby knew that you forgot it, I don't know how sad it would be. Gary complained. This. Ash knew that he was in the wrong, so he could only remain silent. My game is about to start, so I won't talk to you anymore. You should work hard and don't be eliminated. Gary waved his hand and followed Sabrina to leave here and head to the B field. Let's go, I'll teleport Krabby over. Ash felt that Gary was right. Squirtle alone was definitely not enough. A water-type Pokemon was needed. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the first round of the Indigo Plateau Conference officially began, and the 4 venues were competing at the same time. In the ice venue, Gary and his rival Kawaii were already standing in the command area of the venue. The reporters around were all holding cameras to shoot the 2 of them. Because it was the first round of the Indigo Plateau Conference, each media needed to collect a lot of materials to publish news, so they must shoot well. and Gary was the celebrity of this Indigo Plateau Conference. Because he signed up for the competition with his real name, the name Gary Oak would naturally be noticed by those reporters who were more sensitive than a dog's nose. On the way, when they found that Gary was heading to the ice venue, many media had already come here to shoot. In the referee area of the battle venue, the referee stood in the middle and announced, "There are only 3 Pokémon in use. The first game of the ice venue has begun. Please send out Pokémon from both sides. Go, Jinx. Arcanine, you go." Gary and Kawaii threw Pokeballs at the same time. Kawaii sent out Jinx, an ice-type Pokémon that is adapted to the ice field. Jinx is a humanoid Pokémon with long golden hair. If you only look at the back and stand a little further away, you will really think it is a blonde girl. Gary started with Arcanine. After all, the field is an ice field, and Rival is likely to send out ice-type Pokémon. Fire-type Pokémon just restrains ice-type Pokémon. And Gary also predicted correctly. Kawaii really started with an ice-type Pokémon, which was just restrained by Arcanine. Kawaii used Jinx, and Gary used Arcanine to fight. Arcanine has the advantage in attributes. The host introduced the Pokémon sent by the 2 players. LV40 Jinx female sign/Gym. LV43 Arcanine 3/Quasi Elite. The levels of the 2 Pokémon are similar. Gary was also surprised by Kawaii's strength. The first Pokémon was level 40. Is this still the Indigo Plateau Conference that Gary remembered? Jinx, use Psychic. Kawaii's took the initiative to attack. Jinx's dead fish eyes glowed blue, and a wave of telekinesis burst out, trying to restrain Arcanine's body, but Arcanine was very strong and used his own strength to resist, making Jinx unable to move Arcanine's body. Flamethrower. Gary ordered. Arcanine opened his mouth to Flamethrower, and Jinx had no chance to dodge and was instantly engulfed by the flames. Meow. Being attacked by the flames, Jinx's psychic was also interrupted, and cold air burst out from his body, extinguishing the flames, but he himself had already suffered considerable damage. Extreme speed. Swoosh. Arcanine was covered by the power of wind and rushed towards Jinx quickly. Without giving Jinx any time to react, he knocked Jinx out with one headbutt and then spit up the flames. Bang! The flames engulfed Jinx again, and when Jinx fell from the air, he lost consciousness. Jinx has lost the ability to fight, the referee announced. The battle lasted less than a minute, and Arcanine defeated Jinx, which shows that this Jinx is not very strong. Gary thought Jinx was level 40 and had some strength. It seems that even if the Pokémon level has increased, there is still a certain gap between the 2 sides. It may be due to insufficient training. On the electronic screen in the stadium, one of the 3 red lights under Kawaii's avatar went out, leaving only 2 lights. Kawaii's only has 2 Pokémon left. What Pokémon will he use to deal with Gary's Arcanine next? After speaking, Kawaii's took out a Pokeball and threw it out. For Arcanine, it's up to you. Go ahead, Poliwrath. Great! A Poliwrath with a strong blue body and black and white spiral patterns on its belly appeared. Kawaii's second Pokémon is Poliwrath, which restrains Arcanine in terms of attributes. I wonder how Gary will deal with it. The host announced. LV38 Poliwrath 3/Gym. Come back and rest. Gary decisively subdued Arcanine. It's not that Arcanine can't defeat this Poliwrath, but there's no need to waste this time. Although Arcanine is at a high level, fighting on the ice field, coupled with the attribute being restrained, it is very likely to capsize. Gary knows that the ice field is not very solid, and a few fire skills can melt the ice field. Gary took back Arcanine, and I don't know what Pokémon he will send to fight next. Gary took a Pokeball from the display on his belt and threw it. Go, World Monkey. Great. LV47 World Monkey 3/Quasi Elite. The World Monkey with light gray hair all over his body appeared. The World Monkey exuded an arrogant aura, making all creatures who saw it feel that it was angry and dared not approach it. What Pokémon is this? Kawaii's was confused when she saw this Pokémon. She didn't recognize the Pokémon in front of her at all, and she didn't even know what attribute it was. Oh, the Pokémon sent by player Gary is extremely rare World Monkey. Zhao's is the evolution of Primeape. It is said that the evolution method has been studied by Professor Oak. Host exclaimed. The evolution of Primeape is the fighting type. Kawaii's thought. Use Bubble Beam. Kawaii's ordered. Poliwrath immediately ejected Bubble Beam, and the spit-up bubble was like a normal bullet, shooting at the abandoned monkey at a rapid speed. Crazy Fury swipes. Gary Deo system. The abandoned monkey kept waving his claws and rushing forward. Rather than waving and grabbing, it was better to say that the abandoned monkey was using Comet Punch to blow up all the bubbles that were shot. I want to fight close combat. Who's afraid of who? Seeing that the abandoned monkey kept approaching, it was obvious that he wanted to fight close combat, and Kawaii's would not admit defeat, and said, Dynamic Punch. Gugwa. Poliwrath immediately rushed forward, raised his fist, and punched out. The dynamic punch shining with white light hit the head of the abandoned monkey, and the fist went straight through. 144, complete victory over rival? Gugwa. Poliwrath looked incredulous when he saw the fist that passed through the body of the abandoned monkey. He couldn't figure out why. The next second, Gary immediately issued an order. Dynamic Punch. The abandoned monkey threw a heavy punch, and with a bang, Poliwrath retreated violently, sliding on the ice until he flew out of the field. Poliwrath, who stopped, was already dizzy and couldn't tell east, west, south, and north. He was in a chaotic contest condition. Poliwrath, cheer up! Kawaii shouted, but it was useless. Poliwrath was hitting randomly, and all his attacks hit the air around him. Continuous Shadow Punch, defeat Poliwrath. Gary naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to attack. The abandoned monkey punched the air, and Shadow Punch went out and hit Poliwrath. In the confusion, Poliwrath subconsciously swung his fist in the direction of the attack, but unfortunately his fists hit the air, hitting in vain. The Forsaken used Shadow Punch in succession, and after being hit by 7 or 8 Shadow Punches, Poliwrath also fell down. Poliwrath has lost his ability to fight, the referee announced. Oh my god, this Forsaken Shadow is so powerful. Just now, Poliwrath's dynamic punch went through the body of the Forsaken. Why? I don't know, did it miss? Many viewers were puzzled as to why Poliwrath's dynamic punch went through the body of the Forsaken, but many viewers also saw what was going on, but were too lazy to say it. Ghost type. Kawaii also guessed why at this moment, but she could never have imagined that the evolved form of Primeape actually had Ghost type, which was really surprising. But it was too late to say anything now. Kawaii only had the last Pokemon left, and it would be very difficult to turn the tables. On the electronic screen, only the last of the 3 lights under Kawaii's avatar was on. Kawaii only has 1 Pokemon left. Can she make a comeback? After the host's introduction, Kawaii threw out the Pokeball and sent out her last Pokemon. I'll leave it to you in the end, Wigglytuff. Great! A pink and tender ball-shaped Pokemon appeared, the final evolution of the Pink Devil, Wigglytuff. LV35 Wigglytuff/Gym. Gary was a little surprised. The first 2 Pokemon of Kawaii's were both very high, ACI, but the levels of the following Pokemon became lower. It seems that Kawaii's strength is only normal. The preliminary round is very important to her, so the first Pokemon are the strongest, and the next 2 Pokemon are weaker. Dynamic Punch for Abandoned. Sing for Wigglytuff. Gary and Kawaii's issued commands at the same time. Pop 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 poply. Wigglytuff sang a beautiful lullaby, but the Forsaken turned a deaf ear to it and came in front of Wigglytuff, hitting Wigglytuff's fat body with a dynamic punch, making its fat body tremble and its body retreating on the ice. What? Sing is useless. Kawaii's eyes widened, and his beautiful pupils almost popped out. If you don't have strong enough mental power, don't use Sing casually. The Forsaken can always maintain rage. Even if Sing can hypnotize the Forsaken, it will take a song. So in the game, Sing is useless for Pokemon like the Forsaken. Pop. Wigglytuff, who was attacked by Dynamic Punch, fell into confusion and couldn't tell the situation for a while. He began to walk around the field. Very good, use Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Wigglytuff has the Attract Body ability. When attacked by contact skills, it may be confused. Gary doesn't want any accidents to happen. Mia. The Forsaken used Stone Edge, and stone blades broke through the ice and hit Wigglytuff, causing huge damage, knocking it out of the field, hitting the wall outside the field, and falling to the ground. His eyes were spinning. Wigglytuff has lost his ability to fight. The referee immediately announced, all 3 Pokemon of Kawaii's have lost their ability to fight, and Gary wins. Congratulations to Gary for winning the first game. Host shouted excitedly. Too strong, this Gary defeated rival with 2 Pokemon. This Gary will definitely enter the main venue to compete. Remember that trainer using Bangla at the opening ceremony. The audience began to comment enthusiastically. Thank you for your hard work. Gary took back the Forsaken and was about to leave, but was stopped by the reporter. Gary, I'm a reporter from Kanto Alliance TV station. I want to interview you. Is that okay? The female reporter asked. Gary knew there would be an interview after the game, so he accepted it generously and nodded. Okay. You won the first preliminary match of the ice arena and defeated rival. Do you think this match was difficult? The female reporter asked. You won it all. Do you think it was difficult? Gary asked back. The female reporter was stunned. She didn't expect Gary to be so conceited. After all, he had to be humble when he was on TV. However, the more Gary acted like this, the more the female reporter liked him. It seems that the first match didn't put any pressure on Gary. Do you think you can make it to the finals of this Indigo Plateau Conference? The female reporter asked. It's not a question of whether you can make it to the finals, but I want to win the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship. Gary said. The female reporter and the camera operators were shocked. They didn't expect Gary to speak so arrogantly. You know, all the players who can participate in the Alliance Conference have won 8 badges, and each of them is very strong. You are ambitious, worthy of being the grandson of Professor Oak. Let's look forward to Gary's next game. The female reporter said. Gary could see that the female reporter was very treacherous. She knew that he was the grandson of Professor Oak, so she led him to say such a thing. If he lost the game later, he would be slapped in the face. Even Gary in the original book was not so arrogant. After the game, he only talked about his experience of breeder Pokemon, and did not say that he would definitely win the Quartz Conference champion. Then look forward to it. Gary waved goodbye and left casually, leaving his back to the reporter without taking a cloud. This Gary is really handsome. Although the female reporter set a trap for Gary, she had to admit that Gary was handsome. With this handsome face, if he entered the entertainment industry, he would probably fascinate a group of girls. After leaving the arena, Gary handed the Pokemon he was going to play to Nurse Joy, and then went to the water arena to watch the game. Ash's first match was going to be played at the water arena. The first round of the game had not yet ended, and the draw for the second round could only be conducted after the first round was over. 145. The second game, the water field. When we came to the water field, the second game had already started. There was no specific time for the game. If the first game ended faster, the second game would start immediately after the field was cleaned up. When Gary came to the water field, the second game was almost over. Both sides had only one Pokemon left. In the end, the red player won. After the game, the staff cleaned up the field and the third game started. Ash vs Duo. Ash's first game was one of his few highlights. Krabby defeated rival 3 in a row. However, Gary had seen Ash's Krabby in Professor Oak's laboratory. Ash never took care of that Krabby. Professor Oak took care of it. Every time he trained with Gary's Pokemon. And he trained according to the plan Gary made for Blast was. The strength of that Krabby was not even inferior to Ash's main Pokemon. It is not an exaggeration to say that this Krabby was Gary's breeder. The game started. Ash's first Pokemon is Krabby, just like in the original plot. The Pokemon that Duo sent out is Executor. LV40 Krabby 3/Elite. LV30 Executor 3/Gym. What a huge difference. No wonder he can win 3 games in a row. Gary was quite surprised to see Duo's Executor level. It was only level 30. How could he collect 8 badges to participate in the competition with such strength? Gary naturally thought that Duo seemed to be a coordination trainer who specialized in participating in the contest. He could participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference because he must have passed the Alliance appraisal exam to be eligible to participate. The battle began. Krabby took advantage of the home field advantage and Ash's magical tactics to successfully defeat Executor and successfully evolve it into a crab. Duo then sent out the second Pokemon, Seadra. LV33 Seadra 3/Gym. Seeing Duo's Seadra, Gary finally understood why Krabby could win 3 games in a row. It was because Duo was not strong enough. Gary admitted that the coordination trainer had some strength, but compared with the real trainer, it was still far behind. Although there was a special case of Wallace, it only applied to Wallace. For other coordination trainers, whether they could enter the top 100 of the Pokemon Championship was a problem. The following games were not worth watching. Ash defeated Duo's Seadra and Golbat with Kingler and completed the feat of winning 3 games in a row. It became the most eye-catching game in the first round. Other players had to replace Pokemon more or less. It was difficult to win completely, but except for Gary, there were still some players who could do it. But it was really difficult to win 3 games in a row. After watching the water field, Gary and Sabrina went to the restaurant for dinner. They planned to go to the center of the venue to draw lots after dinner. Gary, I won the game. Gary and Sabrina were having dinner and Ash and his party also came here. Ash came up and showed off his achievements today. You are lucky to meet a coordination trainer, but you may not be so lucky in the future. Gary said. Coordination trainer. Ash was stunned. It was the first time he heard this term and he didn't understand what it meant. Coordination trainers are specialized in participating in contests. They pay attention to the appearance and contest conditions of Pokemon. They will combine skills to perform a contest. Even the battle is fought in a very contest way. Misty explained. There are such trainers. Ash was shocked and asked in confusion, but what does this have to do with my victory over Duo? Coordination trainers focus on show matches. Their Pokemon are weak in battle. They don't pursue the strong strength of Pokemon, but the coordination between skills. Although they are a little helpful for Pokemon battles, their strength is much weaker than normal trainers. Gary said. Am I just lucky? Ash wanted to show off in front of Gary just now, but he didn't expect that he only defeated a half-baked coordination trainer, and he lost his confidence immediately. I guess so, Gary said. Ash was a little depressed. Ash, don't be too depressed. Although the coordination trainer is not very good, there are also very good coordination trainers. The champion of Hone Alliance is a coordination trainer. Misty comforted. Hone Alliance? What is that place? Ash asked in confusion. Ash doesn't know everything about Kanto region, so don't expect him to know the situation in other regions. 0. Please give flowers 00. Hone Alliance is a place in the tropical region, which is larger than the inland of Kanto region. Gary explained. Oh, that's it. Ash nodded. Have a good meal. I hope you can have such luck in the second match. Gary said. Sabrina, let's go. Gary and Sabrina had finished their meal long ago. They just took a short break here. It was time to draw lots. The center of the venue. At this time, many trainers were drawing lots here to see who their next rival would be. Gary also found an empty counter and drew lots. Press the button and the venue will be randomly changed to the water venue, one of the 4 venues and the most difficult one. Gary's rival is a trainer named Xiao Fang, a man from Vermilion City. After confirming the venue and rival, Gary returned to the room, turned on the computer, and searched for Xiao Fang's information. The organizers posted the video of each player's game on the official website, and the contestants can check it on Solation. Gary naturally wanted to watch Xiao Fang's game. Xiao Fang's first game was in the grass venue. The 3 Pokemon he used were Victreebel, Fearow, and Machoke. It was a lonely sight. In addition to Fearow, Victreebel and Machoke will basically not appear in the second round. Both of these Pokemon cannot enter the water, but Fearow can move in the air. In the first round, all the players' Pokemon have not been exposed. Although Xiao Fang's 3 Pokemon are known, the information is not very valuable. After confirming Xiaofang's basic information, Gary went to the teleporter and asked Professor Oak to teleport 2 Pokémon. After one night, at 9 o'clock the next morning, the second round of the Indigo Plateau Conference officially began. In the water field, the first game has begun. Gary's game is the second game of the water field. At present, the first game has been halfway through. The Pokémon levels of both sides are evenly matched. Unfortunately, the green player has only 1 water Pokémon, while rival has 2. Because of the advantage of the terrain, the green player lost to the red player. After the first game, the Cypriot side began to repair the field. 147. Post-match interview. The preliminary rounds were held in 4 venues, and they were held simultaneously, so naturally 4 reporters were arranged to interview in the 4 venues. Gary didn't know that the reporters also hoped to interview the seeded players. In order to be fair, the reporters took turns to interview. The female reporter interviewed at the ice venue yesterday and at the water venue today. It can only be said to be a coincidence. Gary, congratulations on winning the second game. It seems that you really have the strength to compete for the championship of this Indigo Plateau Conference, the female reporter said. The first round of the game can completely defeat rival, but the second round will be difficult. After all, they are all people who have won a victory. The overall strength must be stronger than those eliminated trainers. Those trainers who are just filling in the numbers have basically been eliminated. Gary was able to play a 3-0 record in the second round, which undoubtedly proves that Gary is very strong and deserves the title of seeded player. Before entering the main venue, the media will comment on the seeded players. There are many seeded players on the list now. When entering the 6th round of the game, 2 favorites to win the championship will be selected. Based on the performance of all the seeded players so far, Gary's record can be ranked first. Then 0-2 is of course. Gary said. Then Gary, you will have to fight in the grass field and the demonstration field later. Do you have confidence that you can still do it like today? The female reporter asked. If I have to win 3 games in every game, I think I can do it, but that's not very good. Gary said. Why? The female reporter asked in confusion. Obviously, they are aiming to win the Quartz Conference champion. Isn't it better to keep a high profile? I have a lot of Pokémon in my hand, and they all need to laser focus themselves in the Indigo Plateau Conference. If I use my main Pokémon, other Pokémon will have no chance to play in the game. Gary said. The female reporter felt that Gary was really power trip. He used the Indigo Plateau Conference to laser focus his Pokémon, which also meant that the players in the Indigo Plateau Conference were not qualified to force him to use his full strength. If this was said by a teenager, it would be normal, but Gary was only 10 years old, and he made such a bold statement, which seemed a bit arrogant and ignorant. So, Gary, you can defeat every player 3 at a time. The female reporter said. That's not the case. Maybe the players in the quarterfinals have a chance to defeat the 2 Pokémon. Gary said. The female reporter smiled and said, then look forward to your future games, Gary. I believe that after this interview, Gary's fame will rise to a higher level. After all, it is rare to see such a proud player, especially Gary is the grandson of Professor Oak. After a day of fermentation, all major trainer forums are full of posts about the Indigo Plateau Conference, and there are quite a few posts about Gary. It's just that Gary himself doesn't pay attention to all this. After all, the comments on the forum can only be regarded as idle chat after dinner. There are many rumors and no value in paying attention. After the battle, Gary handed Blastoise to Joy for treatment. Anyway, Blastoise was not injured, just needed maintenance. After handing Blastoise to Joy, Gary went to the water field and watched the next game with Sabrina. The morning game lasted until 11 o'clock. After watching the game, Gary and Sabrina came to the restaurant in the player village to eat, and happened to meet Ash and the other 2. Since they all knew each other, they naturally sat together to eat. Gary, I won the second game too. Ash, of course, couldn't keep secrets. As soon as he sat down, he told Gary about his victory. Oh, congratulations. Gary said. Ash was confused by Gary's indifferent response. Before, Gary would take the opportunity to comment on him. Why was he suddenly so approachable? Don't you have anything to say? Ash asked. What do you want me to say? Give me some advice. Ash had already seen how much help Gary had given him, so he wanted to see if Gary had any opinions. Now that we're already in the game, what advice can I give you? It's useless to cram at the last minute. What you have to do now is to go all out in every game, absorb experience from every failure, and treat it as a training. Gary said. Well, what you said makes sense, but what do you mean? What do you mean by failure? I didn't lose. Ash suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Gary's words. He had won 2 games in a row and had never lost. I have watched all the contestants' games so far. With their trainer abilities and breeder Pokémon, to be honest, Ash's current Pokémon is not strong enough. Gary said. What? Why do you say that? Ash didn't think that his strength would be inferior to the trainers at the Indigo Plateau Conference, especially since he and Gary started from Pallet Town at the same time. If Gary could do it, why couldn't he? Ash. Then you should perform well. I hope to meet you in the competition after the 6th round. Gary said. To be honest, Ash's strength is not bad, but the key is that the time of breeder Pokémon is too short. It is not easy to advance to the top 16 in 1 year. Okay, I will definitely advance to show you. Ash said. Gary didn't say much and left with Sabrina. Ash continued to eat in the restaurant. Look, that's Gary's match video. Misty saw that the public TV in the restaurant was playing Quartz Gold's wonderful match highlights. Ash immediately looked at the TV and saw a Blastoise using flash cannon to kill a Stinger Hydro Pump in one shot, then defeated Starmie with 2 moves, and then easily defeated Venomoth, winning the game smoothly. The entire game lasted no more than 5 minutes. That's Gary's Blastoise. After Cinnabar Island, he became stronger. As a breeder, Xiaogang could see that Gary's Blastoise had grown a lot. Gary. Ash looked at the game seriously. He thought about today's game. He first lost 2 Pokemon and then defeated 1 Pokemon of the opponent. In the end, he relied on Squirtle to fight 2 Pokemons. Gary won the first game and won 3 games in a row in the second game. This record can be said to be the most dazzling record of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Otherwise, how could it be included in the wonderful battle collection? Gon and Misty also noticed that Ash's expression changed, but they didn't say much. They knew that Ash was thinking about Gary, and they couldn't say anything about this. After all, Gary's current strength is higher than Ash's. This is an indisputable fact. It is very difficult for Ash to defeat Gary. E3. The venue has been cleaned up, and the second game is about to begin. Next, please invite Xiaofang and Gary to play, the host announced. The 2 players also walked out of the passage. The green player is Gary. In the Battle of the Ice venue yesterday, he defeated rival. In the post-match interview, he claimed that he would win the Quartz Conference champion. It seems that he is one of TH149, another complete win over rival. Executor, come back. Recall Executor. Gary will not force a fight with an unnecessary reverse attribute. Pidgeot, the rest is up to you. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great, E.T. The Feather Contest's Pidgeot soared into the sky, looking down at Ninetales below. LV50 Pidgeot 3/Elite. Gary recalled Executor and sent out Pidgeot, both Pokemon that had not been used in previous competitions. Host introduced. Natsuko didn't expect Gary to have a Pidgeot, especially this Pidgeot is much bigger than other Pidgeots, it looks very powerful. Ninetales, use Fire Whirlpool. Natsuko didn't want Gary to replace Pokemon again. Ninetales spit up a flame, the flame seemed to have intelligence normal, trying to surround Pidgeot. Gary looked at the flame flying up soaring in the sky, smiled contemptuously, and said, Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Pidgeot unfolded Dual Wing Beat, flapped it hard, and a terrifying whirlwind passed by. The fire whirlpool was blown away in an instant, and countless wind blades formed in the whirlwind, falling towards the ground, attacking indiscriminately. Woo! Ninetales wanted to stabilize his body, but his weight was too light, and he was blown away by Hurricane directly. The wind blade fell on Ninetales, causing serious damage to him. Natsuko was slightly surprised, and didn't expect Pidgeot's the power of Hurricane is so terrifying. Pidgeot carries a 343 grade sharp bird beak. With the attribute bonus, the power of Hurricane is 260, which is higher than the power of normal type Pokemon using self-destruct. This Ninetales can withstand a storm of Pidgeot without falling, which is quite good, but the current Ninetales will definitely not be able to withstand the second Hurricane. Improve Pidgeot's Hurricane skill, use Disable. Xiaozi suddenly ordered. Woo! Ninetales' eyes radiated a mysterious blue light, and the magical power of the Earth Knee temporarily imprisoned Pidgeot's Hurricane skill. Pidgeot also immediately felt that he could not use Hurricane for the time being. Aerial Ace. Gary ordered. Pidgeot flapped Dual Wing Beat, and shot out like a galloping arrow, and the air made a sonic boom sound. Flamethrower. Ninetales immediately spit up a large piece of flame, but the flame just spit up several meters away. Pidgeot plunged directly into the flames, and the flames seemed to be cut normal, split into 2, and Pidgeot crashed into Gobe. Ouch! Ninetales screamed in pain, and his body was hit hard. He retreated 10 meters away and fell on the grass with his eyes closed. Ninetales lost his ability to fight. Pidgeot wins, the referee announced. So strong, Gary's Pidgeot quickly took down Ninetales. Host exclaimed. Come back, Ninetales. Natsuko silently took back Ninetales. She finally realized how powerful Gary was. Her Pokemon was completely suppressed by the opponent. Natsuko now only has 1 Pokemon left, while Gary still has 3 Pokemon to use. It's a big crisis. Everyone also saw that Natsuko's victory was slim and it was almost impossible to turn the tables. Vileplume, you go. Natsuko sent out her last Pokemon. Great! Vileplume with huge petals on its head appeared. LV43 Vileplume/Gym. Host, Natsuko's last Pokemon is Vileplume, but it is restrained by Pidgeot in terms of attribute. How will Natsuko deal with it? Gary looked at Vileplume to see if Vileplume had any changes. Vileplume's basic ability is Chlorophyll, and its hidden ability is Spores. Vileplume with the Spore ability will automatically eject spores from its body after being attacked. If these spores are absorbed, Pokemon will be poisoned, paralyzed, or sleep in the contest condition, so you can't get close to Pokemon with the Spore ability. Vileplume, use Petal Blizzard. Natsuko launched the attack. The huge petals on Vileplume's head shone with pink light, and pink petals flew out like snow, turning into a flower tornado and rushing towards soaring in the sky. Air Slash. Pidgeot flapped Dual Wing Beat, and wind blades more than 1 meter long tore the flower tornado into pieces and hit Vileplume. Vileplume, who was attacked, burst out a large number of spores in his body. Natsuko's Vileplume is indeed a spore ability, so Gary won't let Pidgeot use contact skills to attack Vileplume. The chance of a comeback is gone. Vileplume was hit by Air Slash, which directly hit him hard. Continue to use Air Slash to send Vileplume to the road, Gary ordered. There were no fancy tactics. Pidgeot occupied the air superiority and continuously released Air Slash. Even if Vileplume counterattacked, it was useless because its skills were far less powerful than Pidgeot. How could a Vileplume resist the 150 power Air Slash? Once again, the skills collided, and the Air Slash broke Petal Dance and hit Vileplume, defeating it. Vileplume lost the ability to fight. The referee immediately announced, all 3 Pokemon of Natsuko were defeated, and the winner was Gary. Congratulations to Gary, winning the 3rd game, and a complete victory over rival. Host congratulated. Oh my god, this Gary is really not just talking nonsense, he has something. In the 3rd round of the game, no one can win a complete victory. Lord Gary, you are so hot. Lord Gary, you are so handsome. The audience was impressed by Gary's strength. This is the 3rd round of the competition. Another batch of trainers have been eliminated. The remaining trainers are not weak at all, and they can still win the game. This really proves that Gary is really capable. The battle is over, and the post-match interview session begins. I don't know what kind of inexplicable fate it is. Gary met the female reporter who interviewed him before. Mr. Gary, we meet again. The female reporter was also very happy. She didn't expect to meet Gary in 3 consecutive interviews with court change. She was really lucky. What a coincidence. Is there anything you want to ask? Gary said. Mr. Gary, have you used your main Pokemon in these 3 games? The female reporter asked. Of course I have. Can you tell me which ones they are? The Pokemon I used in the game are all my main Pokemon. Gary said. I mean, which ones are the strongest ones? The female reporter corrected her question. No comment. Gary said. How could Gary do such a thing that exposes his own strength? Especially tomorrow's battle is in the rock field. Rival is likely to eliminate the kitten Jimo in the original plot. Gary will not self-destruct his own strength at this time, so that Jimo can be prepared. Then Mr. Gary, in the 4th game tomorrow, do you think you can still win the game? The female reporter asked a different question. We'll see what happens then, I'm leaving first. Gary left coldly after saying this. DED players of this conference. The red player is Xiaofang. In yesterday's game, although he did not completely defeat rival, he also showed quite good strength. Today's competition venue is the water venue. Neither player used water Pokemon in the last game. I wonder what kind of water Pokemon the 2 players will have. Let's wait and see. The host briefly introduced the last round of the 2 people's game. What does this host mean? Gary didn't understand why the host Sanji Yuling wanted to say what he said in the interview yesterday. It was not a big deal. Young people should always be a little frivolous. Now let's start the game between Gary and Xiaofang. This game is 33. Now both sides are requested to release Pokemon at the same time. The referee announced. After that, the 2 players threw out their Pokeballs at the same time. Go, Inkthorn Jellyfish. Go, Blastwaz. Great. LV38 Tentacruel 3/Quasi Elite. A huge blue water curtain fell into the water. Xiaofang's Tentacruel has good potential, but its level is a bit low. It can be seen that Xiaofang's breeder of Tentacruel is not in place. LV56 Blastwaz 3/Quasi Legend. Gary directly excluded his Earl Dervish Pokemon and did not intend to do anything fancy with Xiaofang. The main reason was that the water field was very restrictive for Gary. Except for Blastwaz, other Pokemon were not suitable for fighting in such a field. Xiaofang sent Tentacruel and Gary sent Blastwaz. Both are very strong water Pokemon 150. Game 4, the destined rival. The game is over. Gary handed the 2 Pokemon that played in the game to Joe, and then went to the water field to watch the game. As for why he went to the water field, it was naturally to watch Jimu's game. After all, the next rival is likely to be him. Unfortunately, when he came to the water field, Jimu's game was almost over, but through the big screen in the field, you can see the 3 Pokemon used by Jimu, namely Golduck, Water Pokemon and Gyarados. Jimu's current Pokemon is Gyarados, and his rival uses Victreebel. The attribute does not restrain Gyarados with flying type, and the field is not suitable for Victreebel to fight. There was no accident in the battle between the 2 sides. Gyarados easily defeated Victreebel and helped Jimu win the 3rd game. LV45 Gyarados 3/Gym. Gary saw the level of Gyarados and had a rough idea of Jimu's strength. This guy's strength was comparable to Ash's, and he should be stronger than Ash, so he was not that difficult to deal with. It seems that I was too cautious. Gary thought about it and felt that he cared too much about Jimu. A careful analysis shows that Gary in the original book could fight Jimu on equal terms, not to mention the current Gary. Gary in the original book captured 200 Pokemon. In order to determine which Pokemon was more suitable for training, he bred each Pokemon to see which one was more suitable for breeding. If Gary did not capture so many Pokemon and focused on the main Pokemon, he would basically not lose to Jimu. After watching Jimu's game, Gary went back to the grass field to find Sabrina. In the evening, after dinner, Gary and Napo came to the center of the venue to draw lots. There is no need to choose a venue, just choose a rival directly, and the staff lady will draw randomly. Gary's rival is the rival in the plot, Jimu. It's really him. Gary sighed that fate is so wonderful. The rival of the 4th round is Jimu. After confirming who the rival is, Gary called Professor Oak and sent the corresponding Pokémon. The next morning, Gary and Sabrina came to the rock field. Gary's game is the third game, and he needs to watch 2 games first, but coincidentally, Ash and the other 2 are also here, and they also bumped into Gary and Sabrina. Ash, why are you here? Seeing Ash, Gary asked with interest. Gary remembered that the venue for Ash's 4th game should be the grass field. I'm here to investigate the rival information. Ash said. Really? I think you want to investigate my information. Gary said. So what? Ash did not deny it, he just wanted to see Gary's strength. Indigo Plateau Conference held 3 rounds of competitions. Gary's current record ranked first among all the players, so he would naturally attract the attention of other contestants. Although he had watched Gary's game video, Ash still wanted to go to the scene to see Gary's game in person. Then you must watch carefully. I will show my full strength in this game. I hope you won't be discouraged. Gary said. Have you not even used your full strength in the competition so far? Ash asked in confusion. In the 3 games, except for the first round, which went very smoothly, Ash's other 2 rounds were very difficult. He was beaten to the last Pokemon left, and then he turned the tables to win. Of course, you just watch carefully and learn well. After Gary finished speaking, he went to the player area with Sabrina to sit and watch the game. Arrogant guy. Ash pouted. Although he was very unconvinced, Gary's record was ranked first, while Ash's record was not good. If it weren't for the record of 1-on-3 in the first game, his record ranking would definitely be ranked last. After watching 2 games, it was finally the turn of the 3rd game. The 3rd match will start. Please invite Gary and Qin Mao to enter. Gary's current record is the best among all the contestants. He once said that he would win the Quartz Conference champion. It seems that this is true. Qin Mao is also quite strong. Although his record in the first 3 matches is not as good as Gary, he also played very well and has many powerful Pokemon. The host announced the entry of the players and introduced their identities. After the introduction of the host, Gary and Jisho were already standing in the command area. Now Gary and Qin Mao will play a 3-on-3 match. Please send out your Pokemon. The referee announced. 0, please give me flowers. Gary and Qin Mao both threw Pokeballs at the same time. Great. LV45 Gyarados/Gym. Great. LV52 Aerodactyl 3/Elite. What? The Pokemon sent by Gary is Aerodactyl. Host was stunned when he saw Aerodactyl appear. It's the Aerodactyl from Dasiga. Ash said in surprise. I didn't expect Gary to tame Aerodactyl. Is this Aerodactyl very strong? Gon and Misty knew that Gary had tamed Aerodactyl, but they had never seen this Aerodactyl fight, so they didn't know how strong it was. 0. It should be very strong. Ash actually didn't know the strength of this Aerodactyl. At that time in the underground cave, before Aerodactyl appeared, Gary defeated and captured the other 8 ancient Pokemon. After Aerodactyl came out, he was also defeated and captured by Gary. It was impossible to judge the specific experience of Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, such a rare Pokemon has. Qin Mao was also shocked. He had only seen Aerodactyl in books, and this was the first time he saw a living one. The battle begins, the referee announced. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Although Qin Mao didn't know Aerodactyl, he could judge that Aerodactyl was a rock type, and the water skills would naturally restrain Aerodactyl. Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Aerodactyl unfolded dual wing beat, and stone blades condensed and shot towards Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump couldn't resist the stone blades at all and was chopped by the stone blades. Countless sharp blades hit Aerodactyl, causing considerable damage. Gyarados is a physical attacker. Letting a physical attacker Pokemon use special attack skills to fight Aerodactyl is just asking for defeat. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Qin Mao saw that he couldn't win against the long-range skills, so he immediately changed the order. Gyarados jumped up into the air, wrapped a layer of water on his tail, and whipped towards Aerodactyl. Wing attack. Gary was naturally not afraid. Aerodactyl manipulated the power of wind, lingering on dual wing beat, and swung dual wing beat fiercely to fight against Gyarados' Aqua Tail. The 2 sides collided in the air and were both bounced back by the force of the collision, but Aerodactyl used Stone Edge again after being bounced back. Gyarados also used Aqua Tail to resist, but there were too many Stone Edges, and Aqua Tail was able to smash all of them. Many of them broke through Aqua Tail and fell on Gyarados, smacked down to the ground. Rock Slide. Gary showed no mercy and continued to chase. Aerodactyl flew to Gyarados' sky and condensed a large number of stones. The stones fell from the sky. Gyarados just stood up and was hit by the stones. He roared and fell down unwillingly. Bang! Seeing Gyarados lying on the ground, the referee immediately announced, Gyarados has lost his ability to fight. My god, Aerodactyl easily defeated Gyarados, too strong. Host exclaimed. 3, 5, 7. In yesterday's game, Qin Mao's Gyarados had a record of 1-2, but he didn't expect to be so defeated by Aerodactyl, which was no better than being vulnerable. This Aerodactyl is so strong. Xiaogang said. Yay, I don't know if your Charizard is rival, Ash. Misty commented. My Charizard is very strong, how could it lose to Aerodactyl? Ash said unconvinced. Ash, Charizard has both fire and flying attributes, but it is very afraid of rock-type skills. Xiaogang reminded. What's the matter, attributes don't mean everything. Ash said. Xiaogang. Although Xiaogang wanted to refute, He thought of Ash's previous performance. Once he got into a reverse attribute battle, Ash would become stronger, and he couldn't say what he wanted to say. Watch the game carefully. Misty spoke, and Ash and Xiaogang continued to watch the game. Golem, you deal with Aerodactyl. Jimu sent out his second Pokemon. Great. LV48 Golem 3/Quasi Elite. The second Pokemon Jimu sent out is Golem, which is a Pokemon with strong defense. It seems that they are going to fight a war of attrition. Host said. Gary was also surprised to see Golem, mainly because he was surprised that this Golem was actually level 48, which is still very high for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Aerodactyl come back. Seeing this, Gary immediately took back Aerodactyl. As the host explained, Golem is a defensive Pokemon, and Aerodactyl has no moves to restrain Golem. Fighting Golem with Aerodactyl is like hitting a stone with a stone. It is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Ash is watching in the audience. How can Gary let himself get into a difficult battle? Only a complete victory can put enough pressure on Ash to make him move forward. Blastoise, you go on the field. Gary directly sent out his Earl Dervish Pokemon. Kami. Blastoise saw that rival was a Golem, and showed disdain on his face, looking down on Golem completely. Boom. Golem didn't expect Blastoise to look down on him. Even though his attribute was restrained, this was a rock field, and he could assist the rock on the field to dodge. The outcome is still unknown. Gary snapped his fingers and said, Hydro Pump. Kami. Blastoise bent his body slightly, aimed 2 gun barrels at Golem, and fired 2 water jets. Hide behind rock. Jim ordered. Golem immediately hid behind rock, and Hydro Pump also hit rock. Rock successfully blocked Hydro Pump, but within 2 seconds, rock was smashed by Hydro Pump, and Hydro Pump hit Golem, pushing it back until it hit a rock behind it, and the group stopped. After the Hydro Pump stopped, the Golem's round body rolled out twice on the ground, and the eyes on its head were spinning. The Golem has lost its ability to fight, the referee announced. Oh my god, Blastoise's Hydro Pump is so powerful that it even shattered the rock on the field. Host said in shock. Not only did it shatter the rock, but it also killed the Golem instantly. It was terrible. Jimu has only 1 Pokemon left. Can he turn the tables? Non-holder said nonsense. Jimu now has only 1 Pokemon left, and Gary's 3 Pokemon can continue to fight, and there is no loss. Jimu can't turn the tables even if he gives his life. Damn it, I can't lose here. Machoke depends on you. Jimu threw a Pokeball. Great. LV40 Machoke 3/Jim. Oh, Jimu's third Pokemon is Machoke. It seems to be a Pokemon specially prepared for this venue. Host Road 2. Machoke is a fighting-type Pokemon. In the rock venue, it is naturally the home of rock-type Pokemon. Sending out fighting-type Pokemon can play a countering role. Seeing Machoke's level, Gary felt that this game should be over. Except for Gyarados, Jimu's other Pokemon are not very good. Hydro Pump, get rid of Machoke. Gary said. Kami. Blastoise sprayed bubbles. Machoke was slow and couldn't dodge it. He used Bulk Up to expand his muscles to resist the damage. Bang! Unfortunately, although Machoke had well-developed muscles, he couldn't block Blastoise's Hydro Pump at all. He was blown out of the field and came into close contact with the wall, and was defeated directly. Machoke lost the ability to fight. The referee announced, Jimu's 3 Pokemon were all defeated. The winner is Gary. Gary won the 4th game. Too strong, Gary defeated rival again. Host now believes that Gary has the strength to win the championship. The combat power shown in the 4 games far exceeds that of other players in the conference. Gary took back Blastoise and walked towards the area where the reporter was, still the female reporter from before. Gary, congratulations on winning 4 games. You can go to the Quartz Sports Field to compete 0.2 tomorrow. The female reporter first congratulated, then asked, Gary, what do you think about these 4 games? My feeling is that the strength of the players in the Indigo Plateau Conference is uneven. I hope Kanto Alliance needs to manage the gyms well and not let a group of weak trainers participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. It will only make people from other regions laugh at our Kanto region young trainers who are weak. Gary said. The female reporter was stunned on the spot. She never expected Gary to say such a thing. This is no longer a taunt of the players in the competition, but a blatant taunt of the gyms in the Kanto region. It's okay. I think the players participating in this competition are all strong. The female reporter quickly said. That's just what you think. If you look at the badges obtained by the eliminated players in the first 2 rounds, they are probably badges from weak gyms. Gary said. 152. Complain. Inside Professor Oak's laboratory. Gary, what is he doing? Won't Gary offend Kanto's gyms if he behaves like this? The people of Pallet Town gathered in Professor Oak's laboratory to watch the Indigo Plateau Conference. Because they knew that 2 trainers in the town had made it to the 4th round, more and more people came to watch. They also saw Gary defeat Jimu, but they didn't expect Gary to say such a thing in the interview. Professor Oak, is it really okay for Gary to behave like this? Delia asked. Although I also think that what Gary said is wrong, the fact that he can say it shows that the level of gyms in Kanto region is really not good. Professor Oak said. Although Gary is frivolous, he will not let go for no reason. He must have encountered something during his travels. Haha, thank you for the interview, Gary. You should take a rest. The female reporter didn't dare to let Gary continue to talk. After all, she is the reporter of Kanto TV station and is also a member of Kanto Alliance. The interview was broadcast live throughout the entire process. If Gary continues to speak, Kanto Alliance will have no face left. After 4 rounds of competition, the 5th round will be held at the Quartz Stadium, which is the main venue. After the 5th round, starting from the 6th round, all players will compete, 6v6. Before the 5th round, all players will have a day to rest. Professor Oak and Aunt Delia also came to Indigo Plateau the next day to watch Gary and Ash's game. Everyone agreed to meet at noon, at the entrance of the player village. Ash, Gary. Oh, you all look very good in contest condition. Gary and Ash came here together, and Aunt Delia and Professor Oak came up to greet them warmly. Ash, Gary, to congratulate you for reaching the 5th round, Auntie will make you a hearty lunch. Auntie Hua said. Ash, Professor Oak, and others were very confused. When Delia came here, she didn't tell Professor Oak that she would cook by herself, and it was almost noon, so there was no time to prepare the ingredients. Don't worry, the ingredients are ready. Aunt Delia took everyone to the restaurant in the player village. When everyone was wondering how Aunt Delia was going to cook, they were taken to the restaurant kitchen. Then, Aunt Delia assisted the ingredients in the kitchen and made a big meal for everyone, regardless of the restaurant staff's dissuasion. Gary and others felt very embarrassed, but the players' expenses in the player village were free, so Aunt Delia's doing this was not a violation. It must be said that Aunt Delia's cooking skills are still good. Although they are just some simple home-cooked dishes, they are all delicious and can be regarded as the ceiling level of home-cooked dishes. If you win the 5th round, you will have a 6-on-6 full battle. Are you mentally prepared? Professor Oak said. Full battle normal only appears at the Alliance Conference. Normal Pokemon battles are at most 33, and even gym battles are at most 3-on-3. Because the 6vs6 battle takes too long, and the trainer can only bring 6 Pokemon in total, if all Pokemon are defeated, there will be no Pokemon to use, so normal battles will not be full-time battles. Professor Oak is worried that Gary and Ash will not be able to adapt to full-time battles after entering the 6th round. Don't worry, Grandpa, I plan to train soldiers during the full-time battle. Gary said. Training. Ash was confused and didn't quite understand what Gary meant. In short, it means training my other Pokemon. After all, only 3 Pokemon can be used in the first 5 rounds of the game. In order to ensure promotion, I can only train 1 Pokemon at most. Gary said. Ash was silent immediately. It was not that he did not want to train, but he only had 10 Pokemon available. It was enough to deal with these 4 rounds. If he really entered the 6th round, Ash would have no Pokemon to train. In Professor Oak's laboratory before, Gary told Ash that he had captured too few Pokemon and could not support the subsequent battles of the Alliance Conference. Ash also gradually felt a little exhausted. The players who can advance to the 6th round are all very strong. Gary, is it really okay for you to train? Misty felt that Gary was a little too aggressive. The Pokemon of those players are not that strong. It is said that all players can fight, and there are only 3 Pokemon at most. The other 3 Pokemon are basically to fill the numbers. Gary said. Although the Pokemon Center can heal Pokemon, fatigue still needs time to recover, especially the later the preliminary round is, the more you don't want to be eliminated. Since the 3rd round, the players dare not train anymore. After all, it is not easy to get here. They dare not train randomly. However, if they enter the 6th round, the main Pokemon in their hands will be exhausted and their combat power will decline greatly. After all, this is not a race. In a running competition, you can run with less effort in the early stage, and then gradually use your full strength after slowly advancing to the competition. In a Pokemon battle, if you lose a game, you will be eliminated directly. Therefore, the rules of the Indigo Plateau Conference are slightly unfair. The selection should be based on a points system. Gary, what you said makes sense, but what you said in the interview yesterday was too arrogant. You should be more restrained next time. Professor Oak reminded. I'm telling the truth, Grandpa. You don't know how chaotic the management of 573 is in the famous gyms in Kanto region. Even the Cinnabar gym closed the gym without authorization, treating the gym as a joke. Gary said. Gon, Misty, and Sabrina all looked at Gary. They were all gym trainers. Gary, you make sense. My gym is indeed very chaotic in terms of management. Me too. My gym is also known as the weakest gym. Both Gon and Misty knew that Gary was telling the truth, and they both took the initiative to admit the problems of their own gyms. Bo is only a temporary gym leader. Even if the gym leader trainer wants to find a temporary replacement, he needs to apply to the Alliance, and he can't just let his offspring take over. The trainer of the Nibby gym recorded by the Alliance is Flint. If Bo wants to be the gym leader, he also needs to pass the assessment of the Alliance investigator. As for Misty's gym, it's needless to say that Misty's 3 sisters are not qualified to be gym trainers. If the Alliance suddenly assesses the Cerulean gym, it is very likely that they will fail and be disqualified from the Alliance gym. Sabrina's gym is now normal, but Sabrina used to be a gym leader illegally, and even imprisoned challengers, which is illegal. As for other gyms, most of them are not qualified, and some gym owners even use the gym to do business. 153. Team Rocket is here to cause trouble again. Is it really that serious? Professor Oak was incredulous. He had challenged Nibby Gym and Cerulean Gym before, but he never thought that after so many years, the 2 gyms would fall to this point. Ash, you have also challenged 8 gyms, what do you think? Professor Oak asked. This. Ash was a little embarrassed. After all, his 8 badges were too much, many of them were given to him by the gym owner, not by his own strength. Forget about him, but I heard that half of his badges were given to him by the gym owner because he thought he was good. Gary said. Gary, how did you know? Ash never told Gary how he got his badge. Misty said it when she was chatting with Sabrina, and then someone told me, Gary said. Misty. Ash looked at Misty immediately. He didn't expect Misty to tell Gary about his scandal. If he told others, Ash would not be angry. I just told Miss Sabrina, and I'm telling the truth, what's the problem? Misty retorted. Ash. How could this fool Ash be stronger than Misty? Misty was a little louder and immediately wilted. Okay, I admit that the 8 gyms I challenged did have the problems Gary mentioned. Ash said. It seems that it is necessary to manage them. Professor Oak thought. Professor Oak is also a member of Kanto Alliance. If the gyms in his own region have such big problems, it will also affect Professor Oak's research. Because only trainers can tap the potential of Pokémon. If the gym trainers are not responsible, the trainers in the Kanto region will naturally become weaker and unable to fully tap the potential of Pokémon. Gary said nothing more, and then everyone talked about some daily life. After eating and drinking, they went to the shopping street in the contestant village in the afternoon. Everyone entered the elevator, and a wonderful fate happened. Please wait a moment, I want to take the elevator too. A young man rushed into the elevator. Gary saw that the young man who rushed into the elevator was Richie, who defeated Ash. It seemed that even if Gary appeared here, it would not affect Richie's appearance. Richie apologized to everyone as soon as he came in, and then noticed Ash's Pikachu. The melee battle afterwards was the same as the original plot. The elevator suddenly lost power. Richie assisted Ash's Pikachu and restored the elevator to normal. When everyone came out of the building, they saw a huge white car driving slowly on the road, and the loudspeaker in the car kept conveying messages. Dear contestants, the committee members have to inform everyone of a very important matter. Please bring all your Pokeballs to the venue immediately. The car drove past Gary and the others. What are you doing? Misty was confused. She didn't understand what the organizers meant. Why did they bring Pokeballs to the conference? But she didn't question it too much when she saw that the car they were driving was the special car for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary watched the car driving away silently, thinking that Team Rocket was really bold. This was the Indigo Plateau Conference. Aren't they afraid that Alliance would cause trouble for Team Rocket if they messed up at this time? It's estimated that Ban Mu was fully focused on finding Mewtwo and didn't pay attention to the movements of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the 3 members of Team Rocket to mess around. I'll go and take a look. As a player, Ash naturally had to go and see what was going on. I'll go too. Gary also went along. There was no other way. After all, Gary was also a player. Even if the Rockets pretended to be the organizers and released a notice, Gary had to go and see it. At worst, he could expose the Rockets later. It seemed that the Rockets trio's disruption delayed the 5th round of the Indigo Plateau Conference by 1 day. After all, it was a major mistake to snatch the players' Pokémon. Ash and Gary came to the square in the center of the venue. Many trainers had gathered nearby, some were eliminated, and some successfully advanced to the competition. What are you doing in a hurry all of a sudden? Richie. Ash didn't know what was wrong, but he saw Richie, whom he had just met. Player Ash, player Gary. Richie was also startled when he saw Ash calling him, and immediately trotted over. You don't have to be so polite, just call me Ash and call him Gary. By the way, are you also a player? Ash said. Yeah. Richie nodded and said, Ash, Gary, do you know why you suddenly called us here? Richie had just finished speaking when he heard the sound of the horn just now. From now on, I will do a health check on the Pokémon. When we go over, please hand over all the damaged Pokeballs. Next to the white vehicle, the armed man used a horn to notify everyone, and James stayed next to him with a bag in his hand. Gary didn't jump when he saw this situation. These 3 people are really crazy. They really treat the trainers here as fools. Health check. Why haven't you heard of it in the Pokémon Center? The trainers around were not so easy to fool, and they all had some doubts. If you don't participate in this health check, you will lose your qualification to participate. Jesse said nonsense. Hearing that they would lose the qualification to participate in the competition, the trainers who were particularly skeptical suddenly had a headache and took out their Pokeballs and prepared to hand them over. Stop. At this time, Gary suddenly shouted. The trainers who were about to hand over their Pokeballs stopped taking out their Pokeballs and looked in the direction of the sound. Gary walked out with Ash and Richie. Team Rocket, you dare to pretend to be the staff of Indigo Plateau Conference. You are so brave. Gary directly exposed the identity of the Rocket trio. What? Team Rocket. Ash and Richie were shocked. They didn't expect it to be Team Rocket. Seeing that they were exposed, the Rocket trio didn't pretend anymore. Since you have sincerely discovered it, then we will answer you mercifully. A classic opening speech. Bangala is handed over to you. Gary can talk to them more and delay the Indigo Plateau Conference, but it will waste Gary's time, so he must send Team Rocket on the road quickly. Roar. Bangala roared at the Rocket trio. It's that Pokemon? Meow. Run. The Rocket trio had seen how powerful Bangala was during the opening ceremony, and immediately got in the car and ran away. But Gary would not give them a chance, so it would be better to let them disappear into the sky. Bangala, destroy the death ray. Gary said. Roar. Bangala condensed a beam of light in his mouth, and an orange-red light gushed out. 154, Game 5 rival, Lily? Boom, what a disgusting feeling. The rocket team's car was hit by the destruction ray and exploded instantly. The rocket team's trio flew to the distance soaring in the sky and turned into a starlight. These guys always come out to do bad things, it's really hateful. Ash cursed. Fortunately, Gary found it in time, otherwise the Pokémon of the Indigo Plateau Conference players would be stolen, and that would be a big deal. In the original story, the rocket team's trio used this trick to steal the Pokémon of the conference players, causing the Indigo Plateau Conference to be postponed. The opening ceremony and the disruption during the game, the rocket team is really going to suffer this time. Not long after the incident, the two Junsha came here, and after asking Gary about the incident, they thanked Gary again. Gary has arrested the rocket team quite a few times, and he is considered a little famous in the police station. The rockets did not cause much impact this time. The organizers held a short meeting and decided to continue the game according to the original process. In the afternoon, Gary and Ash came to the center of the venue and started drawing lots. There were only 16 players left in the 5th round, and the venue was also an ordinary venue. The way to draw lots this time was to fish for Magikarp. There were a total of 16 Magikarp in the pool. Each Magikarp was marked with the numbers A1 or A2532, and they were all plural. Players who caught Magikarp with the same number were rivals. After reading the rules of the draw, Ash couldn't wait to start fishing, but Gary didn't care at all. He planned to wait until Ash finished fishing before fishing. He wanted to see if the original plot power was really so strong that the two would meet. After all, according to the normal plot, the 5th round of the game was postponed for one day, but this time it was corrected by Gary, which might change the result of the draw. Here it comes. Ash felt the vibration of the fishing rod and pulled hard. A red Magikarp was pulled out of the water. There was an A3 mark on the abdomen of the Magikarp. A3, Ash's next match's rival is Richie. The lady at the counter said. What? Ash immediately looked at Richie and found that Richie was also here. He also looked at Ash unexpectedly. Okay, you guys go chat. It's my turn. Gary also had a fishing rod, so he threw it into the pool and the hook went into the water. It didn't take long for the hook to bite. Gary pulled it hard and pulled the bitten Magikarp out of the water. There was a B2 mark on its body. Gary was speechless. Is this so predestined for him? B2, Gary, your next rival is Lily. The lady at the counter said. Lily. Gary thought for a moment and remembered that in the original story, although Richie defeated Ash, he was eliminated in the quarterfinals. It seems that the rival he met in the 6th round was Lily. In this way, if Gary beat Lily, then the rival would be Richie or Ash. Gary looked around and found Lily. She came here to draw lots in advance, but she didn't wait for her rival, so she waited here. When she saw someone draw B2, she immediately looked at Gary. Hello, my next game's rival. Gary greeted Lily politely. Gary, I read your interview. I will prove that my strength is better than yours. Lily said. I didn't see your strength. I hope your strength will be as hard as your mouth. Gary said disdainfully. You. Lily didn't expect Gary to say that she was hard-mouthed, and she was immediately furious. Someone who has a worse record than me in 4 games, says he wants to surpass me, is that just a mouthful of stubbornness? Gary continued to mock. Just wait for me. Lily said and left. There was no way. Lily's record in the 4 games was indeed not as good as Gary's. If it was based on the points system, Gary would have been able to advance directly to the round of all-player battles. After the rival is selected, the game time will be set. Gary's game will be the first game tomorrow afternoon, and Ash's will be the last game tomorrow afternoon. I didn't expect it to be the last game. There is enough time to rest. Ash said. Gary looked at the complacent Ash. He didn't know that the Rockets had troubled him and almost made him miss the game. Gary wondered whether he should take action, because from the Indigo Plateau Conference to now, Ash has never used Charizard, and has always used other Pokémon to fight. If there was no interference from the Rockets, Ash would probably send Pidgeotto out to fight instead of Charizard. The key is that before in Professor Oak's laboratory, Gary suggested that Ash use Gary to motivate Charizard, and I don't know if Charizard still listens to Ash. Gary wanted to ask Ash if Charizard still listens, but Richie is here. Gary can't ask, which will let Richie know that Gary has Charizard. Forget it, why think so much? Ash still has a long way to go, let him grow up on his own. Gary felt that he was too much of a nanny, so he should just let everything go with the flow. After thinking it through, Gary turned and left. The next afternoon, Gary came to the Quartz Stadium and came to the player channel. There was no space in the audience seats. After the 5th round of the game, the subsequent battles will be held at the Quartz Stadium, and everyone can only come to the Quartz Stadium to watch the game. Welcome to the audience to watch the Indigo Plateau Conference afternoon game in this hot weather. Then please welcome the first player to play. Please welcome Lily and Gary. The two players walked out of the channel. Lily is one of the few female players who has stayed until now. Although Lily looks beautiful, her Pokémon are all very strong. Gary is the best player in this conference. He has won all the games so far. He has not lost a single Pokémon in 4 games. I wonder if Lily can defeat one of Gary's Pokémon. The host introduced the information of the two players. Lily felt a little pressured when she heard the host's introduction of Gary. Although she said something harsh yesterday, the first thought of any player who has watched Gary's game video is how to win. The referee saw the two players in place and raised the flag to announce, the 3-on-3 match between Lily and Gary will begin. Please send out your Pokémon. After saying that, Gary and Lily threw their Pokeballs at the same time. Great! LV42 Ivysaur 3/Gym. Great! LV42 EV 3/Quasi Legendary. The Pokémon sent by Lily is Ivysaur, and the Pokémon sent by Gary is Eevee, the host said in surprise. 156, Ash vs Richie. It can even use Dig. Lily frowned, thinking that Gary's Eevee had too many skills. How could it know everything? Lily didn't dare to let Venomoth get close to ground, fearing that Eevee would attack him. Eevee could use Fire Blast, and if it hit Venomoth, he would be seriously injured. Psychic. At this moment, Gary issued a command. Ground opened a hole, and Eevee used Psychic to attack Venomoth. Venomoth didn't have time to react and was hit by Psychic. Venomoth wanted to fight back, but Eevee hid underground again and kept breaking holes to confuse Venomoth. Gary's Eevee used the Dig tactic to confuse Venomoth. It seems that Venomoth has no way to solve the current dilemma, host commented. With Eevee's Dig tactics and Psychic's sneak attack, Venomoth didn't last long. After another carelessness, he was hit by Eevee's Psychic and fell from the air. Then he was defeated by Eevee's Minister Explosion. Venomoth has lost his ability to fight. The referee announced, Lily's 3 Pokémon were all defeated, and the winner is Gary. Congratulations to Gary for winning the 5th game and advancing to the 6th round. The host congratulated Gary, so cool. Eevee's 3 in a row, never before. Gary is so awesome. He is worthy of being a man who has the courage to confront the gym. The audience burst into cheers. In the interview area, it was still the female reporter who had interviewed Gary 4 times before. Because the female reporter always interviewed Gary, a hot figure, the boss continued to let this female reporter be responsible for the post-match interview. If you have anything to ask, just ask. They were old acquaintances, so Qin Mao's attitude was more salation. Gary, I didn't expect you to be able to win 3 games in a row in the 5th round. You're so strong. The female reporter exclaimed. I've said before that the players in the Indigo Plateau Conference are not very strong. At this level, I only need to make a slight move, which is the limit of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary said. The female reporter was shocked. He didn't expect Gary to make such a bold statement, but he is really strong. So far, he has not lost a single Pokémon. Gary, the next game is a full team battle. Can you guarantee that you won't lose a single Pokémon? That won't happen. I will send a slightly weaker Pokémon to the field to hone it, but I will definitely win by a large score. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Gary felt that what he said just now was enough to make the headlines, so he turned and left. Underscore? Give Eevee to Nursejoy. Gary returned to the Quartz Sports Arena and continued to watch the following games. Ash, you are here too. Gary saw Ash and the other 2 when he arrived at the viewing area of the players area. My game is the last one in the afternoon, isn't it normal for me to be here? Ash asked in confusion, not understanding why Gary said that. It's okay, I was just surprised to see you. Play well, I hope you can advance to the 6th round. Gary said. According to the original plot, the Rockets trio used Richie's voice to trick Ash outside and kidnapped him for a while. If Richie hadn't pleaded with the referee, Ash would have missed the game. Ash looked at Gary who sat next to Sabrina, wondering what Gary meant by what he said just now, but with Ash's simple brain circuit, he basically didn't understand anything other than the battle, so he didn't think about it, and the game later was more important. After Gary sat down, he was thinking about whether his next match would be Ash or Richie. Half an hour later, the last game of the 5th round began. Ash vs Richie? Richie and Ash's Pokémon are very similar. Basically, Richie has all the Pokémon that Ash has, and they are all baby Pokémon, and few Pokémon are evolved. The battle begins. Richie's first Pokémon is Butterfree. Ash's first Pokémon is Squirtle. LV40 Butterfree 3/Gym. LV43 Squirtle 3/Elite. Gary was troubled when he saw the level of Ash and Squirtle. He obviously has such high potential, but he is unwilling to evolve. I really don't know what this Squirtle is thinking. Butterfree and Squirtle started a fierce battle. Neither of them was willing to give in, but Squirtle was hit by Butterfree's Sleep Powder and then defeated by Butterfree's Giga Drain. Because there were too many loopholes in the first generation animation, it was changed again. Richie successfully defeated Ash's first Pokémon 0.014210002 flying 1122605990. Ash then sent out Pikachu. Pikachu came up and took the initiative, defeating Butterfree with a Thunderbolt. Go, Jibo. Richie sent out his Charmander. LV41 Charmander 3/Elite. Richie's Charmander is also at a very high level. At this level, the skills that should be awakened in advance should have been awakened long ago. Why is it still dragging it out without evolving? Unlike the original plot, because it was not disturbed by Team Rocket, Pikachu was very fierce this time. After a fierce battle with Charmander, it finally defeated Charmander with Double Edge. It seems that it has really changed. Seeing Pikachu defeat Charmander, the plot has really changed. Now Ash still has Pikachu and a Pokémon that he has not used. Richie's last Pokémon should be Pikachu. 2 vs 1, Ash has a great chance of winning. Go, Ryan. Richie did not send out other Pokemon, but Ryan. Ryan is Richie's Pikachu, but Richie likes to name his Pokemon. LV43 Pikachu 3/Quasi Elite. Richie's Pikachu has good potential, but it is still a bit behind Pikachu. However, Pikachu fought 2 consecutive battles, especially when fighting Charmander, wasting too much energy, and was finally defeated by Ryan. The critical moment has come, and Gary is also looking forward to who Ash will use as the third Pokemon, Charizard or Pidgeotto. Go, Forsaken Monkey. Ash throws 5.9 Pokeballs. Great. LV43 Pidgeotto 3/Elite. The Pokemon Ash sends out is neither Charizard nor Pidgeotto, but Pidgeotto that he gave to Anthony. Pidgeotto. Gary looked at Brock and Misty and asked, when did Ash bring it back? Actually, I was going to bring it back before the Indigo Plateau Conference started, but Mr. Anthony was taking Pidgeotto to participate in the fighting competition. The competition ended the day before yesterday, and it was only teleported this morning. Brock said. Gary smiled slightly. It seems that his previous work was not in vain. Ash knows that he doesn't have enough Pokemon, so he knows to bring Pidgeotto to deal with the competition. Pidgeotto is very strong, with the potential to be a quasi-elite, and is fully qualified to be Ash's current main force. 155, Technician Eevee appears. Why Eevee? Strange, Gary has so many powerful Pokemon, why would he suddenly send out Eevee? What's going on? The audience who supported Gary were also confused, not understanding why Gary would send out Eevee to fight. The Pokemon that Gary sent out in the first 4 games all evolved to their final forms. This was the first time that Gary sent out a Pokemon that had not evolved to its final form. What do you mean? Lily was also a little puzzled, but she didn't think that this Eevee was not strong. At this conference, there were many Pokemon that had not evolved to their final forms, and they were also very powerful. For example, Ash's Pikachu and a female player that Ash had met before, her Bellsprout was quite powerful. The game begins. Ivysaur, use Razor Leaf. Lily ordered immediately. The leaves on Ivysaur's back launched a stream of flying leaves towards Eevee. Fire Blast. Xiao Mao ordered calmly. Under Lily and Ivysaur looked at him in surprise. Eevee took a deep breath and spit up a large flame. All the razor leaves were instantly burned to ashes. Boom! Fire Blast also hit Ivysaur, dyeing Ivysaur with a layer of black. This attack was very effective. Oh my god, Eevee actually used the university explosion. Host exclaimed. Quick, use Synthesis. Lily saw that Ivysaur was seriously injured, and quickly let Ivysaur use the recovery skill to recover. It was the hottest time of the day, and Synthesis's recovery ability would be increased, but Gary would not give Ivysaur a chance. Psychic. Eevee's eyes radiated blue light, and the invisible telekinesis quickly rushed towards Ivysaur, knocking Ivysaur out directly, and the injury that Synthesis had recovered reappeared. Quick attack. Swish. Eevee rushed out quickly, pulling out a stream of white light, and with a bang, Ivysaur was knocked out and fell to the ground. Ivysaur lost his ability to fight, said the referee. What a strong Eevee. Psychic interrupted Ivysaur's recovery, and then used quick attack to give a fatal blow. It was really a smooth attack. Host commented. In the audience. That Eevee is the one from Cinnabar Laboratory. It has been bred by Gary to such an extent that it has mastered fire and psychic skills. Xiaogang was surprised. How amazing? I didn't expect Eevee to be so powerful after being bred. Misty exclaimed. Can Eevee learn so many skills? Ash asked. I don't know. Anyway, I have never seen an Eevee that can master so many attribute skills. Xiaogang said. Eevee's performance instantly aroused the curiosity of the audience. Eevee is a very popular Pokemon with many evolution types and it looks very cute. The number is also relatively large. Seeing Eevee's strong performance, the audience who own Eevee are very excited and want to make their Eevee as strong as Gary's Eevee. Radon, you go. Lily sent out the second Pokemon. Great. LV45 Iron Tyrannosaurus 3/Quasi Elite. Lily's second Pokemon is Radon, which is a Pokemon with strong defense, the host introduced. Radon's resistance is okay. As long as it is not a water type or grass type skill, other attacks can basically not hurt it. But Gary's Eevee can master 9 attribute skills, including water type and grass type skills. Lily sent Radon to fight Eevee, and the choice was not wrong, but it was a pity that she never expected that Eevee would restrain Radon's skills. Radon, use Rock to crit. Lily was still alert and used ranged skills to test Eevee first. Psychic throw all the rock back. Gary also cooperated in the acting, probably not allowing Eevee to use other skills. Eevee used Psychic to bind all the attacking rocks, and then threw them back, but Radon had a high defense, and these rocks hit it without any pain. Use Drill Run. Lily also launched an attack directly after confirming that Eevee would not restrain Radon's skills. Roar. The horn drill on Radon's head rotated, and a golden energy lingered around his body, forming a cyclone, and then ran towards Eevee. Radon's movement speed was not fast. Gary deliberately waited for the opponent to get close, and immediately ordered after avoiding, use water flow to break. What? Hearing Gary's order, Lily was shocked. Eevee rushed towards Radon quickly, and while running, a layer of water flow passed over Eevee's tail and turned into a water blade. As Eevee swung his tail and whipped the ground, it splashed high, just avoiding Radon's attack. Then, Eevee rotated his body in the air, and the water blade rushed towards the water blade slashed Radon's back. Bang! The water blade slashed Radon's back, and suddenly there was a force behind him, causing Radon to fall. Sunlight spell. Ash ordered. Chi-yi. The mane around Eevee's neck quickly absorbed the sunlight, and a beam of incandescent light shot out of Eevee's mouth. Boom! The sunlight spell hit Radon at close range, and the shock wave generated by the explosion also pushed Eevee back several meters. The smoke dissipated, and the iron frame glass lay in a small pit, with its eyes rolling in circles. Radon lost his ability to fight. The referee announced. Oh my god, Eevee can use Water Blast and Solar Beam. Host exclaimed. I thought it was surprising that Eevee could use Fire Blast and Psychic, but I didn't expect that he could use Water Blast and Solar Beam. This is amazing. Now Lily has only one Pokemon left. What kind of Pokemon will she send out in the end? Host felt that Lily had already shown signs of defeat and was no longer able to come back. Lily gritted her teeth. She was still thinking about giving Gary a hard time. In the end, not only did she fail to defeat one of Gary's Pokemon, she might even be defeated 3 times in a row, which was even uglier than being defeated completely. If Gary had used Banjura, Lily would have felt better. The key point was that it was just an Eevee, which Lily couldn't accept. Venomoth, please. Lily sent out her third Pokemon. Great. LV43 Venomoth female sign/gym. Lily's last Pokemon is Venomoth, which has soaring in the sky advantage. Host said. Gary looked at Venomoth and considered whether to take back Eevee, but thought that with Eevee's current contest condition and skill pool, it would not be a big problem to deal with Venomoth. Venomoth, use poison powder. Lily ordered immediately. Venomoth flew high in the sky, and a large piece of purple powder fell down from its wings. Dig. Gary said. Chi-yi. Eevee immediately burrowed into the ground and successfully avoided poison powder. 156, Ash vs Richie. It can even use Dig. Lily frowned, thinking that Gary's Eevee had too many skills. How could it know everything? Lily didn't dare to let Venomoth get close to ground, fearing that Eevee would attack him. Eevee could use Fire Blast, and if it hit Venomoth, he would be seriously injured. Psychic. At this moment, Gary issued a command. Ground opened a hole, and Eevee used Psychic to attack Venomoth. Venomoth didn't have time to react and was hit by Psychic. Venomoth wanted to fight back, but Eevee hid underground again and kept breaking holes to confuse Venomoth. Gary's Eevee used the Dig tactic to confuse Venomoth. It seems that Venomoth has no way to solve the current dilemma. Host commented. With Eevee's Dig tactics and Psychic's sneak attack, Venomoth didn't last long. After another carelessness, he was hit by Eevee's Psychic and fell from the air. Then he was defeated by Eevee's Minister Explosion. Venomoth has lost his ability to fight. The referee announced, Lily's 3 Pokemon were all defeated, and the winner is Gary. Congratulations to Gary for winning the 5th game and advancing to the 6th round. The host congratulated. Gary, so cool. Eevee's 3 in a row, never before. Gary is so awesome. He is worthy of being a man who has the courage to confront the gym. The audience burst into cheers. In the interview area, it was still the female reporter who had interviewed Gary 4 times before. Because the female reporter always interviewed Gary, a hot figure, the boss continued to let this female reporter be responsible for the post-match interview. If you have anything to ask, just ask. They were old acquaintances, so Qin Mao's attitude was more salation. Gary, I didn't expect you to be able to win 3 games in a row in the 5th round. You're so strong. The female reporter exclaimed. I've said before that the players in the Indigo Plateau Conference are not very strong. At this level, I only need to make a slight move, which is the limit of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary said. The female reporter was shocked. He didn't expect Gary to make such a bold statement, but he is really strong. So far, he has not lost a single Pokemon. Gary, the next game is a full team battle. Can you guarantee that you won't lose a single Pokemon? That won't happen. I will send a slightly weaker Pokemon to the field to hone it, but I will definitely win by a large score. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Gary felt that what he said just now was enough to make the headlines, so he turned and left. Give Eevee to Nursejoy. Gary returned to the Quartz Sports Arena and continued to watch the following games. Ash, you are here too. Gary saw Ash and the other 2 when he arrived at the viewing area of the players area. My game is the last one in the afternoon, isn't it normal for me to be here? Ash asked in confusion, not understanding why Gary said that. It's okay, I was just surprised to see you. Play well, I hope you can advance to the 6th round. Gary said. According to the original plot, the Rockets trio used Richie's voice to trick Ash outside and kidnapped him for a while. If Richie hadn't pleaded with the referee, Ash would have missed the game. Ash looked at Gary who sat next to Sabrina, wondering what Gary meant by what he said just now, but with Ash's simple brain circuit, he basically didn't understand anything other than the battle, so he didn't think about it, and the game later was more important. After Gary sat down, he was thinking about whether his next match would be Ash or Richie. Half an hour later, the last game of the 5th round began. Ash vs Richie? Richie and Ash's Pokemon are very similar. Basically, Richie has all the Pokemon that Ash has, and they are all baby Pokemon, and few Pokemon are evolved. The battle begins. Richie's first Pokemon is Butterfree. Ash's first Pokemon is Squirtle. LV40 Butterfree 3/Gym. LV43 Squirtle 3/Elite. Gary was troubled when he saw the level of Ash and Squirtle. He obviously has such high potential, but he is unwilling to evolve. I really don't know what this Squirtle is thinking. Butterfree and Squirtle started a fierce battle. Neither of them was willing to give in, but Squirtle was hit by Butterfree's Sleep Powder and then defeated by Butterfree's Giga Drain. Because there were too many loopholes in the first generation animation, it was changed again. Richie successfully defeated Ash's first Pokémon 0.0142100002 flying 1122605990. Ash then sent out Pikachu. Pikachu came up and took the initiative, defeating Butterfree with a Thunderbolt. Go, Jibo. Richie sent out his Charmander. LV41 Charmander 3/Elite. Richie's Charmander is also at a very high level. At this level, the skills that should be awakened in advance should have been awakened long ago. Why is it still dragging it out without evolving? Unlike the original plot, because it was not disturbed by Team Rocket, Pikachu was very fierce this time. After a fierce battle with Charmander, it finally defeated Charmander with Double Edge. It seems that it has really changed. Seeing Pikachu defeat Charmander, the plot has really changed. Now Ash still has Pikachu and a Pokémon that he has not used. Richie's last Pokémon should be Pikachu. 2 vs 1, Ash has a great chance of winning. Go, Ryan. Richie did not send out other Pokémon, but Ryan. Ryan is Richie's Pikachu, but Richie likes to name his Pokémon. LV43 Pikachu 3/Quasi-Elite. Richie's Pikachu has good potential, but it is still a bit behind Pikachu. However, Pikachu fought 2 consecutive battles, especially when fighting Charmander, wasting too much energy, and was finally defeated by Ryan. The critical moment has come, and Gary is also looking forward to who Ash will use as the third Pokémon, Charizard or Pidgeotto. Go, Forsaken Monkey. Ash throws 5.9 Pokeballs. Great. LV43 Pidgeotto 3/Elite. The Pokémon Ash sends out is neither Charizard nor Pidgeotto, but Pidgeotto that he gave to Anthony. Pidgeotto. Gary looked at Brock and Misty and asked, when did Ash bring it back? Actually, I was going to bring it back before the Indigo Plateau Conference started, but Mr. Anthony was taking Pidgeotto to participate in the fighting competition. The competition ended the day before yesterday, and it was only teleported this morning. Brock said. Gary smiled slightly. It seems that his previous work was not in vain. Ash knows that he doesn't have enough Pokémon, so he knows to bring Pidgeotto to deal with the competition. Pidgeotto is very strong, with the potential to be a quasi-elite, and is fully qualified to be Ash's current main force. 157, quarterfinals, finally meeting Ash. Relying on his flexible butterfly steps, the Forsaken quickly approached Ryan and used the Rage Fist to suppress Ryan. In just one round, Ryan was defeated by the Forsaken's fist. Pikachu has lost its ability to fight. The referee announced, Richie's 3 Pokémon have all lost their ability to fight, and the winner is Ash. Congratulations to Ash for successfully advancing to the 6th round. Ash's ending has changed. He was not eliminated, but made it to the quarterfinals. Especially Ash has not used Charizard so far, and the Forsaken was not used until the match with Richie. If Ash is lucky enough in the next game, he will meet the weakest of the remaining 7 players, and Ash will have a chance to advance to the semifinals. The game is over, and Veilstone will be the 5th round. After dinner, the remaining 8 players all came to the center of the venue to draw lots to see who their next rival will be. Gary, I made it to the 6th round. Ash said. When they met in the player village, Gary said that it was a question whether Ash could enter the full player battle. Now, Ash has done it and successfully entered the 6th round 0-2 game. Congratulations, I take back what I said before, you still have some strength, but there is still a gap between you and me. Gary said. Just wait, Gary, I will definitely beat you. Ash swore. I hope you can, but definitely not now, let's draw lots quickly, said Gary. Ash didn't say much, and handed the Pokédex to the counter lady to draw lots, and Bulletin Mao did the same. The 6th round of the game was a random lineup, and the next game would be played according to the sorted lineup. The 6th round was the quarterfinals, and there would be 4 matches tomorrow. The winners of the first and second games would be the rival of the 7th round, and so on, until the finals. After Gary and Ash handed the Pokédex to the counter lady, the avatars of the 2 appeared on the battle table set on the big screen sky. The avatars of the 2 were arranged next to each other. Ash vs Gary. The second game in the morning? What? Gary. Seeing that his rival was Gary, Ash was stunned. Gary was not surprised, and shook his head helplessly. Ash, it seems that your Indigo Plateau Conference journey will end tomorrow. You haven't played yet, why do you think you will win? Ash said unconvinced. Then wait and see. Gary said nonchalantly, by the way, for the sake of Pallet Town's agreement, we once agreed that we would use all our strength to defeat the opponent at the Alliance Conference. In tomorrow's game, I will not let you down at all. I will let you see my full potential. Full power. Ash suddenly became a little nervous. Ash is reckless, but not stupid. From the competition to the present, Gary's record is like a mountain, weighing on Ash's heart. Not only Ash, but all the players at the Indigo Plateau Conference least want to face the rival, which is Gary. But Gary said in the interview that he has never used full power. No one knows how strong Gary's full power is. Even Ash, his childhood sweetheart, doesn't know how strong Gary is now. The only Pokémon that can be visited is the Bandura used by Gary at the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference. That is a Pokémon that easily destroyed the Rocket Team's robots. At that time, Ash's Pikachu and Bulbasaur joined forces and could not do anything to the Rocket Team's robots. Prepare well, leave a battle without regrets, see you tomorrow. Gary turned around and waved, leaving gracefully. Ash and the other three watched Gary leave, and the other players around also looked at Ash, mourning for Ash. They also knew Gary is very difficult to deal with, and I am very glad that I didn't meet him. Ash, are you okay? Misty asked in a low voice. Xiao Gang and Misty both knew that Ash had always regarded Gary as a rival that he wanted to surpass. Now the two finally met at Quartz University. I don't know what kind of battle Maynard will fight in the end. I'm fine, I'm going to go back and prepare. Ash was not panicked because the rival was Gary, but was really calm. After returning to the dormitory, I didn't expect that I would be eliminated in the end. Fate really likes to play tricks on people, Gary said with a headache. Originally, I hoped that Ash could go further in the Indigo Plateau Conference. The hope was fulfilled, and Ash did move up one more place, but in the end, Gary had to eliminate Ash. Fate is really cruel. Let's put some pressure on Ash tomorrow, and I hope he can grow faster. After a night, the next morning, Gary and Sabrina came to the Quartz sports field and sat down in the player area. Ash and the other two were there, too. When they saw Gary and Sabrina, they looked at each other and nodded slightly. Gary also looked at Ash, but didn't say much, waiting for the game to start. It was 9:30, and the first game of the 6th round officially began. Mad Addo vs Yuji? The battle between the two sides was very fierce, and the fight was evenly matched, which aroused the audience's excitement. In the end, Yuji defeated Madoka with the advantage of 2 Pokemon and successfully advanced to the 7th round, the semifinals. 10 minutes later, the venue was cleaned up and the second game began. Gary and Ash were 680 and had already arrived in the player channel. Let's have the second game of this morning. Please invite Gary and Ash to enter the game. The host introduced, Gary is currently the player with the best record. He has not lost even a Pokemon so far. Except for the first match, Ash's performance in the rest of the matches was narrowly won. The process of the match was quite difficult, and his record was the worst among the 8 players. A match between the worst and the best is really exciting. When Ash entered the venue, he felt helpless after hearing the host's introduction, because the host was telling the truth. Except for the first match, Ash was beaten to the last one in the rest of the matches. Isn't this the worst record? The two players took their positions, and the referee in the referee area raised the flag and announced, now, the full team match between Ash and Gary will begin. Please send out your Pokemon. After saying that, Gary and Ash threw out Pokeballs at the same time. Great. LV40 Bulbasaur 3/Elite. Great. LV61 Bangala 3/Champion. What? Bangala. Use it right from the start. You really don't let him down at all. Xiaogang and Misty saw Gary using Bangala right away, and they were sure that Gary really didn't intend to let it go. 158, Gary vs Ash. Oh my god, Gary actually sent out such a powerful Pokemon, Banjira, while Ash sent out Bulbasaur. The host exclaimed. What does Gary mean? He used such a powerful Pokemon right at the start. Haha, I finally see Banjira. The audience was also very surprised. Gary rarely started such a powerful Pokemon. Could it be that this Ash has some special qualities? Ash, I said I will fight you with all my strength this time. Show all your strength. I will beat you thoroughly without any reservation. Gary said coldly. I won't be defeated by you so easily. Ash retorted. It seems that Gary and Ash know each other. Both of them are trainers from Pallet Town. It seems that they are strong rivals. There is a microphone in the player command area. The host also heard the conversation between the two and immediately found that they were both from Pallet Town and knew each other. The game begins, the referee announced. Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf. Ash took the lead in attacking. Seed. Bulbasaur used Razor Leaf, and countless leaves shot towards Banjira. Bang, bang, bang. The leaves fell on Banjira, leaving only a shallow mark on Banjira's shell. What an amazing defense. Bulbasaur's Razor Leaf did not cause any damage to Banjira. Host exclaimed. Ash couldn't believe that Banjira was so terrifying. He was obviously restrained by the grass-type skills and was attacked, but he was not hurt at all. Razor Leaf is useless, then use Sunlight. Ash ordered. Seeing Ash's order, Gary gave the command indifferently. Dark Pulse. Banjira opened his mouth and spit up a black light, which quickly swept across the field and came in front of Bulbasaur. Boom! Bulbasaur was blown out of the field and fell to the ground. Bulbasaur. Ash called out, but Bulbasaur didn't respond and just lay on the ground. Bulbasaur lost his ability to fight, said the referee. Oh, just one hit, Bulbasaur was killed instantly. Host exclaimed. This kind of crushing match can finally be seen again. Gary had fought such a battle with Blastoise before, but there has been no more since then. That, Banjira is too powerful. Bulbasaur was knocked down by one hit. Misty covered her mouth in disbelief. Misty usually travels with Ash and knows Bulbasaur's strength very well. It is very strong. In addition to Charizard and Pikachu, Bulbasaur can be ranked 3rd. Ash, I told you, use all your strength. This Pokemon that has not evolved to its final form cannot be a rival of Banjira. In the face of absolute power, skills are useless. Gary reminded. Although Bulbasaur is quite powerful, it is only before the quasi-elite level. Once the strength of Pokémon reaches the elite level, this kind of Pokémon that has not evolved cannot compete with those Pokémon that have evolved just by relying on potential. Unless Bulbasaur can get some special opportunities like Pikachu and strengthen its own race, even if it grows to the elite level, it will be the weakest among the elite level. Ash did not respond. After putting Bulbasaur into the Pokeball, he continued to throw the Pokeball. Go, trap the fish. Great. LV43 Squirtle 3/Elite. Gary did not understand what Ash meant. He had to use Squirtle when he had the stronger Kingler. Squirtle, use water gun. Ash ordered. Squirtle immediately sprayed water gun at Bangala, who just waved it, and a sand shield formed by Sandstorm directly blocked the water gun. What? Ash was stunned. It was the first time he had seen this kind of defense. Using Sandstorm to block skills was naturally taught to Banjira by Gary. With Banjira's proficiency in controlling elements, he could easily manipulate Sandstorm and form a sand shield. Thunderbolt. Gary ordered. Roar. Banjira's body emitted golden electricity, and a lightning bolt quickly shot towards Squirtle, hitting it instantly. Jenny. Squirtle screamed and fell to the ground. Squirtle has lost his ability to fight, the referee said. Like the Bulbasaur race, Squirtle was also no match for it and was killed instantly by Banjira. Oh my god, another instant kill. Gary's Banjira is too high level, and Ash's Pokemon can't resist it at all, the host commented. Ash didn't care about the outcome, took back Mook, and then sent out the third Pokemon. Mook, please. Ash threw the Pokeball. Great. LV44 Mook/Quasi-Elite. Oh, Mook. Gary didn't expect Ash to choose to send Mook out. It's really rare. This Mook is the key Pokemon that helped Ash to get through the fourth game smoothly. If it weren't for Mook, Ash might have been eliminated in the fourth game. Mook, use Toxic. Ash ordered. Stinky. Mook sprayed out poisonous gas, which quickly rushed towards Bangala. Bangala also used the Sandstorm shield to resist, but Toxic was hard to defend against. Although it blocked the poisonous gas, there was a stream of venom that sneaked up from the ground. The ground under Bangala's feet was seeping with purple venom, which instantly wrapped around Bangala and invaded Bangala's body, poisoning it. Mook, great job, Ash said in surprise. He thought Toxic had failed to be used. He didn't expect Mook to use Toxic in this way. Gary smiled slightly. Ash finally knew how to use transformation skills. He was no longer a fool. Although Bangala was poisoned by Toxic, it was a difficult question whether Ash could hold on until Bangala died of the poison. Bangala, Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Roar. Countless stone blades appeared around Bangala and flew towards Mook. Mook, use Shrink. Ash shouted hurriedly. Mook used Shrink, and his body instantly became the same size as a football, and he easily avoided all the attacks of the stone blades. Gary didn't expect that Ash's Mook would shrink, which was deliberately to waste time. But Bangala is not without the ability to deal with this situation. Earthquake. Hearing the sound, Bangala stumped the ground, and the ground began to shake, and Mook shrank again, and directly jumped Splash to use Sludge Bomb, not only avoiding Earthquake, but also causing an attack on Bangala. Although the attack did not cause much damage to Bangala, it was better than nothing. Advertus 159, Ash tries his best. Roar. Bangala aimed at Mook and sprayed Dark Pulse. Black rays shot out, and Mook, who jumped into the air, couldn't dodge at all. Shrink to dodge. Ash ordered based on his combat instinct. Mook shrunk again, and his body shrunk by half again. Dark Pulse hit the air directly. Mook is now less than 20 centimeters. Compared with the size when he just appeared, he can't be smaller. Ash assist shrunk to avoid Bangala's attack. It seems that he intends to delay time and wait for Toxic to continue to attack. Host said. Continuous Dark Pulse, attack ground. Gary didn't expect Mook to be so difficult, so he could only fight slowly. Roar. Bangala also lived up to his name as a tyrant and kept attacking Stinky. Boom, boom, boom. Although Mook has shrunk, his speed has also slowed down. Although Dark Pulse cannot hit Mook, the explosion impact caused by hitting the ground can still affect Mook. After a few minutes, the field has been broken into pieces, and Mook has returned to its original size. He lies on the ground in a puddle of mud, his eyes rolling in circles. Mook has lost his ability to fight, said the referee. After experiencing the destruction of Bangala, Mook could not resist. After being hit by the shockwave many times, he also fell down due to exhaustion. Bangala's 550 contest condition at this moment is not very good. Although he won, the toxic in his body has already brewed a more violent toxin. At the beginning, the damage caused to Pokémon by toxic is not great, even lower than the damage caused by ordinary poisoning, but as time goes by, the toxicity of toxic will become stronger and stronger. Not to mention elite-level Pokémon, even Kyogre may not be able to resist. Mook lost, but Bangala's contest condition doesn't look good at this time. Ash still has 2 Pokémon to use, so he should have a chance to defeat Bangala. Host explained. Host has no hope for Ash to win. Now it depends on whether Ash can defeat one of Gary's Pokémon. But it seems difficult. If Gary wants to win the Quartz Conference champion with 1 Pokémon undefeated, he can just take Bangala back later. Forsaken, it's up to you. Ash threw the Pokeball. Great. LV43 Forsaken 3/Elite. Ash's 4th Pokémon is Forsaken, which is very restrained against Bangala in terms of attributes. I just don't know if Forsaken can get close to Bangala. Host said. Ash chose to send the abandoned monkey to the field. Although the abandoned monkey attribute had an advantage, the level gap between the two sides was too big. Whether the abandoned monkey had a chance to approach Bangala was a question. Abandoned monkey, use shadow punch, Ash ordered. The abandoned monkey's whole body was filled with dark red shadow power. He punched out and a red fist flew out. Bang! Bangala did not fight back, but used his body to resist the attack. Bangala, dark pulse, Gary ordered. DFL. Bangala panted and sprayed dark pulse at the abandoned monkey. Use double team to avoid. The abandoned monkey ran quickly, pulling out clones one after another, easily avoiding dark pulse, and followed the clones to rush towards Bangala from different directions. Sandstorm. Roar. Bangala waved his arms, and the sandstorm wrapped in sand spread outward. All the clones of the abandoned monkey were blown away, and the abandoned monkey's original body suddenly sandstorm came to Banjara. Focus punch. Payback. Gary and Ash issued commands almost at the same time. Roar. Milo. Banjara and Forsaken used their skills at the same time. Bang, bang. Forsaken was faster, and Focus Punch hit Banjara first. Banjara's iron fist with a flashing black light also hit Forsaken. Banjara flew backwards and fell to the ground. The red eyes gradually faded and turned gray and black. Forsaken lost the ability to fight. The referee said. Forsaken was defeated, and Banjara took a Focus Punch, but still did not fall down. However, Forsaken's Focus Punch caused considerable damage to Banjara. Forsaken successfully launched an effective attack, but still fell down. Who will Ash send as the 5th Pokemon? Host said. I can't stand it. Misty lowered her head reluctantly. She didn't expect the gap between Ash and Gary to be so big. Xiaogang was silent for a while. They all traveled with Ash. Ash could be considered half of their apprentice. Seeing Ash being abused so badly, he couldn't bear it. Sabrina watched silently. She didn't understand why Gary suddenly became so cruel to Ash and showed no mercy. He often gave Ash advice before. Could it be that he was giving Ash advice this time too? Ash's mood was terribly low. Even Ash himself didn't expect the game to end up like this, but he wouldn't give up the game because of this. Ash turned to look at Pikachu beside him and said, Pikachu, I'll leave it to you. Pikachu. Pikachu rushed into the field from the command area, with a look of fighting spirit, and golden arcs kept flashing on his face. Pikachu is the 5th Pokemon of Ash. This Pikachu performed very well in the previous game. I wonder if it can defeat Banjara. Host said. Gary looked at Pikachu and calmly ordered, Banjara, Stone Edge. Roar. Banjara turned around and whipped his tail towards the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Sharp stone pillars broke through the soil and continued to extend towards Pikachu. Pikachu, agility dodge. Pikachu turned into a golden stream of light and moved quickly on the field. Stone Edge kept chasing behind, but couldn't keep up with Pikachu's speed. Pikachu soon approached Banjara. Thunderbolt. Ash immediately gave the order, and the thunder accumulated in Pikachu's body was shot out. Banjara used the sandstorm shield to resist, and the thunderbolt penetrated the sandstorm and hit Banjara, making Banjara feel numb and unable to move. It didn't block it. Gary was a little surprised. It seemed that Toxic had a great negative impact on Banjara, and even Pikachu's thunderbolt couldn't stop it. Good job, Pikachu, use thunder. Ash seemed to see the dawn of victory and continued to attack. Pikachu. The electricity in Pikachu's body poured out, turning into a thick thunder, hitting Bangala again. Duh. Bangala let out an unwilling cry, and his body leaned back slightly, as if he couldn't stop, and he fell directly. Bangala has lost his ability to fight. The referee announced. Imment 160, Ash lost? Oh my god, Pikachu defeated Bangala. Host exclaimed, Gary finally lost a Pokemon. Bangala fell, and Gary's undefeated record was finally broken. Great, Ash finally defeated a Pokemon of Gary. Misty said. It's too early to be happy now, Gary still has 5 Pokemon that he hasn't used yet. Xiaogang reminded. Misty's heart, which had just been slightly relieved, was immediately suspended again after hearing Xiaogang's words. Although Gary used all his strength, he seemed to still be instructing Ash. He could have taken Bangala back, but he didn't deliberately let Ash defeat Bangala. Xiaogang said. Misty was silent. After the game was over, if Ash watched the game video again, he would probably be emo for a long time. Gary's Bangala was defeated. I wonder what the second Pokemon will be. Will it be Blastoise used in the preliminary round? Host guessed. In Gary's previous matches, Blastoise performed very bravely, and basically defeated his opponents in one strike. Gary looked at Ash and smiled. Ash, you did pretty well, but your journey ends here. Let me show you my strongest Pokemon so far. After that, Gary took out the unique Ultra Ball from his waist and threw it towards soaring in the sky. Great! A golden figure appeared in the air above the stadium. A cry resounded throughout the Quartz Stadium. LV63 Zapdos/champion. The Quartz Stadium instantly became quiet, and everyone's eyes widened, staring at the golden figure in the stadium with incredible eyes. Oh my god, Gary actually sent out the legendary Pokemon, Zapdos. The host exclaimed. Not only the host, but also the audience were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that they could see legendary Pokemon at the Indigo Plateau Conference. FK, Zapdos, Gary actually has Zapdos. Who on earth is this Gary? No wonder they say that all the players in the Indigo Plateau Conference are not as good as him. Who can compare with him? Mr. Gary, you are so handsome. I want to be your girlfriend. I will do anything, even barbecue. Seeing Zapdos, the audience was almost crazy. They were all very excited. Ash was also stunned. He took out the picture to scan. Pokédex, Zapdos, a legendary bird Pokémon, will produce intense lightning when it flaps its shining wings. Legendary Pokémon. Ash also saw Zapdos for the first time. He was also stunned when he heard that the Pokédex introduced it as a legendary Pokémon. Ash, come and try to defeat Zapdos. Gary said. Okay, then I will defeat Zapdos for you. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash ordered. Pikachu. Pikachu continued to thunder and lightning, and shot a Thunderbolt to fly towards soaring in the sky. We use Thunderbolt too. Zapdos also quickly flashed a lightning bolt, and the two lightning bolts collided. Zapdos' Thunderbolt instantly suppressed Pikachu's Thunderbolt and hit Pikachu instantly. Pikachu. Pikachu was electrocuted and felt pain all over her body, and bursts of white smoke came out. Although Ash's Pikachu had a special opportunity, which improved its potential and race, its level was too low and its strength was not good enough. It would not be the elite level Zapdos's rival. It only took one move to hit Pikachu and almost lost its combat ability. Thunderbolts collided, and Zapdos's Thunderbolt was more powerful, which dispersed Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Pikachu hit by Thunderbolt seemed to have suffered a lot of damage, host said quickly. Gary snapped his fingers and ordered, end the battle, Hurricane. Zapdos flapped the golden dual wing beat, and Hurricane blew past, knocking the short Pikachu away. Pikachu, who was hit by Hurricane's wind blade, fell down instantly. Pikachu has lost the ability to fight. The referee said. Pikachu is defeated, and now Ash has only one last Pokemon left to use. Host explained. Ash ran into the field, brought the injured Pikachu back, and put it aside to rest. At this moment, Ash's mind kept replaying memories of the journey, and these memories kept reappearing like a revolving lantern normal. I will not give up, I still have one last Pokemon. Gary put his hat upside down and took out the last Pokeball. Charizard, it's decided to be you. Great. LV50 Charizard 3/champion. Oh, Ash's last Pokemon turned out to be Charizard. Host said in surprise. 0 asterisk. Charizard is not a normal Pokemon, it is very powerful, because the trump card Pokemon of world's mightiest trainer is Charizard. Ash finally sent out his Charizard. After a while, Charizard's level reached 50, which is considered to be a quasi-elite level, but it is still not good enough. Roar. When Charizard saw Zapdos, he was immediately suppressed by the strong sense of oppression from Zapdos, and could feel that the other party was very powerful. Charizard, be careful, that is Zapdos, a legendary Pokemon, very powerful. Ash reminded. Roar. Charizard snorted disdainfully, it didn't care that Zapdos was powerful, it was the strongest. 0. The Zapdos in front of him looked pretty good, Charizard agreed with this rival, and planned to have a good fight. Gary looked at Charizard's unruly attitude and knew that Ash was still unable to command Charizard. It's still the same. Gary shook his head and said, Charizard, come over here. As long as you beat Zapdos, I will let you fight my Blastoise. Roar. Charizard launched dual wing beat and flew to soaring in the sky to confront Zapdos. At present, the sky of the stadium is covered by a layer of dark clouds, which is all caused by Zapdos. It is not a wise choice to fight Zapdos in the air. Charizard, use Flame Vortex. Ash ordered. Charizard did spit up the flame, but did not use Flame Vortex, but Flamethrower. Seeing the flame coming, Gary calmly ordered, Thunderbolt. Zapdos' body flashed with golden thunder, and a lightning shot out. The powerful thunder pierced through the flame and fell on Charizard's body, and the thunder swallowed Charizard. Roar. Charizard screamed in pain, and when the lightning on his body dissipated, he fell straight to the ground. Charizard. Ash shouted worriedly. Bang! Charizard fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Charizard is incapable of fighting. The referee announced, all 6 Pokemon of Ash are incapable of fighting, and the winner is Gary. With Charizard's defeat, Ash's Indigo Plateau Conference journey came to an end. 161, winning. Congratulations to Gary for advancing to the semifinals. Let's give a warm round of applause to thank the 2 players for bringing us a wonderful game. Gary, great. Gary, I love you. Gary's cheerleaders were all shouting fiercely. Gary knew that from then on, his fame was completely established. Using legendary Pokemon at the Indigo Plateau Conference would probably be remembered for 2 or 3 years, and even spread to other regions. After the game, the reporter was waiting for Gary in the interview area. Gary, your game today was so exciting. May I ask how you captured Zapdos? The female reporter asked. The appearance of Zapdos naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to know how Zapdos was captured. I saved Zapdos, and it was willing to be my Pokemon in order to repay me for 337. Gary said. The female reporter was stunned. She had thought of many ways and thought that Gary had captured Zapdos by fighting. She didn't expect that it was because Gary saved Zapdos. My Bangala is still poisoned. I'm leaving first. Gary knew that the female reporter wanted to continue asking about Zapdos, and he would not give her a chance to leave after saying 10 words. The fact that Gary was Professor Oak's grandson had long been exposed by the media. Now that Gary has captured Zapdos, some people with ulterior motives and sour people will definitely come out to spread rumors. So sometimes it is better to say less, and if Gary really wants to say where he captured Zapdos, the Blue City may be overcrowded. Even if people don't capture Zapdos, the electric Pokemon near the power plant will suffer. Arriving at the Pokemon Center, they found that Ash was there. At this time, Ash was full of low pressure, and Xiaogang and Misty were also comforting Ash. After Gary handed Bangala to Joy for treatment, he moved to Ash's side. Feeling someone approaching, Ash looked up and saw Gary, who was coming, and was a little surprised. Gary, you. Ash hesitated. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. It's just a defeat. You're so depressed. It's not like you usually. Gary said. I'm just reflecting on my previous battle. Ash said. It's just an alliance conference. The victory between us is far from over. Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Gary said. Agreement, to become a Pokémon Master. Yes, we are competing to see who can become a Pokémon Master first. The real competition is the World Championship. The Alliance Conference is just a stage for rookie trainers to show off. It's okay to just use it to hone the Pokémon of new breeders. The real battle is the World Championship. Gary said. Ash was stunned for a moment and asked, what is the World Championship? The World Championship is the highest level competition held by the Trainer Association. All the powerful trainers in the world will participate in the competition. The top 8 trainers will be awarded the title of Master, and the trainer ranked first will be the world's mightiest trainer. Gary said contemptuously, since you want to become a Pokemon Master, don't you even know about the World Championship? You really don't collect any information at all. Ash was embarrassed. He didn't expect that there was a World Championship, but it sounded very impressive. Then can I participate in the World Championship? Ash asked. Even I am not qualified to participate, you are still far away. Get the Alliance Conference champion first. Gary said, and left. Watching Gary leave, Ash asked Xiaogang and Misty, what qualifications do you need to participate in the World Championship? I remember that you must win at least one Alliance Conference championship to be eligible to participate. Ash, you are still a long way off. Xyla said. Such high requirements. Ash was shocked. I thought the standard of the Alliance Conference was very high, but I didn't expect the World Championship to be even higher. Only trainers who have won the first place in the Alliance Conference champion are eligible to participate. Indigo Plateau Conference is the Alliance Conference. Just fighting in the Indigo Plateau Conference is enough for Ash. The qualification for the World Championship requires Alliance Conference champion. It's scary to think about it. The entry standards for the World Championship at this time are relatively high. It was only later that the entry conditions were lowered to stimulate the economy, but there were also ranking levels. Weak trainers entered the top 100 competition. After dinner, Gary and Sabrina stayed in the room to rest. Gary looked at his rival tomorrow. It was a male trainer named Siwei, who was 2 years older than Gary. After watching Siwei's game video, his strength was normal. It was not easy for him to win the game today. His main Pokemon had fought several games in a row and was already exhausted. Gary also watched the game videos of the other 2 players. In summary, it was not worth watching. The remaining 3 players were only slightly stronger than Ash, and their overall strength was about the same. The next morning, the semi-finals of the Indigo Plateau Conference officially started. The first match was between Gary and Siwei. Siwei's Pokemon lineup was Tauros, Primeape, Hypno, Rapidash, Victreebel, and Slowbro. Gary did not send out Bangala and Zapdos, but used 4 Pokemon, Eevee, Pidgeot, Aerodactyl, and Exeggutor, to defeat all 6 of Siwei's Pokemon, a complete victory over rival. Everyone was once again amazed at Gary's strength. Even without using Bangala and Zapdos, Gary's other Pokemon still outperformed other players in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Of course, it's not that these players have become weaker, but that the players who have fought for so many consecutive days and advanced to the full-strength battle have exhausted their Pokemon and their contest condition has seriously declined. The level of the players in this Indigo Plateau Conference is not very good, and the number of breeder Pokemon in their hands is not too many. Naturally, the later the 5.4 is, the fewer Pokemon are available, and the Pokemon will naturally feel tired. But Gary is different. In addition to his Pokemon level being higher than that of the players in the conference, he also has more Pokemon. Gary has 20 Pokemon that can participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, while Ash only has 9. Ash has traveled all the way to the Hone region to reach Gary's current level. The semi-finals are over, and the next day is the finals. Gary's rival in the finals is called Awang, and the Pokemon he uses are Onix, Blastoise, Lickitung, Electrode, Marowak, and Scyther. The Pokemon lineup looks okay, except that Electrode caused Gary a little trouble, but Gary still won. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the Space Backpack. 162. Target: 3 Sacred Birds. The task issued by the system was completed, and Gary easily won the championship of Indigo Plateau Conference. But everything is not over yet. Gary is still far away from Elite Four, let alone the championship. After the game, the awards were presented. Congratulations, Gary. You performed very well in the Indigo Plateau Conference and deserve this trophy. I hope to see you in the world competition in the future. Damalinkai handed Gary the golden trophy in the style of Pokeball. Thank you. Gary took the trophy and looked at Damalinkai carefully. Damalinkai is almost 80 years old, but he still looks strong. As the president of Pokemon Alliance, he has been responsible for the torch relay. However, after arriving in Sinnoh region, Damelinkai retired because of his old age and did not appear in the subsequent Alliance conference. After presenting the champion trophy and the runner-up trophy, Damelinkai then presented the remaining contestants with souvenirs made of crystal, with the Pokeball logo plated with gold, which has a certain collection value. After the closing ceremony, the Indigo Plateau Conference completely fell in Veilstone. 02 Gary and Ash also returned to Pallet Town together. Because Gary won the championship and Ash also advanced to the top 16 and returned to Pallet Town, the people in the town must have a happy party for Gary and Ash. Although Ash's advancement to the top 16 is nothing, it is already a very difficult thing for the people in Pallet Town. The team went up. Gary took a barbecue, walked to Sabrina, and asked, "Sabrina, are you going to go home?" Sabrina was taken away from Saffron City. Sabrina has not returned to Saffron City for half a year. Sabrina was very indifferent before, but it does not mean that she does not miss her family. Not for the time being. I often call back, everything is fine at home, but Gary, what are you going to do next? Chuan said. I plan to go to Seafoam Islands. Gary said, Seafoam Islands, aren't they islands near Cinnabar Island? What are you going there for? Sabrina asked in confusion. I heard that Articuno will appear there. I want to see if I can meet him. Gary said, you want to capture Articuno? Sabrina said in surprise. Although Gary captured Zapdos, it was completely luck. With Gary's current strength, whether he can beat Articuno is a question. After all, the levels of legendary Pokemon are high and low, such as the Holy Fire guarded by Damelinkai. The original owner of that Holy Fire is Moltres, the Flame of Moltres in the Orange Islands. The Moltres in the Orange Islands is quite terrifying, with strength comparable to that of a top god, and only Lugia can suppress it. Yes, anyway, there is nothing to do recently, so let's go and capture it. Gary said. Okay, then I'll go with you. Sabrina said. Okay. With Sabrina following him, Gary felt more at ease. If he really encountered Articuno with champion strength, it would be easier to escape with Sabrina. After the party, Professor Oak called Gary and Ash to the laboratory. Professor Oak, why did you call us here? Ash asked. Tell me first, what are your plans? Tian Bo Wang asked. I plan to go to Seafoam Islands and Caei Islands. Gary said. Seafoam Islands and Caei Islands? What are those places? Ash asked curiously. That is the island group south of Kanto region. There are 9 large islands and several small islands. The climate is warm and the natural scenery is beautiful. It is a popular tourist destination. Misty explained. Misty, who wants to become a water Pokémon Master in the future, has knowledge of the islands in various places, because the island areas are rich in water Pokémon, and trainers who specialize in water Pokémon will yearn for these places. So you're going to play. Ash was a little disappointed. He thought Gary was going to hone himself somewhere, but it turned out that he was going to play. He lost interest and didn't even ask what Seafoam Islands were. Gary didn't bother to explain to Ash. To be honest, Ash would probably make a fuss about conquering the 3 sacred birds. With his strength, he might be beaten to death if he went to conquer the 3 sacred birds. What about you, Ash? Professor Oak asked. I don't have any plans at the moment. Ash didn't know what to do. After losing the game, he seemed to have lost his goal. Since you don't have any plans, do me a favor. Professor Oak said. What favor? I want you to help me go to Bitter Orange Island in the Orange Islands. Professor Oak said. Professor Uchiki, a Pokemon scholar on Bitter Orange Island, got a mysterious Pokeball. Can you bring it to me? If it's a Pokeball, just give it to me directly. Misty said. It's because I can't teleport, so I'm asking you to go there. Gary has to go somewhere else, so I'll have to ask you to do it. Professor Oak said. Gary knew that the mysterious Pokeball was the GS Ball, or the Gold and Silver Ball, which was made of Ho-Oh and Lugia feathers and could be used to capture Celebi. In the anime, the GS Ball was finally handed over to Mr. Orberg and there was no news after that. In the game, if you put the GS Ball into the Oak Forest, Celebi will be attracted out. To put it bluntly, the GS Ball is the Celebi summoning prop. Eternal Summer Island, Swimsuit Sisters. Great, I want to go, I must go. Xiao Gang raised 103 hands in agreement. I want to go to the Orange Islands too. Misty also raised her hand in agreement. Then I'll go too. Seeing that Xiao Gang and Misty both wanted to go, Ash had no objection. Then there's no time to lose, you guys should set off tomorrow, Tian Kunbo said. In this way, Professor Oak arranged a trip to the Orange Islands for Ash. Night. Gary called Caesar to him. After winning the Quartz Conference champion, the system's rewards were all distributed. Now there are 2 silver crowns, and Gary plans to use one to raise Caesar's potential to the champion level first. There is also one more gold bottle cap, and Gary has no hesitation in raising his Blastoise's quasi-legendary to the legendary level. Blastoise is Gary's Earl Dervish Pokemon, so Gary is willing to spend a lot of money. Then, Gary consumed 14 intermediate rare candies to raise the levels of Executor, Ice Pokemon, and Forsaken to level 50. Gary also has a bronze crown in his hand. Since there is only one, Gary plans to let the Pokemon with quasi-elite potential compete among themselves. Whoever is the first to reach level 59 will be given the bronze crown to raise its potential to level 50. Now everyone is at the same starting line. It depends on who works harder, but the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is a bit higher, so it should be the first to reach level 59. 163. Seafoam Islands, Harmonious Shelter. The next morning, Gary and Ash's group left Pallet Town from different directions. Gary and Sabrina rode on Aerodactyl and flew directly to Cinnabar Island. Cinnabar Island is close to Seafoam Islands, so all supplies will be made on Cinnabar Island. In fact, Gary also knew that there was Articuno in another place, which was the Snow Mountain in Johto region, where the legend of Articuno has been circulating. It is said that 1,200 years ago, 3 travelers were trapped in the mountains. At this time, an Articuno led them to a safe place. A year later, the 3 travelers returned here and made a statue for Articuno to express their gratitude. So Gary knew 2 places to spawn Articuno, and he just needed to look for them slowly. As long as he was sure that Articuno existed in Seafoam Islands, it would be easy for Gary to find Articuno. Although the 3 sacred birds have different attributes, they all have the same ability, which is to change the surrounding weather. The 3 sacred birds have the habit of migrating. When they are tired of flying, they will look for a place to rest. These places are basically fixed. They will take a temporary rest in the middle, but as long as there is no accident, they will settle in a fixed place. After arriving at Cinnabar Island, Gary and Sabrina replenished supplies in the town, and then took a boat to Seafoam Islands to return. Although Seafoam Islands are not suitable for human habitation, trainers on Cinnabar Island sometimes come to Seafoam Islands to train Pokémon and capture Pokémon. The cave climate inside Seafoam Islands is cold, and many ice-type Pokémon live there. Trainers who want to capture ice Pokémon occasionally come to Seafoam Islands to look for them, but there are still relatively few people. After all, Seafoam Islands are in a temperate climate, with 4 seasons like summer. Ice Pokémon basically hide in the cave and only come out at night. Gary and Sabrina found a suitable place for camping and set up a tent. Sabrina also released her Pokémon to help. Psychic Pokémon were very helpful, especially Sabrina's Mr. Mime, who was responsible for all the logistics along the way. Among Sabrina's Pokémon, only Slowpoke was relatively lazy. Although this Slowpoke used to be very unruly, he usually liked to lie in one place and be in a daze. Just as everyone was busy setting up the tent, a Shelder came out from nowhere. When the Shelder saw the dazed Slowpoke, it jumped over and bit Slowpoke's tail. Stay. Slowpoke felt his tail being bitten by something, and turned around to see that it was bitten by a Shelder, and then, his body burst into an incandescent evolution light. The sudden strong light attracted Gary and Sabrina, who were setting up the tent, and they all looked at Slowpoke. This, evolution. Gary was confused because he didn't see the Shelder appear, and he didn't know what was going on. Sabrina was also confused. Under the two's confusion, Slowpoke's body changed in the light, and his body slowly became taller, and a spiral shell grew on his tail. The light dissipated, and Slowpoke evolved into Slowbro. But, this Slowbro is a little different. The gyro-shaped shell on its tail is not gray, but poop yellow, which is the color of Flash Slowbro's tail, but the color of Slowbro's body is still the pink of ordinary Slowbro. Evolved? Sabrina asked in surprise. Sabrina didn't plan to let Slowpoke evolve, and she didn't know what was going on. This is Seafoam Islands, and the cave is a place where people live. Shelder, it should be that Shelder bit Slowpoke's tail, which made it evolve into Slowbro. Gary analyzed. It turned out to be like this. Sabrina couldn't accept it. It wasn't that she didn't want Slowbro to evolve. Even if she evolved, Sabrina would choose a Shelder with higher potential. What's going on now? But your Slowbro's shell is different from that of ordinary Slowbro. Gary took out the Pokédex and scanned Slowbro. The Pokédex showed a photo of normal Slowbro. Sabrina looked at it, compared it, and asked in confusion, "It's really different, why is this?" Gary frowned and thought for a while, and suddenly thought of a possibility, that is, the Shelder that bit Slowbro's tail was a Flash Shelder, so after evolving, the color of the shell on the tail was different. If I'm not mistaken, that Shelder should be a different color, so after evolving, the color of the shell is different. Gary said. Sabrina was even more surprised. It's okay to evolve unexpectedly, but the Shelder is actually a different color. The probability is very high. It's just a pity that the process was not filmed. If it was filmed and posted online, it would definitely become a hot video. I guess many scholars of the spirit realm would like to borrow Sabrina's Pokémon to study it. Gary's heart was bleeding. The appearance of this Shelder should be caused by Shiny Charm. Gary has only captured 3 shiny Pokémon so far. He finally encountered the 4th one, and Sabrina's Slowpoke took advantage of it. LV33 Slowbro 3/Quasi Elite. However, judging from the basic introduction of Slowbro, the potential of that Shelder should not be high. After all, Slowbro also had the potential of Quasi Elite before it evolved. The matter of Slowpoke evolution came to an end. Gary and Sabrina continued to organize the tent. After all the logistics were handled, Gary came to an open space and released Zapdos. Zapdos, can you feel the change in the surrounding climate? Gary asked. Zapdos rushed into the clouds of soaring in the sky, and came down after a while to report the information he had discovered. According to Sabrina's translation, Zapdos sensed cold air in the clouds, which means that Articuno had appeared nearby, and it was recently. Cold air will move with the climate, and it is impossible to hover in the Seafoam Islands sky all the time. This means that Articuno either just passed by the Seafoam Islands or stopped here to recover his experience. Articuno needs the natural cold environment to recover his experience, so if Articuno is really there, he should also enter the cave. Sabrina, Articuno is likely in the cave in the Seafoam Islands. Let's get ready and go into the cave to look for Articuno at night. Gary said. Okay. Sabrina nodded. She was also very excited at the moment and wanted to see Articuno. Night fell. Gary and Sabrina came out of the tent, leaving Mr. Mime watching. Gary and Sabrina came to the entrance of the cave inside Seafoam Islands. After entering, Gary threw a Pokeball. Great! Gary released an Ice Blue Snow Fox. LV50 Ice Pokemon 3/Quasi Elite. 164. Finding Articuno. Ice Pokemon, please find the place with the most ice energy. Gary said. As an Ice-type Ice Pokemon can sense ice energy and find the place with the most ice energy. Basically, all Ice Pokemon have this ability. Articuno is resting at Seafoam Islands. He will definitely not stay outside, but will stay in the cave, because the ice energy in the cave is the most abundant. If Articuno wants to recover quickly, he will stay in the cave, where the ice energy is the most abundant. Ice-Chi. The Ice Pokemon nodded, and the decorate on his head, which was like a cold-proof hat, moved automatically without wind, sensing the ice energy in the surrounding air, and began to lead the way. The journey was smooth all the way. When they encountered a road that was blocked, they directly destroyed it or teleported to it. Gary had prepared Max Repel long ago, and no wild Pokemon dared to approach them. Soon, under the guidance of the Ice Pokemon, Gary and Sabrina came to the bottom of the Seafoam Islands cave. Although it was underground, there were still Kel inside. The ice on the surrounding stone pillars would reflect the light, so the inside was slightly bright. As they went deeper, the air around them became colder, and mist came out of their noses from time to time. It was the exhaled carbon dioxide. 280 Ice-Chi. The Ice Pokemon suddenly quickened its pace. Gary and Sabrina also chased after it. They walked through a small path and came to a wide place. There was a river in front of them. This was the underground river of Seafoam Islands. On the opposite side of the river was a piece of air. A snow-white Articuno was lying on the open ground to rest. LV55 Articuno/Quasi Legend. It was really Articuno, and it was a different colored Articuno. Gary was shocked. Sabrina had never seen an Articuno before, and did not realize that the Articuno on the opposite open ground was a different colored Articuno. Articuno's feathers are blue, but the feathers of the different colored Articuno are gray-blue, especially when it stays in an ice and snow environment. It seems to blend into the environment. This Articuno is not of high level, and with Gary's current strength, he can completely deal with it. Today's luck is really good. It only took one day to find Articuno. Articuno seemed to feel someone approaching him, and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that it was a human, Articuno also showed a vigilant look, but did not rashly launch an attack. The two sides just stared at each other. Articuno. Gary was the first to break the calm and said, I want to conquer you and have a fair fight. As long as I win, you will be my Pokemon. If I lose, I will provide you with food to restore energy. Articuno was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the human in front of him actually wanted to have a fair fight with him, and was willing to provide him with food if he lost. Articuno suddenly stood up, spread his plump contest feathers, and flew into the sky. Gary, Articuno agrees to fight you. Sabrina said. Okay. Gary nodded and threw an Ultra Ball. Go ahead, Zapdos. Great. Golden light exploded, and Zapdos appeared. Articuno, QAQ. Zapdos, QAQ. Seeing that the Pokemon released by Gary was Zapdos, Articuno was stunned, and so was Zapdos. Zapdos, use Thunderbolt. Gary didn't give the two birds time to reminisce, and issued the order directly. Zapdos heard Gary's order and immediately shot a Thunderbolt at Articuno. Articuno also fired an Ice Beam to counterattack without hesitation. The two skills met in the air, and the terrifying thunder tore the Ice Beam apart and hit Articuno. Although Zapdos' potential is not as high as Articuno's, his level is much higher than Articuno's. In addition, Zapdos is now carrying Magnet, which increases the power of his electric skills by 50%. Articuno cannot be right. Articuno immediately sprayed out mist and hid his body. Go in and use Discharge. Gary ordered. Zapdos plunged into the mist, and a current shot out from the mist, dispersing the mist. Articuno was also hit by a current. However, Articuno relied on his high defense and reluctantly sprayed out Ice Beam to counterattack. Zapdos immediately used Light Screen, and a golden light screen blocked the Ice Beam. Thunder. Zapdos used Thunder, and the terrifying thunder instantly came in front of Articuno, smacked down to the ground, and the ice covering the ground was broken. This thunder caused great damage to Articuno. Articuno cried out in pain. It was not rival of Zapdos at all. Gary did not rush to order Zapdos to continue attacking, but asked, Articuno, do you want to continue fighting? I suggest you give up, I will heal you. Zapdos also cried, probably trying to persuade Articuno. After all, Zapdos knew the magic of Gary. Tell Articuno that it is not a loss to follow Gary. Articuno thought for a while, nodded slightly, and admitted that he was defeated. Seeing Articuno give up, Gary let the ice Pokemon freeze the water surface, walked to the other side, treated Articuno's injuries, and fed Articuno the energy cube prepared for the ice Pokemon. Articuno silently endured all this, wondering why Gary did not lose the ball, because he had seen the trainer catching wild Pokemon. Gary didn't do this because he wanted to leave a good impression on Articuno. He really values the cultivation of feelings. After Articuno was treated and fed, Gary took out an Ultra Ball and said, "Be my Pokemon, I will help you become stronger, and when I don't want to be a trainer anymore, I will let you go." Articuno nodded slightly. This was an agreement made before the battle. As a legendary Pokemon, it would not break the contract. Moreover, it had a good impression of Gary just now, so he should be a good human boy. Then come in. Gary took the Ultra Ball and gently pressed the switch side on Articuno. The Ultra Ball opened and Articuno was put in. The Ultra Ball stopped shaking after shaking 3 times in Gary's hand. Ding! Mission progress +1, reward is to give up the space backpack. For the mission of catching the 3 sacred birds, each catching one of the 3 sacred birds will be rewarded with a gold bottle cap. Gary was also generous and used the gold bottle cap directly on Zapdos, the hero, to raise his potential to a quasi-legendary. I didn't expect there was really an Articuno here. Sabrina still felt a little unbelievable at this moment. She didn't expect to meet Articuno so smoothly, so she asked, "Then the next legendary Pokemon is Moltres." 5. Conquer Articuno. Novel image. Yes, the next one is Moltres. Zapdos and Articuno have been conquered, so the next one is naturally Moltres. CAEI Islands are so big, do you know where Moltres is? Sabrina asked. Gary said in Professor Oak's laboratory that he would go to Seafoam Islands and CAEI Islands. Articuno has been found in Seafoam Islands, so Moltres must be in CAEI Islands. However, CAEI Islands are very large, and finding Moltres is better than looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course it is the volcano in CAEI Islands. Moltres will sleep in the volcano when he is tired of flying, and many people have seen Moltres. We just need to wait for him at a fixed place. Gary said, "We are lucky to find Articuno this time. This Articuno is just here to recover his strength and will leave after recovery." "So are we going to CAI Islands tomorrow?" Sabrina asked. "Let's go to Cinnabar Island first. There's a boat there. We can just take the boat there and have fun while traveling," Gary said. After deciding on the next itinerary, Gary put the ice Pokemon back into the Pokeball. Sabrina held Gary's shoulder and used teleport to return to the place where the tent was set up. Bobby, Mr. Mime, who was guarding the tent, was also startled when he saw Sabrina and Gary suddenly appear. However, seeing that the two were safe and sound, Mr. Mime also ran to rest. Because it was too late, he would not go back to Cinnabar Island for the time being and would go back tomorrow morning. Gary got into his sleeping bag, took out the Ultra Ball containing Articuno, and checked Articuno's attributes. Pokemon, Articuno, Flash. Attribute, Ice, Flying. Level, 5-5. Potential, Quasi-Legendary. Ability, Snow Hide, on snowy days, sometimes hides itself. Skills, Gust, Mist, Leech Life, Reflect, Ancient Power, Tailwind, Dry Freeze, Roost, Ice Beam, Snow Scene, Blizzard. Intimacy, 100, maximum value 255. I didn't expect that this Articuno's ability is still a hidden ability. The Snow Hide ability is pretty good. As long as Rival is not a legendary Pokemon, the Snow Hide ability can still be used. Ordinary Pokemon can't compete with legendary Pokemon for weather changes. This is the strength of the 3 sacred birds. In the battle between Zapdos and Articuno, if Articuno can use the Snow Scene, the outcome will not be so quickly decided. The next morning, Gary and Sabrina returned to Cinnabar Island, and Gary bought a S.S ticket to CAI Islands at the pier. Afternoon, Gary and Sabrina took a cruise to CAI Islands. CAI Islands are not far from Cinnabar Island, and it is close to Johto region. You can meet Pokemon unique to Johto region in CAI Islands, and there are many people from Johto region on the cruise. It takes 7 days for the cruise to reach the first island of CAI Islands. Gary and Sabrina will spend these 7 days on the cruise. Most of the people on the cruise to CAI Islands are going to travel or work. Because the weather is hot, Sabrina is wearing cooler clothes. The belly-exposing vest and shorts show Sabrina's figure, which is quite pleasing to the eye. "Have you seen enough?" Facing Gary's eyes from time to time, Sabrina couldn't help but scold Gary. "It's not my fault. Who told you to dress so nicely?" Gary said dissatisfiedly. If it wasn't for the fact that she was still growing up, Gary would have planned to take Sabrina down. Gary still understood the importance of the body. Before the body is well grown, try not to do things that make people feel holy afterwards. That will affect the normal development of the body. Gary plans to wait until he is 15 years old before taking Sabrina down. Now he just needs to cultivate the relationship. Sabrina didn't say not to let Gary see her. She was still very happy that Gary focused on her. At this time, a woman suddenly came to the two of them and asked, "This lovely sister, my name is Hengzi, I am a photographer, are you interested in being my model?" Gary and Sabrina were both stunned. They didn't expect that someone would come so directly to invite someone to be a model. "Are you really a photographer?" Gary questioned. For photographers, it is definitely a more fashionable profession, but Gary doesn't have a good impression of photographers, because photographers are the existence that implements Edison Chen's will. "Of course, I am a professional, and I am a professional photographer hired by Pokemon Hollywood." Hengzi introduced herself proudly. Pokemon Hollywood is of course about making movies, and the content of the movies is all about Pokemon. According to the development in the original work, Sabrina finally gave up her gym trainer status and became a film and television celebrity, and her popularity is also quite high. 0. Asking for flowers. It seems that Gary's intervention has not affected Sabrina's stardom. She can be discovered by scouts just by traveling, and the other party is a photographer hired by Pokémon Hollywood, so his status in Pokémon Hollywood is not low. Sabrina, what do you think? Gary asked. Gary is not a male chauvinist. He does not reject Sabrina's desire to live the life she wants, especially since Sabrina herself is not interested in trainers and later became a film and television celebrity. I can take pictures, but I can't be your professional model. I have to travel with Gary. Sabrina said. So where are you going to travel next? Hengzi asked. Why are you asking this? Gary asked in confusion. Hengzi asked too many questions. Please don't get me wrong. I just want to take a set of nice photos for this lady, so I need to know where you are going so that I can contact someone to send the clothes over. Hengzi explained. To the first island of Cai Islands. Gary said. Oh, that's a coincidence. I also plan to go there. If possible, I hope this sister can give me 3 days, okay? Hengzi asked. Sabrina hesitated. She and Gary came to Cai Islands to conquer molters, which would delay time. It doesn't matter. Take pictures. I'm not in a hurry. Gary said. Okay then. Seeing that Gary had no objection, Sabrina also agreed to Hengzi's request. By the way, haven't asked your names yet. Hengzi asked. My name is Gary. Sabrina. Gary and Sabrina responded. Suniko thought about these two names carefully. They should not be celebrities. However, looking at their attire, it can be seen that they are trainers. You are trainers, right? Suniko asked. Yes. Gary and Sabrina nodded. When you take photos, you can let your Pokemon come out to take photos together. Photos of trainers with their Pokemon will be very beautiful. Suniko said. Aren't you taking photos of Sabrina? Gary asked in confusion. I think you are also very photogenic, Gary. You can take photos together. Suniko said. 166, Scout Miss Hengzi. I want to take a photo too. Gary was a little embarrassed. He had never asked a photographer to take a photo for him since he was a child. The only photo taken by a photographer was at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Okay, Gary, you can take a photo with me. Sabrina agreed immediately. Okay, let's take a photo together. Since Sabrina asked, Gary had no objection. It must be said that Hengzi has a good eye. He was attracted by Gary's handsome appearance at first sight. 3 days later, the cruise ship arrived at the first island of Cai Islands. Gary, Sabrina, and Hengzi all got off the cruise ship here. After 3 days of getting to know each other, Gary also knew that Hengzi was from Sinnoh region and came to Cai Islands to take pictures and take some photos back. It was only on the cruise ship that he was attracted by Sabrina's temperament and was willing to take photos for Sabrina. Usually, many white, rich and beautiful women would ask Hengzi to take photos for them, but they couldn't get a number. He is a well-known figure in the photography industry. In order to confirm Hengzi's identity, Gary also searched Hengzi's information on the internet. He was indeed a photographer hired by Pokémon Hollywood. After confirming Hengzi's identity, Gary was relieved. The next day, they started taking pictures. Well, you look really handsome after dressing up. Hengzi looked at Gary, who changed into a new set of clothes, and found that Gary was even more handsome, especially with a cool and handsome temperament, which especially attracted the young Stephanie. It's okay. Gary admitted that he was handsome, but he didn't care much about his appearance. He usually just cleaned himself up and was not as conceited as Gary in the original book. Then start taking pictures. Let me see all your Pokemon. Hengzi said. Gary thought about it and released Blastoise and Ice Pokemon. Only 2 Pokemon. Hengzi asked in confusion, but Sabrina released 3 Pokemon. There are 4 Pokemon. The appearance of the other 2 Pokemon is too fierce. It is not suitable for taking such photos. Gary said. Zapdos and Articuno must not be released. The other 2 Pokemon are Aerodactyl and Bangala. Both Pokemon have fierce expressions, which are not suitable for taking such fashionable photos. Can I only know what Pokemon it is? Hengzi asked curiously. It's Aerodactyl and Bangala. Gary said. Oh, you actually have such powerful Pokemon. Although she is not a trainer, Hengzi has heard of these 2 Pokemon. She didn't expect that Gary, an 11-year-old child, would have such a powerful Pokemon. Normally, trainers who have Pokemon like Bangala are basically over 14 years old. At least in the animation, those trainers who have quasi-god Pokemon are basically over 14 years old. Sabrina's personality is that strangers are not allowed to enter. It's okay to let her take pictures, but she can't stand letting her walk in front of a group of people and being watched like a monkey. 0. Where was the movie shot? Gary asked. Standard smile? Standard smile? A standard smile can only show 8 teeth. Psychic out of control girl? Gary and Sabrina were having dinner in the restaurant. It's okay, Miss Hengzi, when can we take pictures? Gary didn't want to talk more about his Pokemon. After all, Hengzi is not a trainer or a breeder, and there is nothing to talk about with her. However, being a model requires talent. Sabrina has a high level of understanding in shooting. Hengzi only needs to give a little guidance, and Sabrina can draw inferences from one example and perform various professional actions. At this moment, Sabrina seems to be an international top model. Especially Sabrina's natural indifference and noble temperament is beyond the reach of all international supermodels. Okay, let's take a photo of you and Blastoise first, Hengzi said. But I have never learned to act. Can I act? Sabrina said. Okay. Sabrina said that she was implied, but this role was created specifically for her. Then are you interested in making a movie? You are very suitable for the heroine of a drama. Hengzi said. Gary, are you stupid? I told you to take a frontal photo and tilt your head 45 degrees. 45 degrees? Didn't you graduate from elementary school? Sabrina, you can tell me anything that confuses you. Gary took the initiative to give Na Ling a chance to speak. But Sabrina's identity doesn't matter at all. She is a psychic, and her status is much higher than that of a movie star. As long as Sabrina wants to make a movie, Pokémon Hollywood will also warmly welcome her. Gary and Blastoise stood on the beach and posed according to Hengzi's instructions. Sabrina looked at Gary, was silent for a while, and said, Gary, I couldn't find what I wanted to do before. This time I have the opportunity to make a movie, and I want to try it. If others had this opportunity, they would definitely agree to give it a try, regardless of whether it would work or not. Kami, I am not interested in being a fashion show model, Sabrina said. Sabrina was still as cold as ever, but Gary had been with Sabrina for a long time and could see that Sabrina was thinking about something. Okay, this is my business card. If you think it through, you can contact me at any time, but this drama will start shooting in half a year, and you only have 2 months to think. Hengzi handed his business card to Sabrina. Ms. Hengzi, I need to think about it and can't give you an answer for the time being. Sabrina said. Stand up straight, don't tilt your body at every turn. Haven't you ever participated in military training? After all the operations, Gary felt tortured. He thought being a model was a very easy job, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Great, Sabrina, you are simply a natural top model. If you are interested in fashion shows, I can recommend you to the modeling circle, Hengzi said excitedly. Of course, Pokémon Hollywood is going to start a new TV series, Pokémon Special Forces, with several main characters. The director wants an actress with a cold temperament, but he has not been able to find a suitable role. I think you are very suitable, Sabrina, Hengzi said. Soon, Gary experienced the torture that only top models can enjoy. Because it was his first time shooting, Gary had no idea how to pose and how to make expressions, but Hengzi scolded him. After the filming. But if I have to go to the Unova region to shoot, I can't travel with you. Then go and try it. Gary said. You can learn if you don't know how to act. I personally think you are very talented in acting, and there is no emotional drama in this TV series. It is just a psychic out of control girl. It should not be difficult. Hengzi said. Smile more freely, don't smile like a sissy. Movies. Sabrina was confused. She had watched movies before, but she didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to shoot them. She was immediately moved. 167, Mt. Ember. What does it matter? We still have a long life ahead of us. Do you plan to travel with me all the time? Gary said. Wouldn't that be a waste of your time? Don't you want to travel with me? Sabrina looked unfriendly. Gary's attitude made her wish she could go to Pokémon Hollywood to film. Of course not. My trip was so smooth, and I am so grateful for your help. But you said you have something you want to do. Of course I can't stop you from going just for myself. I hope you can become the person you want to be, Sabrina. And if you really become a big celebrity in the future, don't deny me. Gary said. Sabrina felt better after hearing what Gary said, but she was still hesitant about whether to leave. Sabrina, don't hesitate. You have to try something new in life. You don't have to consider me. Are you worried about me traveling alone? Gary said. Okay, I'll leave after you conquer Moltres. Sabrina said. This may not work. Gary shook his head and said, I'm not sure whether Moltres will appear in Mt. Ember. If he appears for half a year, it will delay your filming. Then wait for 2 months. Sabrina said. 2 months is too much for you. You only have 2 months to think. It will take time for you to rush to Unova region, and you also have to learn acting. I suggest that you go to Unova region in a month, whether you meet Moltres or not. Gary said. Okay, I listen to you. Although she was reluctant, Sabrina still wanted to film. After all, she finally had something she wanted to do, so she had to give it a try. The next day, Sabrina told Hengzi that she was willing to film. Hengzi said that after she finished filming in Caei Islands, she would return to Unova region and call Sabrina at that time. If the director agreed, she would call Sabrina. And Hengzi also said that she could not guarantee that she could get the role 100%. Hengzi only gave Sabrina an interview opportunity. If she didn't pass, Hengzi would recommend Sabrina to other crews. After talking for a long time, Hengzi couldn't guarantee it. However, Gary thought it was not a big problem, because Sabrina later developed in Pokémon Hollywood and became a famous film and television celebrity. He believed that the director of the Super Force would take a fancy to Sabrina. After 3 days, Hengzi took the photos she wanted and left to shoot on other islands. Gary was finally able to find Moltres as planned. Although Moltres is one of the 3 sacred birds, it is very aggressive. Even some powerful wild Pokémon can challenge Moltres. For example, Ash's Infernape took the initiative to find Moltres to fight during the journey. After all, the sacred fire of the Alliance Conference is the flame of Moltres, which means that Moltres itself is a symbol of fighting. Gary and Sabrina took Blastwas and arrived at the entrance of Empty Ember by land and sea. Gary did not choose to go through the cave, but chose the road outside and went directly to the top of the volcano. As for why he didn't fly up directly, he wanted to see if there were any Pokemon worth catching. The collection task for Team Green, the second released by the system, has not been completed yet. Currently, there are still 3 Pokemon left to capture: Gyarados, Heracross, and Machamp. Gyarados has been internally selected, Heracross CAEI Islands does not have it, and Machamp naturally does not have it either, but Machop and Machoke are still available. Although Machop and Machoke are not fire-type Pokemon, they like to stay in places full of rocks, because they like to beat rocks to exercise their bodies, and they also use rocks as weights for training. Gary wanted to see if he could meet the Machoke he liked, so Gary teleported Aerodactyl and Banjira back to Professor Oak's laboratory, leaving 2 empty seats on purpose. Bang, bang, bang. When they reached the middle of the mountain, Gary and Sabrina were in a relatively open area and saw a group of Machop and Machoke beating rocks in the open space, and some of them were using rocks to lift weights. LV35 Machop 3/Elite. LV31 Machop 3/Elite. LV33 Machop/Elite. LV38 Machoke/Elite. LV39 Machoke 3/Elite. There are 5 Pokemon in total. Gary took a quick look and lost interest. All of them have elite abilities, which are not in Gary's eyes. Gary's current Pokemon captures start with elite potential at the very least. Although the standard is very high, if you encounter a Pokemon you like, you can lower it to quasi-elite potential. This is already the bottom line and cannot be lowered any lower. Why don't you like these Machop and Machoke? Sabrina asked. Sabrina's knowledge of Pokemon is not as good as Gary's, but she can see that these Machop and Machoke are healthy and should look good. The breeder ones are good, but they are too old. Judging from the strength of their rock smash stones, their strength is not even at the gym level. At such an old age, their strength is not at the gym level, and their potential is definitely not good. Gary said. Really? Then let's look for them slowly. Sabrina said. The two continued to climb the mountain. Along the way, they also saw Ponyta, Vulpix, Platypus, and other fire-type Pokemon. Near the mouth of the volcano, they can also see Slugma and Magcargo, which are unique to the Johto region. It's a pity that there is no Pokemon with high potential. The highest potential is the elite. I can't even meet a Pokemon with gym potential. My luck is really not good. Arrived at the top of the volcano, Xiao 993 Mao looked at the boiling magma below. He could see Slugma and Magcargo moving on the magma, and he could also see Platypus. These 3 Pokemon can live in magma. Zapdos, come out. Gary released Zapdos and said, change the surrounding climate. Ah, Zapdos cried and flew towards soaring in the sky. Slugma and Magcargo, who lived in the magma, hid after seeing Zapdos, including the Platypus. The oppressive feeling of the legendary Pokemon still had an impact on these ordinary Pokemon. Soon, empty ember sky was covered by a layer of dark clouds, and then a drizzle began to fall. The rain fell on the magma, making a sound of sizzling, 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 and the rain was instantly evaporated. As the rain became more and more dense, white smoke rose. Gary and Sabrina watched quietly on the side and could smell a strong smell of sulfur. Gary was going to force Moltres out, because Moltres could sense the weather changes outside. If he was really in the magma, he would definitely come out to change the cloudy day to sunny day, which would be more helpful for his recovery. Because sunlight can also restore energy to fire-type Pokemon. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the magma in the mouth of the volcano still did not move. It seems that Moltres will not be here in the near future. 168. Skill Witch. Zapdos, you can remove the rainy day, Gary shouted to soaring in the sky. The dark clouds covering empty ember sky dispersed, revealing the sun again, and Gary took back Zapdos. Sabrina, we can go now, Gary said. Go? Moltres is not here. Sabrina asked in confusion. It seems that he is not here. Let's come back in a week. Let's go to the second island to have a look. Gary said. It was very lucky to meet Articuno on Seafoam Islands before. It is normal that we did not meet Moltres this time. However, it is certain that Moltres will definitely come to Empty Ember to rest. Just wait slowly. Anyway, there is more than one legendary Pokemon like Moltres. Gary knows that there are 4 Moltres alone. The number is still considerable. We can wait slowly. Are we going to the second island to play? Sabrina asked. Just treat it as a trip, but I want to visit a crazy skill teacher. Gary said. A crazy skill teacher. Sabrina looked puzzled. The northernmost of the second island of CAEI Islands is called Cape Edge. There lives a crazy teacher who teaches 3 different attributes of grass, fire, and water. I want to visit him to see if I can let Blastwas learn the secret skills. Gary said. This time I came to CAEI Islands not only to catch Moltres, but also for the secret skills. These 3 secret skills are naturally Plant Frenzy, Blast Burn, and Hydro Cannon, which are skills that only the 3 Pokemon can master. In the game, the place where these 3 skills are taught is on the second island of CAEI Islands, and this crazy skill teacher also exists in reality, so Gary naturally wants to visit him. Secret skills? What skills are they? Sabrina asked curiously. You will know if you go there. Let's go. Gary deliberately sold his relationship. The two hurriedly left Empty Ember and returned to the town. In the afternoon, they took a speedboat to the second island. It was still afternoon when they arrived at the second island, so Gary and Sabrina decided to find the skill maniac first. After asking around, they determined that the skill maniac lived in the Edge Channel. This skill maniac was a prayer master, an old grandmother. This grandmother had a very strange personality. She didn't teach everyone. If you wanted to learn the ultimate skills from this grandmother, it all depended on her mood. If she was in a bad mood, she would not teach you no matter how much money you gave her. Her temperament was rather strange. Gary didn't care about this. Since this grandmother was famous, she must have taught other trainers Pokémon Song was just the Pokémon that was shut out and whose strength was not up to standard. The ultimate skills can only be learned by the 3 starter Pokémon, and the intimacy between the Pokémon and the trainer is full before they can learn them. It is estimated that the intimacy of those Pokémon entrusted by the trainer is not up to standard, so they are not taught. Sabrina, let's visit that grandmother tomorrow. Yeah, because it was too late, Gary didn't plan to visit now. If he went there now, it would be dark. If he was turned away, he would have to run back late at night. Take a day off. After breakfast the next morning, Gary and Sabrina headed to the north of the second island. In order to go faster, they both rode mountain bikes. Gary also wanted to see if he could meet Machop and Machoke with high potential. After all, there are quite a lot of Machop and Machoke, and they don't necessarily live in the volcano area. As long as it is not a desert or wetland, Machop and Machoke can basically survive anywhere, and there are quite a lot of them. Haven't you seen Machop and Machoke everywhere on the construction site? Even Macamp can sometimes be seen on the construction site. Unfortunately, luck was not good. Along the way, let alone Macamp, not even a Machop was encountered. We arrived at a house. It's better to say that it was 10 mansions than a baby. The traces of time can be seen on the wall. This mansion should have existed for some years, and this mansion is more of a shrine for people to pray, not a place where people live. Gary and Sabrina walked to the door. There was a knotted white rope on the side, connected to a rusty bell above. Gary pulled the rope and the bell made a ding-dong sound. After a while, a woman wearing a temple-style kimono came to open the door. So young. Seeing that the woman who opened the door was so young, Gary thought that this young witch should be responsible for handling the daily work of the mansion. The witch looked at Gary and Sabrina, her face full of doubts, and asked, "You two, are you here to learn the secret skills?" "Yes, is the skill grandmother here?" Gary said. "I'm sorry, the master passed away 3 years ago, and now this temple is hosted by me and my 2 senior sisters." The witch said. "What? Died?" Gary was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the skill grandmother to pass away. "Please accept my condolences." Gary said, "Then we can no longer teach the ultimate skills here." "Of course not, the ultimate skills are now taught by me and my senior sisters." The witch said. Gary looked at the witch's kimono carefully and found that her kimono was all white, and the edges and waist ropes were blue, which was a little different from normal witch clothes. "Is that so? My name is Gary. May I ask what skills you are responsible for teaching, sister?" Gary asked. "My name is Shuaizi, and I am responsible for teaching the ultimate skills of water." The witch responded. Gary was stunned. This name is Tu Salation. The teacher of Hydro Cannon wears a kimono with blue decorate, and her name is Shuaizi. Then the witch who teaches the ultimate skills of fire is called Huazi. Then the witch who teaches the skill of grass love is called Kezai. "Hello, Miss Shuaizi, I want to learn the ultimate skills of water." Gary said. "Is that so, the kings? Then follow me." Shuaizi led Gary and Sabrina into the mansion and came to a hall. At a glance, you can see flames, water drops, and a leafage-shaped decoration on the platform in front. In front of the platform, there are 2 shrine maidens praying. The kimonos of the 2 shrine maidens have red and green decorations respectively. From the color of the clothes, you can tell what attribute secret skills the 2 women are responsible for teaching. 2 senior sisters, there are guests. Shuaizi said. The 2 shrine maidens turned their heads, and when they saw Gary and Sabrina, they stood up and greeted them. "Hello, I am Huazi, who is responsible for teaching the secret skills of fire." "Hello, I am Muzi, who is responsible for teaching the secret skills of grass." Gary's inference was correct. The names of these 3 girls are really related to the 3 attributes of water, fire, and grass, but the shrine maiden who teaches the secret skills of grass is called Muzi, not Kazai. 169. Learn the secrets of water, Hydro Cannon. "Hello, my name is Gary, this is my traveling companion, Sabrina. I came here hoping that you can teach my Pokémon to learn the ultimate skills." Gary said. The 2 priestesses smiled happily, and Huazi said, "What ultimate skills do you want to learn?" "I want to learn the ultimate water skills." Gary said. Seeing that Gary wanted to learn the ultimate water skills, the 2 women looked a little disappointed. "Shuaizi, congratulations, then the guests are handed over to you." Huazi said a word, and then left with Muzi, leaving the hall to Shuaizi and Gary. "What's wrong? Why are the 2 so disappointed?" Gary asked puzzledly. "Because teaching skills is charged, you are here to learn the ultimate water skills, so naturally I will charge, so they are naturally disappointed." Shuaizi said. Gary thought that the 3 priestesses were masters from the world, and they had already looked down on worldly things, but he didn't expect that they still loved money so much. "Then how much is the fee?" Gary asked. "No hurry, let me see if your Pokémon can learn the secret of water." Mizuko shook her head and said, "If not, I can't teach you no matter how much money you give me." Gary knew that in order to learn the secret skills, in addition to the 3 starter Pokémon, the intimacy between the trainer and the Pokémon must reach the maximum value of 603 degrees. How do you see? Gary asked. Release the Pokémon that you want to learn the secret skills, and leave the rest to me. Musa said. Okay. Gary nodded and released Blastoise. Kami. Blastoise looked around and found that it was not a battlefield, so it should not be a battle, so he stayed beside Gary honestly. Mizuko saw Gary's Blastoise and said with shining eyes, "Your Blastoise has great potential, and the breeder is very good." Thank you. Gary was very happy when others praised his Blastoise breeder. After all, if you are given a rough gem and the trainer itself is not a good breeder, it would be a waste of God's gift. For example, Ash's Charizard's original trainer was Damien, who actually discarded a Charmander with championship potential. Now you two kneel down and pray in front of the secret statue, Shuaiza said. Gary looked at the secret statue on the altar in front of him, which was decorated with flames, water drops, and leafage, but the decorates were all made of a crystal-like mineral, and the colors were red, blue, and green. Blastoise, let's do it. Although Gary didn't know how the other party was going to test him, since he was here, he just followed the host's wishes. Anyway, the elemental power symbolized by this statue of mystery can be considered natural energy, so it's okay to kneel down and worship it. Gary and Blastoise came to the statue of mystery and worshipped on the cushion. Shuaiza began to train Blastoise, and Gary and Sabrina also watched from the side. The teaching of the water secret skill was still worth watching. Blastoise was praying that he would become stronger, and become the strongest Pokémon in Gary's team. Currently, Blastoise was no longer the first in Gary's team. Zapdos was a fatal danger to him, and the newly joined Articuno seemed to be able to target him, so his position in the team was reduced by 1. You can start learning tomorrow, the tuition fee is 1 million. Shuaiza smiled. Kami, Gary and the water, Arrow Turtle were very confused. They didn't understand why Shuaiza asked them to do this. They didn't feel anything. Shuaiza saw that Gary was a man with plenty of money, so she didn't ask Gary to pay the deposit, believing that he would not default on the debt. After entering the amount of money, Gary swiped the card directly, and after entering the payment password, 1 million was transferred. Do I need to stay too? Gary asked. Let me talk about how to use Hydro Cannon. Just close your eyes and pray in your heart. Shuaiza said. Miss Shuaiza, when can I learn it? Gary asked. Of course you can. Shuaiza stretched his hand behind his back and reappeared with a card reader in his hand. Gary didn't know what to pray for, so he could only pray that he would have good luck in his future journey. He could not count on the legendary Pokémon, but he could capture more rare shiny Pokémon. The next day, can I pay with a credit card? Gary asked. That's fine. When Blastoise learns the ultimate skill of water, can we pay together? Blastoise, you need to feel the bond between you and Gary, feel the power of the bond, and integrate it into the hydro pump. The power of the hydro pump will be greatly enhanced. You just keep using the hydro pump on this mountain wall. When you destroy the mountain wall with one blow, your hydro cannon will be trained. Blastoise nodded, looking as if he understood it. Before coming, Gary told Blastoise that the skills he learned this time were only mastered by him, and they were also the strongest ultimate skills of the water system, which made Blastoise look forward to it. It's no problem to stay and train. Do you need to live here? Gary said. Of course, accommodation fees need to be charged separately, and your friends living here also need to pay. Shuaiza is very shrewd in calculating accounts. The power of this move can be said to have no upper limit. It depends entirely on the strength of the Pokémon and the depth of the bond between you and the trainer. The power will also be improved. However, it is very difficult to practice to this level. At present, Blastoise only needs to master the basic Hydro Cannon. Blastoise was surprised and wanted to learn immediately. Gary was shocked. The tuition fee was really expensive. Even if you learn to destroy the Death Ray, it won't be so expensive. Then when do you have time? Shuaiza asked. First, let me introduce what the water secret skill is. This skill is called Hydro Cannon. It is the most powerful skill among the water skills that can be taught. Only certain water Pokémon can learn it. Blastoise is one of the water Pokémon. When Shuaiza saw all this, she smiled with relief and said, okay, you can open your eyes. Sabrina was quite amazed to see this scene. As a superpower, she did not sense anything from the secret statue. She could only be sure that it was a mysterious energy. Gary and Blastoise both closed their eyes. Congratulations, your Blastoise can learn the secret skills of water. Shuaiza said. Of course, the ultimate skill requires the trainer and Pokémon to stay together for training. Shuaiza said. Not long after, the water droplet on the ultimate statue flashed a faint blue light, and the light became brighter and brighter. Shuaiza first introduced the skill information of the water secret skill. No problem. As Gary and Blastoise opened their eyes, the water drop light of the secret statue quickly dissipated. 170. Hydro Cannon. X. Gary and Blastoise looked at the huge mountain wall. With the power of Blastoise's hydro pump, it was impossible to destroy such a thick mountain wall. Can this really be done? Gary thought that if Blastoise Mega evolved and used hydro pump, it would be possible to destroy the mountain wall. It would be very difficult to just blow it through by blowing it away. It depends on your and Blastoise's efforts. I can teach you. Mizuko said, taking out a Pokeball from her clothes and throwing it out. Great. LV60 Feraligatr 3/Elite. A Feraligatr with elite potential, one of the 3 starter water pets in the Johto region. Feraligatr, use Hydro Cannon. Mizuko gave the order, and a large amount of blue energy airflow burst out from Feraligatr's body. A rapid spin water stream condensed in front of his mouth, and then a rapid water column sprayed out. It was called a water column, but it was more like a beam of light condensed by water power. Boom! A big hole was blasted out of the huge mountain wall. This was definitely not the damage that Blastoise could cause at this stage. This Feraligatr's potential was not as good as Blastoise's. Although there was a gap in level between the two sides, the gap should not be so big. This is Hydro Cannon. There is no point. It just compresses water energy, but it requires the bond power of trainer and Pokemon to compress water energy to this extent. You try hard. Mizuko said. Okay, Blastoise, try to communicate the bond power to compress water energy. Gary said. Kami. Blastoise nodded, and the condensed water energy in the barrel began to compress the water energy, and then sprayed out water bubbles. Bang! The hydro pump hit the mountain wall, but it only broke a few pieces of rubble, and the mountain wall was not penetrated. To feel the power of bondage, your hydro pump is no different from your usual full-strength hydro pump. Gary said. By the way, I forgot to give you this. Wear it and it can help you practice Hydro Cannon. Shuaizi thought of something, took out a bracelet, came to Gary, and grabbed Gary's right hand without thinking, and slapped the bracelet directly to Gary's wrist. The bracelet was directly put on Gary's wrist. Huh? This is... Gary looked at the bracelet carefully. There was a water drop logo on it, which was very similar to the bracelet that the skill mother-in-law took out in the special comic. This bracelet helps you connect the power between you and Blastoise. When the water drop on it lights up, it means that your intention is conveyed to Blastoise, so that you can use Hydro Cannon. Shuaizi said. Why didn't you take out this thing earlier? Gary complained. You forgot it, so continue. Mizuko stepped aside and let Gary and Blastoise continue to practice. Gary and Blastoise continued to practice Hydro Cannon, but no matter how they contacted, the water drop on the bracelet did not light up, indicating that Gary's intentions were not conveyed to Blastoise. Gary was also quite troubled. The power of bond existed in the Pokemon world, but it was also the most erratic power. Even Ash in the Mahayana stage could not master this power. After 3 consecutive days of practice, Blastoise's Hydro Pump skills had improved a little, but he just didn't master Hydro Cannon. He came here just to learn Hydro Cannon. Ultimate skills are difficult to learn. There are not many Pokemon that have ultimate skills. Even Charizard of Dante has not mastered the ultimate skill of Fire, Blast Burn. A week later, Hydro Cannon was still nowhere to be seen, but Gary asked Mizuko for half a day off. The reason for the leave was to go to Mt. Ember to see if Moltres had arrived. For the sake of convenience, Gary rode Articuno directly to the entrance of Mt. Ember volcano. After arriving, he asked Zapdos to rain for half an hour. Moltres did not appear, so Gary rode Articuno back to the marginal cape. After a long time, the fire and rock Pokemon living on Mt. Ember became emo. Why does it rain all the time? They don't like rainy days. Mr. Gary, it seems that your meaning cannot be conveyed to Blastoise. You have no chance to learn Hydro Cannon, so give up. A month later, Blastoise still did not master Hydro Cannon, and Mizuko advised Gary to give up. Don't Blastoise and I meet the conditions for learning. Gary said. Each condition does not mean that you can master it. I suggest you give up and don't waste your money. The mountain wall has been washed smooth by your Blastoise. 0, please give me flowers. Because of the long-term use of Hydro Pump to attack the mountain wall has been washed smooth and looks like stalactites. Give me another week, okay? If I can't learn it, I will give up. Gary said. Okay. Shuaizi agreed and gave Gary the last week. Blastoise, practice for another week. If you still can't master it, then give up the water system of Hydro Cannon. Gary said. Kami. Blastoise was a little depressed, wondering if it was caused by it. Blastoise has always been very confident in his own strength. This time, it took him a month to learn a skill, but he still couldn't find the shadow of Hydro Cannon, which made him feel autistic. It's none of your business, it's my problem. Don't be discouraged. It doesn't matter if you don't master Hydro Cannon. We can still become stronger. Your strength does not depend on whether you can master 10 powerful skills. Gary comforted. Kami. Blastoise nodded and tried to learn for another week. If he really couldn't learn it, then forget it. 3 days later in the morning. It's time to go to Mt. Ember regularly. He followed Articuno to the entrance of Mt. Ember volcano. Gary looked at the eyes in the entrance of volcano. How many fire Pokemon survived in the magma? Gary knew it clearly in his heart. It seems that Moltres will not come here to rest during this period. Gary looked at the clear soaring in the sky. A month has passed, and there is no trace of Moltres. But Gary only needs 1 Moltres to complete the task issued by the system. He must be unwilling to leave now. After all, waiting here is not a solution. Gary also wants to defeat the Orange Alliance. Maybe he can trigger the system task and get a few high-level rare candies as rewards. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Gary was too lazy to release Zapdos and let Blastoise do it directly, just in time to practice the Rain Dance skill. Kami. Blastoise came out of the Pokeball and shot 2 water balls at soaring in the sky. The water balls exploded at the height of several tens of meters at the mouth of the volcano sky. Clouds quickly gathered together and it began to rain. 171. Strange weather, Moltres. Gary and Blastoise silently looked up at soaring in the sky. It was drizzling. The rain didn't last too long. It stopped in less than a minute. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, revealing the bright sun. Huh. Gary looked at Blastoise. Little old turtle, what's wrong with you? The rain dance is too short. Blastoise was also surprised. It usually practiced rain dance a lot, and it should last for more than a minute. Come. Blastoise was a little embarrassed and used rain dance again. Soaring in the sky was covered by dark clouds again, and drizzle fell. However, the drizzle didn't last long. This time it didn't even last a minute. The dark clouds dispersed again, revealing the bright sun. Come. Blastoise felt very embarrassed. It was fine if he couldn't learn the skills, but now even the duration of the 430 rain was so short. Just when Blastoise wanted to continue using rain dance, he was stopped by Gary. Stop, it's not your problem. Come. Blastoise heard the voice and thought for a while. He usually had no problem with rain dance. This situation happened at this time, there must be another reason. Gary looked around. The Pokemon living at the mouth of volcano definitely didn't know the sunny day move. If they knew it, they would have used it long ago, and it would not have waited until now. In this way, there is only one possibility left, that is, Moltres caused it. The dominant bird can easily change the climate of the surrounding environment. As for whether it was caused by humans, others would not go to MT Ember for no reason. Although the danger level here in MT Ember is not as high as that in MT Silver, it is not something that normal trainers can enter. The strength of the wild Pokemon here is between the elite and gym levels. Zapdos, you come to change the weather. Gary said. Great. Zapdos flew to soaring in the sky, and in an instant, the entire mouth of the volcano was covered by dark clouds. Ordinary Pokemon can no longer replace such a climate with this air skill. Gary stared at the magma and found that the magma today was a little different. From time to time, bubbles could be seen coming out, indicating that there was airflow rising from the bottom of the magma. Crash! The next second, the originally calm magma stirred up waves, and a gorgeous figure rushed out of the magma. A bird Pokemon with beige feathers, and flames on its head, dual wing beat, and tail appeared. LV50 Moltres/Champion. Here. Gary didn't expect Moltres to appear at this time, and judging from Moltres' contest condition at the moment, he should have almost recovered in the magma. Zapdos in the dark clouds also saw Moltres, and quickly flew to Gary's side, and cried to Moltres. When he saw Zapdos, Moltres was also confused. He didn't expect Zapdos to be captured by humans, and Zapdos also said that he wanted to have a battle with him. Moltres, let's have a battle. If you win, you will become my Pokemon. If you lose, I will let you go free and give you some benefits, said Gary. As a fire-type Pokemon, Moltres would definitely not be afraid of a fight, and agreed to Gary's request for a fight. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed at this moment. Zapdos' body was full of arcs, and all its feathers stood up, entering the battle contest condition. Gary was stunned. Blastoise couldn't enter the magma, and Moltres could recover his strength and injuries in the magma. Moltres knew that the hydro pump was powerful, so he took off immediately, but was still chased by the hydro pump and smacked down directly. Seeing the incoming water pulse, Moltres spread his flames, and a hot storm fanned out. The two water pulses flew a distance and gradually evaporated into water vapor. Heat wave hit Blastoise. Kami. The next second, the cry resounded through soaring in the sky. Moltres waved dual wing beat, and Horacio blades rushed towards Blastoise. Blastoise immediately turned around and used his tortoise shell to block all the wind blades, and then fired two water pulses to counterattack. Kami. Blastoise nodded. It wanted to have a fight with Moltres. Very chivalrous. Moltres fell into the magma. Blastoise stood up. It can be seen that Moltres has his own pride and does not use assist lava to recover. How could Blastoise give Moltres time to recover? He immediately used water pulse to attack. Moltres fend dual wing beat. Wing beat, hit the wind blade to counterattack. Bang, bang, hydro pump. Gary ordered. Blastoise attacked head-on, and the barrel sprayed two hydro pumps. The powerful hydro pump was like a blade, splitting the majestic flames in two. The hydro pump emitted white smoke and hit Moltres. Blastoise's barrel shot out two water balls, and the water balls quickly passed through the air. Moltres dodged a water ball, but was hit by the second one. Moltres was also full of doubts. Why not use Zapdos when you have one? Instead, use an ordinary water Pokemon. Do you really think that fire can have an advantage because it is countered by water? Bang, bang, bang. Blastoise's potential is not higher than Moltres, and its level is also higher than Moltres. Although Moltres has the best time and place, the top-grade Mystic Water carried by Blastoise also makes up for this gap. Moltres flew out of the magma. Perhaps because of the magma, the feathers on Moltres' body exuded golden Lucas, and combined with the flame feathers, Lucas looked dazzling, worthy of being the most contested Pokemon among Fire-type Pokemon. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a blue body appeared between the two Pokemon. Zapdos retreated to Gary's side, leaving Moltres to Blastoise. Moltres opened his mouth and sprayed out a sea of human flames trying to devour Blastoise. Blastoise's barrel sprayed hydro pump, which moved forward in the heat wave and hit Moltres. Moltres couldn't stand the continuous water attack and immediately landed on the ground and used Roost to recover his strength. Hydro Pump. Water Pulse. Kami. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Zapdos, you step back, said Gary. Moltres was repelled by the Hydro Pump, showing an incredible look. This was a battle at the mouth of the volcano, and it was a battle under a sunny sky. It had the best time and place. How could its flamethrower be defeated by a Blastoise? 0. Seeing Blastoise stand up, Gary was a little surprised and asked, Blastoise, do you want to fight Moltres? The water ball collided with the wind blade and was instantly detonated, turning into a 4.3 water splash and spreading shockwaves around. Blastoise continued to attack and immediately hit the Hydro Pump. Moltres, you can start. Gary said. 172, Blastoise's Moltres? Moltres spit up a flame towards Blastoise. This time the flame was not as majestic as before, but gathered into a cluster, making it more penetrating. Kami. Blastoise also used Hydro Pump to counterattack. Zzz. The water and fire blended together, producing a large amount of water vapor. This time the skills of both sides were evenly matched and ended in a tie. It is certain that Moltres must have gained a certain improvement from the magma after falling into the lava just now. Gary was also in a headache. Moltres could rely on Roost to recover his physical strength. In addition, Blastoise was not at an advantage due to the favorable weather and location. He had to cause great damage to Moltres and kill him in one shot. A hot storm blew away the water vapor from the mouth of the volcano, and the heat wave instantly enveloped Blastoise. Blastoise, use Rapid Spin. Gary ordered. Blastoise used Rapid Spin and flew towards soaring in the sky. Moltres didn't expect Blastoise to fly. Seeing this, he immediately interrupted the heat wave and sprayed flames from his mouth to block it. However, the flames were deflected by Blastoise in Rapid Spin. At the same time, the water flow around Blastoise turned into water blades, tearing the flames apart and hitting Moltres. Bang! Moltres couldn't bear the impact and fell to the ground. Blastoise also kept releasing water to suppress the flames coming out of Moltres. That's it. Suppress Moltres and kill him. Gary shouted. Bang! The two Pokémon fell to the ground together. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and dust flew up. With a bang, a figure flew out of the dust. It was Blastoise. The dust over there was also blown away by the movement, revealing Moltres' body. Moltres was covered with scars. Just now, Moltres used his wings to slap Blastoise away. Blastoise landed safely, gasping for breath. The series of attacks just now had wasted a lot of Blastoise's energy. Moltres felt that his body was seriously injured, and immediately used Roost to recover his energy. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Gary shouted. Kami. Blastoise's barrel condensed a lot of water energy together, and two Hydro Pumps like beams of light were ejected. Seeing Blastoise use such an amazing skill, Flame used all the fire energy in his body to spray red flames to block it. Wherever he passed, even the ground showed signs of melting. Bang! The two skills collided and stalemated for a few seconds. Hydro Pump dispersed the flames and hit Moltres directly, knocking Moltres back more than 10 meters, smashing several rocks in succession, until Tackle stopped on a large earth slope. This is Hydro Cannon. Gary looked at the defeated Moltres in the distance in astonishment. The Hydro Pump just now was definitely not an ordinary Hydro Pump, but a Hydro Cannon. Gary immediately looked at his wrist, only to see the bracelet on his wrist, and the water droplets on it lit up blue. Blastoise, have you mastered the Hydro Cannon? Ash asked. Kami. Blastoise was startled, and it realized belatedly that there was something wrong with its Hydro Pump just now. Gary immediately used the Eye of Insight to check Blastoise's attributes. Pokemon, Blastoise 3. Attribute, Water. Level, LV 58. Potential, Legend. Ability, Torrent. When the physical strength decreases, the power of water-type moves will increase. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Shell Shrink, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, Protect, Rain Dance, Shell Smash, Flash Cannon, Hydro Pump, Skull Bash, Wave Bash. Professor Skills, Water Burst, Mega Kick, Signal Beam, Dynamic Punch, Dig, Hydro Cannon. Intimacy, 255, Maximum Value 255. Carrying Props, Mystic Water. Seeing the Professor skill column, the last 4 words Hydro Cannon appeared. Gary was immediately happy. He didn't expect that Blastoise had realized Hydro Cannon in the battle with Moltres. Not only did he defeat Moltres, but he also realized Hydro Cannon. It was really a double happiness. Gary asked Blastoise to rest on the spot, and ran to the breakthrough to check Moltres' condition. He just lost his ability to fight, and his injuries were not serious. With the help of Zapdos, Moltres was pulled out of the pit. Gary took care of and treated him, and then asked Zapdos to throw Moltres into the magma. Magma is equivalent to healing fluid for Moltres. Throwing it in can repair Moltres' injuries. A few minutes later, Moltres rushed out of the flames again. Moltres landed in front of Gary, his eyes full of confusion. He thought he had been subdued by Gary, but when he woke up, he found himself in the magma. Moltres wondered what was going on, why Gary didn't subdue him. How is it? How is your recovery? Gary asked. Moltres nodded slightly, barely recovering a little. According to the agreement, I won. Be my Pokemon, I will help you become stronger. Gary said. Moltres looked at Zapdos, and seeing Zapdos so submissive to the human boy in front of him, he was also very curious about what kind of magic Gary had that could make Zapdos surrender. You know, among the 3 sacred birds, Zapdos' skin is the most irritable and the most difficult to subdue. Moltres nodded and agreed to be subdued by Gary. Gary was also very generous, taking out 793 Soothe Bell and letting Moltres put it in the carrying space. Moltres didn't know the effect of Soothe Bell, but he still threw it into his carrying space. Gary put his hand on Moltres and taught him the 3 skills of Hurricane, Solar Technique, and Fire Blast. Moltres, QAQ. Moltres was shocked. He looked at Gary in disbelief and found that Gary looked at him with a smile. He awakened 3 new skills inexplicably. I said I would help you become stronger. Do you believe it now? Gary said. Moltres nodded and finally understood why Zapdos was willing to follow Gary. Even legendary Pokemon could not awaken new skills casually. Little did he know that Zapdos enjoyed much better treatment than Moltres. Not only did he master new skills, but his level was also directly raised to level 60. Then come in. Gary took out an Ultra Ball, pointed the switch side towards Moltres, and gently touched Moltres. Great! The Ultra Ball opened, and Moltres was put into the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook slightly 3 times and then stopped shaking. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been sent to the Space Backpack. The mission of taming the 3 sacred birds was finally completed, and the rewards were very generous, especially the Crown of God, and even the legendary potential could be further improved. 173. Conquer the 3 sacred birds and farewell. Novel image. Let's take a look at Moltres' attribute first. Gary doesn't plan to use the Crown of God for the time being. Blastoise's legendary potential is enough for him. And up to now, Blastoise hasn't even reached the elite level. Who knows when he can grow to the legendary level? If Blastoise's potential is raised to the God level, although the growth rate will be faster in the early stage, the improvement rate will be slower in the later stage. Take those legendary Pokemon for example, even the 3 sacred birds in the Orange Islands are estimated to be only level 100. It's better to keep the Crown of God for now and make plans later. Pokemon, Moltres. Attribute, Fire, Flying. Level, 50. Potential, Champion. Ability, Flame Body. Sometimes it will turn the rival that touches it into a burning contest condition. Skills, Gust, Leer, Ember, Safeguard, Wing Attack, Agility, Flamethrower, Burn, Air Slash, Roost, Heat Wave, Sunny Day. Teaching skills, Hurricane, Fire Blast, Sunlight. Intimacy, 150, maximum value 255. Carrying props, Soothe Bell. Intimacy is only 150. Before teaching Moltres 3 skills, Moltres was given the Soothe Bell, which means that Moltres' intimacy with Gary's Earl Dervish is only 90. This value is definitely not high, and the Pokemon may even be disobedient. Next, we can go to the Orange Islands to challenge the Southern Cross. Gary said. Southern Cross is the gym of Orange Alliance, and there are only 4 gyms, namely Sissy, Danny, Dayton, and Pseudopolis. The strength of these 4 gym trainers is not weak. Except for Sissy, the Western Star, who uses water Pokemon, the Pokemon used by the other 3 Southern Crosses are not fixed in attributes. Moreover, the challenge method of the Southern Cross gym is also very interesting. The challenge method of the Western Star and the Eastern Star is not a battle, but a competition mode. You can only get the badge by relying on the Pokemon to win the competition. Only the Southern Star and the Northern Star challenge method relies on battle, but the battle method is also somewhat different. The challenge method of the Southern Star is a 3-on-3 round-based game, that is, the Pokemon used by both sides in a battle cannot be used in the next game regardless of the victory or defeat. The home game is decided by 2 wins. Moreover, the Pokemon used by both sides in each battle must be Pokemon of the same attribute. If the challenger uses a Fire-type Pokemon, Dayton will also send out a Fire-type Pokemon to fight. This competition system is quite fair. The North Star is a 2-on-2 doubles match, and it is the only gym in the Kanto region with doubles rules. Articuno, let's go back. Gary rode Articuno back to the second island. Gary, did you meet Moltres? After returning, Sabrina asked about Moltres. Originally, Sabrina followed along, but because she had never met Moltres before, Sabrina did not continue to follow. After that, she asked casually every time Gary came back. Well, he has been captured. Gary said. Really? Sabrina just asked casually, and never thought that Gary could really capture Moltres. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Gary showed the 3 Ultra Balls on his waist. Sabrina saw that there were 3 Ultra Balls and immediately believed that Gary had really captured Moltres. Gary only used Ultra Balls when he captured legendary Pokemon. We can leave tomorrow. Gary said. Are you not going to stay and learn the ultimate skills? Sabrina asked. What? Mastered it? Of course you can. Gary nodded and released Blastoise. Leaving the house where the witch lived, Gary and Sabrina returned to the town and walked in the town in the afternoon. Don't worry, but don't forget me after you become a big celebrity, Gary said teasingly. Shuize immediately stood up and took Gary to the mountain wall where they practiced before. The next morning, the 2 came to harbor. Yes, can you help me check it out? Sabrina grinned slightly, came to Gary, and pecked Gary's lips lightly when he wasn't paying attention. The mountain wall that was hit instantly shattered into cracks. As the mountain wall shattered, Blastoise's inner demons seemed to be broken. The power of the hydro cannon increased again, and a hole was directly punched through the mountain wall. Shuaizi walked up to Gary and took the bracelet from Gary's wrist like a trick. Oh, really mastered it. Shuaizi was also surprised. She didn't understand what Gary and Blastwaz had experienced this week, and how they suddenly mastered the hydro cannon. The Pokemon I sent out to fight Moltres this time was Blastwaz. He learned hydro cannon during the battle and doesn't need to stay to learn anymore. Gary responded. Kami. Blastwaz was a little nervous when he saw the familiar mountain wall in front of him. For the past month, the mountain wall in front of him has been a nightmare for Blastwaz. Because Sabrina was leaving soon, Gary took time out to accompany Sabrina. Bang! Let your Blastwaz use the hydro cannon, Shuaizi said. After that, Gary went to find Mizuko. Shuaizi immediately looked at Gary and found that the water droplets on Gary's bracelet were shining, and said, Congratulations, you have mastered the secret of water. Can I take this bracelet off? Gary said. Mizuko stayed in the mansion drinking tea and saw Gary coming here. Sigh. Alas, it seems you are planning to leave. Gary was stunned, and his brain stopped thinking. Let's go. Yes. Gary did not deny that he was leaving, and said, Sister Shuaizi, my Blastwaz has mastered the hydro cannon. Can you help me check it out? Kami. Blastwaz nodded, mobilized the water energy to compress it into the barrel, and then ejected 2 huge hydro pumps. Shuaizi looked puzzled. She had been watching Blastwaz practice for a while, but she hadn't seen any trace of the hydro cannon. How could he master it in just 1 week? I'll go tell Sister Mizuko. Sabrina was stunned. She didn't expect Gary to be so lucky. Not only did he meet Moltres, but Blastwaz also learned hydro cannon. Then, Gary settled the accommodation and food expenses for the recent period with Shuaizi, and after lunch, he left with Sabrina. Gary, you are traveling alone, so you must be careful, Sabrina said. Blastwaz, believe in yourself. Gary said. Sister Shuaizi, Blastwaz has done it, right? Gary said. Although Gary is not short of money, the cost of living here with Shuaizi is quite high. Although Gary does not mind spending money, he does not want to be a sucker. 174, Orange Alliance. Sabrina is such a jerk. She just took away my first kiss as a handsome young man. Gary looked at the cruise ship moving away, and suppressed his inner throbbing. Although he got Sabrina's kiss goodbye, it also came at a price. Before leaving, Sabrina sternly warned Gary not to mess around with other girls. If she knew, she would definitely settle accounts with Gary. Let's go to the Orange Islands next. The Orange Islands and Caei Islands are both in the south of Kanto region, not very far away. Gary took a speedboat to Mekon Island in the Orange Islands. In half a day, Gary arrived at the Thousand Islands. Mekon Island is mostly covered by forests, and the edge of the island is the town, and Natsukan Gym is far away from the town. Ask Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center for directions, and you will know the location of Natsukan Gym. Gary rode his mountain bike there. The architectural style of Natsukan Gym is similar to that of a swimming pool, and it looks quite large. Arrived in front of the gym. Ding! Task released, get Natsukan Gym badge/reward, intermediate rare candy X10, random water permanent skill learner X1, random top quality in-battle effect item X1. Listening to the tasks released by the system, Gary was confused. Except for rare candy, the other 2 rewards have changed, 337 random skills and random props, and the rewarded props are still battle-winning props. There are many types of in-battle effect items, and there are many props that Gary can't use. If he gets a prop that can't be used randomly, he can only throw it in the warehouse. Gary didn't care about that and pressed the doorbell. After a while, a boy with the same hairstyle as Xiaogang came out. Who are you? The boy asked. Gary knew that this boy was Sissy's younger brother and a gym assistant. He seemed to be a very rebellious boy. Hello, my name is Gary, and I'm here to challenge Natsukan Gym. Gary said. Ada looked at Gary and felt more and more familiar with him. She asked curiously, are you the champion of this Indigo Plateau Conference? Have you watched this Indigo Plateau Conference? Gary asked. Of course, I have watched every Indigo Plateau Conference. Since you are the champion, I will let you challenge my sister. Ada said. Okay, then please take me to see your sister. Gary thought he would have to spend more time on this kid, but he didn't expect that his title of Quartz Conference champion would have such benefits. Ada took Xiaomo into the battlefield in the gym and asked Gary to wait here. He ran to call Sissy out. Hello, I'm a gym trainer at Natsukan Gym. My name is Sissy. I've heard about you from my brother. Sissy, wearing a black tank top and a red long skirt, introduced very competently. Let me briefly explain the rules. If you want to challenge me, you must use a water-type Pokemon. If you don't have one, I won't accept the challenge. I understand. Gary naturally knew the rules of Natsukan Gym. Anyway, the gym trainers of Orange Alliance are still very responsible, but there are a lot of rules. If there is no trainer with water-type Pokemon, it is impossible to challenge Orange Alliance. Then let's have a 2-on-2 battle, and the winner is the one who defeats both Pokemon on one side. Sissy said. Battle? Isn't it a competitive game? Gary asked in confusion. When Ash challenged Sissy, there was a water gun shooting competition and a surf racing competition, so how come it became a Pokemon battle when he challenged himself? Not every trainer is qualified to fight me. I heard from my brother that you are the Quartz Conference champion this year, so I want to test your strength. Sissy said, if you want to change it to a competitive game, that's fine, are you willing? Then let's fight. Gary has no interest in competitive games because he only has one Blastoise, a water-type Pokémon. Of course, there are Kabutops and Omastar in Professor Oak's laboratory, but Gary has never bred them. I think their water gun accuracy won't be too high. Blastoise has no problem participating in surf competitions, but when it comes to water gun shooting, the accuracy is fine, but the water gun can't be controlled to such a fine level. Ada, open the field. Sissy said. Yes, sister. Ada held a remote control in her hand and pressed the red button on it. The venue opened from the center and moved to both sides, revealing the pool below. The entire pool was the battlefield, and there was no place to stand. Then the game begins. My first Pokémon is this. Go, Seadra. Zhong threw the Pokémon. Great. Puff. A blue figure entered the water and half of its body was exposed on the water surface. LV45 Seadra 3/Gym. Sissy's first Pokémon is Seadra, which is level 45. It is a good Pokémon at the gym level. If it can evolve into Kingdra, it will be even more powerful. Blastoise, leave it to you. Gary was also helpless. He only had a water Pokémon, and he couldn't use other Pokémon. He could only say that May was asking for trouble. The battle begins. Ada announced. Seadra, use water gun. Sissy ordered. Seadra immediately sprayed water gun to attack Blastoise, but the water gun landed on Blastoise and did not cause any damage. The level gap is too big. Blastoise, hydro pump. Gary ordered. Blastoise's barrel sprayed hydro pump, and 2 hydro pump beams shot out, instantly hitting Seadra, knocking it out of the pool and falling to the ground. Seadra loses her ability to fight. Blastoise wins. Ada said. Sissy couldn't believe that her Seadra was killed instantly by Blastoise, and the water skill was used. Water Pokémon has high resistance to water skills. But the fact is that Seadra was killed instantly by Blastoise's hydro pump, and the gap between the two sides is not a little bit. Ada was also very shocked. He had never defeated his sister's Pokémon, and he didn't expect his sister's Pokémon to be so powerless in front of Gary's Blastoise. Sissy took back Seadra and sent out the next 10 song Pokémon. Great. LV49 Blastoise 3/Gym. The top level of the gym? Sissy sent out her trump card Pokémon, but it was just gym potential. This potential can only be used to play in the Alliance Conference, and it is difficult to break into the full member battle venue. However, gym potential Pokémon are enough to test those challengers. Blastoise, use Skull Bash. Sissy saw that Gary was quite powerful and gave the order first. Kami. Sissy's Blastoise immediately used Skull Bash and rushed towards Gary's Blastoise. Dynamic Punch. Gary's Blastoise, with a white light flashing on his right fist, punched the incoming Blastoise. 175, Natsukan Gym. Bang! Fists and heads collided, and there was no surprise. Sissy's Blastoise was punched away by Gary's Blastoise. Although he did not lose his ability to fight, he was also in chaos. Not bad, he didn't fall down, but it's over. Blastoise, use Water Pulse. Gary ordered. Bang! Bang! Blastoise fired 2 water pulses, hitting Sissy's Blastoise one after another. The explosive impact completely defeated Sissy's Blastoise. Blastoise loses his ability to fight. Ada saw her sister defeated and made a stiff judgment. I admit it. Gary bowed. Gary didn't want to do this, but who asked Sissy to limit the venue and let the challenger only use water Pokémon? As expected of the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, I lose with a sincere heart. Sissy was not too depressed. He took out his own gym badge and handed it to Gary. This is the Coralie badge, proof of defeating Natsukan Gym. Thank you. Gary took the badge. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the backpack space. After getting the badge, Gary left Natsukan Gym without stopping. Let's see what the random items are. Gary thought and checked the space backpack. Waterfall Permanent Skill Learning Device. Top quality Eviolite. If carried by a Pokémon that can evolve, its physical defense and special defense will be increased by 75%. X1. Oh my god, Eviolite. Gary was stunned. This Eviolite is a good thing. As long as the Pokémon carrying Eviolite has not evolved to the final stage, both defense will be increased by 50%. Although only a few Pokémon are suitable for carrying Eviolite, it is also very good. The key is that Gary has an Eevee that cannot evolve. That Eevee has high species strength. If it carries Eviolite, it will be too strong. The only weakness of normal-type Pokémon is fighting. The other attribute skills can only cause normal damage to normal Pokémon, but for Eevee with high double defense, as long as it is not a fighting Pokémon, it can easily resist it. Thinking of this, Gary rushed to the Pokémon Center without stopping. Grandpa, Zapdos will be left to you to take care of. Gary said. Gary decided to put Zapdos in Professor Oak's laboratory. It would take up too much space to carry the 3 sacred birds with him. Anyway, Zapdos's intimacy with Gary is full. Don't worry, in order to take care of Zapdos, I built a micro power plant in the backyard. I believe Zapdos will like it. Professor Oak gave Gary a reassuring look. Gary was also sweating profusely. He didn't expect Professor Oak to be so willing to spend so much money to build a power plant specifically for Zapdos. If he told Professor Oak about conquering Articuno and Moltres, wouldn't he have to build an artificial volcano and an ice house? By the way, Gary, where are you? Professor Oak asked. I'm currently in the Orange Islands, Gary said. The child looked only about 7 or 8 years old. It was rare for him to fight Pokemon at this age in the inland. That's a coincidence. Ash is also planning to challenge the Orange Alliance. You may meet on the way, Professor Oak said. Chai. Sorry, my Pokemon are all undergoing treatment and cannot accept your battle. Gary declined. Eevee, are you doing well with my grandpa? Gary squatted down and stroked Eevee's smooth fur. Really? Then I have to be the first to defeat the Orange Alliance, Gary said. Gary didn't think too much and released Eevee. Professor Oak didn't want to talk more. He also wanted to see the power plant he built to see if Zapdos liked it. If not, he would have to modify it again. After hanging up the phone, Gary came to the public area behind the Pokémon Center and found that there were many children of the same age as Gary fighting there. After strengthening Eevee, Gary knew that Eevee didn't like to stay in the Pokeball, so he put it outside. Eevee shook his head. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He felt that the Eviolite had mobilized some of his potential, but it was just a mobilization, and there was no other change. 0, please give me flowers. Eevee, Chai, carrot. That's a pity. Xiaoying left frustrated. Blaine knew that Eevee could learn skills of many different attributes, so he would test the other 2 Eevees. The 2 Eevees, like Gary's Eevee, could learn skills of many attributes, and the skills they mastered were all skills that could be mastered by the corresponding Eevee's evolved form. Come, let me improve your strength. Gary touched Eevee's head and used 5 intermediate rare candies to raise Eevee's level to 50. Here, take this with you, it can make you more durable. Gary took out the top-grade Eviolite. Gary had agreed with Blaine that he would report Eevee's growth information to him every month, and he certainly did it. But the growth report was done by Professor Oak. Then you work hard and be careful. 0. Bouletin Yi. Eevee looked at it, took it in his mouth, and put it into his shoelace space. Aren't you going to the Caei Islands? Why did you go to the Orange Islands? Eevee nodded, saying that he was very happy with Professor Oak because there were many Pokemon there to keep him company, which was much better than the laboratory he had been in before. Bye. Gary also taught Eevee the waterfall skill. If he continues to breed like this, Eevee will become a master of 9 skills in the future. When Eevee saw Gary, he immediately hugged Gary's thigh. After more than a month of not seeing him, Eevee missed Gary very much. This feeling of suddenly becoming stronger is really magical. Do you feel any discomfort? Gary asked. Chai. Hello, my name is Xiaoying, can you have a Pokemon battle with me? As soon as he arrived at the public area, a child came to challenge Gary. Are people here so warlike? This was the 7th time Gary had received a challenge today. The trainers in Mekon Island were very keen on fighting, even the children were like this. Although it was a new discovery, Eevee still couldn't evolve, but it didn't matter whether it evolved or not. For Eevee that could master so many skills, evolution might cause problems. For example, if it really evolved into a fire Pokemon, would Eevee's original water skills still be usable? I've been to the Caei Islands. Anyway, there's nothing to do, so I came to challenge the Orange Alliance. Gary said. The later the level of Pokemon is, the harder it is to raise. From level 45 to 50, the increase is still very large, raising Eevee's strength to the quasi-elite level. 176, Crystal Onyx. Novel image. The next day, Gary took a speedboat to Sunburst Island. He came to Sunburst Island to capture Crystal Onyx. After all, it would be a pity to leave such a rare onyx in the wild. It would be better to capture it and give it to his grandfather for research. The key is that Gary needs to complete the task issued by the system and capture 10 shiny Pokemon. At present, Gary has only captured 4 shiny Pokemon. Since he knows that there is a strange onyx in Sunburst Island, Gary must not let it go. The location of Crystal Onyx is on a small island adjacent to Sunburst Island. Only when the tide is low will the road between the 2 islands be exposed, so basically no one approaches the island where Crystal Snake Tang lives. Gary followed the route in his memory and came to the island where Crystal Onyx lived. Then he sent Blastwas to help find the water source on the island. Following the water flow all the way up, he soon found a cave called 737. The depth of the cave is not dim, but there is a grey cow. Chai. Eevee called out to the cave entrance, then nodded to Gary, indicating that there was no danger in the cave. Eevee's ability is danger prediction. It is very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment and can detect danger in advance. This ability is very useful when exploring in the wild. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Gary took a flashlight and followed Eevee into the cave. After passing through the winding road, he soon arrived inside the cave. The inside of the cave was unusually bright, because it was full of crystal ore. Seeing the light reflected into the cave, it was very bright. There was also a huge pool inside. Chai. Eevee suddenly became alert and shouted at the pool. Bang! A huge body emerged from the pool, and a crystal onyx made of crystal appeared. Roar. The crystal onyx saw someone breaking into its territory and roared, trying to drive Gary and Eevee away. LV35 Onyx / Quasi-Elite. It has the potential to be a Quasi-Elite, but its level is so low. Gary wondered. In the original plot, the first person to discover Crystal Onyx was Gong's grandfather. It has been more than 10 years. It is impossible for an Onyx with Quasi-Elite potential to be so low. There is only one possibility, that is, there is more than one Crystal Onyx on the island. Then, as Gary guessed, this Onyx belongs to the regional variant, not a shiny Pokémon. Eevee, use Fire Blast. Gary ordered. Chi-yi. Eevee sprayed Fire Blast, and Crystal Onyx's huge body was too heavy to dodge. Boom! Fire Blast hit. But Crystal Onyx did not fall down, but was seriously injured. It didn't fall down. It seems that its special defense is very high. Gary said, Eevee, use Psychic. Eevee immediately used Psychic. Crystal Onyx was rushing towards him using the self-sacrifice attack. An invisible magical force knocked Crystal Onyx away. Bang! Crystal Onyx's huge body fell backwards and hit the ground heavily, losing consciousness. Although Crystal Onyx is very big, its strength is really weak. Its species strength is about the same as the young contest condition of the 3 great Pokémons. Go, Pokeball. Gary threw the Pokeball. With a body as big as Crystal Onyx, any ball thrown can hit it. After catching Crystal Onyx, Eevee used Psychic to send the Pokeball to Gary. Gary was also curious about Crystal Onyx's attributes, so he checked Crystal Onyx's attributes. Pokémon, Onyx. Attribute, Ice, Ground. Level, 3-5. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Ability, Frozen Body, stamina will recover slowly in snowy or hail weather. Skills, Tackle, Harden, Bind, Rock Throw, Screech, Dig, Ice Shard, Ice Fang. Intimacy, 95, maximum value 255. It is a regional variant indeed. After looking at the Crystal Onyx attribute, it can be confirmed that it is a regional variant. It is estimated that only the environment of Sunburst Island can produce Crystal Onyx, which should be considered the Onyx of the Orange Islands regional variant. It is a pity that Gary cannot use the potential of the Quasi-Elite for the time being, and it is not clear what changes will happen to this Onyx after it evolves into Steelix, but it is likely to have both Ice and Steel attributes. The Ice and Steel attributes are not very friendly. 2 quadruple weaknesses and such a large body will be very difficult to put in Pokémon battles, and it is not known whether this form of Steelix can evolve with Megastone. It is highly likely that it cannot, so the upper limit of Crystal Onyx is Steelix. The potential of the Onyx captured by Gary is okay, Quasi-Elite potential. After using the Metal Coat of Silphco, it will be upgraded to a higher level after evolving into Steelix. Steelix with elite potential can still be used. Let Grandpa help and let Onyx evolve. Gary decided to teleport Onyx back. Because Metal Coat is only sold in the inland, the Orange Islands are all small towns, and some unpopular products are not circulated here. Back in the town of Sunburst Island, Gary told Professor Oak about the Crystal Onyx. Gary, have you really conquered the Crystal Onyx? Quickly teleport over here for me to see. Professor Oak knew that Gary had conquered the Crystal Onyx, and immediately asked to teleport over so that he could observe it carefully. Yes, I found that this Onyx has both Ice and Ground attributes, which is different from ordinary Onyx. From the perspective of strength, this Onyx is still very young, which means that there is not only one Crystal Onyx in Sunburst Island. Gary said, Oh, you have observed to this extent, you are worthy of being my grandson, but you still have to challenge the Orange Alliance, so quickly teleport the Crystal Onyx over so that Grandpa can study it. Professor Oak urged. Grandson, you can't control yourself, let Grandpa do it. Gary. Professor Oak said such words in order to study Crystal Onyx. 4.4 It's okay for you to study it, but after the study, remember to use Metal Coat to evolve Onyx. You need the Metal Coat with Silphco characteristics. That Metal Coat can enhance the potential of Pokémon. Gary said. Don't worry, Grandpa knows. Gary was still very confident in his grandfather. After all, Professor Oak's laboratory stored 4 trainer Pokémon. Professor Oak could take care of so many Pokémon by himself. His ability in taking care of Pokémon was definitely SSR. After he had explained everything that needed to be explained, Gary sent the Crystal Onyx over. Although Onyx was not very close to Gary, Gary was not worried. After all, it was at a low level. With Professor Oak around, he would definitely take good care of it. After resting for a night on Sunburst Island, Gary took a boat to Naval Island the next morning. 177, Naval Gym, vs Danny. Naval Island is a very quiet island. It is more like a village than a town. Most of the young people in the village have gone out to work on other islands. Naval Gym is also easy to find. The huge mountain on the island is Naval Gym. The challenge rules of this gym are very difficult. There are several competitive events. Anyway, it is quite torturous, comparable to triathlon, which is a challenge for trainers. Fortunately, Gary has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, so his physical fitness is not a problem. After asking around, Gary also found Danny's whereabouts and waited for him at his door until dusk. Finally, he waited for him and got hungry. Hello, my name is Gary. I'm here to challenge Naval Gym. You must be the owner Danny, right? Gary stepped forward and said. Yes, you look like you've been waiting here for a long time. I'm so sorry, Danny apologized. Danny is a person who can't sit still. He usually gets ready before going out. People who don't know him would think he's going on a long trip. It's okay, just a few hours. Can you challenge the gym tomorrow? Gary asked. Gary knows the challenge method of Naval Gym, and he definitely can't challenge it today. 02. In fact, we can have a gym battle now. If you insist on tomorrow, you can. Danny. Now, Gary asked in confusion, I heard that the rules of Naval Gym are iceboat racing. It's going to be dark soon. It's not safe to compete at this time. Oh, who told you that? Danny asked. Ash. Gary didn't hear anyone say that, he just saw it. So you know Ash, no wonder you know, but the ice boat race was just something I thought of on the spur of the moment. My gym challenge method is more salvation. Danny said. Gary was sweating profusely. The gym trainers in the Orange Islands didn't follow the routine. Gary even prepared Arcanine, but the other party suddenly didn't compete. Then what is my challenge method? Gary asked. I can't think of any fun challenge method for the time being, but since you've waited for me for so long, please come up with a challenge method. Danny said. Gary was stunned. Danny is too salvation as a gym leader. If the challenger is allowed to choose the challenge method, he will definitely choose the one that is beneficial to him. Then let's have a one-on-one Pokemon battle. Gary said. Oh, one-on-one. Danny was quite surprised. Pokemon battles are no problem, but one-on-one is difficult to detect the level of the challenger. If only one Pokemon can be used, the gym trainer will not let it go, and will use trump card Pokemon right away. Okay, let's have a one-on-one match. Danny agreed. Ding. Posted task. Get Naval Gym Badge / Reward, Advanced Rare Candy X3, Random Permanent Skill Learning Device, Random Top Quality in Battle Effect Item. The system has posted a task. Because Naval Gym has no fixed attributes, the attributes of the rewarded skill learning device are random, and you don't know what skills you will get. And this time the rewarded rare candy actually has advanced candy, which means that Danny's Pokemon level is not low, and the level should be above level 49. Follow me? Danny took Gary to an open space outside the village and used it as a battle site. I can only say that the Orange Alliance's gym is too salvation, and this Naval Gym is too shabby, and there is not even a battle site. Let's release Pokemon at the same time. Danny said. No problem. Gary took out an ordinary Pokeball from his pocket. The flower fell, and both sides threw Pokeballs at the same time. LV58 Blastwaz 3/Legendary. Great. Gary didn't expect that this Nidoqueen's Ice Beam was so terrifying that it could freeze Blastwaz. You have to know that Lapras has Ice type. When Ice Pokemon use Ice skills, there is a 1.5 times attribute bonus, but Nidoqueen has no bonus. The ice on the barrel broke, and 2 silver beams gushed out. Nidoqueen had no time to dodge and used Thunder Punch to hit the flash cannon. Blastwaz fired 2 water balls and quickly attacked Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen Rock Tomb counterattacked. Bang. Rock was shattered by Water Pulse, but it also successfully changed the trajectory of the water ball and did not hit Nidoqueen. Even if they can't compete, looking at the level of Nidoqueen, it can be confirmed that the level of Ash's Lapras is not high. X. Blastwaz also escaped again. Gary seized the opportunity and killed it. Hydro Cannon. Nidoqueen was not blocked at all and was knocked out. Bang. Nidoqueen, use Toxic. Danny ordered. Nidoqueen strode towards the frozen Blastwaz. Nidoqueen spit up a large amount of venom and quickly attacked Blastwaz. Blastoise's barrel compressed the hydro pump, and the huge hydro cannon sprayed out. Nidoqueen reacted quickly and immediately shot out Ice Beam to block it. Ice Beam. Danny didn't have time to be surprised, and immediately issued a command. Nidoqueen sprayed out Ice Beam, hitting the attacking Blastwaz. Facing Ice Beam, Water Blade 110 seemed very powerless, and the deadly cold air directly froze Blastwaz. Kami. Nidoqueen fell to the ground, his eyes spinning in circles, and the winner was decided. Water Pulse. The battle began, and Gary took the initiative. Blastwaz was a high-speed water blade, which deflected all the venom, and the water blades lingered around his body, rushing towards Nidoqueen quickly. Knowing that Danny would send out Pokemon with gym potential, Gary naturally would not be careless and sent out Blastwaz to fight. High-speed water blade. The Nidoqueen sent by Danny was a quasi-elite Nidoqueen with a level higher than the gym level. Remember when Ash challenged, the Ice Beam of this Nidoqueen was stronger than Ash's Lapras. LV51 Nidoqueen female sign / quasi-elite. Blastwaz. Danny saw Blastwaz and immediately thought of Ash. He thought that Ash must have told Gary about what Pokemon he had, otherwise how could he send out a Pokemon that could restrain Nidoqueen? Bang, bang, okay, let's get started. Crack. Well done, rush over and use Thunder Punch. Danny said, but this time, the Ice Beam was directly submerged by the huge hydro pump, and Nidoqueen was also hit. Gary watched Nidoqueen approach Blastwaz, and when the distance between the two sides was about 3 meters, he immediately ordered, Garnon Light Cannon. Although Blastwaz was frozen, the barrel could still fire skills, and the barrel was facing straight ahead. What a strong power. Seeing the power of Water Pulse, Danny knew that the Blastwaz in front of him was not normal. If his Nidoqueen was hit by this Blastoise's skills, it would be very unbearable. Great. Boom. 178, Trovita Island. Thank you for your hard work. Danny took back the Nidoqueen, then came to Gary and handed him the Cerubi badge. Thank you. Gary responded politely and took the badge in his hand. Ding. Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed to the space backpack. You are very strong. I believe you can become an honorary trainer of the Orange Alliance. Danny said. I hope so. Gary said. After the battle, Gary checked the space backpack to see what skills and props were rewarded. Rest Permanent Skill Learning Device. Superb Focus Sash. When a Pokemon is about to be defeated, it can resist 2 effective attacks of rival without injury. X1. Oh my god, this Focus Sash is good, but the random skills are a bit lacking. The random skill learning device is useless, but there is an advantage of the rest skill, that is, except for a few Pokemon that cannot learn it, all Pokemon can learn this skill. In this way, Gary can teach the rest skill to all Pokemon he captures in the future, which is equivalent to getting 10 points of intimacy for free. The ultimate focus sash is also very good. When the physical strength is close to the limit, it can resist 2 effective attacks without injury. This is very useful. It can be carried by Pokemon with Endeavor and Reversal skills. It can resist 2 attacks and achieve 1 for 1 or even 1 for 2. It was getting late. After getting the Cerubi badge, Gary rested on Naval Island. There was no Pokemon Center on this island. Pokemons were restored by soaking in the Snow Mountain hot springs. To go to the Pokemon Center, you have to go to the nearby town. After resting for a night on Naval Island, Gary left on Articuno the next day and flew to Trovita Island. It was not that Gary did not want to take transportation, but the sea around Trovita Island was difficult to travel. There are many towering rocks and whirlpools around Trovita Island. If you want to go to Trovita Island, you can only go to Little Orange Island first. The route there is safer, but the journey is long. Gary wants to get the title of Chief Trainer before Ash, and doesn't want to waste time. After all, it took almost 2 months to capture the 3 sacred birds, and the of the Orange Islands is very short. Ash only spent 2 or 3 months to complete the journey. Gary has to speed up. After several hours of flying, Gary arrived at Trovita Island, and I landed in a deserted place. Articuno is a legendary Pokemon after all. It will inevitably cause a sensation if it appears in a place with too many people. Although Gary doesn't care, he will inevitably encounter bad people. As far as Gary knows, Professor Solano of the Rocket Team has been keeping an eye on the 3 sacred birds and the 3 sacred beasts. The power plant in Azure City before was the crystal device developed by Professor Solano to capture Zapdos. Gary remembered that in the side story, Professor Solano upgraded the crystal device to capture Raikou. There is also a Dr. Namba who also has ideas about Lugia, but was stopped by Ash and Richie in the end. It must be said that the professors in Team Rocket are all talented, and the machines they invented can capture legendary Pokemon. Arriving at Trovita Island, Gary went to Trovita Gym. Compared with other gyms, Trovita Gym is much more normal. Although there are changes in the battle rules, it is still a Pokemon battle. The key is that their gym is truly built, unlike Danny who doesn't even have a gym. Arrived in front of Trovita Gym. Ding! Post the task, get Trovita Gym badge / task reward, advanced rare candy X5, random permanent skill learner, random in battle effect item X1. The system has posted the task, and the rewards are similar to those when challenging Naval Gym. The only difference is that the number of rare candy has changed from 3 to 5, which should be due to the battle between multiple Pokemon. Gary pressed the doorbell. After a ring, the door of the gym opened automatically, and a little Stephanie stood inside. Little Stephanie looked at Gary, and immediately showed a cheerful smile, and asked happily, "Little brother, what are you doing here?" Gary looked down at little Stephanie, who should be Dayton's sister. As for her name, Gary had long forgotten it. "Hello, my name is Gary, I am here to challenge Trovita Gym, is the gym owner here?" Gary asked. Gary. Such a familiar name, I seem to have heard it somewhere. Little Stephanie made a bitter face, recalling where she had heard this name. Gary was also a little confused. Could it be that Ash had revealed his affairs in front of little Stephanie? In order not to waste time, Gary interrupted little Stephanie's thinking and took the initiative to say, "I participated in this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Maybe you have seen me on TV. So that's how it is." Little Stephanie nodded and introduced herself. "My name is Marie, my brother is the owner of Trovita Gym, I'll go call him." After that, Marie ran to the gym to call Dayton over. Gary, an outsider, couldn't walk around randomly, so he waited in the hall. "Marie, I'm chatting with Sister Marina. You interrupted me at this time. Do you still want to be your sister-in-law?" After a while, a man's voice came from the door. Gary was sweating. Then he remembered that Dayton was also an LSB like Xiaogang, but Dayton liked young girls, while Xiaogang liked mature older sisters. Soon, Marie led a man and a woman out of the gym. Gary looked at the man and the woman and was shocked because he knew both of them. The man was naturally Dayton, the owner of Trovita Gym, and the woman was Marina, who Ash met when he traveled to the Orange Islands. She was an NPC that appeared in Goodbye Sadok, Here Comes Golduck. Marina, like Misty, was also a water Pokemon trainer, but why did she appear here? Zhao Qianzhao, is she also challenging the Orange Alliance? Brother, hurry up, someone is here to challenge the gym. Marie urged anxiously, pulling Dayton to Gary. "Hello, my name is Gary, and I'm here to challenge Trovita Gym." Gary said. "So handsome." Marina saw Gary and secretly sighed that Gary was handsome. Dayton was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. He was pursuing Marina, and how could he tolerate Marina praising Gary for being handsome? "Gary, right? Since you are here to challenge the gym, I will let you taste the taste of defeat," Dayton said. Gary knew that Dayton was quite conceited. If it was Ash, he would definitely not accept it and want to fight Dayton, but Gary would not do that. "Really, the gym leader who was defeated by my defeated opponent, are you sure you can let me taste the taste of defeat?" Gary said with a smile. "Who is the defeated opponent?" Dayton asked immediately. 179, Trovita Gym, vs Dayton. Dayton is a very strong trainer, whose strength far exceeds that of normal gym trainers. Only trainers like Blaine can match him. Normal trainers can never beat him. So trainers who can beat Dayton are not weak. Ash, do you remember? Gary said. Ash. Dayton was stunned, and immediately thought of the trainer who challenged him half a month ago, because Ash came in a team of 3, and people remember him very clearly. To be honest, Dayton was not convinced by being defeated by Ash. If Squirtle had not realized the hydro pump skill at the critical moment, Dayton would not have lost. Then let's fight, and let you see my true strength. Dayton said. Okay, how do we fight? Gary asked. 3-to-3 round-based competition. Tell me the 3 Pokémon attributes you want to use, and I will use Pokémon with the same attribute to participate in the battle, and 2 out of 3 games will be won. Dayton said. Okay, then use Pokémon with normal, water, and fire attributes to fight. Gary said. No problem. Dayton nodded, and then said to Marina, Miss Marina, please come and witness this game. Okay. Marina nodded slightly. She came to Trovita Island to find powerful water Pokémon, and then met Dayton on the way. Dayton brought her to visit the gym. Unexpectedly, she encountered so many things in a row. Everyone came to a huge venue behind the gym. The battle venue of Trovita Gym is not in the gym, but on a small island behind it. The island is about the size of 4 basketball courts. Because Dayton has many Pokémon in his hands, plus the special challenge rules, the indoor venue is limited, so he chose an open area as the battle venue. As the Southern Star of the Cross, I will let you know my strength. First, the normal Pokémon will fight. Dayton said. Eevee, you go to the battle. Gary said. Chi-Yi. The Eevee beside Gary immediately rushed into the field. Eevee. Dayton was somewhat confused when he saw that it was Eevee, but he thought of Ash who had challenged him before, and he used Pikachu to fight, so he must not underestimate this Eevee. Pidgeot, it's up to you. Dayton threw the Pokeball. Great. LV47 Pidgeot 3/Quasi Elite. Dayton's first Pokemon is Pidgeot, which has both normal and flying attributes, and is also considered a normal type Pokemon. Let me tell you first, if you fall into the sea from the venue, it will be considered a defeat. Dayton reminded. Gary looked at the sea around him, which was dozens of meters high. If you fall from this height, you will definitely get hurt. Even the elite condensed Pokemon can't stand it. Got it, can we start? Gary asked. Please. Dayton made a gesture of invitation. He had to pretend in front of Marina to win her heart. Eevee, use Swift. Gary ordered. Chi-Yi. Eevee shook his tapered tail, and golden stars formed by energy flew quickly towards soaring in the sky. Use wing attack to smash all Swifts. Dayton ordered. E.T. Pidgeot's dual wing beat was surrounded by white wind power, and he waved dual wing beat to smash all the Swifts that flew up. Then, Pidgeot used quick attack to rush towards Eevee, and Eevee also used quick attack. Bang! The two sides collided with each other. Unfortunately, Eevee was too small, and Eevee was pushed up into the sky. Pidgeot rose rapidly and hit the falling Eevee. Dayton was relieved when he saw that Eevee's power was not very strong, but a surprise also came with it. Eevee, use Thunderbolt. Gary ordered. What? Rush up quickly. Seeing the spark on Eevee, Dayton shouted hurriedly. Chi-Yi. But it was still a step too late. Eevee used Thunderbolt, and the Golden Thunder hit Pidgeot. The strong paralysis made it unable to move and fell to the ground. Swift. Eevee used Swift again, and Swift quickly chased Pidgeot and kept falling on Pidgeot. Bang! Pidgeot fell to the ground, his eyes spinning. Pidgeot lost his ability to fight. Eevee wins, the referee ordered. What? Eevee can Thunderbolt. Marina, who was watching from a distance, said in surprise. Is there anything wrong with Eevee knowing Thunderbolt? Marie didn't know much about Pokemon knowledge, and didn't think there was anything wrong with Eevee knowing Thunderbolt. Eevee is a normal Pokemon. It's hard to master other attribute skills without evolution. Marina said. Then why did Gary's Eevee know Thunderbolt? I don't know this either, let's continue the game. Marina didn't know what was going on, so she just watched the game carefully. Chai. After winning, Eevee ran back to Gary, with an expression that he was about to praise me. Not bad, you played very well. Gary also squatted down and touched Eevee's little head. Maria and Marie, who were watching the game from a distance, looked at Gary who was touching Eevee, and showed envy in their eyes. They also wanted to be touched on the head. Dayton saw the eyes of the two crazy girls and felt very dissatisfied in his heart. The eyes should be directed at him. Dayton, the gym leader, it seems that I won this gym battle. Gary said. That's not necessarily the case. The next game is a water Pokemon duel. Send out your Pokemon. Dayton urged. Gary didn't say much and threw a Pokeball. Great. Kami. Blastoise appeared. Gary's meaning was very clear, that is, to kill the game directly in the second round. If you win 2 games in a row, you don't have to start the third round. Starmie, go and beat him. Dayton threw the Pokeball. Great. LV50 Starmie/Quasi Elite. The second Pokemon Dayton sent out was of some standard, and the third Pokemon would probably be of a higher level, but unfortunately, there was no chance. Blastoise uses Shell Smash. Gary said. Crack. Blastoise's body was covered with red energy crystals. As the crystals exploded, Shell Smash was successfully used, sacrificing both defenses, greatly improving attack and speed. Don't even think about attacking, use Thunderbolt. Dayton ordered immediately. Starmie's gem shot out a lightning bolt, and it was about to hit Blastoise, but was blocked by a green barrier. What? Protect. Dayton was shocked. Wave charge. Crack. At the sound, Blastoise was covered with water and rushed towards Starmie at a very fast speed. Starmie had no time to dodge and was hit head-on. Bang! Starmie was knocked out of the arena and hit the rock wall in the distance. The gem in the middle of his body kept flashing red light. 180, Hurricane Rain is coming. Starmie lost the ability to fight. Blastoise wins, the referee announced. Best of 3, I won. Gary won 2 consecutive victories cleanly and killed the game in advance. Yes, I lost. Dayton said unwillingly. Dayton finally understood why Ash became Gary's defeated opponent. When fighting with Ash, Dayton felt that Ash was completely lucky. If Squirtle had not realized Hydro Pump at the critical moment, Xiaoji would have no chance to win. Facing Gary, Dayton's Pokémon was completely crushed. The gap between the two sides was not a little bit. Although Eevee was not expected to Thunderbolt in the first duel, Starmie was completely crushed in the second duel with Blastoise. This is the Spike Shell badge, it's yours now. Dayton handed the gym badge to Gary. Thank you, ding. Mission completed, rewards have been issued to the space backpack. Seeing the frustrated Dayton, Gary didn't mock him, he took the badge and left. After leaving the Trovita gym gate, Gary hurriedly checked the space backpack. Destruction Ray permanent skill learning device. Top Razor Claw, hit rate increased by 2 levels, x1. Destruction Ray. Okay. Gary was not very satisfied with the random skill of Destruction Ray. Although Destruction Ray is a general skill, it is not a particularly powerful skill. When I watched the animation before, I thought Destruction Ray was very powerful and the name sounded very domineering. It was not until I came into contact with the Pocket series of games that I realized that Destruction Ray had a lot of shortcomings. The only advantage was the power of 150, but it was basically useless. Razor Claw is not bad. If this thing is used to evolve Sneasel, how much potential can be improved? Gary suddenly thought of Sneasel. Razor Claw is also an evolution item. If Sneasel carries it at night, it can evolve into Weevil. Weevil is a pretty good Pokémon, with both Ice and Darkness attributes, species strength 510, high physical attack, and high speed. In PvP, Weevil with the stealing ability is pretty disgusting. In reality, the stealing ability can also steal items in the carrying space. The key is that Weevil itself is not weak. It has the nickname of Dragon Slayer, and it can kill a dragon with one punch. If it weren't for the fact that it only has 175 power Ice Punch for its Ice-type physical attack skill and 170 power Night Slash for its Darkness skill, Weevil's value would still be rising. Now that he has the top quality Razor Claw, Gary really wants to breed Weevil. Anyway, there are very few Ice-type Pokémon, and it's not bad to capture one. Just when Gary was wondering where Sneasel was, a beautiful figure came to Gary. Gary looked over immediately and found it was Marina. He was a little surprised and asked, "Aren't you Dayton's girlfriend?" When Gary saw Marina at Trovita Gym before, he thought Dayton was pursuing Marina and had been pursued by Marina. Although Dayton is not as handsome as Gary, he is still a handsome guy. In addition, he is the Southern Star of the Southern Cross, so he is very popular with Stephanie. What nonsense are you talking about? I am not Dayton's girlfriend. I just passed by Trovita Island and was invited to visit the gym. Marina explained dissatisfiedly. I'm really sorry, I misunderstood. Gary apologized decisively. It doesn't matter. Marina didn't care about this, and then asked, "What is your relationship with Ash and others?" In Trovita Gym before, Marina also heard Ash's name, and was very curious about the relationship between Gary and Ash. Why, do you know Ash? Gary asked knowingly. I met Ash, Misty, and Xiaogang on No Island. When I met. Marina briefly told what happened when she met Ash and his group. It must be said that Golduck is very strong and has great potential, but it's a pity that Golduck's whereabouts are erratic and there is basically no chance to meet it. I see, Ash and I are friends, we grew up together since Arnold. We are also strong rivals. Gary said. I see. Marina has seen Ash, but has never fought with Ash, and doesn't know how strong Ash is. Since Ash can beat Dayton, he should be strong and can be evenly matched with Gary. By the way, you said that you went to Trovita Island to capture powerful Pokémon. Why don't you capture Golduck? Gary asked. In the original plot, Misty commanded the Golduck to defeat Marina, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Golduck was quite strong. 0. Asking for flowers. I already have a Seduck, and I have bred it for a long time. I don't plan to give up my Seduck. Marina said. Then do you know where that Golduck is? Gary is very interested in this Golduck. Currently, there is only one water Pokémon, Blastoise. He has to send Blastoise to fight every time, which is not a good sign. He originally planned to use a paid Gyarados, but the different colored Gyarados in Mahogany Town has been reserved, so he can only send Blastoise to play each time with a water Pokémon. Blastoise is Gary's trump card Pokémon, so he still needs to have some face. He must capture a few water Pokémon as his subordinates. Gary likes this Golduck very much. I don't know. After that meeting, I don't know where that Golduck went, but that Golduck likes beautiful Stephanie, you can go look for it nearby, Marina suggested. Forget it then. The Orange Islands are very large, and Golduck is a relatively common Pokémon. Finding a Golduck here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Bye, see you again. Without knowing the exact location of Golduck, Gary didn't plan to make close friends with Marina. If Sabrina knew, she would be jealous. Are you leaving Trovita Island now? Marina asked. Yes, there is only the North Star left, and the 4 badges are complete. Gary said. Then I suggest you stay on Trovita Island. Marina said. Why? Based on my many years of experience, the hurricane is coming, so you should stay on Trovita Island in the near future, and go to Kumquat Island after the hurricane is over. Marina said. Hurricane? Gary looked up at soaring in the sky. The sky was clear and there was no sign of rain. But considering the changeable climate at sea, Marina's judgment was still credible. However, in Gary's opinion, there was another possibility, that is, Lugia's birth may have begun. Before in Caei Islands, Gary had been paying attention to the news of Orange Islands. Lugia's birth had not started yet, and according to the time, Gary also got 3 badges from Orange Alliance, and the plot of Lugia began. Calculating the time, it seems that it is now 181, the explosion begins. The weather has really changed. When we arrived at the Pokémon Center, soaring in the sky changed from sunny to cloudy, and it was moving towards cloudy. At a glance, the whole soaring in the sky was covered with cumulus clouds. Not only the Orange Islands, but also the inland of Kanto region began to be shrouded in dark clouds. Has it started? Gary wondered whether he should intervene this time. According to the original plot, Ash and his friends successfully solved this dilemma, but the process was very dangerous. Let's help. Gary decided to help. As long as he killed Galuda and put the 3 treasures back into the stone niches on the 3 islands, everything would be solved. He came to the Pokémon teleporter and prepared to exchange Pokémon. Sorry, because of the sudden arrival of Blizzard, the transmission line is temporarily out of order and cannot be used for the time being. Joy stood at 450 and announced in front of the teleporter. Failure. Gary was stunned. It seemed that the Lugia explosion had begun. Even the teleporter had failed, because it was a big problem. It seemed that Fire Island, Ice Island, and Lightning Island had lost the secret treasure, and the climate of the medical capital region began to become chaotic. After losing the secret treasure, the surrounding ocean currents will lose stability, making the climate of the entire Kanto region unpredictable. If it continues to expand, it will affect the climate of a quarter of the Earth, and the environment of the entire region will be changed. Various natural disasters will occur, causing the extinction of creatures in the region. Tai. Eevee's face was full of sorrow. Eevee, who has the ability of predicting danger, can keenly perceive the dangers that will occur in the future. Eevee feels that a disaster is about to happen. Don't be afraid, everything will be fine. Gary calmed Eevee down, and carried Eevee to the lobby of the Pokémon Center to watch the public TV. It was evening, and the TV was playing the news. Emergency notice, severe climate change has suddenly occurred in the southern islands of Kanto region. Please stay at home and try not to go out. What's the matter? It's just hurricane rain. Why is there such a fuss? Why are all the channels reporting on the news? The uncle holding the remote control complained. This uncle seemed to be a local of Trovita Island. They were used to hurricane rain and didn't think there was anything wrong with this climate change. The whole station was reporting it. It was a big fuss. It seems to have really started. Gary looked out the window. It was raining heavily outside. According to the original plot, Galuda deliberately made the climate so bad in order to lure Lugia out and capture her. It must be said that Galuda is a madman. He caused a world crisis just to collect things. He is definitely mentally ill. Gary has been watching the news, thinking about when to take action. Galuda first captured Moltres, which had already caused climate change. However, due to the lack of the fire treasure, climate change was relatively slow. After Galuda captured Zapdos, climate change began to intensify. Professor Oak, what do you think of the great changes in the climate in the southern part of Kanto region? At this moment, Professor Oak appeared on the TV screen. Grandpa. Gary was shocked when he saw Professor Oak. Professor Oak also appeared in Lugia's birth. When the regional climate changed drastically, Professor Oak also took a helicopter to the Orange Islands and issued a global notification. It's over. I can't take Zapdos with me, Gary said with a headache. Originally Gary planned to take the 3 sacred birds with him, but the transporter broke down, and now Professor Oak appeared on TV again, so there must be no one in Professor Oak's laboratory. Gary thought it would be better for Professor Oak to ask an assistant to help. As an old man, he would be overwhelmed when taking care of so many Pokémon. Boom! A thunder exploded. The rain outside was even more intense, and the bad weather made it impossible for people to stay outside. If they were not careful, they would be blown away by the strong wind. Gary got up and walked out the door. My little friend, the weather outside is bad, and it is very dangerous to go out now, Miss Junsha reminded. In order to protect the safety of outsiders, Junsha also guarded the Pokémon Center to prevent accidents. Miss Junsha, I have a reason to go out, please get out of the way. Gary said. No, if you insist on going out, I will have to arrest you. Junsha took out the silver bracelet to scare Gary, hoping that Gary would give up. Eevee, use Psychic to calm Miss Junsha down and make her unable to move. Gary said. Before Miss Junsha could finish her words, she was immediately psychic bound, unable to open her mouth, and only made a hum sound from her nose. Gary's actions naturally attracted the attention of the people around him, but they did not come up to stop him. They were also very curious about what Gary was going to do outside at this time. Gary took Eevee to the door. There was a strong wind outside, and Gary's hair was messy in the wind. It's really fierce. Gary took out an Ultra Ball from his waist bag and opened it. Great! A fiery red figure appeared at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Moltres, let's go to Shamode Island, Gary said. Moltres unfolded dual wing beat and flew towards soaring in the sky. No matter how strong the wind was, Moltres was still moving forward in the air. Oh my god, Moltres. Who is that trainer? He actually took Moltres in his eyes. FK, I forgot to take a photo. Everyone in the Pokémon Center was in a mess. In the eyes of the people of the Orange Islands, the 3 sacred birds symbolize totems. In their eyes, the trainer who can control the 3 sacred birds is the top trainer. Who is this boy? Junsha, who escaped from the trap, also looked incredible. He didn't expect that Gary, a 4.5-year-old boy, could actually control the legendary Pokémon Moltres. In the hall, a girl was stunned. This girl was naturally Marina. She thought Gary's strength was only stronger than Ash. I didn't expect Gary even had legendary Pokémon. At this moment, Gary had already flown to soaring in the sky on Moltres. The dark sky made Gary's heart also weighed down with a layer of haze. Moltres, can you make soaring in the sky clear? Gary asked. Moltres shook his head to indicate that he couldn't. Although Moltres has the ability to change the climate, it is only better than ordinary Pokémon is a little stronger. At most it can change the climate within 100 miles, but Moltres has no ability to change the climate that covers the entire area. Then keep flying. Remember to be careful, your ancestors are going to fight. Gary said. Moltres, surprised face. 182, acting in secret, being hunted by the 3 sacred birds. The 3 islands outside Shamode Island are inhabited by the 3 sacred birds with the name of God. They are the ancestors of the other 3 sacred birds. Of course, if there are descendants who can surpass them, they can also replace them, but it is highly unlikely. Because the 3 sacred birds sitting on the 3 islands cannot leave the Orange Islands. They are responsible for stabilizing the ocean currents in the Orange Islands area. Having the name of God is powerful, but the price is that they cannot leave the Orange Islands, which is quite miserable. And at this moment, Moltres and Zapdos, who have the names of God of Fire and God of Thunder, have been captured by Gilroda and imprisoned in his flying palace. Ash and Team Rocket are also staying in the flying palace, attacking the cages that trapped Moltres and Zapdos. More than 10 kilometers away, Gary rode Moltres to Shamode Island and saw many Pokémon migrating collectively along the way. The subtropical climate of the Orange Islands is turning cold, and the Pokémon living here can only leave here, otherwise they will not be able to survive. 02 I see it. Gary took a telescope and soon found that Gilroda's flying palace was hanging on Fire Island. 3 figures of red, yellow, and blue can be seen in the sky. They are naturally the 3 holy birds. Because they mistakenly thought that the other party occupied their territory, the 3 holy birds were in a rage and started to fight directly and attacked indiscriminately. Anyone who dared to approach them would be attacked by them. Moltres, fly around, we will go to Ice Island. Gary didn't want to collide head-on with the 3 holy birds. Gary also wanted to see the level of the 3 holy birds, but he didn't dare to get close. Although he didn't know the level of these 3 birds, their strength must have reached the level of legendary Pokémon. Champion-level Pokémon can kill Pokémon below the elite level in one move, not to mention the legendary Pokémon. All of Gary's Pokémon were killed in one move in front of the 3 holy birds. Moltres also knew the horror of the 3 ancestors. After all, when it was flying around, it had also come to the Orange Islands. It had seen the majesty of the ancestors and dared not act recklessly. Gary was not too afraid. The key was that Moltres' intimacy with him was not full. If it really came to a life and death situation, it might be better for him to die than for his friend. After flying for a while, Gary and Moltres finally arrived at Ice Island and came directly to the top of Ice Island. The altars here were all made of polished stones, and the surface of the stones was covered with a layer of ice. Inside, there was a stone statue of Articuno, which was also covered with a layer of ice. In the bird's beak, there was a transparent bead. That's it. Gary and Eevee jumped off Moltres. As soon as he landed, Gary felt his feet slip. If Eevee hadn't used Psychic to stabilize Gary's body, he would definitely fall. Gary didn't waste any words. He immediately walked to the Articuno statue, took out the ice treasure from the statue's beak, and quickly jumped onto Moltres' back, preparing to sneak around to the shrine on Shamode Island. A cry sounded, scaring Gary. Moltres did the same, and immediately took off. He immediately saw a huge Articuno flying over. The ice god Articuno was very large, twice as big as Gary's Moltres. Anyway, the 3 sacred birds with the title of God are twice as big as the normal 3 sacred birds. LV 100 Articuno/God level. Oh my, seeing Articuno's level, Gary was stunned. Level 100, and with God level potential, this is not a rival that Gary can face now. Moltres, hurry. Gary shouted hurriedly. Moltres also saw the ice god staring at him, and immediately took off, but because of the size difference, the ice god quickly closed the distance. The most terrible thing is that the ice god is followed by the celestic god of fire and thunder, and they are chasing each other and fighting. Why are you chasing me? Gary was puzzled, because he had obviously gone around in a big circle. Could it be because of this? Gary looked at the ice secret treasure in his hand. It was a transparent bead before, but now it was flashing with blue energy. The ice god behind him opened his mouth and fired an ice beam after he was within the attack range. Even if the beam was not close, he could feel the surrounding temperature starting to drop. Use flamethrower. Gary immediately counterattacked. Moltres immediately counterattacked with flamethrower, but the flame was directly extinguished by ice beam. Moltres felt the deadly cold air and quickly rose up, barely avoiding the attack of the ice god. However, the next moment, a flame shot over, and the fire god used a flame to smack down the ice god, and the next second, a thunderbolt struck the fire god, and the thunder god took the opportunity to sneak attack the fire god and smack down him. Don't take a detour, fly directly to Shamode Island. Gary immediately ordered. Since they were discovered, there was no need to take a detour. It was important to quickly deliver the ice secret treasure to the shrine on Shamode Island. Moltres immediately changed direction and flew, but the thunder god did not let Ash and Moltres plan to attack with a lightning bolt. Blastoise, use protect. Gary threw the pokeball. Great, crack. Blastoise came out of the pokeball and landed right in the path of the lightning bolt, using protect. Boom! The 550 protect barrier exploded in thunder shock, blasting Blastoise away, leaving Gary no time to put Blastoise back into the pokeball. Blastoise was slightly injured and barely managed to block the attack of the god of thunder, but Blastoise could not fly, and his body fell towards the frozen sea below. Blastoise used rapid spin to enter the water, lurking in the water, and using water pulse to sneak attack when there was a chance. Remember, delay time, don't confront head-on, Gary said quickly. Hearing this, Blastoise used rapid spin and rushed to the ice surface quickly. Although he successfully resisted the attack of the god of thunder, the god of thunder did not intend to let Gary go. He was about to attack again, and a flame shot over and hit him. Fire god? YYDS. Gary was pleasantly surprised. This fire god was just one of his own. He first helped him fight the ice god, and then the thunder god. After the fire god smacked down the thunder god, he glanced at Gary and Moltres. No way, I'm riding Moltres, and I'm fighting my own people. Gary also noticed the fire god's gaze and felt something was wrong. Articuno, use mist. Gary didn't dare to gamble, and immediately released Articuno. Great! After Articuno came out, he saw the three ancestors, and his heart tightened, and he immediately spit up mist. 183, Lugia shows up to rescue. Articuno, just fight, if you can't win, hide in the sea. Gary said. Articuno felt a headache. He had just been with Gary for a few days. The first time he used it to fight, he was fighting his own ancestors. What a pitfall. Moltres, use agility, fly over there. Gary ordered hurriedly. Moltres immediately used agility and headed towards Shamode Island at the fastest speed in his life. Gary also used a telescope to find the altar on the small island outside Shamode Island, and saw Shishi and Ash and the others. On the altar island outside Shamode Island, Ash and his group were worried about the missing ice treasure. They were looking in the direction of Ice Island, but soon they saw a figure flying towards them in the distance. Someone is coming, Misty said in surprise. That is Moltres. As a Pokemon observer, Xiaojian immediately recognized the Pokemon's outline and color as Moltres. Really? Why is Moltres a little small? Flora asked in confusion. Yes, it is indeed a little small, Xiaojian said. No, that is another Moltres, not the god of fire, and there is a person on the back of that Moltres. As a Pokemon, the Hippo King saw the figure in the distance clearly. What? Another Moltres. There is someone else, who is that? Flora, do you know? Misty asked Flora, and Flora was the only one who knew the situation of Shamode Island. I don't know. Flella shook her head. During this period, Moltres' figure was getting closer, and everyone gradually saw who was on Moltres' back. That's Gary, Misty exclaimed. What? Gary? Ash was shocked. He never expected Gary to appear here. Oh no, the three birds are chasing us. Xiaojian immediately saw the three birds chasing Gary. Gary, who was about to reach Shamode Island, also saw the three birds chasing us. What kind of hatred and grudges, is it that serious? Gary was also in a headache. The three birds really chased us. Blastoise and Articuno, who he sent out, could not keep up with the speed of the three birds. Because he wanted to capture Macamp, Gary brought 5 Pokemon with him. He had released 4 Pokemon so far, and 1 Pokemon was Magneton, which was not even level 40. It would be a suicide if he released it. Moltres, come on, we're almost there, Gary said. Moltres was already flying at full speed, but because of its smaller size, its speed was almost twice as slow as the other birds. Lugia cried to Celestic God of Fire and Thunder, signaling them to stop. Gary was shocked. He didn't expect that there was still the potential of Top God after God level. If so, there is still higher potential in Top God. After all, Arceus is higher than all legendary Pokemon. The Celestic God of Fire and Thunder saw Calheir and rushed over immediately, and Lightning and Fire attacked one after another. Now is not the time to talk about this, Gary said as he ran to the shrine of the altar. There were already 2 secret treasures placed inside, and only the last one was missing. Gary took out the ice secret treasure and placed it in the vacant position. Seeing this, the celestial god of fire and thunder immediately spit up with fire and lightning, and the waterspout seemed to have self-awareness normal, swaying left and right on the water surface, avoiding all attacks and successfully coming to the altar. Gary looked at Shamode Island not far away, and then at the 3 angry birds behind him. When he turned around, he saw that the god of ice was hit by the skills of the celestic god of thunder and the god of fire, and fell towards the ice. Eevee, use fire blast. Gary could only forcefully fight back. After the god of ice fell, the celestic god of thunder and the god of fire also looked at Gary with unfriendly faces. Celestic god of fire and thunder was angry at this time. Even if you are Lugia, I will not give you face. I will baptize Lugia with fire and thunder right away. Just when the attacks of the god of fire and the god of thunder were about to come, a water tornado appeared, blocking the skills of both sides. At the same time, the water tornado dissipated and a pure white minister-type bird Pokemon appeared. Moltres, come back. Gary was at his wit's end and could only put Moltres back into the Pokeball, making the celestial god of fire and thunder lose his target. Eevee gathered the beam in the front, condensed the energy to the maximum, and sprayed the orange-red destruction death beam. Gary, why are you here? Even though he saw Gary in person, Ash still couldn't believe it. LV-110 Lugia top god. Without Moltres, Gary fell to the ground below holding Eevee. However, just when Gary was about to let Eevee use Psychic to stabilize himself, the ice below cracked and a waterspout rose up, catching Gary and Eevee, and the waterspout quickly moved towards Shamodi Island. Pikachu did the same, and used his strongest Thunderbolt. Lihazeo, the 4 beam skills converged together, and without any surprise, the skills used by Eevee and Pikachu were beaten back step by step, which was not rival's luck at all. I won't let you continue to destroy, Eevee, use all your strength to destroy the death beam. A magical power spread out from the shrine. Wherever it passed, the covering ice and snow all dissipated, revealing the lines on the surface of the altar. Each line emitted a green light, and a green stream of water sprayed out from the stone pillar under the shrine, and spread outward. Before Gary could react, the waterspout burst out with a force, throwing Gary and Eevee out, and landing squarely on the altar. Eevee spit up a large flame, but the moment it touched the ice beam, it was directly frozen. The cold beam directly hit Moltres' wings, instantly freezing them. Moltres, with one wing frozen, fell downwards. Lugia. Gary was shocked and immediately realized that it was Lugia who did it. This guy finally made a move. However, nothing happened when the 3 secret treasures were placed in the shrine. After a few seconds, the fire secret treasure, ice secret treasure, and thunder secret treasure emitted red, blue, and yellow light. Moltres resisted the cold and tried to glide in the air. If Moltres had not had flames on his body, it would not be as simple as just freezing his wings. When everyone saw the ice secret treasure, they were immediately delighted. They were worried about what to do before, but they didn't expect Gary to directly send the ice secret treasure. The ice god caught up with him, still thinking about the ice secret treasure in Gary's hand, and opened its mouth to spit up a cold beam of light. Chi-Yi. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Gary and Ash stood up and issued orders almost at the same time. 184, Lugia vs 2 Divine Birds. A mysterious shield appeared around Lugia, blocking the attack of Celestial Fire God of Thunder, and then led the 2 sacred birds to the periphery of the altar to fight. Gary looked at Ash and others and asked, what should we do now? The 3 secret treasures have been placed in the shrine, but the rage of the 3 sacred birds has not subsided, and the bad weather around has not disappeared. Fruula, play the Song of Dedication. The Hippo King said. Oh, it's talking, telepathy. Gary was shocked when he heard the voice of the Hippo King. LV50 Hippo King 3/Elite. Gary almost forgot that there was another Hippo King in the plot. Fruula was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the legend at the festival was true, and the Song of Dedication could really save the world. Fruula, please. Misty said. Fruula looked at Lugia who was fighting in the distance, nodded firmly, took the sea flute, and played the Song of Dedication. As the music sounded, the 7 stone pillars around the altar kept glowing. These 7 stone pillars correspond to 7 notes. Every time Fruula played a note, a stone pillar would light up, as if entering a series of codes. The energy gushing from the altar flowed into the sea along the water, covering the entire sea with a layer of green light film. The originally turbulent sea calmed down instantly, the ice surface that froze the sea began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the soaring in the sky, which was covered by dark clouds, gradually released sunlight. All the Pokemon affected by the melee of the 3 mythical birds were recovering, and the defeated god of ice also woke up. The god of fire and the god of thunder who were fighting Lugia in the distance also stopped attacking, and the rage in their hearts receded and returned to calm. After seeing the 2 birds calm down, Lugia also stopped fighting. The ice god also came to them. The 4 legendary Pokemon just stared at each other as if they were communicating. However, just when everything was going in a good direction, a triangular and diamond-shaped iron pipe flew towards Lugia. Lugia was accidentally trapped by these iron pipes, and the iron pipes began to release discharge. It's Gyluda's stuff. Xiaojian immediately realized that these iron pipes were Gyluda's props for capturing the 3 birds. Damn, this guy is never done. Ash said angrily, but he couldn't stop it immediately because the distance was too far. Ukbite, don't worry, and you don't think that kind of machine can subdue Lugia. Gary said indifferently. That's Lugia, who has the ability to destroy the world, and Gyluda can't deal with it. Gary, Gyluda used this to capture Moltres and Zapdos. Misty reminded. If it weren't for Gyluda's arrogance, Gary and his team wouldn't have had a chance to rescue the Celestic God of Fire and Thunder. Even if he was caught, so what? Gary pointed to the flying palace that had crashed on a small island in the distance and said, he can't control Lugia, and can he get away? Just treat me as a legend. It will be a good thing for this planet. That's Articuno, and Blastoise. Everyone looked at the crashed flying palace, and then they realized that Gillo couldn't escape, and they were worried in vain. Gary, where did this Articuno come from? Ash asked curiously. He had never thought that this Articuno was Gary's Pokémon. Really? Then you better work hard. Gary sarcastically encouraged Ash. At this time, a figure flew over here. In the Alola region, Ash caught 3 legendary Pokémon, namely Naganadel and Melmetal, and even the top beast Solgaleo. Then, Lugia flew back to the altar to express his gratitude. What? You captured a Pokémon? Ash was shocked. He had seen Gary flying here on Moltres before, and put Moltres into the Pokeball. Is that so? Ash was ashamed, thinking that he had not considered it as comprehensively as Gary. Boom! You idiot, Lugia has the ability to control ocean currents. If the matter spreads, there is no guarantee that people like Gilluda will not appear again. Gary explained. Lugia looked at Gary and was very satisfied. Lugia originally planned to ask Ash for help, but who would have thought that Gary would suddenly come out with the ice treasure and fly to the altar here. Lugia and the 3 sacred birds redirected the ocean currents on the seabed, allowing the environment of the Orange Islands to completely return to normal. Everything returned to normal within the time of a song. But these are things for the future, it's still early now. I will catch legendary Pokémon for you in the future, Ash said with a sullen face. Ash and others were dumbfounded. After saying that, Lugia flew towards soaring in the sky, plunged into the sea, and disappeared without a trace. In addition to the Zapdos used at the Indigo Plateau Conference, Gary captured the 3 sacred birds. Yeah, aren't you envious? Gary said proudly. This is more than 2 kilometers away, this is the strength of legendary Pokémon. It's really terrifying. Ash pouted. He was no longer a rookie trainer, and he understood what legendary Pokémon was like as he traveled. Thank you for your help. I hope you won't spread my story everywhere, Lugia said. Why? Ash was puzzled. It was rare to encounter such a thing, so of course he had to use it as a topic of bragging in the future. Especially since Gary used Zapdos at the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash had learned about legendary Pokémon and knew that legendary Pokémon were very rare. Just seeing legendary Pokémon was rare enough, not to mention catching them. And now, Gary actually caught Articuno and Moltres, who were as famous as Zapdos. It was so surprising. The flying palace was attacked, and the iron pipes surrounding Lugia lost power and fell directly into the sea. This Articuno is a Pokémon I captured, Gary said. Kami. Speaking of catching legendary Pokémon, Ash did catch them. However, before everyone could think of what to do, they saw Lugia forcibly resist the iron pipe that bound him outside, and a cyclone wave condensed in his mouth, and a beam of light crossed a distance of several kilometers and rushed towards the flying palace in the distance. Everyone was instantly attracted by Articuno, and saw Articuno carrying Blastoise's tortoise shell and flying over, landing in front of Gary. After the climate was restored, the 3 sacred birds flew back to their own islands, and under the witness of Lugia, they once again made a leap without interfering with each other. Lugia really likes Gary, a human boy who is brave enough to do good. 185, disaster subsided, Shamudi Island incident ended. Gary, Ash, and others silently looked at the location where Lugia sneaked into, all in silence, and also looked at the sun at dusk. The sun at dusk emits golden sunlight, which is warm and soft, and even if you look directly at the sun, you will not feel dazzling. Ash. A voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Ash's mother Delia hurriedly running over here. Behind Delia were Professor Oak and Professor Uchiki, as well as a few strangers. Delia showed concern for Ash, and her overflowing maternal love almost overflowed the screen, performing a drama of deep love for her child. Gary, didn't you go to Trovita Island? Why are you here? Professor Oak was also confused when he saw Gary. Every time Gary replaced Pokémon, he would report his movements to Professor Oak. So Professor Oak was very relieved about Gary's safety. He didn't expect Gary to run to Shamudi Island. This was too messed up. Grandpa, I saw the news and rushed here from Trovita Island, Gary said. Trovita Island is far from Shamudi Island. All the flying Pokémon you have are in the laboratory. How did you get here in such a short time? Professor Omew asked in confusion. The weather in the Orange Islands is getting bad. Professor Oak came here from Pallet Town by helicopter. Gary doesn't have any flying Pokémon that he can ride. Even if Gary has captured a flying Pokémon recently, it's too far for the Pokémon to fly over. Moreover, the weather is so bad that if the Pokémon is not strong, it can't fly over. Nothing, I captured Moltres and flew all the way here, Gary said. I originally planned to keep it a secret and give Professor Oak a surprise later. Since I can't keep it a secret, I'll reveal the surprise in advance. What, you captured Moltres? Professor Oak said in shock. Professor Oak, not only Moltres, Gary also captured Articuno, Xiaojian added. What? Professor Oak was so shocked that he was speechless. He thought that Gary had already conquered Zapdos, but he didn't expect that Gary had conquered the remaining 2 of the 3 sacred birds. Professor Oak, it seems that I will have another chance to see you publish an academic paper on the 3 sacred birds, Professor Uchiki said enviously. Ha ha ha, it's still early. Professor Oak laughed triumphantly, and at the same time felt very proud. He is indeed his proud grandson. Everyone, Pokémon is tired, let's go to the Pokémon Center to talk more, Professor Uchiki suggested. So everyone went to the Pokémon Center in Shamode Island. As for Giluda, no one knew where he had gone. Anyway, after this incident, Giluda would definitely go bankrupt and would definitely be wanted by the police. What awaits him will be a lifetime of imprisonment or even the death penalty. In the town of Shamode Island, the Orange Islands incident came to a temporary end. Gary and Ash were having dinner at an open-air restaurant on the island. After the disaster, both people and Pokémon were hungry and wanted to have a good meal. You said that the Snake Demon also wants to jump into the Slashing Lord Alliance. Ash said slurredly with all kinds of food in his mouth at the dinner table. Yes, please swallow the food in your mouth before speaking. Gary reminded. Just now when eating, Professor Oak revealed that Gary was also going to challenge the Orange Alliance, which stimulated Xylee. After Ash swallowed the food in his mouth, he immediately asked, "How many badges have you got now?" "I got 3 badges. As he said that, Ash also opened his vest, which contained 3 Orange Alliance gym badges. "Don't show off, I said I came from Trovita Island, do you think I have collected fewer badges than you?" Gary said. "Well, I must get the 4th badge before you." Ash's competitive spirit came up. "I can fly to Kumquat Island, can you?" Gary said. "I have Charizard." Ash said. "Your Charizard doesn't listen to you, and you still expect Charizard to carry you for a long-distance flight." Gary complained. "That was in the past, Charizard now obeys my command." Ash retorted. Gary was quite surprised, but calculating the time, Ash tamed Charizard before challenging the last Orange Alliance gym, which was about this time. "Oh, that's not bad, but your Charizard can't carry 3 people for flying, so you will still be 1 step behind me," Gary said. 0 asterisk. Ash. Charizard can carry people, but Ash is traveling with 3 people, and Charizard can't carry 3 people for a long-distance flight. Damn. Misty, Xiaojian, you should also capture a Pokémon that can carry people and fly long distances. Ash immediately suggested that Misty and Xiaojian capture a Pokémon that can carry people and fly long distances. "I don't want to, I want to be a water Pokémon master in the future." Misty immediately refused. Gary looked at the Tijipai that Misty was holding. Tijipai could eventually evolve into Tigekiss, which has the title of White Devil and can carry people and fly long distances. "I like to observe Pokémon slowly. Capturing a Pokémon that can carry people and fly will not fly often. Over time, it may make the Pokémon depressed," Xiaojian said. Ash's plan was declared bankrupt. Then let's see who can beat the chief trainer of the Orange Alliance. Ash knew that he couldn't collect badges as fast as Gary, so he compared the final results. Anyway, the ultimate goal of collecting Orange Alliance badges is to challenge the chief trainer of the Orange Alliance. What's the point of competing? I can definitely beat him. If we want to compete, we should compete first. Gary said. It's not fair. You can fly on Pokémon. You are slow, but you blame others for being fast. No, we play rock paper scissors. The winner will challenge the chief trainer first, and the loser can only challenge later. Why? I don't want it. The two of them started fighting over the challenge to become the chief trainer. Professor Oak and Delia looked at Gary and Ash fighting and felt nostalgic. They hadn't seen such a scene for a long time. After dinner, everyone stayed on Shamude Island for a few days. Professor Oak and Professor Uchiki stayed to continue observing the climate changes nearby. Gary and Ash mainly cooperated with Miss Junsha to record their statements. Giluda was also arrested by Junsha. Lorelei came directly to take him and brought him back to Alliance for trial. When the subsequent events on Shamude Island were handled, Gary left Shamude Island with Professor Oak's resentful eyes. Because Moltres and Articuno's intimacy with Gary was not full, they would not leave him in Professor Oak's laboratory. 186, Liugan Gym, Doubles. Kumquat Island. Located in the north of the Orange Islands, the island is not large. It is just a village, but there are high-rise buildings inside. Because it is close to the Johto region, it has become a famous luxury resort with a very developed economy. The northern star of the Southern Cross is located here. She is a very mature and beautiful big sister named Pseudopolis. If Xiaogang sees her, he will definitely pursue her. However, Pseudopolis is still worth pursuing. The most luxurious trainer hotel on Kumquat Island is her property. She is definitely a rich woman. If you can pursue her, you can save 10 years of detours and get a son for free. Moreover, the Liugan Gym is a hotel opened by Pseudopolis. The hotel also held a battle event. Trainers who can win 3 consecutive games can stay in the hotel for free for 1 day, and meals are also provided. Gary took the Moltres flying for an hour and came to Kumquat Island in 560. He didn't even need to ask for directions to find the hotel opened by Pseudopolis because Pseudopolis' hotel was built in the most conspicuous location. Ding! Posted task, get Liugan Gym badge / reward, high-level rare candy X5, random permanent skill learner, random in-battle effect item X1. The rare candy rewarded by this task is also high-level. It seems that the Pokemon used by Pseudopolis are all above level 49, and should be between levels 50 and 55. Gary entered the hotel. Welcome. The ladies who greeted the guests bowed to welcome them, which made Gary a little uncomfortable. He didn't like the service of being servile at every turn. Gary looked around and asked, "Is this the Liugan Gym?" "Yes, this is both a gym and a hotel." "Are you here to stay or to challenge the gym?" a receptionist asked. "I'm here to challenge the gym." "Is the gym owner Pseudopolis here?" Gary asked. "Yes, please wait, I'll go and inform the president." The receptionist took out a walkie-talkie and reported, "President, a trainer is here to challenge you. Please reply if you receive it." The lady repeated it 3 times and soon there was a response. It was a female voice, and it was unknown if it was Pseudopoly's. "Please wait, the president will be here soon." 3 minutes later, a pink-haired woman in a Japanese yellow work suit came out from the corner. The woman was Pseudopoly's. Pseudopoly's immediately looked at Gary in the waiting area and walked over quickly. "Hello, I'm Pseudopoly's, the gym owner of Quanxiang Gym." Pseudopoly's introduced herself generously. "Hello, my name is Gary, from Pallet Town. I'm here to challenge the Kumquat Island Gym." Gary responded. "I know, follow me." Pseudopoly's herself is a strong woman, her style of doing things is very quick, no extra nonsense, and took Gary to the battle site on the roof of the hotel. On the battlefield. Let me tell you about the battle method. The Liugan Gym is a doubles match, but there is a special rule. That is, if one of the 2 Pokemon sent by both sides loses the ability to fight, it will be considered a loss. Pseudopoly said. This rule is indeed very special. In a normal doubles match, if one of the 2 Pokemon loses, the other can continue to fight. And there is a way to fight in doubles proposed by Pseudopoly's, that is, focus on attacking a Pokemon in the battle, and you can win as long as you defeat it. I understand, we can start. Gary said. Okay, let's start. Pseudopoly's threw out the Pokeball without any extra words. Chi. LV54 Alakazam 3/Elite. Marowak was very experienced, and he didn't even turn his head. Then he swung his club backwards, and bang! The water blade collided with the bone club. Gala. Marowak was shocked, and the bone club in his hand disappeared. No, it was knocked out. Alakazam, go and save Marowak, use light screen. Pseudopoly's shouted quickly. Eevee, Blastwaz, you guys are so good. Gary threw out a Pokeball. Dab, what a powerful power. Pseudopoly's was also secretly shocked. He did not expect Gary Blastoise's Hydro Pump to be so powerful. The battle begins. Marioak uses the Bone Boomerang to attack Eevee, and Alakazam uses Psychic to assist Marowak's bones. Pseudopoly's ordered immediately. The water is breaking. Gary shouted. Bang! Marowak threw the Bone Club in his hand to Eevee, and Alakazam used his telekinesis to speed up the Bone Club, making the Bone Club's flying speed faster. It can be seen that Pseudopoly's wants to work together to defeat Eevee. After all, Pokemon that have not evolved are weaker in everyone's eyes. Because of the battle rules, both sides must lose a Pokemon, so Pseudopoly's must save Marowak, otherwise it will lose. Bang! Both of Pseudopoly's Pokemon are not weak, especially Alakazam, which has elite potential and is comparable to Gary's Alakazam. Blastwaz aimed his gun barrel at Marowak and sprayed 2 Hydro Pumps, but Alakazam did not give him a chance. He stood in front of Marowak and used Light Screen to block the bubbles. Hydro Pump hit Light Screen, which exploded. The impact of Hydro Pump pushed Alakazam and Marowak back together. Hydro Cannon. However, Gary's order immediately made Pseudopoly's panic. Kami. Eevee immediately burrowed into the ground to avoid the rapidly attacking Bone Club, while Blastwaz completely ignored the Bone Club and used Rain Dance. The sky of the venue was immediately covered by a layer of dark clouds, and a drizzle fell. Great! Eevee, dig! Gary quickly issued an order. Blastwaz uses Rain Dance. Blastwaz came out of the Pokeball, and Eevee ran into the field. Before Pseudopoly's could react, Eevee broke through and came just behind Galajayla. Blastwaz and Eevee are really a strange combination, Pseudopoly's muttered. Pseudopoly's was shocked. Hydro Cannon is the strongest secret of the water system. If it hits Marowak, it will definitely defeat him. Blastwaz, use Hydro Pump on Marowak. Gary's target was clear, that was Marowak. LV52 Marowak/Quasi Elite. What? Eevee turned his body, and the water blade formed by the water power of his tail was swung out again, hitting Marowak's abdomen and sending him flying into the sky. After the attack, Eevee found that he couldn't move. Alakazam on the side used Psychic to bind Eevee. Go ahead, Marowak. Alakazam. Bang. With a sound. The flying bone spun back again and hit Blastoise's shell, which was not painful at all. The bone club that hit the target also flew back to Marowak's hand under the control of Alakazam's confusion. Blastwaz and Eevee are one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, forming a sharp contrast, with a great sense of contrast. Watch out behind you, use the bone club to block it. Pseudopoly's shouted hurriedly. Kami. 187, collect all Southern Cross badges. Chi. Eevee suddenly felt that her body was no longer restrained. Just as she was about to attack Alakazam, Alakazam suddenly disappeared. Alakazam suddenly appeared in front of Marowak and created several light screens for defense, but these light screens were like ordinary glass in front of Hydro Cannon, shattering layer by layer, and the powerful Hydro Pump instantly swallowed Alakazam. Marowak fell towards the ground and was not attacked by Hydro Cannon, escaping the disaster. DF. Alakazam still had special defense, and with the damage reduction of light screen, he was able to withstand this Hydro Cannon, but he was also seriously injured. Pseudopoly's finally had a chance to breathe, but she would not choose to breathe. Hydro Cannon has side effects. Blastoise's energy is disordered and she can't move for the time being. This is a great opportunity to attack. Use Thunderbolt and Stone Edge on Blastwaz. Pseudopolis briefly targeted Blastoise, trying to kill Blastoise instantly. Eevee, use Waterfall to attack Marowak. 02 Gary countered. Eevee quickly rushed towards Marowak, covered with a layer of water, and rushed towards Marowak with amazing momentum, while Marowak was using Stone Edge to attack Blastoise and had no time to deal with him. Boom, bang, an explosion and a tackle sounded. Thunderbolt and Stone Edge both hit Blastoise, and Eevee also knocked Marowak away. Is it over? Pseudopolis looked at Blastoise, who was covered in black smoke. He was hit without any defense and suffered serious injuries. After all, real combat is not a game. If you punch someone's arm with your fist, you will naturally not cause much damage, or even no damage, but if you hit someone's head and vulnerable parts, the damage will be very high. Therefore, in real battles, Pokémon will receive more damage when attacked without any defense. Suddenly, the black smoke dispersed, revealing the body of Blastoise. Withstood. Pseudopolis frowned. She didn't expect Gary's Blastoise to be able to withstand this attack. The defense ability was too strong. Use Water Pulse to attack Alakazam and Marowak at the same time. Gary ordered immediately. Bang, bang. Blastoise's two barrels each fired a water ball, shooting at Alakazam and Marowak respectively. Alakazam was in a headache at the moment. In order to take care of Marowak, it had consumed too much of its mental energy, but the two sides were one, and if either one lost, it would lose. Alakazam immediately used Teleport and took Marowak to the sky instantly. Blastoise was like a turret, firing Water Pulse non-stop. Teleport was very mentally draining, and even Alakazam could only use it a limited number of times. 20 times was the limit. These 20 times were only used by Alakazam himself. If Marowak was to be brought along, 10 times would be the limit. Eevee kept staring at Alakazam, who was constantly teleporting, and Eevee seemed to be able to sense the fluctuations of confusion. Alakazam teleported again, and Eevee suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then Eevee, Alakazam, and Marowak appeared in the same place. Eevee appeared beside Alakazam and Marowak, and immediately swung his tail, and the power of water quickly formed a water blade to slash over. Bang! The surging water blade hit Alakazam and Marowak at the same time, knocking them out. Kami. Blastoise didn't say anything, and seized the rare opportunity to fire the Hydro Pump. Bang! Hydro Pump accurately hit Alakazam and Marowak, sending them flying more than 10 meters away. The two Pokémons lay on the ground, motionless, their eyes spinning in circles, and were defeated at the same time. Alakazam and Marowak lost their combat ability at the same time. Gary was also quite surprised. He had planned to defeat Marowak, but Alakazam always asked Marowak to resist damage, and finally they were defeated together. The battle was over, and Lee gave the Jade Star badge to Gary. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been sent to the space backpack. After giving the badge to Gary, Pseudopolis asked curiously, "Your Pokémon is very strong. I want to know why your Eevee can teleport." "My Eevee can't teleport. It uses Copycat to master teleport." Gary explained. "So it's Copycat." Pseudopolis suddenly realized she was still worried about why Eevee could even master teleport. Even psychic Pokémon rarely master the skill teleport. Even Eevee's evolved form, the Sun Pokémon, can't learn it. Gary's Eevee took the initiative to use Copycat to use teleport. Of course, it was because he had been with Professor Oak and had seen Gary's Alakazam use teleport, so he learned it. Unexpectedly, in this battle with Pseudopolis, he would fight Alakazam, and Eevee would naturally use a teleport attack. After answering Pseudopolis' doubts, Gary stayed at Pseudopolis' hotel. Since he defeated Pseudopolis, he didn't have to pay for the accommodation. When he came to the room, Gary couldn't wait to see what the skill learner and props that were randomly rewarded were. Extreme Quick Claw. After carrying it, when Pokémon uses skills, there is a 40% chance that it will take the initiative. X1. Gravity Permanent Skill Learner. Quick Claw. Seeing that the in-battle effect item rewarded by 907 was Quick Claw, Gary felt that this item was useless. Quick Claw still has some use in the game. After all, the game is turn-based. One person fights once and it depends on who is faster. Quick Claw can ignore speed and is a very good item in PvP. However, in real Pokémon battles, even if Quick Claw is triggered, it only makes Pokémon move faster, so this item is still a little useful for those slow-moving Pokémon, but not very useful. For the skill Gravity, Gary's evaluation is so-so. The skill Gravity is used to restrict Pokémon flying. If Pokémon knows how to change the magnetic field, it can offset the suppression of gravity. However, this skill can be used to assist Pokémon training, allowing Pokémon to perform performance training in a gravity environment, which is quite beneficial. Next is Orange Alliance. I hope the reward this time will be better. Gary decided to leave for Pomelo Island tomorrow morning. Pomelo Island, Orange Alliance headquarters is here. As long as you get 4 cross-star badges, you will be qualified to challenge the chief trainer. The sun is shining. Gary arrives at Daxiang Orange Island on Moltres. "Hello, my name is Gary. I want to challenge Orange Alliance chief trainer." Gary entered the Pokémon Center and directly applied to Joy to challenge the chief trainer. 188, Orange Alliance. Ding! Task released. Leave photos and footprints in the Victor's Palace/rewards. High-level rare candy X20, Bronze Crown X1, Silver Crown X1, Ability Enhancement Stone, Ability Level +1, X3. As soon as Gary finished speaking, the system released the task. This task reward has an extra item that Gary has never seen before, the Ability Enhancement Stone, which increases the ability level by 1. Obviously, the Ability Enhancement Stone is used to enhance the ability. The abilities of Pokemon in the game are fixed, and there is no difference between the strong and weak abilities. But in reality, Pokemon's abilities are strong and weak, such as Charizard's Fierce Fire ability. Not every Charizard can get a great improvement after the ability is triggered. For example, the Charmander that Ash captured later, the improvement after the Fierce Fire ability of that Charmander was triggered was very terrifying. Not only did the power of the fire skills increase several times, but even the attack, defense, and speed were also improved. So in reality, Pokemon's abilities are divided into strong and weak. Since the system rewards ability enhancement stones, it also means that in reality, there are Pokemon with stronger abilities than the same abilities. But at the moment, Gary has no time to think. He still has to continue to apply to challenge the Chief Trainer. Oh, challenge the Chief Trainer. It's been a long time since anyone has come to challenge. Joy asked with some surprise, then may I ask Mr. Gary, have you collected all 4 badges of the Southern Cross? Of course. Gary took out the badge box and opened it, and there were 4 badges of the Southern Cross inside. Seeing the 4 badges in the badge, Joy was surprised, and then said, "Excuse me, Mr. Gary, do you have something to prove your identity? Here." Gary took out the Pokédex and handed it to Joy. Joy took the Pokédex and confirmed Gary's identity. "Okay, your identity is confirmed, I will help you register." Joy typed Gary's information on the keyboard randomly, and then asked, "Okay, the application has been approved. The match between you and Drake will be held in a week, at Pomelo Stadium, at 9 a.m. and it will be a full-on battle. Can we just go there when the time comes?" Gary asked. "Yes, please prepare well. Do you have any other questions?" Nurse Joy asked. "No more, thank you." After confirming the time, Gary came to the teleporter area and planned to ask Professor Oak to send a few Pokemon over. Drake is currently the chief trainer of the Orange Alliance. Defeating him can get so many rewards, which shows that Drake is still quite powerful, especially Drake's Dragonite. Judging from the performance in the animation plot, the Dragonite is definitely at the elite level, otherwise it would not be so easy to defeat Ash's several Pokemon. On Shamudi Island, Gary saw the level of Pikachu. Currently, Pikachu is at level 53, which is the semi-elite level. Judging from this, the strength of the 6 Pokemon in Drake's hands is roughly between semi-elite and elite. Gary decided to use Blastoise, Banjura, Electivire, Moltres, Eevee, and Articuno to fight. After teleporting Banjura and Electivire, Gary rented an indoor venue and began to adjust the contest conditions of the 6 Pokemon. The current levels of the 6 Pokemon are as follows: Blastoise LV 59, Banjura LV 63, Electivire LV 52, Moltres LV 50, Articuno LV 55, Eevee LV 53. After the Pokemon level reaches level 50, the improvement speed is very slow. Even if you train every day, it is good to be able to improve by 1 level in a month. This is still a Pokemon with high potential. Those Pokemon with quasi-elite potential can only be upgraded by 1 level in 2 or 3 months. Gary estimated that it would take at least 2 to 3 years for a Pokemon with champion potential to grow to the champion level, of course, except for Ash. For those with special abilities, as long as the Pokemon has good potential, the level can be quickly upgraded. For example, Ash is born with the power of Wave. The power of Wave is a kind of spiritual energy, which is very helpful for the growth of Pokemon. In the journey, the strength of the 5 Pokemon that Ash captured was able to be upgraded to the champion level thanks to the history of Wave. Except for Gilfish and Gengar, which were picked up for free, Dragonite, Lucario and Scallion Soldier were not very high when they were captured by Gary. Especially Lucario was hatched by Ash from a Pokemon egg. He was able to keep pace with the champion level Pokemon so quickly because of the power of Wave. However, Lucario can control the Wave by himself, which is a very suitable Pokemon for Ash Breeder. In ancient times, each Wave guide had a Lucario. This is why Ash always gets to the full team battle every time he goes to a new region and uses the newly captured Pokemon to participate in the Alliance Conference. As Ash grows older, even if Ash cannot control the Wave guide in his body will spread out unintentionally to help the Pokemon around him grow. Moreover, the power of the Wave guide can not only help Pokemon grow, but also has many other functions, such as removing the negative mental contest condition, such as confusion, sleep, obsession, etc. Contest conditions have a probability of being removed. Because Ash woke up Pokemon by shouting in many battles, he actually accidentally triggered the power of the Wave guide and ended the negative contest condition of the Pokemon. But these are all later stories, and this Wave guide power belongs to Ash, and has nothing to do with Gary. The only ability Gary can tap is the ability of Breeder. But for now, Gary still has to defeat Drake first. After gathering the Pokemon, Gary began to show Drake's game videos to his Pokemon, so that his Pokemon could understand all of Drake's Pokemon. Drake's Pokemon were not only the 6 Pokemon that fought Ash, but also Radon, Arcanine, and Gyarados. Drake's strength is not very strong. No one has defeated him for 3 consecutive years. He is so lucky. Gary complained to Song. Originally, Gary paid attention to Drake's strength, but after watching Drake's previous game videos, except for the relatively strong Dragonite, the strength of Drake's other Pokemon was just normal, and there were even many mistakes in command during the battle. It can only be said that the level of the Orange Alliance's chief trainer is too poor, especially this chief trainer Drake is too bad, and he can't compare with any of the Elite Four of Kanto Alliance. Okay, now that we've watched the video of the game, you all have a general idea of what skills Drake's Pokemon can use. Use this week to adjust your contest condition to prepare for the battle in 10 weeks. Gary said. Kami, Chai, Goes, Duh, Blastwaz and the others all nodded, saying that they would definitely play well in the game in a week. Drake knew how powerful they were. 189, Ash arrives at Pomelo Island. Kumquat Island. News broadcast, here is a piece of news for you. Trainer Gary from Pallet Town will challenge the chief trainer Drake this Sunday. Please watch it on time on Sunday morning. Damn it, Gary has already challenged the chief trainer. Ash looked at the broadcast on TV and gritted his teeth were about to break. Gary is really fast. It's only been a few days, and he not only got the last badge, but also challenged Drake. Misty exclaimed. Yes, it should be riding Moltres to have such a fast speed. Xiaojian said. Previously on Shamode Island, Gary told Professor Oak about his research on Moltres and Articuno, and Xiaojian was listening. Among the three sacred birds, Moltres has the strongest physical strength and endurance, because Moltres can restore energy through sunlight, and the distance of each migration is the farthest among the three sacred birds. Ash and his group have just arrived at Kumquat Island and are planning to challenge the last gym. Halfway through, they see a TV in the glass window, which is posting a notification message. For the people of Orange Islands, challenging the Orange Alliance chief trainer is a very worthwhile game to watch, because Drake has not lost a single game so far, which makes the people of Orange Islands proud of him. Many 787 people will go to Pomelo Island to watch the chief trainer challenge, and it is hard to get a ticket. The game is on Sunday, which is 3 days later. Can we get there in time now? Xiao Xiao really wants to go to the scene to watch Gary's game. The distance between Kumquat Island and Pomelo Island is not far. If Ash can successfully get the Jade Star badge today, we will hurry tomorrow and arrive before the evening, just in time. Xiaojian analyzed. Then Ash, don't hold back, and do your best in the gym game later. Misty urged. Don't worry, I won't lose. And can you be more confident in me? I never lost in the first 3 gyms of Orange Alliance. Ash said proudly. Compared with collecting badges in Kanto region, Ash's badge collection process in Orange Islands was quite smooth. He basically got the badges by his own strength, not charity. So, the 3 of them quickened their pace and headed to Pseudopoly's hotel. 2 days later, Gary's Pokemon contest condition was adjusted. He did some warm-up exercises in the morning and rested in the afternoon to maintain the best contest condition for tomorrow morning's competition. Gary himself stayed in the Pokemon Center and didn't go anywhere. It's not that Gary didn't want to go out. The islands with towns in Orange Islands are all tourist attractions. It's because of the broadcast of Orange Alliance TV station that Gary was targeted by many paparazzi and was photographed at any time, which gave Gary a headache. There is no way, this is the trouble of celebrities. When Gary just won the Quartz Conference champion, every passerby he met on the road would come up to take pictures with Gary, and some asked for his autograph. Some even went to Pallet Town to see Gary. Gary. Suddenly, a voice came, which scared Gary. Gary turned around immediately and saw Ash running towards him, followed by Misty, Xiaojian and Pikachu. Xiao, you are so fast. Gary said in surprise. Ash and his friends were traveling by water, so they shouldn't be that fast. Hello, Gary. We came here specially. Xiaojian and Misty greeted Gary. Come here specially? Didn't you go to Kumquat Island? Gary said in confusion. Is it necessary to change the itinerary specifically to watch a game? Of course I went. I beat Miss Pseudopoly's in one try to watch your game and came here from Kumquat Island. Ash said. Is that so? Not bad, you've improved from before. Gary praised. Don't praise me, I'm not a rookie. Ash immediately heard that Gary was being sarcastic. It was common for Gary to pass the gym in one go, but Ash had been an ACB trainer for almost a year, so he wouldn't be complacent about such things. Not bad, I've improved a little, but not much. Gary said. Ash didn't bother to argue with Gary at this time, and asked seriously, Gary, how confident are you in the battle with Drake tomorrow? Gary was very surprised. He didn't expect Ash to ask him this question. Ash rarely discussed such serious topics with Gary. Anyway, I won't lose. Gary put on a proud attitude. Not that he looked down on Drake, but the gap in strength between the two was still a little big. Gary, that chief trainer Drake has Dragonite. Dragonite is a very strong Pokemon even in some abilities not inferior to the dominant bird. Xiaojian reminded. I admit that Drake's Dragonite is a little powerful, but I can still deal with it. Gary shook his head and said indifferently, as for the Quasi-God Pokemon, I have it too. You also have Dragonite. Xiaojian was surprised. He didn't know what Pokemon Gary had. No Dragonite, but there is Banjura. Gary said. Banjura. That's the Quasi-God Pokemon of Johto region. That. I have never seen it before, can I take a look? Xiaojian asked. Of course no problem, I'll show you later. Gary said generously. After the Orange Islands trip, Xiao Jian will come to Pallet Town and become Professor Oak's assistant to help take care of the Pokemon in the laboratory, which will naturally take care of Gary Pokemon, so you have to befriend Xiao Jian. Let's go, I'll show you now. Gary started to act after saying that, and led everyone to the public area behind the Pokemon Center, and released Banjira in front of Ash and the other two. Banjira came out and saw that there was no enemy. He was confused and didn't know why Gary let him out. Banjira, let me introduce you. This is the Pokemon observer Xiao Jian, who wants to observe you, Gary said. Banjira turned his head to one side, with an unwilling attitude. Gary, this. Xiao Jian saw that Banjira seemed reluctant, and it was not easy to take the initiative to observe. You can observe. My Banjira has a rebellious personality. This means that it agrees. Gary said. Is that so? I'll start. Xiao Jian immediately came to Banjira and tested Banjira's height, waist, arms and other parts, and also tested the hardness of Banjira's armor. What a heavy sound, it seems to be harder than Radon's armor. Xiao Jian judged. Bah! Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. 190, Chief Trainer Drake. The owner of the figure is a fat Dragonite with orange scales, and next to Dragonite stands a young man in his 20s. Hurry! Dragonite! Dragonite! Then he is. Ci. What? He is young Ci. Ash and the other two exclaimed. Ash, why are you surprised? You will challenge Drake later, don't you know what he looks like? It seems that you all know me. Drake smiled, then looked at Gary, and then asked, is this Banjira your Pokemon dash? Yes. Gary admitted. Dragonite, it seems that you have rival in tomorrow's game. Drake said. Bah! Dragonite's eyes have been fixed on Banjira. It has not met rival for a long time, because the challenger's strength is too weak, and Dragonite has not had the opportunity to play in many games. Now seeing the strong Banjira, Dragonite is very satisfied with this rival and is looking forward to fighting in tomorrow's game. Roar! Bangala is also a fighter. It can feel that the Pokemon it has never seen before is very strong. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two sides is a little tense. Gary and Drake also looked at each other and both felt that tomorrow's game would be very exciting. Of course, this is just Drake's feeling. Gary doesn't think he will lose. Although Drake's Dragonite is of a high level, Gary is not afraid at all. LV65 Dragonite 3/Elite. Drake's Dragonite is at the elite level, and its potential is only at the elite level, which is a bit lame. Look at the Dragonite of others. Both of them have the potential to be champions. Even Gary and Ellie's Dragonites have the potential to be champions. Dragonite, let's go, Drake said. He came here this time to see how strong tomorrow's rival is. When he saw Bangala, he knew that Gary was weak. Drake jumped on the back of Dragonite, and Dragonite flew into the sky and flew towards the direction of Pomelo Stadium. Roar! Bangala cursed inwardly. It's amazing to be able to fly. After Xiao Jian finished observing, Gary took back the Bangala and went back to the room to rest. After a night, the next day. On this day, Pomelo Stadium was crowded with people, and locals and tourists came to watch the Chief Trainer Challenge. Welcome everyone to watch the Chief Trainer Challenge. This time the challenger is called Gary, from Pallet Town. In addition, Gary is the champion of this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. It can be seen that the game will be very exciting. The audience who bought tickets today can feast their eyes. The host introduced, okay, the challenger introduction ends here. Next, challenger Gary will appear on stage. After speaking, Gary walked out of the passage, entered the stadium and walked to the command area under the cheers of the audience. Okay, next, the chief trainer of Orange Alliance, Drake, who has never lost a game so far, will appear on stage. Host introduced loudly. The next moment, the whole Pomelo Stadium was filled with noise. Drake, I want to give birth to Charmeleon with you. Hook your Charmeleon, if you give birth to Bobo King Kong. Bomb King Kong, the best in the universe. Drake walked out of the passage and calmly accepted the cheers of the audience. He seemed to enjoy this feeling. Both players have come to the command area. The next step is to hand it over to the referee. Let's wait and see. Host said. The referee looked at the two of them, and after confirming that both sides were fine, he raised the flag in his hand and announced, now let's start the 6-on-6 full-member battle between Gary and Drake. When 3 Pokemon of one of the two sides cannot fight, the battle venue must be changed. In addition, during the battle, the chief trainer cannot replace Pokemon, and the challenger can replace Pokemon freely. While the referee was introducing the rules, the field began to change. The battlefield is a rock and water field. What kind of Pokemon will both sides use to fight? The battlefield is a rock field with a Pokeball-shaped pool in the middle. The area is very small and not enough for water Pokemon to move around. Dang! The battle bell rang. This is the first Pokemon I will send out. Drake threw the Pokeball. Great! Man. A pink Ditto appeared. Pink. Is it the Ditto from Pinken Island? Gary thought to himself. Ditto itself is light purple, and there is a pink island in the Orange Islands, also called Pinken Island. A special fruit called pink tangerine fruit grows on the island. If Pokemon eat it for a long time, the hair on the body will turn pink. 0. This Ditto must have eaten the pink tangerine fruit, which caused its body to turn pink. The first Pokemon that Chief Trainer Drake sent out was Ditto. Although it only has one skill, Transform, its ability to transform thousands of times is enough to play with rival. The host introduced. LV55 Ditto/Elite. Ditto, Eevee, you go. Gary waved his hand. Chi-Yi. Eevee jumped from Gary's shoulder into the field. Challenger Gary sent out the first Pokémon, Eevee. Although Eevee can evolve into many forms, the strength of the unevolved Eevee does not seem to be very impressive. The host did not know how to introduce Eevee. After all, Eevee has not evolved. Such unevolved Pokémon is rare in public competitions, especially the Orange Alliance's Chief Trainer Challenge, which is more difficult than the finals of the Indigo Plateau Conference. It turned out to be Eevee. Are you worried that if you send out a too strong Pokémon, it will be transformed by my Ditto? Drake thought to himself. Ditto ultimately depends on whether the Pokémon sent by rival is strong. If the Pokémon sent by rival is weak, Ditto will not be too strong. The battle begins. Ditto, transform. Drake said. Ditto's whole body glowed with white light, and his body quickly squirmed in the light, forming the physique of Eevee. When the white light dissipated, an Eevee appeared. Buletin. Eevee saw Ditto would not be surprised to transform, because after watching the video of the game, he knew that Ditto would transform into rival to fight. How could a fake rival be the real one? You can transform, but can you use this move? Gary was also curious about whether Ditto could use the skills that Eevee mastered after transforming into Eevee. Gary ordered, Thunderbolt. Boo. Eevee immediately shot out a Thunderbolt, which hit Ditto at lightning speed, and Ditto also took the Thunderbolt. You actually know Thunderbolt, then we will use Thunderbolt too. Drake counterattacked. Man. Ditto was about to use Thunderbolt, but his body could not condense electricity. Drake was puzzled, not understanding why he was at a loss. 191, Chief Trainer Challenge begins. Is it really not possible? After testing, Ditto, even if it turns into Eevee, cannot use skills that normal Eevee cannot master like Gary's Eevee. What's going on? Drake's Ditto can't use Thunderbolt. Host was also surprised. Logically, after Ditto transforms, he can also master the skills possessed by rival, so why can't he use Thunderbolt? Fire Blast. Gary said. Eevee immediately jumped onto the rock, raised his head and leaned forward, and a large ball of flame sprayed out. Boom! Fire Blast exploded, the surrounding rock collapsed, and Ditto was also blown away. Man. Ditto was hit by 2 effective attacks in a row, and his physical strength was a little bit exhausted, because after Ditto transforms, among all the abilities, only physical strength will not change. Drake looked puzzled. He also saw that there was something wrong with Gary's Eevee. The moves he mastered were obviously not something that ordinary Eevee could master. It seemed that his Ditto could not use the skills that Eevee had used. Ditto, use Copycat. Drake ordered. Man. Ditto immediately used Copycat and spit up a large flame towards Eevee. Dig. Eevee immediately burrowed into the ground, dodging the fire blast, and then came out of the ground and shot a Thunderbolt, hitting Ditto. Man. Ditto wailed, fell to the ground, and his body returned to its original appearance. Ditto's physical strength was too low after all, and he was defeated after only 3 effective attacks. Ditto lost his ability to fight. Eevee won, said the referee. Oh, the first winner is Gary. Gary successfully took Drake's first Pokémon. It seems that your Eevee is a bit special, Drake said. As the chief trainer, Drake was quite perceptive and could see that Gary's Eevee was special. After all, his Ditto had fought many battles and never failed to use his skills. So it must be that Gary's Eevee was special, which caused Ditto to be unable to use those skills. Yes, my Eevee is not normal, it is very strong, Gary admitted. Well, hearing Gary's praise, Eevee raised his head proudly. Good performance, I won't be careless next time. After saying that, Drake threw the Pokeball. Great! A Gengar appeared. The second Pokémon sent by Chief Trainer Drake is Gengar. It is said that Gengar can hide in the shadow of objects and attack rival quietly. Host said. LV53 Gengar 3/Quasi Elite. Eevee, come back. Gary took out the Pokeball and took back the Eevee. Oh, Gary suddenly took back the Eevee. Host asked in surprise. Eevee was not hurt in the battle with Ditto just now, so he can continue to fight. It is also good to consume Gengar's physical strength. What does Gary mean? Why keep Eevee? Xiaojian asked in confusion. I don't know, maybe it's Gary's own strategy. Misty said. Why do I feel that Gary wants to defeat Drake completely? Ash murmured. What? Complete victory. Xiaojian thought Ash was joking. Drake is the chief trainer and his strength is not weak. How could he be defeated completely? It's really possible. Misty agreed. Misty, do you think so too? Xiaojian was even more confused. He didn't expect Misty to agree with Ash. Because Gary participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference and defeated rival completely. He only defeated Pokemon when fighting Ash. Misty said. Oh, Ash, you are so powerful. Xiaojian was surprised. Although he had never watched the Indigo Plateau Conference, Xiaojian knew some of Gary's strength, which was obviously stronger than Ash. Normal. Ash was too embarrassed to accept Xiaojian's praise. He was indeed not completely defeated, but that was because Gary did not replace the Pokemon, otherwise Ash would have been completely defeated. Gary took back Eevee. I don't know what Pokemon to send out to deal with Gengar. The host asked curiously. The next moment, Gary threw out the Pokeball. Go, Electivire. Gary threw out the Pokeball. Great. A tall Pokemon with thick arms and black fur patterns appeared. LV52 Electivire 3/Champion. The Pokémon sent by Gary is Electivire, which is a very strong electric Pokémon. It is said that the electricity stored in its body can provide the electricity needed for a city for 1 year. The host introduced. At present, the transportation and information in this world are not developed enough, and not many people know about the final evolution of Electabuzz. Electivire, what Pokémon is this? Ash, who has almost zero knowledge of Pokémon, naturally didn't know it, and immediately took out the Pokédex to check Electivire. Pokédex, Electivire, the evolution of Electabuzz, the specific information is unknown. It's like this again. Ash was very troubled. He found that he didn't use the Pokédex to check Gary's Pokémon. Most of the time, it prompted that the information was unknown, and at most he knew the name of the Pokémon. Electivire, it's really tall, but my Gengar is very strong. Gengar, Nightshade. Drake ordered. Gengar's scarlet eyes shot out 2 black rays to attack Electivire, and Electivire also shot out a golden spark without hesitation. The 2 skills clashed and exploded. Boom! Thunder Punch. Gary ordered. Electivire quickly ran towards Gengar, his palms flashing with lightning. The sound of thunder and lightning was like 1,000 birds singing together. Gengar used Shadow Punch to stop Electivire, but all his fists were smashed by Electivire's Thunder Punch. Bang! Electivire approached Gengar and sent Gengar flying with a Thunder Punch. Gengar. Gengar cried out in pain, retreating several meters before stopping, looking at Electivire with a resentful look, and dark energy emerged from his body. Use spells. Drake saw that Electivire was brave, and estimated that his physical strength of 3.7 was also very high, so it was obviously not wise to force an attack. The dark energy around Gengar suddenly dissipated and turned into a spell that fell on Electivire. At the same time, Gengar also used Black Eyes to prevent Electivire from being taken back, but Gengar also paid a huge price. Ghost Pokémon need to use half of their maximum physical strengths to use spells. Since that's the case, we have to make a quick decision. Gary ordered. Electivire, release the power of Discharge. Discharge. Wow. Electivire used Discharge, and the violent electric current in his body was quickly released. A series of violent arcs swept across the entire venue, bathing the cold field in lightning. Gengar couldn't dodge at all. His body was bathed in thunder and was directly numbed by the electricity. He fell to the ground, his eyes spinning in circles. 192, Gariv's Drake won. Gengar loses his ability to fight. Electivire wins, said the referee. Gary originally planned to win, but Drake insisted on playing dirty tricks, so there was no need to let Electivire's stored power play to its full potential. Great, Gary is amazing. He defeated the 2 Pokémon of the chief trainer Drake in a row. The young are formidable. Host was not optimistic about Gary at first, but as Gary defeated Drake's 2 Pokémon in a row, his opinion changed drastically. I wonder who Drake will send as his 3rd Pokémon. Host asked curiously. What a powerful thunder shock. Drake commented, and then threw a Pokeball. But it is destined to lose. It's your turn. Great. A huge body appeared on the field. It was an Onix. This Onix was very large, exceeding the Onix of the same level, and the tackle power should be very strong. LV50 Onix 3/Elite. Drake sent out Onix. Ground-type Onix is immune to electric skills. Electivire is in danger. Host exclaimed. Electivire, perform a quick attack and attack Onix with low kick. 02 Gary ordered. Wow. Electivire knew that he was under a spell and it would be disadvantageous to continue to waste time. Lightning flashed under his feet and rushed out quickly, leaving 2 electric lines on the ground. Bang! Onix was heavy and could not keep up with Electivire's speed. Electivire rushed to Onix and kicked Onix's hard body, but low kick did not repel Onix because it was too big and low kick was ineffective. Onix, tie up Electivire. Drake ordered hurriedly. Onix wrapped its body around him and then quickly tightened it to tie up Electivire. Oh no, Electivire has been caught by Onix. It's all over now, Host exclaimed. Gary was very calm. He deliberately let Electivire get close to Onix. Although Onix was large in size, its attack mode was single. If he wanted to cause effective damage to Rival, he had to tie Rival up and slam him hard to the ground. This would cause huge damage. Electivire, use Ion Deluge. Gary ordered. Wow. Electivire roared, and ions burst out from its body, converting the energy emitted by Onix into electrical energy. The electrical energy was quickly absorbed by Electivire, and its whole body was shining with golden lightning. Oh no, throw Electivire out quickly. Drake shouted hurriedly. Onix threw Electivire out without any hesitation. Bang! Electivire made a strong contact with the ground. Wow! Electivire cried out in pain, and at the same time, his forehead suddenly turned black, and the spell was activated, consuming another 10 parts of Electivire's physical strength. Quick attack, rush to Onix, use Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered. Hurry up and use Dig. Drake was also scared when he saw Electivire with lightning all over his body, so he let Onix temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Onix was about to drill a hole, but Electivire turned into a lightning, quickly came to Onix, grabbed Onix's tail directly, pulled Onix out of the ground, and smashed it to the ground, then quickly rushed to Onix's head and hit Onix's head with a dynamic punch. Oh, the spell on Electivire was activated again, and it lost the ability to fight. Host was surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Why did Onix tie up Electivire? Why did he throw Electivire out? Ash asked puzzled. In the audience, a brilliant flame exploded in the air, and the eyes of the people in the entire Citrus Stadium were attracted by the brilliant flame. This is your first battle, go ahead. Gary smiled confidently and threw the Pokeball. Oh my god, that's Moltres. Gary actually sent out the legendary Pokemon Moltres. Unbelievable. The host was shocked. Please enter the field, both players, said the referee. I don't know. Xiao Jian didn't know what was going on. Although Xiao Jian was a Pokemon observer, his knowledge was not comprehensive. The grass battlefield is quite normal, similar to ordinary battlefields, and is more suitable for grass-type Pokemon to fight here. 3 minutes later, the battlefield was changed. A cry resounded throughout the Citrus Sports City, and everyone present came back to their senses. Thank you for your hard work, take a good rest. Gary took back Electivire, originally thinking of defeating 2 Pokemon of Drake directly, so that he could take Electivire back. The second half of the game will begin. Please ask the chief trainer Drake to release the Pokemon first, said the referee. A huge bullfrog-like creature appeared. Venusaur looked like a bullfrog, with a flowering palm tree on its back. Ash had fought with Onix before, and knew that Onix Rap was very powerful. If he could bind rival, the fight would be over. Hearing this, Gary and Konkai entered the command area again. The second half of the battle will be in the grass. In the first half, Gary performed very well and defeated all 3 Pokemon of the chief trainer Drake, while he only defeated 1 Pokemon. The host said, the second half of the game will begin soon. I wonder if Gary can maintain the contest condition of the first half. The referee couldn't make a judgment, so he regarded Gary's Electivire as defeated, let the 2 rest in the command area, and began to change the court. Drake's strength is not bad. The potential of the Pokemon in his hand is not low. The worst ones are all quasi-elite, and the normal ones are all elite potential. After saying that, Electivire showed a look of pain on his face and fainted directly. Misty, do you know? Ash asked. I don't know either. Misty was also a half-baked person. She didn't even know all the knowledge about water Pokemon, let alone other attribute Pokemon. Venusaur, it's your turn. Drake threw the Pokeball. Roar. Onix loses the ability to fight, Electivire wins. The referee announced at this moment, Gary defeated 3 Pokemon of Drake in a row, now, change the battle venue. In the second half of the game, the first Pokemon that Drake sent out was Venusaur. I wonder what kind of Pokemon Gary will send out to deal with it. The host introduced. LV54 Venusaur 3/Elite. Although Electivire also defeated 2 Pokemon of Drake, it still didn't catch up in time. Ash was very depressed now. Since Xiao Gang left, there was no one to answer Ash's questions. Wow, great. Onix wailed and fell to the ground. Great. 193, Gariv's Drake 2. Oh my god, Moltres. Who is this Gary? He actually possessed Moltres. Shenkao, he actually subdued Moltres. The audience was stunned. As people from the Orange Islands, the 3 sacred birds were their totems, and Gary actually subdued their totems. How could they not be surprised? Moltres. Drake was also very surprised. He didn't expect Gary to possess Moltres. Although Gary had used Moltres and Articuno on Shamode Island, not many people saw it at the time, and Gary also asked those people to keep it secret. Only the top leaders of the Orange Islands knew about this, and ordinary people didn't know about it. Although they were surprised, the game had to continue. Drake understood that the Gary in front of him was not normal and was not comparable to the previous challengers. Venusaur, use the sunlight technique. Drake ordered. Because the Orange Islands have a tropical climate, sunny days are considered sunny days, and the sunlight technique skill can be used smoothly. Okay. The flower crown on Venusaur's back emits white light, and a white beam of light shoots straight into the sky. Moltres will not dodge when facing the solar power. It opens its beak and spurts out hot flames. The high-temperature flames instantly suppress the solar power and beat it back step by step. Boom! Unfortunately, the flames did not completely suppress the solar power and exploded around Venusaur, but it can be seen that Moltres' flames can suppress Venusaur. Use Razor Leaf. Drake ordered, and Venusaur immediately launched the Razor Leaf, but Moltres flapped his fire wings, and hot winds blew down. The flying leaves were covered by the heat wave and turned into ashes in an instant. Bana. Venusaur wailed, and it was also hit by the heat wave and suffered heavy damage. Moltres not only restrains Venusaur in attribute, but can also flying. The bulky Venusaur is like a tank, very strong on land, but facing air attacks, it is a sitting duck. Fire Blast. Gary continued to attack, Moltres spit up with a big flame, and Venusaur immediately used the solar beam to counterattack. Boom! The impact of the explosion overturned the grass on the field, and the strong wind blew Venusaur's body. If Venusaur's body was not too heavy, he might have been whirlwinded out. Venusaur, use Leaf Storm. Drake also tried his best and directly used Venusaur's strongest skill. Leaf Storm is a grass-type skill with a power of up to 130, but it has side effects. After using it, the Pokemon's own special attack will be reduced by 2 levels. The more times it is used, the lower the power. Barna. Venusaur rolled Gust, and a green twister rushed straight into the sky, attacking Moltres. Gary would not let Moltres avoid it, and ordered, take the challenge head-on, use Overheat. Overheat is the same as Leaf Storm, with the same power of 130, and even the side effects are the same. Moltres ejected a red beam, with sparks on the surface of the beam. The two skills collided in the air and stalemated for a few seconds. The red beam penetrated the leaf storm and exploded in front of Venusaur. Boom! The hot explosion spread, knocking Venusaur to the ground. Venusaur could not bear the continuous critical hits of the explosion, and his eyes turned in circles. Venusaur lost the ability to fight. Moltres won, the referee announced. Venusaur was defeated. As expected of a legendary Pokémon, Moltres' fire is too fierce. Host exclaimed. What? This Gary is too strong. He completely suppressed Drake. Yeah, if it wasn't for Jengar's spell, Drake couldn't even beat one of Gary's Pokémon. Why wasn't I as strong as Gary in the first place? A trainer who can capture legendary Pokémon is so terrifying. I really look forward to the day when Gary steps onto the world stage. Moltres' strong performance instantly attracted the attention of the audience. At the beginning, the audience was still optimistic about Drake. They didn't expect Gary to be so brave and defeat Drake's 4 Pokémon in a row. If it weren't for the spell, he wouldn't have lost any Pokémon. Drake now has only 2 Pokémon left, one is Dragonite, and the other one is unknown. It's hard to turn the tables. Xiaojian analyzed. Gary's strength has become stronger again. Ash felt it most clearly. He found that Gary was much stronger than during the Indigo Plateau Conference. Ash, you should worry about your battle with Drake later. Drake is not weak. Misty reminded. I know, I have decided on the lineup for the challenge. Now let me see how strong Drake's Dragonite is. Ash said. Drake is in danger. I don't know who will be sent to play the 5th Pokémon. After saying this, he threw Pokeballs repeatedly. Please. Great. A huge Gyarados appeared. This Gyarados still has the Intimidate ability, which reduces Moltres' physical attack. LV53 Gyarados 3/Quasi Elite. Moltres, come back. Gary has to defeat Drake completely, and each Pokémon only needs to fight once. Especially Electivire has to defeat Drake's 2 Pokémon, which makes Gary have no chance to play 1 Pokémon. Gary has taken back his Pokémon again. It seems that every time Drake sends a new Pokémon, Gary will replace it. Does Gary want to completely defeat Drake? The host suspected. This host still has some brains. He can see what Gary is thinking. Unfortunately, a complete victory is impossible. After all, Electivire has been defeated. Blastoise, it's your turn. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. Crack. Gary's trump card Pokémon Blastoise appeared. What? Gary sent Blastoise, the host exclaimed. Liao Zhao Zhao. Before, Gary sent out Pokémon with some rules. Even if he didn't send out restrained Pokémon, he wouldn't send out Pokémon that could counter it. How can a water type fight a water type? Hey, why is Gary the same as Ash? Misty said in surprise. What do you mean by the same as me? Ash asked puzzled. Because Ash, you like to mess around, and you always send people with opposite attributes or the same attributes to fight, just to compete with the opponent. Misty said. Ash, Ash was speechless. He was indeed like this. On the battlefield, the battle between the two sides began. Since they are both water Pokémon, my Gyarados will not lose. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Drake ordered. Gyarados spit up Hydro Pump towards Blastoise. Gary didn't know where Drake got the courage to let Gyarados use special attack skills to attack. We also use Hydro Pump. 194, Gariv's Drake 3. Kami. Blastoise's barrel fired 2 Hydro Pumps, instantly dispersing Gyarados' Hydro Pumps and hitting Gyarados. Amazing? Blastoise's Hydro Pump easily defeated Gyarados' Hydro Pump. Host explained in shock. Gyarados, use Ice Fang. Drake saw that the special attack could not win, so he could only use physical attack. Roar. Gyarados quickly rushed towards Blastoise, circled around Blastoise, and the Ice Fangs in his mouth kept biting Blastoise. Use Flash Cannon after Rapid Spin. Gary ordered. Blastoise used Rapid Spin to deflect Ice Fang, and the barrel shot out Flash Cannon, which collided with Gyarados and forced him back. Roar. Gyarados was forced to retreat, and used Aqua Tail to whip Blastoise, and Blastoise also used Water Stream Break to knock Aqua Tail away. What a strong Blastoise, he is even as strong as Gyarados. Host exclaimed. Everyone knows that Gyarados' physical attack is very high, and Blastoise is not inferior to Gyarados in strength. Gary's Blastoise is simply terrifyingly strong. Skull Bash. Gary ordered. Blastoise aimed at Gyarados' head, and his body was launched like a cannonball normal, pointing directly at Gyarados' head. Use Crunch. Drake had no intention of dodging. Gyarados showed his sharp fangs and bit towards Blastoise. With a bang, Gyarados' crunch did not stop Blastoise, and was knocked down by Blastoise. Gyarados stood up and looked at Blastoise with some fear. The blow just now really hurt him. After all, Blastoise is very tough, and high defense can also be used as a means of attack. Gyarados, use Waterfall. Drake said. In terms of tackle, Gyarados may not lose to Blastoise. The reason why he didn't use tackle skills just now was because Blastoise's movements were too fast and Gyarados didn't have time to use them. Roar. Water flowed from the side of Gyarados, allowing him to parade on the ground and quickly rushed towards Blastoise. After Shell Smash, use Dynamic Punch. Gary ordered. Kami. The transparent red crystal performance energy covered Blastoise's whole body. As the energy broke, both defenses were reduced by 1 level, and the speed and attack capabilities were all increased by 2 levels. Then, Blastoise rushed towards Gyarados and fired a Dynamic Punch, colliding with Gyarados' head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gyarados' body stopped suddenly, and then quickly retreated several meters. Gyarados, Akbi, was knocked out by Blastoise's punch. The audience's eyes widened. Gyarados was very big, 4 times bigger than Blastoise, so the scene of Blastoise knocking Gyarados out with one punch was particularly shocking. DF. Gyarados was hit by this dynamic punch, and his head was a little dizzy. He was not in a mess, but he was a little dizzy. And Gary would not miss this rare opportunity. Deal with Gyarados, Hydro Cannon. Gary ordered. Kami. Blastoise bent his legs, aimed the barrel at the target, and the majestic Hydro Pump gushed out. The huge Hydro Pump, like a beam of light, hit Gyarados. At this time, Drake only had the last Pokemon left. In the audience, Ash heard host's words and wondered, what is the Water-type ultimate skill? What? There is such a thing. Ash was immediately embarrassed. The Pokemon in his hands were all very strong, but there was a fatal flaw, that is, they refused to evolve. I can't teach this, only the skill master can teach it. Xiaojian shook his head. Ash's Bulbasaur is unwilling to evolve, and he also carries Everstone, so don't count on it in this life. Squirtle has some hope. What? There are also ultimate fire skills? What are they called? Ash suddenly became curious. It's the strongest skill of the water type, and the power of Hydro Cannon is comparable to the destruction of Death Ray. Misty still knew this and gave an answer, and this skill can only be learned. Pokemon can't awaken it by itself. You don't have to worry too much. If you can't learn the ultimate water skills, you can let Charizard learn the ultimate water skills. Xiaojian said. Gyarados loses his ability to fight, Blastoise wins, said the referee. Then who should I find to learn from? Ash said distressedly. Oh, then can my Pokemon learn it too? Ash asked. Bang, your Pokemon can't learn it. Misty said. Drake threw the Pokeball. The ultimate fire skill. I remember it's called Blast Burn. Xiaojian recalled. What a headache. Ash looked distressed. He also wanted to master Hydro Cannon, but he had no chance. It's Hydro Cannon, a water-type ultimate skill, too strong. Host exclaimed. Gyarados was directly blown out of the field and fell to the ground, his eyes spinning in circles, and he fainted. That's right. Misty, do you think Squirtle will be willing to evolve? Ash asked. Drake's strongest trump card, Dragonite, appeared. Drake took off the Pokeball on the pendant and said, okay, this rival is very strong, you will definitely be satisfied, go, Dragonite. Ash suddenly realized why he had forgotten Mao. Ash has captured all the 3 starters in the Kanto region, but only Charmander evolved to the final form and Bulbasaur and Squirtle did not evolve. Don't think about it, if your Squirtle wanted to evolve, it would have evolved long ago, and even mastered Hydro Pump, which is a very high-level Pokemon that can be mastered by song. Xiaodao. Oh, Xiaojian, can you teach my Charizard? Ash asked hurriedly. Because learning Hydro Cannon requires Squirtle to evolve to the final form of Blastoise, and your Squirtle doesn't want to evolve, how can you learn it? Misty said. Drake has lost 5 Pokemon in a row, and now there is only 1 Pokemon left. I don't need to introduce this Pokemon in detail, I believe everyone knows it. Let's see if Drake can make a comeback with the last Pokemon. Host explained. Why? Gary's Blastoise can learn it, why can't my Squirtle? Ash frowned. Gary's Blastoise could learn Hydro Cannon, so he must know where the skill master is. After the game is over, you can ask Gary. Let's watch the game carefully. It's about to end. Misty said. Great. Drake took back the defeated Gyarados and looked at the pendant in front of his chest. There was a Pokeball decorated on the pendant. This was the Pokeball with Dragonite. Drake usually wore it as a pendant. Seeing Gary Blastoise's Hydro Cannon, Ash was also very excited. Since Blastoise can learn it, then his Squirtle must be able to learn it. B195, Gariv's Drake 4. Drake sent out his trump card Pokemon Dragonite. I wonder if Gary will choose to replace Pokemon again. Host asked curiously. Previously, Pokemon were replaced because of confidence, but Drake's Dragonite is very strong. Because Dragonite is a quasi-god Pokemon that matures late, Dragonair has to reach level 55 to evolve into Dragonite. Once evolved, it has the strength of a quasi-elite. After a few years of training, it is easy to reach the elite level. Blastoise, come back and rest. Gary took Blastoise back as the host guest. Gary took back Blastoise. I wonder what Pokemon he will send to deal with Dragonite. Host was very curious about what Pokemon Gary would send to deal with Dragonite. After all, the Pokemon Gary sent out so far are all very good, even legendary Pokemon, even the audience is looking forward to it. In the entire audience, only Ash and the other 2 knew that Gary would send Banjira to deal with Dragonite. It's your turn. Rival is not weak this time. Do your best. Gary threw the Pokeball. Great. A ball of white light landed on the field. The light dissipated, and a huge brown-green body covered with armor appeared on the field. Roar. Bangala roared and looked at Dragonite defiantly. Oh my god, the Pokemon sent by Gary turned out to be Johto region, Bangala, who is known as a tyrant? This Pokemon has the power to collapse a mountain. Host exclaimed. Drake was very calm. He had seen him in the public area at the Pokemon Center yesterday. Dragonite uses water gun. Drake was also a little anxious. Being defeated was fine, but he couldn't accept such a terrible defeat. After all, he was the chief trainer of the Southern Cross, and that was the face of the Orange Alliance. Dragonite sprayed water gun at Bangala. Sandstorm defense. Gary said. Ban. Sandstorm erupted around Bangala, and Sandstorm formed a sand shield to block the water gun. Dragonite Sigma, OVO. Dragonite was shocked. He didn't expect his water gun to be blocked in this way. Bangala activated his own ability, and in an instant, the entire venue was covered with sandstorm. Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse. Drake ordered. 0. Bang! Dragonite did not fail to fight back, but they used special attack skills. These skills were easily suppressed in front of Bangala's stone edge. Even if the explosive impact generated by the skills was defended by the sand shield, it could not affect Bangala at all. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Drake's Dragonite likes to use special attack moves, then there is nothing to do. After all, normal is excellent trainers will obey the Pokemon's own wishes. Dragonite sprayed water gun at Bangala's face, but the water gun did not cause any damage to Bangala. In the sandstorm weather, the rock-type special defense ability increased by 1.5 times. The water gun, a water-type skill with only 40 power, could not cause any damage to Bangala. Dragonite immediately spit up and the colorful dragon-shaped wave attacked. Bangala fired Dark Pulse in reverse. 0. Roar. Dal. Gary was not panicked at all. Anyway, on the ground, there was no shortage of rock energy. He could use rock skills as he pleased. He just needed to give Dragonite the opportunity to use skills that would improve his ability. Dragonite with flying type was restrained by rock type moves, but Drake's Dragonite was very patient and took all the damage and was not smacked down. Bangala caught Dragonite, and his body retreated violently, leaving a 10-meter-long money pit on the grass, and Bangala's hands tightly grasped Dragonite's arms. The two Song Pokemons competed in strength. Drake's Dragonite is a little special. It likes to fight long-range battles and has weak close combat ability, which completely wastes Dragonite's physical attack advantage. PBOS. Dragonite, use water gun. Drake ordered. Bangala's hard armor flashed a metallic luster, and he opened his arms to hug Dragonite. Dragonite saw that Bangala wanted to take his attack, so he charged harder, vowing to kill Bangala instantly. Stone Edge. Gary ordered. Bangala, use Iron Defense to catch Dragonite. Gary ordered. Hearing the sound, Dragonite quickly flew into the air, making it impossible for Bangala to get close to him. Bangala kept condensing stone blades and shooting them at soaring in the sky, chasing Dragonite. Dragonite also used agility to speed up his speed to avoid the stone blades. Although Dragonite pulled away from the pursuit of the stone blades with his speed, Dragonite would also suffer the greatest loss of physical strength if he continued to consume it like this. Dragonite's situation is not good. Bangala has been chasing and beating him. How should Drake deal with it? Host explained. Boom! Dragonite used Thunder Punch, smashing all the rocks falling towards him. Bangala took advantage of the opportunity when Dragonite was about to rock smash, and rushed towards Dragonite with big strides, his fist emitting white light, and he was about to use Dynamic Punch to attack Dragonite. Drake let his Dragonite learn so many special attack skills, which is really a waste of time. After all, Drake has no system, and learning skills requires a lot of time. Moreover, Dragonite has been learning special attack skills for a long time, and it will be very uncomfortable to switch to physical attack skills in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the water gun sprayed by Dragonite was instantly frozen. It seems that long-range attacks are useless, Drake thought to himself. He also saw that Dragonite's special attack skills were useless against Bangala. If he continued to consume it, he would not make any progress. Dragonite's special attack species strength is 100, which is not low, but its physical attack species strength is 134, obviously a physical attacker. Take off. Drake ordered immediately. Bangala condensed a stone blade and shot it towards soaring in the sky. Dragonite also used Thunderbolt to smash the stone blade, but Thunderbolt's attack trajectory was too single and the attack was also concentrated, unlike Stone Edge which was scattered. Several stone blades broke through Thunderbolt's blockage and hit Dragonite. Dragonite, use Dragon Rush. Drake ordered. Dragonite burst out dragon energy, wrapped Dragonite's body, formed into an energy dragon in the form of a western dragon, leaned down and rushed down. All the flying stone blades that touched the energy dragon were instantly turned into stone powder. The skills of both sides exploded after the intersection, and a cloud of smoke erupted. Before the smoke was blown away by the sandstorm, pieces of rock rushed out of the smoke indiscriminately falling on the direction where Dragonite was. Ice Fang. Gary suddenly ordered. Besides, it was sandstorm weather now. Even if the damage was very low, there would still be damage. A protracted war would not be good for Dragonite. The two Pokemons competed in strength, but it was obvious that Bangala was stronger than Dragonite, and pushed Dragonite back little by little. Very good, continue to chase with Stone Edge. Gary said. 196, Orange Alliance Challenge succeeded. ABOS. Dragonite was startled and immediately stopped the water gun. He saw that the sharp fangs on the upper and lower jaws of Bangala were covered with layers of ice energy and bit Dragonite. Ouch. Dragonite had no way to avoid it. Bangala bit Dragonite's shoulder. The sharp fangs bit through Dragonite's skin, and the deadly cold air invaded Dragonite's body, instantly freezing Dragonite's shoulder. Oh no, Dragonite was hit by Bangala's ice fang. Ice skills are very restraining to dragon Pokemon. The host explained. As the host explained, Dragonite suddenly exerted force to distance himself from Bangala, but half of Dragonite's body was frozen. This Ice Fang almost took Dragonite's life. Dragonite is dying, use Earthquake. Gary ordered. Roar. Bangala raised his foot and stomped on the ground, causing a 5-3-3 earthquake. Dragonite wanted to fly to the sky, but half of his body was frozen and he couldn't fly for a while. Earthquake waves spread throughout the field. ABOS. Ash thought back to the game just now, especially the scene where Blastoise used Hydro Cannon, and was still very excited, so he made up his mind and asked, how much does it cost to learn Blast Burn? Which Pokemon should I give the ability enhancement stone to? Gary looked at the ability enhancement stone in the space backpack. It was a triangular black stone with a strange pattern on it. Gary didn't know what this pattern meant, but he had never seen it before. And there is no guarantee of 100% teaching. I will only teach you for 1 month. If you can't learn it within 1 month, you will be persuaded to quit and the money will not be returned. Gary said. Ash was shocked. He had never seen how much 1 million was in his life. What? 1 million. Caesar's ability is technical expert. If this ability is enhanced, Caesar's small skills will be enhanced to a stronger level. Gary didn't stay for long. He still had to think about the ability enhancement stone, so he didn't have time to coach Ash here. Besides, Ash was about to challenge Drake and had no time to go to CAI Islands. Dragonite has lost the ability to fight. The referee announced, Drake's 6 Pokemon were all defeated, and the winner is Gary. Gary is now considering who to give the ability enhancement stone to. Let's try it on Blastoise first. Gary decided to try Blastoise first. Although the Hydro Burn ability is not the strongest among all the abilities, Blastoise is Gary's Earl Dervish Pokemon. The potential has reached the legendary level. If you go astray, you can only go astray. Gary. Just as Gary was about to use the ability enhancement stone on Blastoise, a familiar voice came from behind. It's you? Gary turned around and saw Ash and the other 3. Gary, congratulations on your successful challenge. The game was very exciting. Misty and Xiaojian congratulated. Gary, where did you learn the Hydro Cannon that Blastoise used in the game? Ash asked. Why, do you want to learn it? Gary said. Yes, my Charizard can learn Blast Burn. You should know a skill master who can teach it. Ash said. I know it, but what's the point of telling you? You definitely won't learn it. Gary waved his hand. Why do you say that? Ash asked in confusion. Tell me, I will definitely learn it. Because Blastoise's the ability is Torrent, which is the same as Raging Fire. The effect after upgrading can be referred to Infernape, which Ash will capture in the future. Once this ability is activated, it is very powerful. Yes, skill teaching is like this. If the Pokemon is not good at understanding, the skill teaching master can't do anything. Misty agreed with Gary, because when she was a child, she saw many trainers asking their fathers to return the money because their Pokemon could not learn skills. This is nonsense. Of course it costs money to teach skills. Gyms in various places also teach skills, but they all charge fees. The more precious the skills, the higher the fees. Don't you even know this? Gary said with a headache. The Orange Alliance challenge fell Veilstone, and then, he personally presented Gary with the trophy many times. The second island of CAI Islands, the edge of the Cape. Ash thought about it and suddenly said in surprise, Gary, you said before that you were going to CAI Islands. Is it just to learn the ultimate skills? And can the ability be continuously improved? For example, the Sunshine ability. Once Groudon's Sunshine ability is activated, it can affect the climate of 1 or even 2 regions, while the Sunshine ability of ordinary Pokemon can only affect the area of the stadium. The limit is 2 or 3 football fields at most. After the words fell, the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. The price is the same, 1 million. Gary said. Dragonite wailed, leaned forward, and finally fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Really? It was the first time Ash heard of this. The winner has been decided. Gary succeeded in the challenge. Let us congratulate him and thank the 2 trainers for bringing us a wonderful game. If the Pokemon with Sunshine ability is continuously given the ability enhancement stone, can the Sunshine ability be comparable to Groudon's Sunshine ability? The rules for teaching skills have always been like this. This is just like going to school. You are given the opportunity to go to school. You can't blame anyone for learning. Gary said. It's almost the same. I learned it on the way. Anyway, the skill master I know who can teach is there. If you want to go, just prepare the money. Gary said. Come on, Bisai in a week, I'm leaving first. 3.8 Can you tell me where it is? Ash said. Of course, my father used to teach water skills, and the fees were not low. Misty said. Gary's current Pokemon, the most suitable Pokemon for using ability fossils are only Blastoise and Mantis Claw. It costs money, are you sure? Gary said. What? It costs money. Ash froze. Bangala, come back and rest. Gary was also very satisfied with the performance of his Pokemon. Although he did not completely defeat Drake, it was almost the same as a complete victory. Afterwards, after the Pokemon was healed at the Pokemon Center, he came to the Victor's Palace and released the 5 participating Pokemon to take pictures. As for Articuno, he was not released. After all, he did not play, and Gary did not want to be too high profile. After leaving a group photo and footprints at the Victor's Palace, the system also prompted that the task was completed. It is near the edge of the second island of CAI Islands. 3 witches are responsible for teaching the ultimate skills. Gary said. Ash really planned to spend money, but the cost of 1 million was too high, and the key was that there was no guarantee that he could learn it. For Ash, who was not very experienced in the world, it was like robbing. 197. Enhanced Riptide Ability. Leaving the Victory Palace, Gary rented a closed venue. Because he used molters in the match with Drake, many tourists and locals wanted to take pictures with Gary's molters. Gary certainly couldn't let molters out to take pictures with people, so he could only rent a venue to avoid being disturbed by passersby. Blastoise, come out. Gary released Blastoise. Come. Blastoise came out of the Pokeball and saw that there was no Pokemon around, not even the shadow of his partner. He immediately understood something and smiled evilly. Don't laugh, it does help you become stronger, but I don't know how strong it can become. I may have to test it later. Gary said. Come. Blastoise nodded frantically. Come on, I can't wait. Gary shook his head slightly, walked to Blastoise, put his hand on Blastoise's shell, and used the ability strengthening stone. Ding! Ability strengthening successfully. Hearing the system's prompt, Gary immediately checked Blastoise's attribute. Pokemon, Blastoise 3. Attribute, Water. Level, LV59. Potential, Legend. Ability, X-Torrent. When the physical strength is reduced to 0 to 1/3, the power of water-type moves will increase by 2 times, and the attack, special attack, defense, special defense, and speed abilities will all increase by 2 levels. Skills, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Shell Shrinking, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, Protect, Rain Dance, Shell Smash, Flash Cannon, Hydro Pump, Skull Bash, Wave Rush. Professor Level, Water Stream Rupture, Mega Kick, Signal Beam, Dynamic Punch, Dig, Hydro Cannon, Waterfall, Rest, Destruction Death Beam. Intimacy, 255, Maximum 255. Carrying items, Top Grade Mystic Water. My Turtle, all abilities are increased by 2 levels. Gary was shocked. This increase is really terrifying. If Blastoise triggers the ability in the battle, and then cooperates with Shell Smash, the attack, special attack, and speed will be increased by 4 levels. This move will not directly crush rival. Come. Blastoise scratched his head in confusion. It didn't feel anything. Why was Gary laughing there, and laughing so evilly? I helped you strengthen your ability, so you don't feel anything. Now I'm going to test your ability. You have to bear it. Gary said. Come. Blastoise was confused. It knew that its ability was Torrent. In the previous training, Gary had tested its ability and deliberately injured Blastoise to trigger the Torrent ability. Believe me, you will be very surprised when the ability is triggered this time. Gary said, throwing a Pokeball and releasing Electivire. Blastoise got a headache when he saw Electivire, but since Gary had said so, he could only endure the Thunder Shock training later. Wow. Electivire was confused, not knowing why Gary released him. Although he had been treated, the electricity in his body had not yet recovered. He thought Gary released him and had electricity for him to absorb. Electivire, I'll let you attack Blastoise later, and we'll test Blastoise's ability. Gary said. Wow. Electivire nodded happily, and he was happy to do this kind of work. Blastoise felt that this old guy Electivire was rebellious, relying on the attribute to restrain himself, and always jumped in front of him. Okay, Blastoise, you use Shell Smash first. Gary said. Blastoise, come. QAQ. If you use Shell Smash and get attacked later, the injury will be more serious. I believe you, with your defensive ability, even if you use Shell Smash, you will have no problem resisting Electivire's Thunder Shock. Gary said. After all, to trigger the Ripple ability, Blastoise's physical strength needs to be pushed to the extreme. Come. Blastoise yelled at Electivire, asking him to be gentler later, and then used Shell Smash, reducing both defenses by 1 level. Electivire, you can use Thunder now, Gary said. Blastoise was sweating, using Thunder right away, really not treating me as a Water-type Pokemon. Wow. Electivire was very happy, and the small horns on his head emitted electricity, shooting out a thick lightning, which came in front of Blastoise in an instant. Come. Blastoise endured the severe pain caused by thunder. When the thunder disappeared, Blastoise was electrocuted and white smoke came out of his body, but the ability was still not triggered. It can be seen that Blastoise's defense ability is still very strong. Even if it is a restrained electric skill, he can still resist a few hits. Blastoise, can you take another thunder? Gary asked. Come. Blastoise nodded heavily, indicating that he could still resist. Electivire, continue. As soon as he finished speaking, Electivire released thunder again and hit Blastoise again. This time, Blastoise's physical strength dropped sharply. After resisting thunder, more white smoke came out of his body, but he still did not fall down. Blastoise, is the ability triggered? Gary asked. Come. Blastoise shook his head, indicating that it was still a little short. Electivire saw that Blastoise's physical strength had not been pushed to the limit by himself, and he was a little embarrassed. How about changing your skills? Gary felt that if Blastoise could withstand another thunder, he might lose his ability to fight. His Electivire was not weak, and it had the potential to be a champion. Come. Blastoise shook his head and refused. He felt that there was a 993 force in his body that was about to burst out, and it was just a little bit short. Okay, Electivire, continue to use thunder, but the power can be lighter. Gary said. Wow. Electivire used thunder again, and a thick lightning descended and landed on Blastoise. Kami. Blastoise cried out in pain and was electrocuted to his knees. Gary. Electivire. Didn't I tell you to be gentle? Gary said. Wow. Electivire shook his head frantically. He had just reduced the power. It had nothing to do with him. Gary did not continue to blame Electivire. He was ready to check Blastoise's condition. However, in the next second, Blastoise's eyes suddenly opened, and a rapid burst of water energy burst out from his body, surrounding Blastoise's whole body. Wow. Electivire was shocked. He did not defeat Blastoise with his thunder. Moreover, Blastoise's change made Electivire confused. Why did he look like he was resurrected with full blood? Kami. Blastoise felt full of power at this moment. This feeling had never been experienced before. All of this was brought to him by Gary. Electivire, be defensive. Gary said. Wow. Electivire was confused. Blastoise, 198, X fierce and X sand. Wow. Electivire didn't struggle too much, crossing his arms in front of himself. Anyway, he was not restrained by water skills, so it was okay for him to block Blastoise's attack. Blastoise, use hydro pump. Gary ordered. Kami. Blastoise was surrounded by water energy, and the barrel quickly ejected hydro pump. The spit-up hydro pump was not a hydro pump at all, but a water beam formed by two condensed water energies. Bang! Electivire was hit, and his body quickly retreated. With a bang, Electivire hit the wall and stopped. Wow! Electivire gasped for air. It had tasted Blastoise's hydro pump before, but this time the hydro pump was too powerful, and it directly injured Electivire. This was when Electivire was on guard. If it was hit again, Electivire felt that it might not be able to withstand it. Electivire uses the destruction ray, Blastoise uses the hydro cannon, and see how it fights against each other. Gary ordered. Kami. Wow. The two Pokémon began to gather energy. Electivire fired the destruction ray, and Blastoise's cannon directly fired two thick blue beams. The two skills met in the air, and the hydro cannon instantly defeated the destruction ray and hit Electivire. Boom! A white mushroom cloud unique to the explosion of water skills rose up. When the smoke dispersed, Electivire's entire body was embedded in a large pit in the wall, and his eyes were spinning in circles. Oh my god, so scary. Gary was also surprised. After Blastoise's torrent ability was triggered, it looked even more powerful than Ash's Infernape. It was certain that the Infernape that Ash would capture in the future would have its ability enhanced. Gary was curious as to why the Infernape's ability was enhanced. Was it innate, or was it something he ate that caused the change? Thank you for your hard work. After testing Blastoise's X-Torrent ability, Gary took back the two Pokémon, left the venue, and hurried to the Pokémon Center to heal the two Song Pokémon. After handing the two Pokémon to Joy, Gary returned to the indoor training ground. There are two ability enhancement stones left. Who should I give them to? Gary was having a headache about which two Pokémon to give them to. To be honest, Gary was very curious about what kind of improvement other abilities would have after being enhanced. Unfortunately, there were only two ability enhancement stones left, and Gary was very hesitant about who to give them to. Since it is a rare material, it can only be used on the strongest and more cost-effective Pokémon in Gary's hands. Thinking from the perspective of strength and cost-effectiveness, the Pokémon with high ability applicability and Mega Evolution are naturally the most suitable. At present, Banjura and Scizor are the most suitable. These two Pokémon both have Mega Evolution forms, and the Technical Master and Sand Raising abilities are very good. Gary is also curious about the impact of climate change. What changes will happen when the ability is strengthened? Come out, Bangala. After thinking it through, Gary threw the Pokeball and released Bangala. Roar. Bangala looked at the empty field and understood what Gary wanted to say to him, waiting for Gary to speak. I'm here to improve your strength, but I don't know what changes will happen after the improvement. Gary said. Huh. Bangala was also confused. Improving strength is just getting stronger. What changes can there be? Gary did not explain to Bangala. He put his hand on Bangala, used an ability strengthening stone, and then checked Bangala's attribute. Pokemon, Bangala 3. Attribute, Rock, Evil. Level, 63. Potential, Champion. Ability, X Sandstorm, will change the surrounding weather to sandstorm weather. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Rock Throw, Dig, Payback, Horrible Face, Rock Slide, Stomping Tantrum, Smackdown, Crunch, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Stone Edge, Iron Defense, Dark Pulse, Sandstorm, Destruction Death Beam, Giga Impact, Ice Fang. Teaching Skills, Fire Blast, Thunderbolt, Mega Kick, Dynamic Punch, Rest. Intimacy, 225, Full Value 255. Carrying Props, Top Hard Stone. Gary, surprised face? Gary stared at her with confusion. The introduction of the ability was still the same as the original introduction of the sand raising ability. There was no change. Roar. However, Bangala seemed to feel something. It felt as if it could change the climate of this world. Bangala, do you feel that your ability has become stronger? Gary said. Roar. Bangala was startled, then nodded, and at the same time wondered how Gary did it, and actually made his ability stronger. Try to activate your ability. Gary said. Bangala activated his ability, and the originally calm room suddenly became windy. Twisters formed by sand appeared one after another. Sandstorm weather covered the entire stadium. The sand in the sky made visibility extremely low and the visual range was shortened. If Gary was not next to Bangala, he would not be able to see Bangala. This is not a sandstorm, it is simply a sandstorm. Can the sandstorm be intensified? Gary asked. Roar. Bangala tried it, and the sandstorm became more violent. The sand blew on Gary's face, and it hurt. Articuno, disperse the sandstorm weather. Gary immediately released Articuno to test. Articuno came out of the Pokeball and felt the sandstorm weather around him. He immediately disliked it and immediately used the snow scene. However, the sandstorm weather did not disappear. Bangala's sandstorm covered Articuno's snow scene. This is so strong. Gary was shocked. This sandstorm weather was really terrible. Not only did it cause a sandstorm of the scale of a sandstorm, but even the 3 sacred birds could not eliminate the sandstorm launched by Bangala. Of course, this may also be because Articuno's own level is too low. Good job. Gary wanted to continue testing, so he took out another Ultra Ball and opened it to release Moltres dust. Moltres came out and felt very uncomfortable looking at the sandstorm weather. Anyway, the 3 holy birds didn't like the sandstorm weather. They usually flew everywhere and rarely flew to the desert area. Moltres, try to use Sunny Day to replace the sandstorm weather. Gary said. Moltres cast Sunny Day, but the sandstorm in the room still existed. Moltres was the same and couldn't make Bangala's sandstorm dissipate. Roar. Bangala was immediately proud. He didn't expect that even the 3 holy birds couldn't dispel his sandstorm. You two work together to see if you can disperse the sandstorm weather. Gary said. Moltres and Articuno cast weather moves one after another. The sandstorm on the field weakened, but it still didn't disappear. 199, return to Pallet Town. Hiss. Gary took a deep breath in his heart. He didn't expect the enhanced sandstorm to be so terrifying that even the 3 sacred birds couldn't make it dissipate. Okay, Bangala, you can also stop the sandstorm. Gary said. Hearing this, Bangala waved his hand, and the violent sandstorm weather quickly subsided and soon dissipated. Gary touched his face. Just a moment ago, Gary's cheeks were red. This was not shyness, but being hit by sand. I don't know how large a range such a sandstorm can affect. Gary was very curious about this, but this is a city. If the sandstorm is too large, it will affect other people. He can only go to the field to test it later. And there is still an ability enhancement stone left. Gary doesn't plan to keep it. After returning to Professor Oak's laboratory, he will give it to Caesar. He is very curious about how the ability enhancement of the technical master will improve. The next day, Orange Alliance released another message that Trainer Ash from Pallet Town will challenge Drake in a week. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The Chief Trainer Challenge is not a common event. It is good to hold it 4 or 5 times a year. I didn't expect it to be held twice in a row this month. The key is that the challenger is from Pallet Town 453. You should know that the last trainer Gary who challenged Drake is also from Pallet Town, which is very interesting. This piece of news also reduced Gary's popularity a lot. Gary left Pomelo Island the next day and took Moltres to the interior of Kanto and returned to Pallet Town. The match between Ash and Drake is not very interesting, because Ash's current strength is stronger than in the original book. As long as Ash does not get sick, it will not be a big problem to defeat Drake. Although Drake's elite Dragonite is very strong, the quasi-elite Pokemon can already compete with that Dragonite. As long as the previous battle goes smoothly, the Dragonite can be defeated with this number. Pallet Town. Gary arrived before noon. With a Pokemon like Moltres that can fly long distances, Solation flying can be performed in one region. Gary, you are back. Why don't you stay and continue to watch Ash's game? Professor Oak knew that Gary had successfully defeated Drake, and thought that Gary would stay on Pomelo Island and wait for Ash to finish the challenge and come back together. Drake's strength is just so-so. If Ash can't even beat him, he is not qualified to continue to be my rival. Gary said proudly. Then how long do you plan to stay at home this time? Professor Oak came over enthusiastically, and said something caring about Gary, but his eyes were always fixed on Moltres. Stay for a while, I want to test the strength of some Pokemon, so as to arrange the training for them later. Gary said. Okay, then Gary, quickly release your Pokemon, and Grandpa will help you test it. The trapped Bowong smiled. The Pokemon who stayed in Professor Oak's laboratory also gathered at lunchtime. When they saw Gary, they all surrounded him happily. LV40 Magneton/Elite. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so you still have to train hard. Gary said. According to the rules set before leaving, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is the highest level among the Pokemon with quasi-elite potential. This is also normal. When Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was first captured by Gary, its level was very high. It also works hard in training, so it is normal that its level is far ahead. Got it. LV55 Alakazam 3/Elite. Please bear with it. My grandfather just wants to observe you. Don't hurt him. Gary still reminded him before going to the room to prepare food without worry. After waiting for the Pokemon to finish their meal, Gary followed the rules and upgraded the potential of Megatron to Elite and Pidgeot to Champion. Then Gary, you go and do your work. I will take a look at your Pokemon. Professor Oak stared at Moltres and Articuno. If he was not worried that he would make the two Pokemon unhappy, he would have wanted to do it right away. Gary's working ability is very strong. After all, he has been with Professor Oak since he was a child. He is still very efficient at work and quickly prepared food for the Pokémon in the backyard. The Pokémon with gym potential will be put aside for the time being, and there will be no champion potential team for the time being. Gary looked at his Pokémon and observed their level changes. More than 2 months have passed, and there are still changes in the levels. LV55 Aerodactyl 3/Elite. And 2 competitive teams were divided according to potential, one for quasi-elite potential and one for elite level. The other Pokémon were envious, but they didn't complain. After all, the rules were set in advance, and if they couldn't beat them in training, they were inferior in skills. LV54 Executor 3/Quasi-Elite. Everyone can have a good rest during this period. I will prepare food for you, Gary said. Gary then looked at the Pokémon with elite potential. Gary also strengthened the Pokémon, of course. He taught his Pokémon the skill devices that were awarded for challenging the Southern Cross Gym. They could learn Rest and Destruction Ray, which was a small reward for their hard work. It was like giving them some soup. The Pokémon heard the sound and went to eat. Before going to Seafoam Islands, Gary set rules for his Pokémon to train well, and when he came back, he would improve the potential of the Pokémon with the highest level. LV53 Executor 3/Quasi-Elite. However, Executor is level 54, which Gary did not expect. It has surpassed the level of Executor. The key is that there is a machine specially used to make Pokémon feed in the room. Gary only needs to pour the raw materials in. How could Gary not know what Professor Oak was thinking, and opened the 4 Pokeballs on his body? LV52 Ice Pokémon 3/Quasi-Elite. LV55 Super Iron Tyrannosaurus 3/Quasi-Elite. I never expected that Pidgeot would be the highest level, but Pidgeot is usually very hardworking, so it's normal. Grandpa, be careful. Moltres' flame feathers are real fire. People who touch them without its approval will be burned, Gary reminded. LV37 Onyx/Quasi-Elite. I know that Ponyta and Rapidash have such characteristics. I understand. You can prepare food without worry, Professor Oak said. LV56 Pidgeot 3/Elite. All the Pokémon nodded and decided to train hard in the future to strive for the next opportunity to become stronger. The level of the Pokémon with quasi-elite potential in Gary's hands. Onyx was captured during the challenge of the Orange Alliance and is not used for the time being. However, there is no need to worry about Onyx. After using the best metal coat on it, its potential can be raised to elite potential. Long time no see, hurry up and eat, I will test your strength later, Gary said. 200, X Technical Expert Ability. Okay, it's your turn next, Scizor. After teaching all the skills that should be taught to the Pokémon, it's time to strengthen Scizor's ability. Whew, Scizor was surprised. It had learned new skills, how come it was its turn again? This time, I'm going to improve your ability, because your ability improvement is the most cost-effective, Gary said. Scizor's ability is Technical Master, and it has dual attributes. When using skills with power less than or equal to 60, the power is increased by 50%, and combined with the attribute bonus, the power is very impressive. For example, if Scizor uses Bullet Punch with a power of 40, it can hit 80 power, which is doubled directly. Anyway, if Scizor uses skills with a power less than or equal to 60, the power is doubled. But the maximum power is 120, and I don't know to what extent the power will be improved after strengthening the Technical Master's ability. Whew, Scizor nodded. Anyway, no matter what, it is always a good thing to improve your strength. Gary put his hand on Scizor's hard steel armor, used the last ability enhancement stone, and then checked Scizor's attribute. Pokémon, Scizor male sign. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Level, 55. Potential, Champion. Ability, X Technical Expert. When attacking, you can increase the power of skills below 80 power by 100%. Skills, Leer, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Slash, Bullet Punch, Metal Claw, Double Team, Iron Head, Air Slash, Sword Dance, X Scissor, Rest. Teacher Skills, Rest, Destruction Death Ray. Intimacy, 255, Full Value 255. Oh my god, such a big improvement. Gary was surprised. There are quite a few steel skills below 80 power, such as Iron Head skill, with attribute bonus and ability, has a power of 200, which is as terrifying as self-destruct. Even if you don't use this skill, all skills with power below 80 will be doubled. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, come here. Gary immediately called Super Iron Tyrannosaurus over to test Scizor. Roar. Knowing what Gary wanted to do, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was happy to accept it. It was usually the most vulnerable in Gary's Pokémon team. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus's defense ability was much better than that of Banjura. Scizor uses X Scissor, said Gary. Ja. Scizor rushed to the front of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus quickly, crossed his claws and chopped it up, and the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus also crossed his arms to resist Scizor's attack. Dang! The heavy body of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus rushed backwards, leaving a scratch more than 2 meters long on the ground. Roar! The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus showed disbelief, and didn't expect that it was repelled. It usually asked Scizor to spar with it. Usually, it would not be repelled if it was hit by X Scissor. How come Scizor suddenly became so powerful? How do you feel? How many attacks like this do you think you can resist? Gary asked. Roar. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus felt his arms swelled up, and thought that he could only withstand 4 or 5 attacks like this. Although the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus has no high resistance to bug-type skills, it can still easily defend against them with its own strong physical defense race, and Caesar can now easily break the defense of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. If Caesar uses Iron Head, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus will not be simply repelled several meters away, and the armor on its body will probably be cracked. Okay, Caesar, try to use skills with lower power when you are training in battle, Gary said. After all, Caesar's ability is a passive skill. As long as you use skills with a power of less than 80, you will get the ability bonus. If it is a special attack skill, it's okay. The physical attack report is a bit scary. Cheap. Caesar nodded to show that he understood. In the future, when fighting with Blastoise and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, he will use skills with higher power. Blastoise, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, rightward arrow _ rightward arrow? What do you mean, you little bug? In the following days, Gary stayed in Pallet Town, supervising the training of his Pokémon and taking care of other Pokémon in the laboratory. A week later, Gary and Professor Oak watched the Chief Trainer Challenge of the Orange Alliance. Although he said that he didn't care about Ash's game, Gary's body was still very honest to watch the game on TV. 0, please give flowers. Ash performed very well, at least more calmly than in the original book. There was no problem with the Pokémon he sent out, and they performed normally, except for facing it seemed a little weak when it came to Dragonite, but in the end, it defeated Dragonite with the help of Pikachu with the advantage of numbers. However, Ash did not send Tauros, but replaced Tauros with Snorlax. Gary was still very curious about Ash's Snorlax. After all, Snorlax is a very difficult Pokémon to breed because of its own sleepiness. It is obviously a very strong Pokémon, but it is too lazy to train it. In the animation plot, the only Snorlax worthy of praise is Ash's Snorlax. This Snorlax is not only strong, but also a flexible fat man. 0. In fact, according to the original plot, Gary also captured a Snorlax, but that Snorlax was resting all day, but since Gary came here, he didn't plan to capture too many Pokémon, and he didn't encounter Snorlax along the way, so he didn't capture it. Ash also defeated Drake. It seems that Ash has grown a lot during his trip to the Orange Islands. Professor Oak said. It's okay, there are no big mistakes, Grandpa. I have to go out in 2 days, and I will probably be back in a while. Gary said. Go out? Where? Professor Oak asked in confusion. I heard that there is a very powerful Machoke on the road to the Indigo Plateau Conference. I want to go and see it. Gary said. You already have a Forsaken, and you are planning to capture a fighting Pokémon. Professor Oak said. Forsaken is good, but it's not enough to capture only one fighting Pokémon, and I also like Machamp. I thought about catching Machop before, but I didn't meet any that satisfied me along the way. Gary said. Is that so? Then you go. Professor Oak was a little reluctant, not because he was reluctant to let Gary leave, but because he had more time to observe Pokémon with Gary's help during this period. Now that Gary is leaving, Professor Oak has to take care of the daily life of Pokémon in the laboratory. Although he can still observe Pokémon during this period, he still has to distract himself from work. Grandpa, why don't you ask Aunt Delia to help you? Gary said.